Bor looked at Levs, feeling the passion bubble up within himself. He slowly calmed down, then said, "I am very moved by what you have said. But have you considered the number of people that would die if we follow your plan?" Levs did not care about this at all. In order to carry out reforms, there will always be sacrifices. But they will be worthwhile. We will bring knowledge and truth to the world, as well as save humanity from its short-sighted ignorance. We will bring them hope by showing them the true world. Bor rebutted Lev's argument. "You are right, but we don't have to use such drastic measures. We can change the whole world, bit by bit. We have more than enough time. Both of us have the potential to become level 4 wizards, so we can extend our life to 1,000 years. As such, we don't have to bring war to the world. We can subtly influence the world through our knowledge and strength. People in the Church of Light are also human beings. We are the same, not enemies. Truth and knowledge will come sooner or later. They will not change because of any single person. History has always proven to be this way." Levs looked at Bor with disappointment. "Bor, you disappoint me. I didn't expect you to be this naive. The Church would never think of us as being like them. They're like Hudson. They regard us as being messengers of the devil. To them, we wield demonic powers and are the ultimate evil existences. We are the natural enemies of the Church of Light. They do not tolerate our existence, and will never tolerate our continued existence in the future." The two debated this topic fiercely in Bor's home. Neither could convince the other to concede. In the end, they parted in bad humor, but Lev still did not give up his ambitions. By the end of the 11th year of the San calendar, Levs had gathered a group of like-minded wizards and formed an organization called the Wizarding Alliance within a remote inland duchy named Duchy of Creer. He did this with support from the gathering of nobles. Backed by the financial support of the gathering, they quickly established an underground city within the northern wasteland of the Duchy of Creer. By making the most of their special underground terrain, they built a strong base and began their human experiments, aimed at creating a powerful augmented army. However, even with the research of other wizards, the research progress ran into many obstacles without Bor. The pressure from the gathering was incessant. As the persecution from the Church increased, they needed the Wizarding Alliance to divert the Church's attention and raise a flag of opposition, as well as the skill of the wizards to strengthen their army. Under great pressure, Levs chose to combine the Bor's wisdom reinforcement and Kalermo body transformation techniques with his own plague witchcraft. The result of these experiments was the regiment of the Owl Knights, which was the first witchcraft-augmented regiment in Maria's world. These Owl Knights were each augmented according to a specific template. They possessed a series of bloodline talents, including echolocation, super strength, agility, and heightened endurance. They also possessed the ability to move silently in complete darkness. Levs had modified their brains with wisdom reinforcement, so that they could quickly memorize combat swordsmanship and other various military arts, and become the most powerful cavalry, infantry, and archers on the continent. He did this all within a relatively short amount of time, but at the same time, Levs erased their emotional system, making them knights with no fear of death. As such, they would fight for Levs as his most loyal fighters. No matter how many casualties there were, they would never cower. These emotionless soldiers would execute orders till their very last moment. The plague technique was witchcraft developed by Levs that was based on the poison gas technique. It was a byproduct of Bor's research on the plague, which Levs had taken note of and modified to suit his own needs. The poison gas technique was a little trick that used spellcasting materials to create a poison gas, then utilized mind power to control it. The plague was on a completely different power level. Levs used part of Bohr's research and his poisons and gas technique to create it. Whenever the Owl Knights were on the verge of death or awakening, they could self-destruct and activate the plague. The plague that was hidden inside their bodies would then spread rapidly through the air. All infected beings would die within the hour. The plague virus would continue to spread until it reached the limit of its divisional capabilities or the end of its lifespan. The virus would then die off within 24 hours. Within this time span, its range and speed of transmission were terrible beyond imagination. Aside from the Owl Knights, all life forms would perish before the onslaught. No one, not even Levs, knew how to treat this virus. He could only prevent its infection. These soldiers were each powerful individuals with comprehensive skill sets. Each of them was capable of night raids and endurance battles, even without rest. As skilled warriors trained in military strategy, they were already formidable enough, not to mention the amount of damage each of them could do. The Owl Knights seemed like demons that had come straight from an abyss in hell. They would bring horrible disaster upon all of humanity. In the autumn of the 14th year of the San calendar, the Duchy of Creer suddenly sent a large army towards their border with the Kingdom of the Church of Light. With the hefty support of the gathering of nobles, the Duchy of Creer raised the flag of rebellion against the church on a chilly autumn night. They did this completely out of the blue, without any warning. The ruler of the Duchy of Creer had invited the local bishop from the church, who was stationed within the region, to a banquet. At the banquet feast, he had poisoned him, then immediately purged all of the church forces within the duchy. On that night, 8 weirds, led by Levs, raided the border of the kingdom of the church. 3,000 Owl Knights were quietly deployed from the northern hinterlands and moved west. They took over the church's border fortress, Leckburg, within a single night. The entire defending army of Leckburg, numbering tens of thousands of people, were all killed in one night. Not one escaped to tell the tale. The Owl Knights proved their peerless combat capability to the world with their unstoppable speed. Levs led the Owl Knights, tearing a path of blood relentlessly forward. Within a few days, 6 cities had fallen. Not a blade of single grass was left in the ashes of their path. Their black capes and armor spread death over the entire land. A province directly subordinate to the kingdom of the church fell. The Duchy of Creer seemed to have anticipated this event. The army immediately entered the region, contained the situation, and suppressed all resistance with iron and blood. It seemed as if they had already prepared for the takeover in advance, and were ready to swiftly erode the influence of the church, destroying it completely. Blood marred the earth and corpses littered the landscape. The church finally began to panic. At the same time, forces within several countries began to stir restlessly, as if they were all coordinated. Although several emergency recall edicts issued by the Pope were sent to the clergy that were stationed within several countries, no reinforcement armies returned. Pope Hodap was forcefully limited to the church corps that were stationed by the border of the Crete Empire. Archbishop Martin Nord led 50,000 troops to meet Lev's Owl Knights at the city of Attica. Attica was not a fortress, but it was the last big city before St. Sarl. After taking Attica, it was an open road directly to St. Sarl. If the invading army reached St. Sarl, the reputation of the church would be completely destroyed. As the army approached, the 50,000 troops of the church met the 3,000-strong Owl Knights led by Levs, along with 20,000 men from Duchy of Creer at Attica. The Church of Light was in an unprecedentedly precarious situation. All of the human kingdoms were observing the situation keenly, as the fate of their race had become unpredictable. All of them could sense an imminent all-out war, especially as the orc nations of the north began to stir as well. The crimson flag adorned with a gold sigil of the sun fell to the ground. The city of Attica was littered with corpses. Most of the bodies had experienced gruesome deaths, evidenced in their opened eyes and locked tongues, as they stared toward the sky. The hollow eyes seemed to ask why it had chosen such a painful death for them. Or perhaps they were showing anticipation and yearning for heaven. The piles of bodies extended from the foot of the mountain all the way to the city of Attica, into the city and onto its walls. Some died to swords, some to witchcraft, but more than that were the deaths resulting from Lev's plague technique. Levs had ambushed the city with an explosion that disseminated the plague over the entire army of the church and the city of Attica. The bodies piled up into mountains, inspiring terror like a hell on earth. Despite the stench of all of the corpses, there was not a single rat or raven scavenging the bodies. It was as if they, too, feared the terror of this scene from purgatory. The world was deathly silent, not a sound to be heard. On the city walls were a large number of owl knights, and in the middle of their huddle was Levs, clad in armor, as well as a few other robed individuals. Among the black-robed crowd, 2 of the individuals were injured. One was missing an arm, while the other had no legs, so he could only sit in a wheelchair. On the city walls, there were marks made by multiple explosions, the remnants of witchcraft and divine incantations. The collision between inferno and disintegration was terrifying, especially on the east wall of Attica, which had completely collapsed as if it had been struck by the fist of a giant. Henry was also an apprentice wizard, and originally one of Levs's followers. He was the son of a court musician, and although he did not have as much talent as Levs, he was one of the strongest among the level 1 wizards. When Levs sought him aught to explain his ideals, Henry had joined him without a second thought. Levs patted Henry's shoulder. "Good work, Henry. Don't worry, I will use limb regeneration on you later to help you regrow your legs." Though Henry was in a cold sweat from the extreme pain, he gritted his teeth and bore it, as he still had adequate mind power left. Though this was a state near death, with no chance of recovery for normal people, to a wizard, this was nothing. Henry rested against the city walls as he looked down upon the corpses. This is nothing. However, I didn't expect power and special abilities from the saints of the Church of Light. What principles are at work here? Our witchcraft was actually forcefully blown away by their divine incantations. It was quite terrifying. Levs nodded. In the encounter with Saint Martin, he had used divine incantations to bear the brunt of the attacks of Levs and 2 other wizards without losing. In the last attack, using the Judgment Ray, he had actually grievously wounded 2 wizards. If Levs had not preempted the attack and fled to the skies, he would have also suffered heavy injuries. Levs never thought that the taking of the city of Attica and the battle against the 50,000-strong army of the church would go this successfully. It was definitely going to his head. Levs stood on the city wall of Attica and looked at St. Sarl's city in the distance with great ambition. The holy city of the Church of Light, the holy land of countless followers. "You are my next target." The wizards around him chimed in, alarmed. "Levs, that doesn't seem to fit with our plans. We only want to show that we are a strong threat to the Church of Light and to conquer the Moor province. As long as we can hold down the kingdom of the Church of Light, all of the other human countries will rise up, and the influence of the Church of Light will implode. We do not need to be that aggressive. As soon as the influence of the Church of Light collapses, we can join together with the other countries to lock the power of the Church within its own territory. At the same time, the influence of the gathering of nobles within the Crete Empire will develop exponentially. Eventually, the kingdom of the church will be completely deadlocked, with no chance of ever rising again. Henry spoke from the side. Yet, we did not expect that the Church of Light was this weak. If this is the case, why don't we just take over the kingdom of the Church of Light in one push? Henry's words went directly to Levis's heart. Levi directed with confidence. That's right. What we're aiming isn't only the Duchy of Creer. We want to conquer the world and create a nation for wizards. Exactly. Even if the other cardinals receive the news, they wouldn't be able to head back in time, especially as the other large countries are trying to delay them. Within the city, there are only the Pope and the Saintess. If we can take St. Sarl's city, we can start the first step of our plan for world domination. The age of the Church of Light will be of the past, as we step into the age of wizards. Since Levs had made up his mind, all of the Owl Knights and the other 8 members of the Wizard Alliance began preparing for departure. Though they had originally wanted to set up camp here, that plan was scrapped as they prepared to St. Sarl's City, equipped for war. Since victory had come so easily, they had already forgotten their fear of God and the Church. They had also forgotten that the Church had more saints and powerful Knights of Light lying in wait for them, as well as the legendary Saintess, who wielded the divine artifact. In Attica, there was a river of blood in the aftermath of the battle. All 50,000 of the troops of the Church, including an archbishop, had died within the city. His body was tacked to the city wall in order to display his horrifying manner of death. In the dead of the night, within the Temple of Light in St. Sarl's City, Pope Hodap received the message that the army of the Church had been obliterated in a single battle. He was completely shocked and in disbelief. The elites of the Church's army had lost in a battle of 50,000 against a mere 3,000 troops and had been completely obliterated. Even worse, the enemy was already heading to St. Sarl's City, placing the entire Church of Light in existential danger. Pope Hodap had not slept for the entire night as he watched over the situation in Attica. He did not expect as fast a loss as this complete obliteration. What were these existences who called themselves wizards? How did they wield so much power? With the power of the Duchy of Creer, the Church could only call up 20,000 scattered troops of dismal quality. All of this mayhem was due to the existences of these wizards and the members of the Wizard Alliance, as well as their leader, Levs, and his Owl Knights. A few days ago, Hodap had already scouted out basic intelligence about this new power, the Wizard Alliance, as well as information about their members and their ties to the gathering of nobles. The so-called Owl Knights were an army consisting entirely of bloodline knights. Even within the Knights of Light, the bloodline knights were a rare existence that were only found in specialized squads. All of the other troops were ordinary knights who had trained to the pinnacle of their physical limitations. The combat ability of 3,000 bloodline knights was far beyond that of the 50,000 soldiers of the Church. At this thought, Hodap felt a chill, causing him to stand up immediately and gesture to a white-clothed priest by his side, saying urgently, "Go to the temple. I want to see Her Holiness, the Saintess." Within the temple, Saintess Kelly stood below the statue of God. She was staring at the divine artifact, the Mask of Feroz. Her slender white fingers gently stroked the red sun on the white mask, as if caressing the face of a lover. The divine palace remained brightly lit in the dead of the night. It illuminated the entire temple. The prayers to gods were endless. The Saintess and her acolytes, as his servants, were maintaining the divine palace. There was a rush of hurried footsteps behind her, but Kelly did not turn around. Instead, she carefully placed the mask onto her face, asking, "Our army has lost, hasn't it?" Pope Hodap's hurried footsteps immediately halted the moment that he saw the Saintess. He felt instantly relieved at just the sight of her. Yes, we lost. The wizards and the owl knights annihilated our 50,000-strong army at Attica. Even Martin, who was a saint, died. Kelly turned around. She had put the mask on, which immediately made her seem like a completely different person. It was as if she had been touched by the Spirit of God, becoming aloof and high above. She then said, "Whether it is the existence of evil, the darkness within the human heart, or the powers of darkness, none of these are worshiping before the power of God and His light." Kelly raised her head to look out toward the hall. She then walked outside. Pope Hodap followed behind her. They stood at the top of the steps that were outside of the Temple of Light, overlooking the entire city of St. Sarl. Light will eventually dispel the darkness. Evil will be annihilated by the power of God. Let the holy light shine down, burning their tainted souls forevermore. The kingdom of God is only open to believers of God and the light. Every single one of these heretics will pay for their actions. As Kelly spoke, she stood before Hodap, her in white robes, as if she was one with the cold moonlight. Yet, her frigid image strangely put Hodap at ease, assuring him that evil would indeed be vanquished by the light. Although the forces of the church were more than prepared, their consecutive defeats and the rumors about the wizards and the owl knights had struck fear within all of the people of the kingdom of the church. Wizards are the messengers of the devil. They borrowed their power from the devil, then crawled out from the abyss of hell. They look toward our holy land with their evil eyes. We can't let them succeed. They want to sink the world in darkness as they drag us all to hell. We will never be defeated. We will eradicate them. Her Holiness and the Holy Father will judge them. The light of God will turn them into ashes. The situation within St. Sarl City was fine at the moment. Most of the citizens were extremely pious. Even if St. Sarl City was taken, they would be more than happy to die together with the Church of Light. But, outside of the city, in some of the smaller allied nations nearby, the situation was far more complicated. This was especially the case for the refugees from the Moor province. Hundreds of thousands of refugees had fled everywhere in fear and panic. There were no more smiles, as all of them shook in fear, their faces ashen. Those who had seen the scenes that were left by the Owl Knights passed on tales of the horrific wizards and their legions, which seemed to have climbed straight out of hell. Everywhere, these people were screaming on the streets. Darkness has descended. Hell is upon us. They are devils. No one can resist them. They killed everyone. Not a soul was spared. Plague, death, war, famine. Darkness will envelope us again. In the many kingdoms and cities around the Moor province, the refugees crowded the streets, trembling as they recounted the disasters brought on by the wizards. The few people who had survived the onslaught of the Owl Knights had become mad. They now only screamed frightening things about death and devils. The land was filled with wild-eyed women, the soulless eyes of the children, the shattered madmen, and the endless waves of refugees. Moreover, there were errant plumes of smoke and countless bodies on the road. All of these sad sights only served to the fear of the wizards and the Owl Knights within the hearts of all. The names of Levs and his wizards spread throughout the human kingdoms. For the first time, everyone had now heard about wizards, who were being described as if they were the embodiments of the worst nightmares and terrors. In fact, wizard became a forbidden word of darkness. Everyone feared wizards. At the same time, there were even more people who, while fearing the terrible power of the wizards, also yearned for such power. Even the gathering of nobles had not anticipated such power. No one had thought that just Levs and his 8 wizards would have the power to push the Church of Light to the brink of destruction, as they went straight for St. Sarl City. Within the Crete Empire, in the capital of Virginia, Earl Ivans entered a secret tunnel from the bottom of his house. After walking through this long tunnel with a torch, he came to a secret meeting place that was hidden deep under the city's streets. Though Earl Ivans was loyal to the previous sovereign, Elliot Seatley, he was still the most trusted person of the current emperor, Elliot B. Taru. He also maintained close ties with the Church of Light. As a shrewd man, he had maintained his position at the highest levels of power. He had been the first to surrender to the Church of Light during the succession struggle. He led a large number of turncoats to the faction of the Church of Light, where he was responsible for bringing Elliot III to the throne. Although many people despised his character, even more people admired his uncanny ability to adapt to every changing political situation. No matter who was in charge, he seemed to be able to somehow remain in a position of power. Wearing a mask, Earl Ivans entered a spacious underground conference room. The torch that he was carrying illuminated the secret meeting room. In addition to Ivans, there were 6 others present in this secret meeting. They also wore masks similar to Earl Ivans's. One person was sitting at the top of a long table, while the other 5 were arguing fiercely as if something had frightened them greatly. Their emotions had obviously been recently stirred up. How dare they? Didn't we tell them to occupy the Moor province, to shrink the influence of the church? To think that they now have their sights on St. Sarl City. The church armies within the various kingdoms cannot be suppressed any longer. The Third Army within the Kingdom of Mara and Cardinal Peter have both turned their forces around at maximum speed. The Mara Kingdom will not be able to stop them. The 5th Legion within the Kingdom of Rosadoro is the same, acting under Cardinal Immal. Regardless of the forces Rosadoro has mobilized to stop them, they are heading back at all costs. The wizards are trying to destroy the church, but we have not yet finished our preparations. It is impossible for the major kingdoms to actually start fighting these legions directly yet. We have not been able to obtain full command over them. As I have said, these wizards, who just popped up out of nowhere, are unreliable. According to the original plan, they only had to stall the church, which is tantamount to cutting off the tentacles of the church to all the major powers. Then, we would overthrow Elliot III in the Crete Empire, thus becoming independent from the church. That would allow us to then eat away at the church, bit by bit. But now, these guys have arbitrarily attacked St. Sarl City. Every one of them at the table was expressing anger at the reckless actions of the Wizard Alliance. Yet, hidden behind their words, their fears of the power of the wizards were palpable. No one thought that Levs would be able to create such a powerful army, especially in just a few short years. The Duchy of Creer had completely fallen under the control of the Wizard Alliance. Even sat in the first position on the left side of the long table, looking at the man in the black robe, who was at the head of the table. Can we still stop the Wizard Alliance and Levs? The man in the black robe shook his head. It is impossible, as they have already thrown in their lot. The ambitions of Levs and the wizards are too big. They have betrayed us. Avans's eyes have shrunk. Compared to his previous youthful self, he had become a middle-aged man. His gaze had become more resolute and cruel, similar to the vision of a hawk. Then we must begin preparing immediately. We don't want to deal with the rise of the Wizard Alliance after the Church of Light. The man nodded. You all should start preparing. Once the Church of Light is on the brink of destruction, all of us will send troops. We will immediately assist St. Sarl. The wizards are even more terrifying than the Church of Light. But they still don't know the rules of the game. The man from another seat replied, shouldn't we send troops immediately? The 50,000 main forces of the church were all slaughtered. Currently, there are only 10,000 Knights of Light left in St. Sarl City. How would they resist the wizard's owl knights? Avon sneered. Wait a bit longer. The Church of Light wouldn't die this easily. You have to know the forces behind them. No one knows what trump cards they have hidden away. Everyone suddenly sucked in collective breaths as they thought about the Saintess and the Pope, who had never been in action before. As God's representatives in Maria's world, no one knew what would happen in the end, should they act. Evans didn't know why, but he felt expectation welling up within him all of a sudden. The power of God and the devil. Which is stronger? This will be interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. There were thousands of black war horses and black-robed knights in St. Sarl City. At last, they had arrived at St. Sarl City at dawn. Each of their gazes were ice-cold, without any trace of emotion. Even the breaths of the horses seemed to have traces of the darkness of the magma of hell. As soon as the sun appeared on the horizon, an enormous pressure wrapped around St. Sarl City. A heavy scent of blood seemed to have floated into St. Sarl City from miles away. Within St. Sarl City, the preparations for battle were long complete. As soon as the Owl Knights were spotted on the horizon, the alarms in the city were sounded. No one had slept that night, as they had instead gone to the temple to pray. From the day before, everyone knew that the Owl Knights would arrive today, yet no one expected that they would be this fast. Did these devils head without sleep? As soon as the bell sounded, all of the people in St. Sarl looked at the city walls. Though they could not see the army, it was as if the strong bloodlust had solidified the air, making it difficult to breathe. They're coming. They're almost here. Someone trembled as he knelt in the plaza. The army of the devil is upon us. A person wailed, holding up the sigil of the sun. Don't worry, God will punish them. We have the Pope and the Saintess. We have the Knights of Light. Many people had brought their children to the Temple of Light to hide. It was as if the closer they were to the temple, the closer they felt to God and his aura. The presence of the Pope and the Saintess also gave them a strong sense of comfort. On the walls of St. Sarl City, the soldiers were getting into meticulous fortifications. The archers took their places with hot oil and stones. They knew that it was impossible to break into the city with only the cavalry before them. They had no siege weapons. It was impossible to climb the walls, which were over 20 meters high. Yet, these wizards would be able to easily destroy the fortifications. Levs and the other 8 members of the Wizard Alliance to the front of the Owl Knights and looked upon the city in the distance. This city that was originally called Januboris. This was the holy city of the Church of Light, the holy land of all of the believers. Levs felt overtaken by an urge to destroy. By now, Levs's eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent, and he cared about nothing except for the city before him. By decimating the city in front of him, he would be able to replace the Church of Light and become the most powerful man in the human realm. He would no longer be the bastard of a baron or the son of a cook, but the ruler of human realm. All would kneel before his sword and his soldiers. Levs drew his longsword from his waist. This is not our final destination, but the start of our adventure. We will build the era of our greatness, the glory of the wizards, and the glory that belongs to every member of the Wizard Alliance. The other members of the Wizard Alliance began cheering. All of them were completely loyal to Levs. He had brought them to this path of victories, to this moment. By taking this last site of St. Sarl City and eradicating the Church of Light, they would stand at the summit of the continent. Most of these wizards were born from the lower classes. They had never thought that they would one day experience such glory. Within a few days, Henry's legs had regrown. Though the process was excruciatingly by now, the feelings of pain had been replaced with hope and bright expectations for the future. The country of wizards. We will create a nation for wizards here. Henry shouted with passion. The other apprentices also whispered among themselves, shooting to each other looks of excitement. This is the last step of years of planning. It's all about to come true. Livs, you were complete right. We did it. Levs pointed his sword at St. Sarl City. This is the last one. Let's move out. As the owl knights and wizards approached, all the people on the city wall awaited Levis's attack. Seeing the approaching black mass, where even the footsteps of the horses was synchronized, all of them felt an immense amount of pressure. When they were around 200 paces away, all of the soldiers stopped. If they went any closer, they would be in the range of the arrows. The entire army of the Owl Knights halted, as if waiting for something. Levs and the other 8 wizards leapt into action, spell ingredients in hand. Large amounts of mind power were interlocking in the air. This was a large-scale group technique. By now, it had been 10 years since they had begun training. Levs had already become a 3rd-level wizard last year. Level 1 wizards could learn basic witchcraft. Level 2 wizards could learn flight. Level 3 wizards could form mind power force fields. This was the simplified division of the levels of wizards. Among the 9 of them, other than Levs, though only one level 2 wizard. The other 7 were still stuck at level 1, with no breakthroughs. As the 9 chanted together, a fireball appeared. It grew from the size of a fist floating high in the air into a sphere that was tens of meters in size, like a sun suspended in the sky. The soldiers on the wall gaped in complete shock as they looked at the huge fireball that was like a small sun. Even the hand they carried their weapons in started trembling. My God, what is that? It's a sun. They stole the power of God. These demons, they can steal the power of God. My God, what heinous evil. The city walls were in chaos. Large amounts of arrows were shot, but they melted as soon as they approached the fireball, having absolutely no effect. The tremendous heat was being continually condensed. All of the wizards had broken out in cold sweats, and Levs, who was the main controller of the fireball, was straining with effort. Rise. The huge fireball lit up the sky as the condensed ball of extreme heat released blinding light. Under their control, it flew toward the city gates in an arc, then fell toward St. Sarl City with great speed and intensity, like a comet from the skies. The air crackled as it passed through, as if knocking on the doors of the souls of all observers. My God! Quick, run, get away. Everyone, get down. Only now did they realize that the target of the wizards was actually the city walls. All of the troops hurried to dodge the onslaught of the fireball, but it was already too late. The fireball was right before their eyes. The powerful attack was completely unstoppable. The huge fireball descended like a meteor. It struck the city wall, and the dozens of archers on the wall couldn't escape. Doomed, they saw the embrace of the light, then lost all sensation immediately. An intense light exploded out for tens of meters, covering the area with a white flash. Even the ground rumbled, as if the entirety of St. Sarl City was shocked into jumping up. The sound of the explosion rang through the ears of all the people in St. Sarl City. Everyone finally snapped out of their dazes and looked at the wall, only to see the impregnable fortifications breached with a huge hole. Through the smoke from the hole, they could vaguely make out a dense mass of the black troops. All of them were masked, looking toward the city. All of their bodies of the people in St. Sarl City were frozen in complete, chilly fear. From the side of the hill, a large number of knights, each clad in white armor, suddenly appeared. It was an army from the Knights of Light, numbering 10,000 strong. Originally, they had been hiding outside the city, waiting for their opportunity to attack. They had planned to wait until the wizards were completely focused on the attack of the city, then attack them with their army within the city. thus defeating the wizards and the owl knights in one swoop. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the wizards would use such a powerful combination technique to destroy the city wall. Charles, the captain of the Knights of Light, who was also one of the saints, reacted quickly. He immediately rallied his troops, not waiting anymore for the opportune moment. But it was already too late. The Owl Knights were now only a few hundred paces from the city. As soon as they rushed into the city, with their guerrilla tactics and their devastating techniques, death would most certainly rain down upon St. Sarl's city, transforming it into hell on earth. Then, not even a cat or dog would be left alive. After seeing the destruction of the city wall, Levs let out a deranged laugh. He could already see the fear and terror of the believers inside the city. Levs, who had already been tense on his journey of slaughter, had now fully descended into a state of madness. Owl Knights, go forth, don't leave a single one alive. The Owl Knights moved forth quickly in unison, like a single fighting machine. They were like a neat and organized painting. It looked like an immense black wave, crashing terrifyingly towards St. Sarl's city. The Knights of Light spurred their horses on, chasing desperately up to the Owl Knights. However, it was too late. Charles let out a shout of despair. No, Levs led 8 other wizards to the very front. He drew his long sword, heading straight into the city through the hole in the wall. There, amid the smoke and the debris, Levs spotted a blurry figure. Who's there? Levs was pondering this question when he suddenly became overwhelmed with a sense of danger. Levs dismounted in a panic, then immediately controlled his body and flew away. Instantly, a flash of white light flew out, like a wave crashing upon the ground. Levs had quick reflexes, but 3 wizards beside him, as well as several dozen of the Owl Knights, were unable to react. They all took a direct hit from the white light. Wherever the white light swept past, it seemed as though a sharp blade has sliced through. All of them fell to the ground, cut into 2, right down their middles. Time seemed to have stopped, and no one could react. In an area of 100 meters, all of the people and horses were in chaos. Many of the horses were terrified, and the army was in complete disarray. Agra Delas Blair! Henry pulled his reins and shouted while looking towards a spot where a large chunk of ground had just been vaporized. He couldn't believe his eyes. This power was beyond the judgment ray of the previous saint. The judgment ray only had a powerful tearing force, able to rend its enemies in an instant. But the power just now brought instant destruction, annihilating everything in its path. The people who died just now had been erased. Everyone stopped in their tracks, looking at the 3 dead wizards. The trio's bodies were torn into shreds. 2 had died immediately, while the other had awakened a life-type talent wailed for a while before finally succumbing to his injuries. From the very beginning of their training at the Wizard Tower, the 3 had been inseparable. They shared a close bond that went far beyond family. That they're dead? How possible? Who could have done this? The formation descended into chaos as all of the people were frightened by the unexpected change. The knights retreated in order to reform their formations. Levs landed, then looked at the figure walking out through the gaping hole on the city wall. The smoke cleared, revealing a tall, slender figure. The figure before them in a long white robe. It was a woman, yet she was taller than most men. She was over 1.8 meters in height. Her loose robes conveyed a sense of exquisite beauty upon her. Her feet never seemed to touch the ground while she was walking. She seemed suspended in the air. Her face was covered with a white sun mask that emanated a sense of immense power, which radiated in the air. In this situation, all of the wizards, including Levs, could only think of one person. The legendary deity, the kin of God, Saintess Kelly of the Church of Light. Lev stood in front of the Owl Knights, as thousands of eyes looked at the strange woman in the mask. They could feel distinctly there was a strange sense of pressure in the space. The attack from before had been beyond their imaginations, easily decimating a range of 100 meters. The actual range of the technique was unfathomable. This was an unprecedented amount of mind power. The dawn sun rose behind the Saintess, lighting up Lev's and the rest by bit. As the light of the dawn interspersed with the darkness of night, it was an extraordinary sight to behold. Sensing the ripples of mind power emanated by the Saintess, which was vast like the ocean, as well as the sun-sigil mask on her face, the army could feel a huge formless pressure with her very step forward. The mask of Pharos, a divine artifact? Lev's expression changed repeatedly. The army of the Knights of Light were almost here. If they could not deal with the woman and rush into the city, the Owl Knights would be attacked by the Knights of Light outside the city and suffer heavy casualties. With this woman was blocking the entrance, many people would die if they rushed in forcefully. Levs raised his hand and made a gesture. The other wizards immediately sent out a command. Archers, get ready. Everyone else, surround the city and storm in from the sides. The disrupted formations had already reformed, so they immediately moved, according to the commands. A large number of knights dismounted and took up the position of archers. Levs wanted to use this tactic to pressure Saintess Kelly. If she moved aside and allowed them passage, then the situation would be beyond her control. Even the wizards would not face such a shower of arrows. Levs had become a level 3 wizard. As such, he could defend his entire body with a mind power force field. But even he would be unable to maintain his force field under such a relentless attack. Each of the wizards began preparing new techniques. Levs refused to believe that this Saintess, even with her mask, was truly invincible and could disregard the entire army of the Owl Knights and the wizards combined. Levs looked at the Saintess who was blocking the entrance, then took in a deep breath. He roared fiercely, "Shoot!" The sky became covered by the rain of arrows, flying quickly toward the city wall. Levs was determined to force the Saintess off to the side. She did not seem to have any intentions of moving. The arrows descended like rain. But as they got within a dozen or so meters from the Saintess, they seemed to become bogged down by water. They started moving slower and slower, then completely froze in the air before falling to the ground. The soldiers on both sides intersected to surround her. Drawing their longswords, they stared at the Saintess. They had no emotions nor fear, as they only understood and obeyed commands. They had been destroying everything under the orders of Levs. When they got within 100 meters of Saintess Kelly, all of them froze immediately, then fell to the ground, dead without any traces of injuries. As the knights approached, it seemed as if they just dove into an abyss of death. One by one, they died on the spot. It was as if their souls were being devoured. They died instantly, losing consciousness. To the eyes of the wizards, it was a different world. They saw that the mind power of the Saintess had spread into an area with a radius of 100 meters, forming a strong force field of mind power. It was as if she had her own spiritual domain, within which she could control certain laws. What is that? What happened? Is it another divine incantation? Levs understood exactly what he was seeing. Supernatural ability. Controlling the laws of the world. Levs had seen exceedingly power before. Even though the magical beasts had extraordinary power, their powers were still comparable to the witchcraft that they had released. The natures of the two were different, but the powers each held were similar. The main difference lay within the mind power. Levs reckoned that the mind power of the Saintess was beyond level 4 wizards. When Levs was at the Tower of the Wizards, he had heard Mr. Anthony talking about the abilities, as well as other horrifying things regarding the level 4 wizards. However, he had never encountered personally before. The Knights of Light, traveling from more than 10 miles away, had finally arrived. The delay of 1 to 2 minutes caused by Levs and the Owl Knights had resulted in them missing a great opportunity. They now had nowhere to retreat. There was only one way out for them. Perhaps, from the moment Levs formed the Wizard Alliance, he could only move forward. There was no retreat for him. 10,000 knights dashed forward from the hillside like a tsunami, defeating the Owl Knights. Lev's face darkened like charcoal. He felt that the situation had snuck up on him, suddenly changing without warning. He had been too carried away by success, and by the time he realized the change, it was too late. Levs looked at the woman standing alone at the city wall. She was surrounded by crumbling fences and dilapidated buildings. There were also a number of arrows and dead bodies of Owl Knights as well. "Go, kill her. We have to kill her," he ordered. As a Knight of Light swept forth on his horse, Levs killed him with his sword. He then threw himself over the horse as he shouted out to the members of the Wizard Alliance. All eyes were fixed on Saintess Kelly. As long as they could kill her, they would be able to turn the tables in this battle. The 5 remaining wizards charged towards Saintess Kelly alongside Levs. The situation at the city wall was chaotic. The Owl Knights and the Knights of Light were fighting with one another. And although the Knights of Light had surrounded the Owl Knights, the battlefield had been divided into many small battlefields. The individual combat strengths of each of the Owl Knights was powerful, and they formed small groups, fighting aggressively against the strongest troop of the Light Clan. Members of the shaman group dashed toward the city wall. Everyone took out their spellcasting media, preparing to use the new spells. Levs was at the forefront, a huge fireball forming in his hands. He bombarded Kelly with it, as Henry flew up on the other side. Henry was a level 2 wizard, able to fly already. Using his unique witchcraft, alchemy equipment, and magnetic iron pieces surrounded Henry as he flew. These pieces could be used as a protective layer as well as assault weapons. Everyone used their individual witchcraft, and the 6 of them jointly attacking Saintess Kelly. Saintess moved her hand, sending a bright ray flashing across the sky. The 3 beside Levs took precautionary measures to avoid the ray. However, Levs was the Saintess' main target. Levs's mind power transformed into a mental force field, countering the judgment of light released by the Saintess. However, the force field was instantly destroyed, leaving him vulnerable and injured, making his head feel as if it had been hit by a hammer, and his focus had relaxed. The judgment of light swept past the explosive flame witchcraft displayed by Levs, dissolving it. At this moment, the rest of them had no time for Levs and disregarded him as they moved forth to jointly attack the Saintess. 4 of them attacked the Saintess together. The divine incantation, which was used by the Saintess to influence man's consciousness, had no effect on the wizards. The Saintess activated the judgment of light, but it could only attack the wizards superficially. Their enhanced bodies and mind powers were extremely sensitive, allowing them to speedily avoid the attacks. These people regularly fought with wizards, and hence were familiar with the combat methods they used. Thus, they avoided the attacks and continued to approach the Saintess. As the Saintess was counteracting their witchcraft, Henry made use of the opportunity to attack the Saintess with his alchemy weapon. More than 10 patches spun around and cut the Saintess' throat like blades. The Saintess suddenly turned to look at Henry, her cold gaze shooting past the mask and making Henry feel as if his mind was frozen. The mask on her face spread out, transforming into rays of light and merging into the world. Everyone, including those on the battlefield, felt the world go suddenly quiet. Realm of God? Lu Ziyu's dream world spread out. Everyone within the radius of a few thousand meters was brought into the dream world. The dream element spread across the entire battlefield. Everyone stopped moving, including the Knights of Light and the Owl Knights, as they had been frozen in time. Then, hundreds and thousands of Owl Knights suddenly died. The mind powers and consciousness of the wizards had been suppressed, and they could not move. Henry was now near Saintess Kelly. Just one move, and he could have killed Kelly, but he could now only look at her, unable to mobilize himself at all. Kelly's hair blew up in the wind as she looked at Henry with her dark pupils. She was expressionless, like statue of God. She lifted up her hand gently, sending shivers through Henry. Finding himself unable to break free, he let out a desperate cry. Oh no! A white ray engulfed Henry, causing him to gradually disappear into the air, like vapor. Levs was the first to come out of the dream world. He tried to escape. He was afraid. He was fearful. There was no way to fend off such great power. He could not even comprehend what it was exactly. The other wizards did likewise, while the ordinary people were still unable to move. A wizard's mind power surpassed that of ordinary people. It could not be compared. Run, run. Leave this place quickly. As long as we are alive, we have a chance. We have our teacher and classmates. That's right. Leave this place. Next time we will be able to. Everyone fled in a panic and shared comforting words to calm themselves. Kelly looked coldly at the members of the Wizard Alliance as she started to rise up above the city wall. Suddenly, the space behind her became hazy and illusory, and a number of golden chains constantly extended from her back. Chain of God. Following Kelly's cold voice, the chains passed through the sky and chained everyone up, including Levs. Levs had wanted to use his witchcraft, but he realized that not only was he unable to do this, but his mind power was being confined. The chain had sealed his mind power. He had wanted to control and destroy all the Owl Knights. He also wanted to release the plague incantation on the entire St. Sarl city, even though it would mean that he would perish with them. But he could not do anything. What has happened? Is this the power of the artifact? Let go of me. Let go of me. Oh no! We are going to die. What should we do? The badge. There is a guide on the teleport matrix that our teacher left behind in the badge. We can use it to leave this place. Our mind power has been sealed. It's impossible. We cannot activate it. We are going to die. All those within the radius of a few miles were now chained up and started to rise up to the sky. The Saintess had transformed into a white ray, her body becoming invisible. One wizard after another started to cry out before dying on the spot. They cried and wailed, but they could not change their fates. The Saintess came before Levs, the white ray engulfing her body. Levs was bound by the golden chain, causing him to hang helplessly in the air. He was like a prisoner of God. Goddess now looked at him. Ha ha ha, is it my turn? Kill me. Kill me. Levs shivered in fear. He tried to act brave, but he was frightened. As the Saintess clenched her fist gently, the golden chain entered Lev's body. He had no control of his body, leaving him unable to release any witchcraft. He was bruised all over and was at the mercy of the Saintess. There was a stationed legion at the city wall, and the Knights of Light were watching from afar. They stared at Saintess Kelly, who looked like a goddess. Many of them knelt down atop the city wall. No one had expected Saintess Kelly to use Faras Mask to control such a great power. This was no ordinary power. It belonged to the realm of God. The Saintess withdrew the realm of God and saw that the dream element had retreated and returned to her. It had gathered together to form a mask with the print of a sun. She put it gently on her face and lifted Levs, who had been immobilized. They landed on top of the city wall, and the entire stationed legion knelt down on the floor. They paid obeisance to the saintess, treating her like a god. Get the soldiers to kill the rest of the Owl Knights and send these demons to hell. Without the control of Levs and the Wizard Alliance, and the help of witchcraft, more than half of the Owl Knights had been killed by the saintess. Although they continued to fight fearlessly, they ended up being killed in St. Sarl's City. The elites of Light Clan, the Knights of Light, also suffered great losses. After this battle, they would require a long while to recuperate. The Wizard Alliance and Lev's rebel army had been destroyed. The Owl Knights that had created chaos among mankind had come to an end. The following morning, the Red Cardinal bishops rushed back from their different countries. Upon their arrivals, they saw that St. Sarl's City was in order, and that the Wizard Alliance and Owl Knights had been destroyed by Saintess Kelly. They also heard the news that the leader of the Alliance, Levs, had been captured by the Saintess. News that the Owl Knights and Wizards had been destroyed at St. Sarl's City spread throughout the entire human world. The once formidable and terrifying troop, and the spokesman for the demons, the wizards, had been destroyed by the Saintess and the gods. However, the fear and death brought on by the wizards had been imprinted into the hearts of all the people. No one could forget the dark army that had brought, like a tsunami, such death and suffering to mankind. Many of them were impressed by the power of the Light Clan and Saintess Kelly. They found it unbelievable that Kelly had single-handedly destroyed the Wizard Alliance and Owl Knights. The countries that were preparing to take action calmed down. After the battle, the Light Clan had suffered great losses. Yet they did not ask the countries to be held accountable for what had happened. Instead, they doubled their efforts in capturing the wizards, as well as those who had participated in the noble assemblies. Those who harbored and housed them would also be deemed as having gone against the Light Clan. The Crete Empire and other countries once again underwent a purge. Many scapegoats and people who seemed like wizards were captured and sent to the guillotine. The fervor of going against the Light Clan gradually died down. In Virginia, the capital of the Crete Empire, there was an underground secret meeting room. The key members of the noble assembly once again gathered. There were more people, but none were talking. The atmosphere was so grave that it was almost suffocating. Failed. We have failed. We have lost our influence. A portion of our primary allies, who trusted us, are now keeping their distances. It is all because of Levs and the wizards. They acted on their own and ruined our plans. Avon said, "We failed, there's nothing we can do about that. In any case, we still have other opportunities. Let's start planning again. We know what Light Clan is capable of now." No one expected that the Saintess alone was enough to defeat them. The power of the artifact is indeed very powerful. Ordinary people will not be able to defend against it. The man who was seated on the main seat had his face hidden in the dark. He muttered, "The Mask of Feroce." 1 month later, at St. Sarl's City in the Light Clan country, St. Mary's Square was crowded with people. At the center of St. Mary's Square, a man, badly bruised, was tied to a stone pillar. He was heavily guarded by the Knights of Light and the commander, Charles. His white coat had turned reddish-black, his pants were torn, and one of his toenails was missing. The man was Levs. He looked pathetic and weak, and could not move. Firewood had been placed under his feet, and his body had been splashed with kerosene. Everyone looked at Levs. It had been rumored that he had sold his soul to the devil. He was the most evil person in history. Many people had died at his hands. The entire Moor province had been empty because of him. Thus, many had come to watch him be consumed by the sacred flame. Among these people, some had had their friends and families killed by Levs, and many had been victimized personally by him in some way. Levs was tightly chained to the stone pillar. His mental strength was being confined by the divine incantation, preventing him from releasing any form of witchcraft. He was weak, his blood not circulating. His eyes swacrowed. Everyone looked at him with hatred, fear, and anger. Burn him to death. Burn him to death. Burn this demon to death. We curse you, and your soul will forever be burnt by the sacred flame. O God, please give this evil man the most severe punishment. Everyone was talking at once, and it sounded as though a huge wave had swept over St. Mary's Square. Levs laughed crazily as he looked out at the people. Everyone wanted him dead. As Levs laughed, the entire St. Mary's Square quieted and looked at it. When Levs gazed around, no one dared look him in the eye. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Levs laughed, tears starting to flow his eyes. After a while, he said as he laughed, ignorant and stupid. You are a bunch of stupid people. You will never know what I am doing. I am the one here to save you. I am the one bringing light to you. Ha ha ha, all of you are pigs, bred by the gods. How can you understand our greatness? You will never understand our desire for freedom and truth. You are just a bunch of pathetic people, begging the gods for food. Lev's laughter became louder and crazier, and his voice rang throughout the entire square. His compelling aura drew a shadow over the thousands of people, subduing them. Charles' face turned pale. He could not allow such behavior, and immediately shouted, execute him, burn this devil. Let him talk no more. A few torches were thrown into the firewood, and a fire swept across the execution ground, consuming Levs. Levs continued to shout, one day you will know the truth. The world of the wizards will come to man. I have failed, but there will be thousands and millions of people who will fulfill my dreams for me. You will not be able to stop them. No one is able to stop. Boar stood under the stand, watching his classmate from afar. His once good friend was consumed by the fire. After much raving, Levs died. His voice resonated in the entire square, sweeping past everyone, like the shadow of a devil. His words had a deep, terrifying impact on all who were present. Although he had personally watched Levs had died, Boar had no intention of attacking. The Light Clan and Saintess were sitting at the forefront, waiting for the wizards to take action, so that they could capture all of them. Moreover, as Boar passed by Moor province, he had seen the mess and bodies that Levs had left behind. He was extremely disappointed with Levs. Boar had never expected Levs, who had studied together with him at the Wizard Tower, to change so drastically after gaining power. He had been overwhelmed by the power of the wizards, and had forgotten that he was once just an ordinary man. There were other wizards among the people. Boar saw a few familiar faces. However, no one wanted to save Levs, or else they dared not to. The Saintess, who possessed the artifact, was sitting right there. Those who dared to create a scene in St. Sarl City would be courting their own deaths. Boar looked at Levs, who had gradually turned into a mere pile of ashes, and put on his hat and left. Everyone has to be responsible for his own actions. Levs, you deserve this end. From the moment you were overwhelmed by the power of the wizards, you were destined to be consumed by the same power. Boar quickly left St. Sarl City, but Lev's parting words had a deep impact on him and made him feel lost. He did not know the future of the wizards, or where he should go. During that winter, in the 14th year of the Sand Calendar, Levs and his wizards' alliance had come an end in St. Sarl City. However, Levs's name was deeply imprinted in the history of mankind as the one who had started the war between the Wizards and Light Clan. From this day forward, the Wizards and Light Clan would be arch-enemies. This was not the ending, but merely the beginning of their strife. Lu Ziyu sat in his living room and looked out of the window, while leisurely having his cup of coffee. He looked comfortable and relaxed, although felt estranged from the world, as though he did not belong here, but was, rather, from Maria's world. Lu Ziyu had been in Maria's world for more than 10 years, but in the outside world, only a few days had passed. Everything looked the same as it had the day he had left. I should be almost 50 years old by now. A normal person should be entering old age at this time. When Lu Ziyu returned to the world this time around, there was a tremendous change in his mindset. He no longer felt tense, but was relaxed and calm. When one was no longer under the bondage of materialism, money, and even society, one needed to find a new purpose in life. Lu Ziyu found that he would like to take it easier in life and simply do something that he liked. He did not want to do something that went against his conscience or that he disliked. He would like to lead an ordinary life and to live for himself. He did not want to be anxious about anything, as he could live a long life, and thus had sufficient time to fulfill his wishes. Suddenly, a ringing sound broke the peace. It was his mobile phone, which was on the television set. He stretched out his hand and watched as the phone came within his reach. It took him a while to prepare himself before he answered in English. "Hello, who's this?" The deep voice of a middle-aged man sounded on the other end of the line. He politely said, "Hello, are you Mr. Henny? I am Charlie Andrew. Do you remember receiving my invitation?" After searching through his memory, he remembered. Lu Ziyu had attended a banquet previously where he had met Charlie Andrew, and he had invited Lu Ziyu to attend a secret clan, known as Vatican Clan. It was rumored that it was related to the legendary blood race. Lu Ziyu had found it interesting at the time, and so had accepted his invitation. "Oh, of course. You told me that I would be able to see a different side to this world. I am curious," Lu Ziyu replied. Charlie Andrew sounded secretive as he said, "That's great. If you are keen, a car will pick you up in about 10 minutes. I hope you will keep this event a secret." "No problem. I am looking forward to the upcoming events." Lu Ziyu was indeed keen. He finished his coffee and stood up, then he disappeared into a ball of light and appeared in his wardrobe on the upper floor of his home. After changing into a new set of clothes, he disappeared again and appeared at his door. He walked to the main road, and after a while, a Bentley came to a stop in front of him. A man, dressed like a special agent, stepped out of the car. He sized Lu Ziyu up as he opened the door of the back seat. "Mr. Anthony? Mr. Charlie has sent me to pick you up. Please get into the car. Boss is waiting for you." This bodyguard was like a robot with a build was like the governor's. He should be his bodyguard cum chauffeur. Lu Ziyu said teasingly, "Do I need to cover my eyes or put on a blindfold?" The bodyguard replied with a rigid voice, "No need." Lu Ziyu shrugged, finding him immediately uninteresting. The car did not travel out of the city, as Lu Ziyu had expected, but rather had stopped at the Shard, near London Bridge. Lu Ziyu looked at the building, using his mind power. The structure and the names aims all the people in the entire building in his sub-brain. Very quickly, he located Charlie Andrew. "Boss is in." Before the bodyguard could finish his sentence, Lu Ziyu was already on his way up. The service staff led him to a gym on the 52nd level, where Charlie Andrew was waiting. Charlie Andrew was working out under the guidance of a lady trainer. When he saw Lu Ziyu, he stopped his workout and wiped away his sweat. He said, "I believe Mr. Anthony has not yet eaten. Please, for me while I get changed. There is a modern Chinese-style restaurant here. They serve the finest modern European cuisine with an Asian twist. I believe you will enjoy it. Lu Ziyu nodded with a smile. After a while, he followed Charlie Andrew to the restaurant, known as Ting. The food tasted good. The chef had mixed in many Chinese flavors, and the place was decorated in a Chinese style as well. One could see the entirety of London from it. It made one feel as though he was dining on top of the clouds. As Lu Ziyu was having his meal, he kept looking at the rooftop of the Shard. The building was 310 meters tall and was one of the famed landmarks of London. He had been to the building before, but had never gone up to its top. As his mind power surrounded the entire building, he found a place that was very unusual. There was something on the rooftop of the building that emitted was a strong unknown force field that had shielded it itself from Lu Ziyu's telepathic power. Lu Ziyu was curious. He was certain that the secret gathering place of Vatican clan was on the rooftop. He could read the minds of others, but could not read their memories. When he had met Charlie Andrew previously, he did not yet know the location of Vatican clan. Although he had many questions, since he was there, he would be able to see what he wished to see. There was no hurry. However, Lu Ziyu had not expected Vatican clan to be located in such a place. He had thought that they would gather in some secluded castle, an enclosed old-fashioned alley, or on Old Regent Street. It should not be located in one of London's most renowned buildings. As someone once said, the geniuses often hid in plain sight. Was this the case? As Lu Ziyu was having his meal, he chatted with Charlie Andrew when suddenly, Andrew started to talk about the building. Anthony, do you know who owns this building? Lu Ziyu thought for a while and said, this building was built in 2012. I have heard that it was funded by the Qatar royal family. Don't tell me that they are the owners? Charlie Andrew shook his head and said, although they are one of the shareholders, the main holding company belongs to the Dutch Dubai family. They are the owners of this building. In fact, most of the properties in this building belong to them. I will introduce you to some of them later. Charlie took out a card and put it into a slot in the lift. A button panel immediately turned over, displaying a few buttons that led to the higher levels. Charlie pressed the button, sending the lift up to the top floor. When the lift opened, Lu Ziyu saw an anteroom with a Western classical style. Girls dressed in maid uniforms were standing on both sides of the room. On the wall facing him was a red inverted cross with the words, Venture, inscribed below. This translated meant Vatican. Lu Ziyu was curious as to how the Vatican clan first came about. They had borrowed the name from the 13 clan in a novel. Lu Ziyu had thought that its formation was only for fun, but it did not seem to be so. He could feel a field emitting out from the top of his head, and had never experienced such power before. Even the mental strength was totally different. As a maid ushered both of them forward, they each put on black cloaks and walked past a corridor filled with oil paintings. The oil paintings were painted by renowned artists and were mostly depicting subjects like hell and the dark continents. In fact, most of the scenes were derived from Dante's Divine Comedy. Soon, a dark golden world appeared before them. It was a huge hall. This should be the rooftop of the Shard, where only authorized personnel could enter. The floor level was not reflected on the lift button, nor was there any staircase leading to it. This appeared to be a sacred place. There were dark golden pillars, carved with ancient myths and legends of the dark. The atmosphere was grim and mysterious, its people wearing black cloaks with their faces hidden in the dark. On top of the dark dome hung paintings of the angels and the gods. However, their eyes looked evil. They seemed to be smiling, but their smiles made one shudder. There was no gentleness or light in them, and they seemed to be staring at the souls on earth as if they were laughing at them. The only windows were on the utmost top of the hall. As the sun shone in, its beams could only brighten up some of the areas. Hence, the lights were hazy and dreamy. Yet, underneath was utter darkness. Suddenly, a light shone in the center of the hall. A man in a black robe was sitting beside a piano on the stage. As everyone looked at him, he started to play a melodious piece of music. Lu Ziyu recognized that it was the prelude of Croatian Rhapsody. The rhythm carried a tinge of gloominess, and in the darkness, anger was being aroused. Lu Ziyu seemed to see the ruins at sunset, the lonely figures, the graves, and sadness. Many people started to chant. A special, sacred atmosphere filled the entire hall. It was not an aura of divine light, but instead of the dark, the beginning of the world. Millet or sheep, man had been expelled from the Garden of Eden, sent into exile, banned from power. The descendants had filled the earth. Under the moonlight, light bloody sweetness. Who has awakened the dead? The rhythm became faster, as the fingers on the keys became heavier. Seemingly melody to pilgrimage music filled the hall, and everyone, in black cloaks, gathered toward the stage. They looked quietly at the man playing the piano. Many of them lifted up their hands to pray. Everyone was holding an inverted black cross. As the pair of hands on the keys moved quicker, the rhythm was filled with indignation. Lu Ziyu could sense that the man's emotions were getting stronger. It was like a volcano that could explode at any time. He had used music to stir up the emotions of everyone, matching perfectly with the atmosphere. I want you to sacrifice your most precious thing in life, your joy and glory. Once again, come to me and enjoy the madness of ruling eternal life. When the music ended, no one applauded. Everyone looked solemn and dignified. Many of them drew the sign of an inverted cross, using the cross that they were holding in their hands as they prayed to the man. When the man walked to the front of the stage, Lu Ziyu saw that he was only a little more than 20 years old. He was slender, handsome, and graceful, and seemed to be a nobleman. We have a few more brothers and sisters today. I hope that we can unite all together. No matter where you are from, or which race you belong to, since you are here, you are one of us. I would like to our new members up to the stage. As Charlie signaled to Lu Ziyu walked up to the stage. There were 3 other people with him, and around 100 people down at the base of the stage. The 4 of them removed their caps, and when everyone saw Lu Ziyu's face, they screamed. Even the youth on stage looked at Lu Ziyu and said, "Oh, perfect. You are born to be in our clan. Perfect. Beautiful. You are without blemish." Lu Ziyu nodded his head slightly, then shifted his gaze to look at the other 3. He recognized 2 of them. One of them was a renowned female singer. She was the most recent number singles artist on the United States Billboard chart. When Lu Ziyu recollected himself, he saw the man on stage saying a prayer and placing inverted cross each around each of their necks. After the initiation rite had ended, he walked away. The rite seemed simple. However, before one could become a member, he must be recommended by an existing member. The clan would then run a check on the person. Those who did not qualify, or who seemed suspicious, would not be accepted into the clan. Logically speaking, Lu Ziyu could not be accepted into the clan. However, the man seemed interested in him. After looking through his particulars, checking on his background, and finding out his problems, he had invited Lu Ziyu to join their clan after all. After the initiation rite, they came to the highlight, the prayer ceremony Lu Ziyu had been looking forward to. They held this ceremony once a month. This was the Vatican clan's secret prayer ceremony, which had attracted so many renowned people, as well as the rich, to join them. According to Charlie Andrews' memory, every time they had this prayer ceremony, their lifespan they would be younger and healthier, and their diseases would be healed. The man who stood before Lu Ziyu was a living example. He was Nicolas Deby, Although he lonely a little more than 20 years old, he was actually nearly 50 years old. He was currently head of the Debai group. All these were possible due to the power of the ceremony. This power must be what Lu Jiyu had sensed earlier. It had shielded itself from his telepathic power. Lu Jiyu had read it in Charlie Andrews' mind. It was the legendary Cain's left hand. After the initiation rite, Nicolas Debaye conducted a series of religious rites. As is customary with the legends and mysterious culture, the people knelt on the floor and chanted the Book of Nod. It was said that this was the vampire's sacred book. Lu Ziyu became impatient, waiting as they were going through the series of rites. There were so many people around, and no one would have noticed if he went missing. He kept looking at the dome. He was certain that something was there, but a special field had prevented him from looking in. As the light rays shone in from the windows above, a hazy light appeared at the very top. Lu Jiu could feel something moving, a strange force spreading out. They were using electricity. Lu Jiu knew that something was at the top, and that the movement had been triggered by electricity. In the middle of the dome was the shadow of a huge, black inverted cross. It was about a few meters long, and it seemed to be mounted in the middle. Following the appearance of the black inverted cross, the angels that were hanging there seemed to have suddenly come to life. Then, they quickly turned into devils. This was a special light effect used to heighten the atmosphere. Lu Jiyu's eyes brightened up as he realized he saw what he had wanted to see. The black inverted cross had been created by man. There was a black palm hiding in the center, and it was emitting golden lights. The palm was bigger than ordinary palms, and Lu Ziyu estimated that it must be around 3 meters tall. As the black inverted cross had been activated, Lu Ziyu could feel a special field spreading out, covering the entire hall. This field consumed all the lights, leaving the entire hall in total darkness. Other than the other 3 members who had just joined the clan, the rest of the people gathered were not at all surprised. They had obviously experienced it before. The field had been emitted by the black palm, which did not belong to any human or carbon-based life. Rather, it was formed by a fine, golden structure which had life within it. The field that it emitted contained a special energy, which not only disrupted Lu Ziyu's detection power, as it affected everyone's magnetic field within their body. It was this rite that would prolong the people's lifespans and heal their diseases. After having lost visibility due to the darkness, Lu Jiyu forced his mental strength to check on the black palm. The power of the black field immediately clashed with his mental strength and was dissipated. Lu Jiyu could now see the inner part of the core, but he was still blocked by the black palm. It had obstructed him from receiving any information. Lu Jiyu finally realized that Cain's left hand was compiled of technology and a higher life. It was unlike the blood race that Lu Jiyu had at first thought of linking it to. He had thought that he would be able to see something supernatural, like the vampire, or perhaps something even more frightening. He had even wondered if those legendary gods existed. He had definitely not expected such an outcome as this. This was as the silicon-based life that Lu Ziyu had thought of before, but had never actually seen. Scientists had thought about it, and there were prophecies regarding it, but now Lu Ziyu had seen it for himself. Vatican clan had researched it, or else they would not now be able to use it. They knew that the energy field could regulate and aid in the growth of the body, and they had used it to heal the body. This was a similar technique to what Lu Ziyu had developed. Lu Ziyu was curious. If research had found this metal-based life, could he create metal-based life as well? Such as a real metal alchemist life. Unlike the eternal life alchemy boat that he had previously created, he had then used plant cells to surround his, but now he could directly use metal. After much observation, Lu Ziyu decided to get a hold of the object in order to research materials so that he could take a better look at it. His interest in Vatican clan grew, and he hoped to be able to have a talk with Nicolas Debaille. He was also interested in the energy field that could shield and influence his mental strength. How could a palm do such a job? As soon as the life field of the palm had been released, it had been dissipated. All the members of the clan screamed, and Nicolas Debaille hurriedly pressed the earpiece onto his ears. He instructed the staff to charge up the inverted cross. Very soon after, the dark energy field had been activated, resuming operation. After the rite had ended, Lu Ziyu could see that the diseases in the people had been healed. Their complexions and muscles became more taut. Wrinkles on the older folks had also smoothed out. The new members found it unbelievable, starting to scream in shock. No one had expected the prayer ceremony to be so powerful. Many of them had seen the black inverted cross, but they did not know the reason for its presence. They could only give credit to Nicolas Debaille for having such a supernatural power. He belonged to the race of the vampires, just like Charlie Andrew. They trusted Nicolas Debaille completely, hoping that one day they could also become one of the blood race via the embrace rite. After the rite had ended, all the members left happily. Many of them went down for a drink, or just to have fun. It would be more appropriate to say that Vatican clan was a prestigious club, with a mysterious tinge of religion, rather than to classify it as being a religious group. The monthly prayer ceremony was more like a mega cosplay. Attendees came more for socializing, rather than to participate in the prayer ceremony. They wanted to widen their circles and influences. When faced with a difficult situation, a phone call to a friend might just settle the problem. Moreover, opportunities might arise out of it. Charlie Andrew finally found Lu Ziyu in the crowd. He said, "Anthony, why are you here? Come with me. Mr. Debaille would like to see you." Lu Ziyu pretended to look shocked and said, "Mr. Debaille? Is he the one who was standing on stage?" Charlie nodded and said, "That's right. Other than the prayer ceremony, very few people get the chance to see him. It will do you good to know him." Lu Ziyu met Nicolas Debaille in one of the offices on the top floor. He had taken care of himself very well. With the help of the special field from the black palm, although he was already past 50 years of age, he could still pass as little over 20 years old. Should this continue, Lu Ziyu believed that he could live up to the age of 130, and even 140. However, no matter how youthful one looked, the body would not function so well as one aged. No matter how healthy one was, he would not outlive the lifespan of man, nor would he have the vitality and energy of a young person. Nicolas Debaille sat on a chair beside the window and said to Lu Ziyu, "Mr. Anthony, please take a seat." Lu Ziyu sat opposite Nicolas, facing the window. He could see the street. This is the tallest building in London, and as one looked down, all the tall buildings appeared small. Men and vehicles looked like ants crawling on the street. When a man possesses wealth, status, and women, he will need to reach even a higher level in order to fulfill his spiritual needs. Is Mr. Anthony happy with the event? Lu Ziyu found Nicholas interesting. He said, "Is that why you have used the palm of silicon-based life to set up Vatican clan?" Nicholas was stunned for a while, then laughed loudly. "You have found out. There's nothing bad about it. I have fun, and everyone has benefited. All of us get what we want. This is a party for the blood race." That was indeed Cain's left hand, a few hundred years ago, when it was being found, was what people called it. It can be called the claws of Satan or the devil's hand. You can call it anything. Cain was indeed the legendary silicon-based life. After Lu Ziyu had finished talking, Nicolas Debaille looked at him curiously and said, "Who are you, Mr. Anthony? Where do you come from?" Are you Mu Tao, Zhang Xing, or Lu Chen? Nicholas had run a background check on Lu Ziyu. According to the information received from his network, as long as a person existed in this world, he would leave behind some traces. However, this man, known as Anthony, had left no traces behind. The identities that he had used were real, but they did not belong to him. Nicholas had, based on his looks, height, and data, run a check on Lu Ziyu, but he could not find anything. This man seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere. Nicholas found Lu Ziyu to be extremely mysterious. He seemed to be related to the mysterious force that Nicholas had shown interest in ever since his youth. Lu Ziyu found Nicholas to be amusing. Nicholas had linked him with the werewolf vampires in the Western world. Instead of explaining, Lu Ziyu imitated Charlie Andrew and said, "Would you like to see a different kind of world?" Nicholas was taken aback. Lu Ziyu smiled mysteriously and flicked his fingers. Immediately, he and Nicholas disappeared together, along with the chairs that they were sitting on, and appeared at the pyramid in Egypt. When Lu Ziyu had toured around the world, he had left behind a tactical deployment circle to the dimensional door. Nicholas seemed to be in a trance. He saw that the world had changed. As he looked at his surroundings, he felt weak. He tried to stand up, but he felt a bit wobbly on his legs. He looked shocked and said, "How can this be? This is an illusion. This must be an illusion, right?" Lu Ziyu said, jokingly, "Is this an illusion?" Nicholas could feel the sun shining on him, his feet on solid ground. He smelled the special air in the open space. He had been to this place 3 years ago. This was the Great Pyramid of Giza. He had even seen the Sphinx. He looked at the view of the surroundings and the familiar vast sky. It's similar to what he remembered. When the tourists were taking pictures, they noticed Lu Ziyu and Nicholas, and started to scream. "Oh no, we have been discovered." Lu Ziyu sat on the chair and flicked his fingers again. Both of them appeared on the top of a mountain. As long as Lu Ziyu had left behind the tactical deployment circle to the dimensional door, he could enter at any time. Their location at present was a mountain in the Serengeti. At the foot of the mountain was a prairie. As the wind blew past, the fresh air made one feel relaxed. Lu Ziyu looked at Nicholas, seeing that he was still in a daze. "Don't you like it? How about this?" They appeared in a blue world. The sky and sea were in a line. As the wind blew, the waters rippled on the surface of the deep sea, flowing toward a faraway place. There was total silence, and it made one feel calm. Both of them were sitting on their chairs, floating on the sea. However, it did not seem like there was water under their feet. They felt as though a solid object was supporting them. At that moment in time, it seemed that there was only the two of them in the entire world. Lu Ziyu stood up and stepped on the surface of the sea. He looked down and saw his own reflection in the water. "The earth is a beautiful place, isn't it, Nicholas Debaye?" Nicholas recovered from his surprise and said excitedly to Lu Ziyu, Who are you? How did you do it?" Lu Ziyu disappeared into thin air, then reappeared behind the sofa chair with Nicholas and said, "This is just a simple transmission technique. Are you curious?" Nicholas stood up excitedly and said, "Of course. I am very curious. I find it unbelievable, and I cannot understand how you managed to do it." Nicholas stood on the surface of the water, realizing immediately that he did not sink. He put his fingers into the water to confirm that it was indeed the sea. He could even see Lu Ziyu's reflection in the water. Both of them were facing each other, as Lu Ziyu said, "This world does not consist solely of mankind. You have already known this, haven't you? You can say that we are astral businessmen. We shuttle between the universe and the dimensional place and trade in the different worlds. A few months ago, our starship crashed onto the moon. We are now looking for a way to repair that starship." Upon hearing this, Nicholas suddenly came to a realization before inquiring of Lu Jiyu. "Recently, the world went into total darkness. Was it caused by you? You are so powerful. How did you do it?" That incident caused an uproar all around the world. Many had attributed it to God switching off the lights. Many scientists and the science fanatics had studied the incident from different angles. This had been a hot topic until now. Needless to say, Nicholas knew of it. Lu Jiyu nodded, not feeling the need to explain any further. At this moment, both of them had returned to the office in the Shard. Lu Jiyu disappeared into thin air, reappearing in front of the bar. After looking around, he took out a bottle of brandy, then appeared back in his seat. He then poured the brandy into 2 glasses. "We are looking for partners. What do you think, Mr. Nicholas Debye? Are you interested?" Although Nicholas was a great fan of the occult, he was no longer a young man. However, he was still adventurous and energetic. He was totally different from the businessman that Lu Jiyu had first thought he was. He was crazy, yet sensible. He asked, "What will I gain from it?" Nicholas had been deluded by Lu Jiyu with his Stargate transfer, anti-gravity technology, gene editing technology, biotechnology warehouse, and the antimatter starship using positron as fuel. Lu Jiyu had quoted a series of highly technological stuff. He had successfully gained the trust of Nicholas Debye, thanks to his supernatural powers and promises. Both of them had come to an agreement that Nicholas would register a new company, ABB Technology Company Limited, which was the abbreviation for Astral Businessman. Nicholas had transferred 2 of the companies under ABE Technology, one of which was Biotechnology Company Limited. Lu Jiyu had requested for the laboratory staff and researchers to be transferred as well. Another was a company in the United States, which dealt with satellite communications. This included a private island that Nicholas had owned in the South Pacific, known as Burn Island. This island was a private property of the Debye family and did not belong to any country. It took its name after Nicholas' great-grandfather. It had been built for many decades and had a small landing field. Yet the area itself was big. Lu Jiyu would build his base there and try to repair and rebuild his starship, after which he would return to his planet. This was what Lu Jiyu had told Nicholas Debye. What he truly wanted, however, was to build a starship, which he did not possess currently, that was able to fly out into the universe. A man's dream, including Lu Jiyu's, was to conquer the starry sky. He hoped that one day he could travel to the sky and widen his horizons. He would like to see the beauty and fantasies of the entire universe. With his own efforts, he would not be able to achieve this goal. He would need money, resources, knowledge, technical staff, and many other things. This would be a big project. Lu Jiyu had thought of this all before. But since he had met Nicholas Debye, he could now tap into Nicholas's resources to realize his dream. Although Lu Jiyu was extremely powerful, his power could not help him realize these things. With Nicholas Debye's help, he would be released of much of the burden and could build his starship more quickly. Nicholas would also get what he wanted. Lu Jiyu had promised to provide him with the evolved plasma, which was the legendary longevity pill. It would be developed by Biological Research Institute, owned by AB Technology. During the initial stage, they would supply the evolved plasma only to the members of Vatican clan. Nicholas Debye would like to make use of this opportunity to influence the whole world, from a high-end social club to an organization that could control the world's economy. Nicholas believed that no man could resist the temptation of immortality. Nicholas and Vatican clan would supply the necessary resources, money, and talents to AB Technology, and AB Technology would provide them with the evolved plasma. They would share part of the space technology, gene editing technology, and life engineering technology to promote and help man in the development of civilization. Although Lu Jiyu had nothing on hand at the moment, since he had already bragged about it, he would think about that problem later. He had to get his hands on the things that he wanted now. As long as Nicolas Debye would supply him with the money and manpower to build his starship, nothing else mattered. When things got out of hand, it would be too late for them to do anything him. At worst, Lu Jiyu would simply have to escape from the Earth in his starship. These ignorant people would not be able to go after him. Lu Jiyu lifted up his glass and said with a smile, "Come, let's cheer our success." Nicolas Debye quickly lifted up his glass and said, "Of course. I am honored that you have chosen me to be your spokesman. I hope that we can continue to work together happily." Lu Ziyu nodded his head in satisfaction. "Of course, I believe we will be the best partners. I will visit you in a week. By then, I hope you will have prepared what we need. Similarly, we will bring the evolved plasma to you, as promised." Nicolas Debye asked, "Can I name to this special evolved plasma?" Lu Ziyu was stunned for a while, and then said, "Of course. Those who inject the evolved plasma will have their lifespans prolonged to more than 1,000 years. Everyone will look beautiful and graceful. They will have strong bodies and great recovery powers. As long as the head is not hurt, they will not die. We will give you some special powers so that you can release special waves to hypnotize, brainwash, and give out commands." Nicolas Debye was extremely excited. "That's great. That is awesome. This is like the blood race that I have imagined. This is the dominating technique that I have thought of. I would like to name the evolved plasma embrace." Lu Ziyu stood up and said, "As you wish, I will see you in a week's time." Before he finished his sentence, Lu Ziyu had disappeared from Nicolas' office. Nicolas was extremely excited and could not sit still. He had never thought that he would come across such a great opportunity through a normal prayer ceremony. It could help him fulfill his wish, and at the same time, provide another great opportunity to the Debyes. "I have met an astral businessman of the real interstellar civilization. I must grab hold of this opportunity." Nicolas Debye did not realize that he was mentally abnormal. He trusted Lu Jiyu completely and had no qualms about what Lu Jiyu had said. Lu Ziyu's actions and words had excited him greatly, and this was also due to the fact that Lu Jiyu had influenced him mentally. "Perfect, beautiful, flawless. I can be a perfect being as well. No, I must play a piece of music. What shall I play? Let's..." Nicolas sat down and found traces of water on the floor. He looked down and saw seawater and mud on the legs of the sofa chair. Lu Ziyu was in a good mood. He had never expected himself to get such a good bargain. He would be getting the remains of a silicon-based life, and had obtained a sponsor for building his starship. He had more than he had expected. Although Lu Jiyu had not received the remains of the silicon-based life, Nicolas would have it delivered to Burn Island. There was no hurry. One more thing. The construction of the Space Exploration Research Base and the development of the starship must be well planned from scratch. In the hall of Wizard Tower, Lu Jiyu looked at the apprentices. They were about the same in number as had gathered the previous year. Some of them had even been recommended by the previous batch of apprentices, which themselves had been the original elites selected by Lu Jiyu himself. Some of them had extraordinary abilities, like Boer and Li Weizi. For this batch, many of them had started with meditation. They had used the meditation methods, which some of the wizards had modified, and those ones taught at Wizard Tower. If he could find one or two apprentices of Uruk's caliber, Lu Jiyu would be happy. Without saying a word, Lu Jiyu hosted the admission ceremony. All the apprentices left the hall of the castle looking happy. Lu Jiyu looked at both sides of the seats. There were 9 students. The first one, sitting in the front row, was Boar. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look Lu Jiyu in the eyes. The atmosphere was intimidating. Lights were glittering in the castle, and no one dared say a word. Boar was the first to stand up. After taking a deep breath, he bowed to Lu Jiyu. Teacher, Li Weizi had come to me previously. It is my fault that I was unable to stop him. How many have died, Boar? Boar dared not look at Lu Jiyu. He said, Li Weizi, Henry, Agra, Delis, Blair. Lu Jiyu was familiar with the list of people that Boar had named. Li Weizi and Henry were the first batch of trainers who had been appointed by Lu Jiyu. Other than Boar, Li Weizi was one of the most talented wizards. Li Weizi was creative, and also was the next to break through to level 3 wizard. Besides this, the entire Light Clan and other countries have started to suppress us. Even the orcs do not welcome us. The saints of Light Clan had ordained the first generation of priests, and they possess extraordinary ability. They have been searching out and capturing our people. We can only hide ourselves from them. There are not many priests, and unless the saints are here, they will not pose a threat to us. However, Li Weizi's behavior had caused us to be ostracized by the people. Be it the nobles or ordinary people, none of them welcome us. Boar was about to continue, when Lu Jiyu shook his head and said, Boar, sit down. I have nothing to say about it. It is fair that Li Wei has died. Man has to take responsibility for the silly things that he has done. The price is too dear for Li Weizi, and he can only repay it with his life. I know that there are people who agree with Li Weizi and Henry. However, I hope that all of you will think before you act. You must ask yourself if you are prepared to pay the price. As compared to Li Weizi, Lu Jiyu favored Boar more. Li Weizi was too somber, materialistic, and overly anxious for success. Although Lu Jiyu did not think that Li Weizi was wrong, he did not like it. As for Boar, he was similar to Lu Jiyu in terms of his character and many other aspects. He was meticulous, optimistic, objective, and systematic in his work. He was patient and had planned well for his life. However, he was not a risk-taker like Lu Jiyu, and he abided strictly by the rules. He dared not challenge conventional ideas. Lu Jiyu looked at his 9 students in white wizard robes. They were the first batch of trainers in the tower. Lu Jiyu nodded and said, From tomorrow onward, you will be conducting the trainings. Other than the highest level in Wizard Tower, which needs to be authorized, you can have free access to all levels. Boar will be in charge of the laboratories in levels 10 and 11. When I am not around, he will be acting on my behalf. Wendy and Wafter will be in charge of the botanical garden in level 9. You will also be the trainers for phytology and teach the apprentices how to use their mental strengths. Uruk will be in charge of the beast prison in level 8. A cat will teach alchemy. After assigning the tasks, Lu Jiyu got ready to leave. Boar asked, Teacher, are you not staying in the tower? Lu Jiyu usually visited the tower a few times a month. Boar and the rest were used to this routine. He nodded to Boar and said, The few of you will be in charge of the tower from now on. I will visit you more frequently. Wendy stood up and asked, Teacher, where are you planning to go? Lu Jiyu thought for a while and said, I will be going to the astral, outside Maria's world. Other than this world, there is a huge astral. It is a plane full of stars. Maria's world is a small, insignificant world. Lu Jiyu looked at his students and said, One day, when you reach level 7 and become mythical wizards, then I will bring you to the astral. Level 7 is the beginning of the wizard's journeys. It is only then that you will be able to survive in the astral. What Lu Jiyu had said had caused his students to talk excitedly among themselves. To them, Maria's world was huge beyond their imaginations. There were the lands and the deep sea that they had not yet explored. They would need to use their entire lifetimes to explore the world. There were also many secrets that they would like to explore and seek out. They had never thought of other planes and the astral besides Maria's world. They had never even heard of them. Maria's world was everything to them. Wendy opened her mouth wide and said, "Astral? Plane? Does that mean that the world that we are in is insignificant?" Bohr found it amazing and unbelievable as well. What kind of world had his teacher seen? As compared to him, Bohr felt like a frog in the well. What he and the others was only a small part of the world. Lu Ziyu had humbled everyone with what he had said. They started to hold the world in awe. Bohr could barely wait to travel to the plains and see a different world. He wanted to see these amazing things that his teacher had mentioned. Lu Ziyu stood up and put on his blue and white checkered robe. The fire in the fireplace was burning fiercely. He stood before the flames and said, "Bohr, I will leave Wizard Tower under your care. I hope you will be different from Li Weizi. Bring the true light to the world." Having said that, Lu Jiyu disappeared before the fireplace. Bohr bowed and said, "Teacher Anthony, please believe me. I will definitely let you see a different world and a different Wizard Tower." Bohr stood up and stood before the long table. His eyes were filled with hope and enthusiasm. Bohr took over the duties of taking care of the tower from Lu Jiyu. As he had been practicing medicine and compiling medical books for a number of years, he was already familiar with the structure of the human body and the mysteries inside the body. When he was in his hometown, Bohr had completed his elementary studies in medicine within a few years. Many professional doctors arose from the Duchy of Gracchus. There were even large clinics in the area. The Palermo medical coding, written by Bohr, had been accepted by the doctors as being likened to the Bible of medicine. Within 5 years, the information therein had spread throughout the entire human world. Even the orcs had heard Bohr Palermo's name. Bohr Palermo had also been known as the founder of medicine. He had been traveling to the different countries in order to practice medicine and promote healing. Other than training medical students and setting up clinics, Bohr seldom appeared in public. Beyond this, he was quite secretive with his whereabouts. Many had thought that Bohr was busy promoting medicine or writing his book, but no one had suspected that he was an evil wizard who had gone to the Wizard Tower and become a trainer for the wizards. These years, Bohr had developed many ways to alter the body. He had improvised the plant's illustration handbook as well. What he wanted most was to collect the characteristics of the plants in Maria's world and change the illustration handbook completely. This could not be easily done by just 1 or 2 generations. Rather, it required a lot of people to work on it continuously. When the plant's illustration handbook had been improvised, Bohr broke down the items on alchemy further and expanded on the study of pharmacy. Bohr had invented a large amount of medicine that was practical, much of which could be used on the wizards. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Bohr gathered all the wizards and his ex-classmates and proceeded with the development of his second big project. He wanted to collect the illustrated handbook of the animals in Maria's world, including those magic beasts which were to be listed out separately. This was the most important task of all. In the 16th year of the San calendar, an extraordinary power existed in Maria's world. It had been a few decades ago, 50 years ago in fact, when the descendants of Sakun appeared in large quantities on the surface of the sea. These were extraordinary sea beasts, which, as they grew and mutated, gradually turned into sea monsters. The Sahagins, dragon races, and the different types of monsters that Lu Ziyu had created had gradually appeared in the human world and in the lands these few years. Specifically, they had appeared in the eastern prairie, the swamps of Maria Kingdom, deserts, and many other places. These monsters crossbred with other species, most of them producing deformed offspring. Some were ordinary wild beasts, but a new monster race continued to be born from it as well. These extraordinary monsters started to move around and had been discovered by mankind. Men called them monsters, which meant that they were wild beasts that had the power of the devil. They were vicious and powerful, and were notorious among mankind. As they had only started to multiply in the past 10 years, only a small number of them had appeared before men. Although they had affected the people's lives, they did not create trouble. The dragon rajas, which Lu Ziyu had bred, had turned into youth. They were the intelligent race. They knew the dragon language, and were able to use special witchcraft that belonged only to the dragon rajas. As they grew, their extraordinary powers would slowly be awakened, and they would become more powerful. Those that were below 5 years old were known as whelps. Those 5 to 15 years old were known as fledglings. Those who were over 15 years old and about to enter into their youth could only fight with their breath and claws. To the ordinary men and wild beasts, they were powerful. However, to the wizards, priests, and monsters, they were weak. After they were past their youth, the extraordinary powers of the dragon rajas would be awakened. As they became even older, they would be more powerful and formidable. It would be then that they would display their dragon characteristics. They were now hiding in the remote mountains, oceans, and deserts, training their claws. When they had matured and possessed the different extraordinary powers, this group of sensitive people, including the wizards, would sense a drastic change in the world. Boer was starting to feel the change, which was why he had started to create the Animals Illustration Handbook, the most important of which was the Monsters Illustration Handbook. He started to research on the source of the monster's extraordinary power, and during the process, he researched more into the animal cells and human cells. Boer had hoped to develop a power system that belonged to the wizards from the research. The Wizard Tower and the Beast Prison, or it should be more appropriate to call it the Beast Circle, or base for breeding the young. When Lu Ziyu built this prison, it was not meant for locking up the monsters. He had meant to use it to breed and observe the monsters. Most of them were young or impregnated beasts. He observed their growth and corresponding extraordinary powers within the prison. After they had grown up, they would be released into the dark woods. Sometimes, Lu Ziyu would capture special beasts or new monsters, locking them up in the prison if they were destructive. When Lu Ziyu built the beast prison, he had built different beast circles for the different types of monsters. He had designed it specifically to ensure that they would not be able to escape from the prison. The beast prison had not been of much use to Lu Ziyu in the later stages. Those monsters that had been locked up were low-level monsters. He had let the students in the Wizard Tower in order to identify the different species and to study the extraordinary powers of the monsters. Boer knelt beside the prison of a small monster, writing on the sheep scroll with his quill. Mountain Rift Beast, extraordinary power, break down rocks, pedigree of monster, PP Demon, extraordinary power, control the skin color and visibility. Uruk stood beside him, bored. Bed. Boer, you come here daily, and whenever you are here, you spend the whole day watching them. I don't think you can find out anything. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to mix the blood of the monsters? Have we not tested this before? It is useless. Those few apes have all died. Boer shook his head and said, I have a new discovery. The abilities of the monsters were not as what we had first perceived. They were not stimulated from the blood, but from their organs. Every monster has its own special casting organ. Bor looked at Uruk and said, "If we can discover their secrets, we will be able to merge their strengths and control their extraordinary powers. We will then be able to develop a new field of witchcraft." Uruk was stunned for a while, then asked, "Do you think this is possible?" Bor nodded and said, "I have a theory, but I have to try it out." "What do you think I have been doing for the whole day, while watching them? I have decided to name this witchcraft the blood witchcraft. This witchcraft has been developed from the body transformation technique created by Teacher. This body transformation technique was indeed all-powerful. We can derive multiple witchcrafts from it. Should Bor be able to develop the blood witchcraft, they would then reach the level of extraordinary power, placing them on the same level as priests and monsters, and giving them the ability to release their witchcraft any media. This power would be truly extraordinary. Bor had not known that his discovery would cause the first division among the wizards. Previously, the wizards had released substandard witchcraft. However, when the blood witchcraft had been developed, a large batch of real blood wizards would be formed. In the 17th year of the Sand Calendar, when Bor Kalermo was compiling the illustration handbooks for the animals and monsters, he found the secret as to how the monsters released their extraordinary powers. From then on, he started to study about transplanting the blood of the monsters. By autumn, he had carried out many tests on transplanting the organs of the monsters in Wizard Tower. However, the rate of success was extremely low. The death rate was more than 50%, and even when then there were no deaths, the organs that had been formed by deified cells countercharged, turning one into a terrifying creature. In the 18th year of the Sand Calendar, Bor went to the Batko Empire, a desert kingdom, together with Wafter and Uruk. They had captured a strange creature that had devoured the people of many villages. It was known as the double-headed magic eagle. Its body was strong, and its wings were as hard as steel. Ordinary arrows and even witchcraft were not able to hurt it. Its claws could even leave deep marks on steel. As long as the villagers saw the double-headed magic eagle flying within the borders of the Batko Empire, they were panic-stricken. And the being was not only notorious in the Batko Empire, as all the neighboring countries knew of its existence too. Although the double-headed magic eagle was not as powerful and destructive as the monsters, its cannibalistic characteristic was more horrifying than many other powerful creatures. Moreover, it could fly, so this made it extremely difficult to capture. This had been a great problem for the Batko Empire. They had sent the Blood Knights a number of times to capture it, but they always failed to track it down. A wizard who was living in the nearby village had told Bor about it. After understanding its characteristics and abilities, he set forth to the Batko Empire with Wafter and Uruk. What caught Bor's interest was the double-headed magic eagle's ability to regenerate. He believed that this ability could increase the success rate of transplanting the organs of the monsters. Bor had also found that, when transplanting the organs, if the recipient was calm and did not show much resistance, the success rate would be higher. It was similar to the state of meditation. Bor felt that, if the recipient was meditating when receiving the transplant, the success rate would be higher. Bor had chosen the double-headed magic eagle as the first to transplant its spell-casting organ due to its strong body. It was highly ranked among the monsters. Moreover, it could fly, and its extraordinary power was to regenerate its cells. Its heart was its spell-casting organ, and it contained a large amount of energy. When it got hurt, it could regenerate its cells. As long as its heart and brain were not damaged, it would not die. Previously, a small troop of highly ranked blood knights from the Batco Empire had tried to trap the double-headed magic eagle. It had been pierced by the ballista, burned in the fire, shot with poisoned arrows, and still, it did not die. Although it had been badly injured, it had killed the troop of blood knights before escaping. It took revenge, killing the people of a few villages at the border of the Batco Empire. Its strong living power was astounding. Bor, Uruk, and Wafter tracked the double-headed magic eagle's nest using witchcraft. They set up a trap and injured it seriously, but it still escaped. The three of them flew and pursued it, using their mental strength. Although the speed of a low-ranked was slow, they had no problem in pursuing and fighting. Finally, they caught up with the double-headed magic eagle and captured it. Bor broke its wings. The double-headed magic eagle was exhausted, and they brought it back to Wizard Tower. They prepared themselves to transplant its spellcasting organ. Previously, they had used animals to test it out, but this time around, Bor would be testing it on himself, a wizard, a human being. Although some of the trainers had to persuade Bor to choose a man or apprentice for the test, Bor refused. He insisted on being the first guinea pig. "Are you ready?" Uruk was Bor's good friend. Other than Bor, he had been deeply involved in the research on body transformation technique. Naturally, he would be the one to perform the operation, transplanting the spellcasting organ. Bor laid on the bench and looked at Uruk and the few trainers. Although some of them did not agree with Bor so far, he had been fair to everyone, so they respected him and his wishes. Catherine looked worried and said to Bor, "Bor, why don't we wait for Teacher Anthony? It is too dangerous for you to do this." Bor shook his head and said, "It is all right. I have done many tests. Moreover, Uruk will be the one to operate on me, so I have no worries. Let's start, Uruk. We have run through the steps. Everything will be fine. I trust you." Uruk removed Bor's heart, then placed the heart of the double-headed magic eagle into Bor's body. When Uruk had completed the transplant and was about to sew up the wound, Bor's body began to shiver violently. It seemed to be under tremendous stress. Everyone could feel Bor's mental strength surging crazily. "What is happening?" Uruk dropped his scalpel on the floor at a loss. This was unexpected. Wafter was the first to recollect himself. He looked back and shouted, "Have we failed? Quick, proceed with our backup plan. We must save Bor." The few trainers quickly prepared themselves. Catherine took a deep breath and said, "That's right. As long as Bor is alive, Teacher Anthony will be able to save him." The wound on Bor's chest started to heal by itself. Very soon after, a large amount of feathers started to appear on his body. A great transformation took place, and Bor started to look half human and half eagle. Bor stood up and his clothes tore apart. His palms and feet had turned into sharp claws. The feathers on his arms kept growing, then turned into a pair of wings. With a howl, Bor broke through the wooden door and flew away from the window in the hall. All the wizards in Wizard Tower were flustered. They ran out and saw Bor's half-human and half-eagle look. He circled around Wizard Tower and flew up into the sky of the dark forest. After a long while, he flew back to the laboratory of Wizard Tower. All of them crowded around him and asked, "Bor, how do you feel?" The feathers on Bor's body were black in color, and his palms and legs were covered with scales. There were long hooks on the sharp claws of his toes. When he walked, he left long scratches on the floor. He had turned into a horrifying creature that was half human and half eagle. The moment Bor sat on the long chair, the feathers on his body shrank, allowing him to then take back the form of a man. Bor's clothes had been torn apart, and he was naked. A few female trainers blushed upon seeing it. Uruk immediately took the bedsheet and wrapped it around Bor, who now seemed extremely tired as he lay on the long chair. It took him quite a while to recover. He held the bedsheet and stood up. As he stood on the floor, the scales on his legs disappeared, and he got back his human feet. The feathers and scales on his cheeks had disappeared, and he became normal. When Uruk saw Bor's current look, he was excited and said, "Bor, have we succeeded?" Bor nodded and said, "That's right, we have succeeded. I have the heart, the double-headed magic eagle. I can now understand. The monsters have inherited a special blood, just like us. However, they are more powerful and have extraordinary power. The cellular structure of their spellcasting organs is similar to the deified cells of level 4 wizards that teacher has mentioned. The cells control the mental strength and possess special properties of the mental strength. In the process of transplanting the spellcasting organs, we are transplanting the mental strength as well. It's no wonder that, when one starts to resist, the operation will be a failure." Bor said excitedly, "I feel that the blood of the double-headed magic eagle is compatible to mine. Its ability is to control the cells and regenerate them. I have a strong recovery power and can transform myself into the magic eagle. I also have strong combat power now. When a wizard had the ability and body of the magic eagle, coupled with his mental strength and witchcraft, it would turn the world upside down. The extraordinary power would different effects on the monsters and wizards." A cat looked at Bor and said, "Not only this, but the ability to regenerate will have a strong impact on the body transformation technique too. Previously, we did not dare try the transformation technique as the success rate was extremely low. Now we can use it on ourselves. This is very powerful to you, as you are specialized in body transformation technique." Moreover, a cat was about to continue, when he saw the looks on Bor's and Uruk's faces. "Forget it. Both of you have already known this. When you decided to transplant the blood of the double-headed magic eagle, you must have already thought of that. I have been talking too much." Bor laughed and said, "We have succeeded this time, but there are still a lot of problems. I cannot be taking the form of the magic eagle for long. I might not be able to change back. We have to research more into it and increase the success rate of transplanting spellcasting organs. If we have more knowledge on the various methods of transplanting the spellcasting organs, that will increase our power." Bor looked at all the trainers and said, "In the future, not only me, but all of you can try transplanting the different spellcasting organs. You can have extraordinary powers too." After seeing that Bor had succeeded, all the wizards had the wish of possessing extraordinary powers. Although some of the witchcrafts were more powerful than extraordinary powers, they had to be performed through a media, and were not as convenient. The extraordinary power could be released anytime, and no media was required. It would be a great breakthrough for self-protection and for handling different crises. The power of the wizards would be greatly enhanced as well. Uruk said with much excitement, "Bor has said before, this type of witchcraft is known as blood witchcraft. The wizard who has received the transplant will be known as Blood Wizard. Congratulations, Bor. As what Teacher Anthony has said, you have developed a path that belongs to the wizard's out-of-the-body transformation technique." Bor was extremely happy, but he immediately said, "Teacher Anthony's realm is beyond us. I have only started my journey as a wizard. I am just touching the tip of the iceberg." In the 18th year of the San calendar, Bor Kilermo created the line of Blood Wizard, the most orthodox line of wizards in Maria's world. These wizards specialized in researching the abilities of monsters, breeding them, and cultivating the offspring of the different monsters. The wizards crossbred them, and even merged them together, then transplanted their extraordinary organs into their bodies. The wizards developed different extraordinary powers. And even those in the lower levels possessed some basic extraordinary powers. They no longer have to depend on the media to release their extraordinary powers. Teacher Anthony, who was the most respected in Wizard Tower, was in the outer realm of Maria's world. He was in the astral, circling and exploring the outer part of Maria's world in the form of a dream. As Lu Jiyu had said, he would like to go out to the astral. After he had built the Kryn space, there was 1.5 planes. One was Maria's world, and the other half was the dimensional castle that was hanging onto Maria's world. The astral in the Kryn space was empty, with only darkness and nothing in it. Lu Ziyu could only check on the situations in Maria's world using his mental strength. The condition in the astral was extremely harsh for living things, including deified beings. One would gradually die in such a world without matter and resources. The dream control that Lu Ziyu had used could absorb light. Based on the light, the deified cells could tap into its energy. In the astral, there was no light, energy, or matter. The deified cells would gradually die. Previously, Sakin had to feed on food to enable its deified cells to mutate. Without food, it would have starved to death. During this period, other than carrying out tests in the dimensional castle, Lu Jiyu would checking on the outer part of Maria's world. From the exterior, the entire Maria's world looked like a duck's egg that had been surrounded by a thick layer of bitwall. The bitwall was not formed by any matter. Rather, when Lu Ziyu created Maria's world, a dimensional wall had formed naturally on its outer portion. The layers of dimensional folds would allow one to enter, never to leave. The sun, moon, and stars in Maria's world hid within the dimensional folds. They traveled around the orbits that were created by Lu Jiyu and would rise and set. The 4 seasons would rotate, and the tides would come and go. These formed the basis of Maria's world. Lu Jiyu had been curious about the bitwall, but had no idea how it first came about till now. From the back of Maria's world, Lu Jiyu entered the dimensional door and went to the top of Maria's world. He could see a source of light coming out from the top. The light brightened up Maria's world, and even passed through the multiple dimensional folds to the outer part of the world. Lu Jiyu could feel the warmth coming from it. This was the sun in Maria's world. It was noon, and the sun had rotated on the orbit accordingly. From the exterior of the world, it looked beautiful. For 2 years, other than shuttling around in Maria's world, Lu Jiyu had been trying to create his divine kingdom in the bitwall. Every life had its own awareness and fusion source, which would transform into mental strength. It could originate from a simple level of awareness, after which it would then be influenced by reality and projected out. When the awareness became stronger and complete, it would enter level 7 mythical wizard and become a soul. The ordinary lives in Maria's world possessed their own awarenesses. After they died, they would automatically be assimilated by the map of the universe, thus filling up the hourglass. They would then become the source form of the map of the universe. When some of the powerful wizards, priests, and deities passed away, as their awarenesses were way beyond ordinary people, they would still linger around in Maria's world and maintain a special form. Without a body, the awareness was without memory, and thus could not hold any information. It would just wander about, which would create problems in Maria's world. Lu Ziyu was thinking of a way to solve the problem and make good use of them. His plan was to create a divine kingdom in hell. The first step would be to create the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom that Lu Ziyu was referring to was the dream world, which had been formed by the dream element. It would only house his disciples and deities. As the awareness of this group of people synchronized with the dream world, they could naturally merge into it. Should other awareness enter into the dream world, The number would be too huge for Lu Ziyu to handle, which would destroy the dream world. Lu Ziyu would like to build the first dream world, the divine kingdom. He would house other types of awareness and souls in hell, since that could accommodate a large quantity. After Lu Ziyu had gained experience in creating the dream world, he would proceed to create hell. According to his imagination, the divine kingdom would be hanging in the sky. It would be glittering like the stars in the sky, allowing everyone to see its greatness. The scales of Lu Ziyu's mental strength were around 8,000. With these scales, he could create a world close to the real dream world, about the size of a city. As compared to the small villages he had created, its quality would be better. However, to create a huge divine kingdom was unimaginable. Lu Ziyu thought of an orderly and progressive approach. The insect nest Gaia 1.0 had the ability to create a new generation of ant people. It had a sub-brain and could assist Lu in completing much of the construction work and plans. Lu Ziyu planned to merge Gaia into his dream element and then transform it into a medium to form his dream world. It would be the prototype of his divine kingdom. This was the first step. After he had decided on the place's location and coordinates, he returned to the dimensional castle. A large amount of the second generation of the ant people were busy working, completely ignorant of the fact that they would be eliminated once Gaia 2.0 projected was completed. The height of the current Gaia was about 20 meters tall. As the light shone on it, the silver sphere emitted bright rays. Lu Ziyu had transformed it into a special life form that belonged to the dream controller, his second life form. Lu Ziyu had added the bio-nuclear energy machine, left behind by the queen insect, Sunika, onto Gaia. It had a functional portion of the aircraft and satellite. It could float in the sky and spy on the people. Lu Ziyu had preserved the ability of the insect nest. He had intended to use it in the later stage in order to preserve ability, or to create powerful angels. In the core of Gaia was a sub-brain, formed by the dream element. It controlled Gaia 2.0 and would be the prototype for Lu Ziyu's divine kingdom. Lu Ziyu had used up much of the dream elements to create the deified sub-brain. However, he believed that this was a low investment. He would have good returns in the later stage. It is about time to start. This is the moment after 2 years of preparation. Lu Ziyu activated Gaia's deified sapient sub-brain. He could feel its form and information flowing together with his thoughts. The entire silver sphere started to float. The bio-nuclear energy machine within it started to activate. The second version of the insect nest started to show part of the scene. When the insects were powerful, it had a tinge of Ziyu's character. Gaia was about 6 to 7 levels tall. Lu Ziyu activated the dimensional door, sending it to the sky of Maria's world. It went into the bit wall. The stars were glittering in the night. Lu Ziyu passed through multiple levels of dimensional folds and finally, he landed on a mysterious place. Stars were hidden in the dimensional folds. They were visible, but it would be difficult to touch them. It was tough to break through the bit wall. Even if one managed to enter, one would not be able to find his way in the dimensional folds. There were no normal routes that would lead one in a straight line. One might think that he was moving toward a direction, only to find out later that he was moving further away from it. Together with Gaia, Lu Ziyu appeared on the brightest star and landed on the moon. The sun had passed through the bit wall and set down at the bottom of Maria's world. Part of its rays refracted on the moon and emitted silvery white rays. Lu Ziyu stood on the moon, which was the most desolate star that had nothing in it. However, among the stars, it was the biggest. It had controlled the tides and influenced the 4 seasons in Maria's world. Thus, it played an important role in getting Maria's world to operate in an orderly manner. The surface of the moon was vast. It was comparable to the moon in the real world. Lu Ziyu walked far out, around the moon, with the huge Gaia sphere floating on top of him. After a long while, finally found a spot. This is the place. Lu Ziyu controlled Gaia, landing it on the moon of Maria's world. Its shape immediately changed. Like an auger machine, it drilled itself into the moon. Lu Ziyu looked happy. Great, I have completed the first step. According to his plan, after Gaia's deified subbrain had absorbed a large amount of awareness from the clergies, who had the divines in them, it would gradually strengthen. Its body would be deified and become the second life form of the dream controller, after which it would start to devour the moon in Maria's world and continue to grow. Ultimately, it replaced the moon and become the silver moon of Maria's world. It would transform itself into the form of a divine kingdom. After placing Gaia on the moon, the last step would be to activate the subbrain to form the dream world. When the dream world had been fixed and had formed the prototype of the divine kingdom, it would accept the awareness of the clergies into the divine kingdom. In the later stage, a divine system would form around it. The clergies would even be able to tap into its power. Activate. Lu Ziyu immediately saw Gaia being lit up. The power from the dream element and Lu Ziyu's awareness and body spread out. His body turned into dream elements and entered into Gaia. In order to lead and construct the dream world, the rays of the sun covered the entire world. The sunshine was gentle and warm, and clouds were hanging around it. A huge divine palace appeared in the sky, with clouds surrounding that as well. It all looked mysterious and magical. Martin had been dead for a long time. He had lost his memory, but he did not forget to show reverence to the gods. He had a longing to enter into the divine kingdom. Under the guidance of a light, he floated toward the divine kingdom. Martin's awareness was scattered and out of form. After entering the divine kingdom, he took back his form and his looks. He wore a white robe and became a saint. He stepped on the clouds and saw the divine kingdom that he had been longing for. As the holy music sounded, he felt calm and peaceful. He had no troubles or sorrows. In fact, there were no sorrows, sufferings, tears, and even death in this place at all. As Martin moved up the clouds, he reached the palace of God. A beautiful divine palace appeared before his eyes. The fountain of life was in the square, which was made with flawless cloud slabs flooring. Angels with wings were laughing, having fun among the clouds. The handrails of the aisle were made of pure gold. There were beautiful paintings and holy prints all around. The river under the bridge was flowing with sweet milk. On one side of the clouds, many exotic animals were running about. The legendary Pegasus, unicorn, and other animals could be seen. In the center of the divine palace was the legendary holy tree, which was shining brightly. The rooftop was too tall to be seen, and the ground was filled with golden slabs. Gems were hanging at the top, exuding gentle rays of colorful light. As Martin walked up the stairs, he reached the peak, then entered into the inner hall of the divine palace. It was huge, making Martin felt like an ant in comparison. There was a heavy, silvery door, engraved with holy pictures. It was about 100 meters tall. After passing through the door, Martin saw a god on the divine seat floating in the air. The archangels and the angels that had been recorded in the scripture of light were standing in 2 rows to welcome him. Although Martin had lost his memory, he was filled with a strong sense of satisfaction. He knelt down, feeling blessed. He had entered into the divine kingdom and become one of them. Following closely behind Martin was another person. He was pious and moving toward the divine kingdom in a prostrate position. Lu Ziyu could feel the majesty of divine kingdom. Although it was not big, the basic structures were present. He would continue to improve it in order to turn it into a real divine kingdom. The controlling force of the divine kingdom would be Gaia's subbrain. It would be Lu Zhiyu's avatar. However, it only tests some basic programming without intelligence. After Lu Zhiyu had fixed the framework, structure, and directions, he would then hand it all over to Gaia's subbrain, entrusting it to then manage the kingdom. It would be competent enough to do the job. After the divine kingdom had been formed, it had received the awareness of 3 disciples. Other than Martin, who had died at the hands of Li Weizi, there were 2 other priests who had died recently. One of them had died in a conspiracy of the wizards and nobles, and the other had died in a battle with the monster. The 3 disciples had the divine seeds in them, and their awarenesses had entered into the divine kingdom. The strength of the divine kingdom immediately went up by 1/10, and the scales increased to around 30. The small, divine kingdom was beginning to expand. Good. This will do, I will let it develop by itself. Lu Zhiyu was looking down from the sky of the divine kingdom. He had quietly appeared among the clouds, watching the 3 disciples entering into the divine kingdom and becoming part of it. Awareness alone had no memories and identity. When it entered into the divine kingdom, it would become part of it. It would not live forever. As time passed, and the divine kingdom disappeared, it would need to agglomerate its soul in order to stay in the divine kingdom. When the awareness had a complete structure and power, it could even remember who he was, as well as memories from his previous life. Every disciple was important to Lu Zhiyu. They not only could strengthen and expand the divine kingdom, they could also help to manage it and assist Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu was extremely pleased with the establishment of the divine kingdom. His goal had been achieved. It would play an important role in increasing his influence, and specifically, it would hasten his power. When the divine system became more complete, and the number of priests with the divine seeds increased, his objective would be met more quickly. The moon rose and set in the bit wall. After Lu Zhiyu had finished his job, it was past midnight. The moon in Maria's word ran on its track and set down into the earth. There were 2 main stars, the sun and moon. They were circling around Maria's world in the bit wall. The rest of the stars ran on their own tracks in the bit wall. Lu Zhiyu opened the dimensional door and disappeared from the bit wall. Many people who were looking at the moon felt that some changes had taken place. They now noticed that the moon looked dimly lit. In the northern part of Alan continent lived the orcs. From the plains of Red River toward the north, one could hardly find any trails of man. After 1,000 years of development, the orcs had changed tremendously. From a tribe, they had evolved into a civilized world and had reached the era of feudalism. As compared to mankind, they developed at a remarkable speed. They knew about civilization much earlier than man. When they became a state, man was still ignorant about civilization. However, the situation had changed completely. As compared to man, the orcs were a large population with many races. There was no sense of identity and belonging among the orcs. Even after 1,000 years, most of them were still living in tribes. Man's civilization and culture had been progressing, but the orcs were still fighting and killing one another in the northern region. Ever since the orcs ended the city-state era ruled by the king and entered into feudalism, they went through the Sofok Empire, the Chero Empire, and the Salvig Empire. However, these empires took over only part of the land of the orcs. They had not united the orcs. Hence, most of the areas were still backwards and primitive. More than 10 years ago, after the fall of the Salvig Empire, there was chaos and division among the orcs. As man continued to develop, they had occupied 75% of the Alan continent, whereas the orcs continued to live in the cold northern part. A few hundred years ago, the orcs could still fight and contend with the human race. However, should there be a fight now, man would definitely win, as the orcs had never even stepped past the plains of Red River. If the northern part of Alan continent had not been desolate and cold, and there was no civil war in the human race, the orcs would not be able to lead a peaceful life. Moreover, there had been recent fights among the Light Clan and the Monarchs. With the continuous wars, massacres, merging of the tribes, and the establishment of cities, the orcs had started to live in harmony with the different races. They gave birth to mixed blood, half-orcs, and it was difficult to tell which race they belonged to. With the war that had stretched out to last 1,000 years, coupled with struggles among the tribes, fights among the states and massacres among the races, the orcs that had fallen apart started to unite themselves together and to make peace with one another. No one had expected the orcs, who were going downhill, to move toward a great change. They had the desire to change, and it required only a little spark to set the fire going. Lu Ziyu stood before the ruins. Stones, walls, and pillars were scattered around. The past glory was gone. All that was left behind were ruins. 1,000 years ago, this place used to be the royal city of the orcs, Saga City. It used to be bustling with activities and was the thriving cultural center. The Bronze Civilization, the Iron Age era, started in Saga City. It was the center of trading, and the ancestors of the orcs had left their traces behind. They had led the orcs out of the primitive era, leaving a legend behind them. They had become heroes of their own mythical epic. The orc kings had died by now, bringing along with them the city and its glory. The city that had been built over the span of 200 years had now been reduced to ruins. One could only read about the magnificent city in books, or hear from the orcs about its majesty. 1,000 years was a long time to an ordinary person. In fact, it was like infinity. Lu Ziyu walked past the ruins of Saga City. It was a late winter and extremely cold in the northern region. Even the air that had been breathed out turned into frost. Saga City was within the borders of the Kingdom of Menkor. It was part of the Salvig Empire, built by the Grand Duke Menkor. It belonged to the territory of the Leopard people. There were many races who looked up to the Leopard people in the kingdom. This region had become the accommodation quarters of the Cat people and the Dog people. Hence, many of their tribes were nearby. Ayers Mountain was also not far from here. The largest city was at the foot of Ayers Mountain. It borrowed its name from Ayers Mountain and was known as Ayer City. This province was directly under the rule of the royals of the Kingdom of Menkor. They had sent a consul to oversee the city. As compared to the Kingdom of Orcs, this place was different. It and peaceful. Lu Ziyu put on a black cloak and carried a big piece of luggage with him. He followed a group of merchants to Ayer City. As they were approaching the main street and were at a T-junction, he alighted from the carriage and left the merchants. The merchants had set forth from the human world, the Crete Empire to be exact, and had gone over the plains of Red River. They would be passing through the valleys of Ayers Mountain, then traveling to the trading center of the Kingdom of Menkor. They had obtained their permits from the royals of the Kingdom of Menkor. These were, in fact, the noble merchants of the Crete Empire and could, therefore, move around freely in the Kingdom of Menkor. Every year, they would send large amounts of tributes and goods from the Crete Empire to the royals of Menkor. They were well received by the Kingdom of Orcs. In fact, the pottery, paper, herbs, tea leaves, sweets, and other artworks were the best-selling items in the Kingdom of Orcs. The gemstones, jewelries, gold, and spices of the orcs were hard currencies in the Crete Empire. Thus, one trip alone could bring much wealth to the merchants. These merchants not only did their normal trading while visiting, but they also brought in goods strictly prohibited by the Crete Empire. These contraband goods included armaments, armor, weapons, crossbows, books, horses, camels, and beasts. Due to their nature, these transactions had been carried out privately, and the stakes were high. The nobles and merchants would stop at nothing, as long as it was profitable. Lu Ziyu joined the merchants as a doctor. He hitched a ride from them and set forth to Ayr City. He had been staying in the Dimensional Castle and Wizard Tower all year round. Although he had been observing the developments in the human world and the orcs from the outside world, it was different from being there to actually find out things for himself. In fact, Lu Ziyu felt bored, so he had decided to get out and have a closer look. He would find a spot in the city to settle down for a period of time. In any case, he could carry out his experiment anywhere, and at the same time, be able to better understand the situation of the orcs. The weather was cold. The stationed guards in Ayr City were hiding behind the door due to the frigid wind. They shivered and stomped about as the wind blew onto their faces. There was not much traffic at the city gate. The people queued up as the soldiers impatiently checked on them. Lu Ziyu got in line behind the people, carrying his luggage. Many of them standing in the queue were the cat people and dog people. They had their iconic ethnicity literally on them. They either had fine furs on their faces or possessed noses that looked vastly different from man. The dressing style of the orcs was also quite different from man. Their attire's tops and bottoms were joined together like a dress. Even the males among them put on such clothing to enable their tails to move more conveniently. "Hey, remove your hood. What are you hiding inside?" The soldier who was guarding the city gate cupped his hands together. The sword that was hanging on his waist had turned rusty, and it looked as though it had not been polished or used for a long time. This was the sign of a peaceful city. Lu Ziyu removed his hood, and the people around him shouted, "It is a human. Are humans coming here again? Is he a merchant?" Seer merchants usually come in a group. He is alone and only has one piece of luggage with him. Oh, he is so good looking. Many of those who were present had only heard of humans, but they had never actually seen one. They did not know what a human looked like. The children secretly watched Lu Ziyu as their parents carried them in their bosoms. The soldier suddenly became alert, and two other soldiers, who were standing beside the fireplace, walked over. "Who are you? Why are you here?" they questioned Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu put down his luggage and spoke fluently in the Sophoc language. "Hello, I am a doctor. I am bringing the art of healing from the human world to promote it to the people here. I hope that those who are suffering from diseases can be treated." The eyes of all the people brightened up after hearing this. Ever since Boer Calermo had written the Calermo medical coding, many from Graca's duchy had become doctors. Many countries valued the clinics and the nurturing of doctors. Although the Light Clan discriminated against the doctors, many having tried to oppose and suppress them, they had to eventually let them go about freely upon the orders of the higher authority. There were many rumors about the doctors in the kingdom of orcs. In the tribal areas, medical science was lagging behind. When one fell sick, they either resigned to their fate or waited to be healed during their tribunal rites. Those who performed the rites were usually doctors as well. They treasured Calermo's medical code, regarding it as being the holy code. Even in the kingdom of orcs, the doctors had been rumored to be able to resurrect the dead, including those who had died of plagues. All of them hoped that they would have doctors in their tribes or cities, bringing and light to them. The number of deaths from accidents and diseases had been extremely high recently. Many did not live to full age. Thus, Their desire and hunger for a doctor was beyond the imagination of ordinary persons. After Lu Jiu had mentioned his profession, the eyes of all the people lit up. The soldier was stunned as well. After a long while he rubbed his palms together and said, Are you really a doctor? Lu Jiu smiled, nodded his head, and said, Yes. I'd be able to stay in and promote medical science and healing. At the same time, I will nurture a few trainee doctors. Everyone shouted out with joy. The soldiers immediately showed due respect to Lu Jiu, inviting him into the city. Very soon, Lu Jiu received an invitation from the governor, who was the official consul sent by the king. The name of the governor of Ayr City was Elias. He was a member of the leopard people race. He had leopard spots on his skin, and his eyes looked fierce. His strong body made him look dynamic, and he robed himself in royal apparel. He was refined and courteous, yet he gave off an aura revealing that he was ready for action. Lu Jiu saw that Elias was half man, as he had awakened his blood. Pure orcs would not be able to awaken their blood. They could only do this if they were mixed blood. The orcs had tried to suppress this aspect, and had said that the blood of the orcs came from the gods. Elias had been confirmed as a knight and was sent by the imperial city to Ayr City. He did not have his own domain, and was thus considered a noble official sent by the royals. His mannerisms were different from the orcs. He was graceful and knowledgeable. His accent in the Sophoc language was close to the ancient tones. But he still managed to communicate well with Lu Jiu. Ayr City was a small city located in Ayers Mountain. It was neither a town near the border, nor a prosperous place. Elias did not receive much attention from the top-ranking officials. He would have had to show some results if he wished to be promoted to Baron status. This fact had made Elias extremely concerned with the developments of the city. The arrival of Lu Jiu was an opportunity for Ayr City. If Elias could keep him in the city and set up a clinic to promote healing, it could help with developments of the city. If those in the human world knew that a man was in Ayr City, they would then come to the city to trade. This was the reason that Elias held Lu Jiu in such high regard. If Lu Jiu, just an ordinary doctor, Elias would not have been interested in him. After a good conversation at the governor's mansion, Elias gave Lu Jiu many promises. Mr. Rander, we will help you to set up a clinic. For the trainee doctors, we will provide them with subsidies, bearing all of their expenses. Lu Jiu nodded his head happily and said, Thank you. I will also fulfill my promise of introducing merchants to you. Lu Jiu left the manor and saw that the snow was getting heavier. He put on his hood and gazed up at the grand and magnificent Ayers Mountain. In comparison to it, Ayr City looked run down. There were more than 10,000 people in Ayr City. There was no iconic structure to be found there, and most of the people were not rich. They lived a self-sufficient life, tapping into the resources from Ayers Mountain and a small market in the city. However, Lu Jiu liked the tranquility there. All the people were simple-minded and stood aloof from the world. There were more cat people and dog people among the orcs. They had the most tribes, but they were the least powerful among the orcs. In this era, there were less than 100 wizards and priests in total. The Blood Knights were the most powerful among the countries. It was similar to the kingdom of orcs. The cat race and dog race were scattered, not united. They did not have their own Blood Knights or methods to train up their knights. Hence, they could only be subordinate to the other races. The kingdom of Menkar had built their kingdom with the help of hurricane knights, formed by the leopard people. They had become one of the great powers in the kingdom of After the Salvig Empire had fallen apart, the city was not big. As such, it took Lu Jiu only a short while to cover all of the streets of Ir City. Pedestrians were walking on the uneven, muddy roads. There were only a few shops in the west section of the commercial street, only some of which were open. Under the recommendation of one of the people, Lu Jiu purchased a 2-story building in the west section. It was quite a magnificent building, which had a small courtyard attached to it. It used to be owned by a merchant in the city. After he had become wealthy, he went to the big city in Mobis province and had never returned. After paying for the building, Lu Jiu opened the door of its entrance. It was well furnished and clean. However, some of the things were old and decayed. For instance, the cabinet seemed to be infected by termites. Lu Jiu summoned the ant people from the dimensional castle and, with their help, transformed the building. The second level was totally transformed, with new carpets, chairs, and a table. When Lu Jiu lit the fireplace, the room immediately became warm. He laid on the armchair that was beside the fireplace. He felt good there, as compared to the cold dimensional castle. At the least, he could hear the comforting noise of the children playing outside the building. In the dimensional castle, he could only hear his own voice. Other than carrying out their duties, the ant people would not initiate any conversation. That's it. I will stay here for a while to observe the orcs. They seem to be doing badly recently. Lu Jiu covered himself with a blanket and started to think. He had to decide what to do next. I have not created the evolved plasma that I have promised Nicholas to buy. This will be easy, as I will be providing for just one person. However, in the later stages, when they process it in their biology laboratory in order to roll it out, there will be problems. The chance of rejection in evolved plasma is extremely high now. I must try to improve it. The effectiveness and functions have to be reduced as well. Not to mention, there is still the construction of Burn Island and Starship to consider. This is a big project. I have no idea where to begin. I need more knowledge, tons of experience, and ideas. Also, not to forget, I still need to improve the divine system. It is simple and inferior. I have no idea how to improve on that either. Lu Jiu felt that he had tons of things to do, some of which were more urgent than others. He would not be able to rest for a while. He would have to stay in Ir City for a long period of time in order to complete the more urgent projects, especially. In the next few days, Lu Jiu had selected the location of his clinic. It was not far from his house. There were 3 levels, and the location was good. The shops in this region did not require such a big area, and as the rental was a bit steep in price, it had been left vacant. After renting it, Lu Jiu started to renovate. He had turned the ground floor into a medical hall. He would sell some strong hemostatic powder, mild hemostatic powder, and some general medicine for common diseases there. The clinic would be on the 2nd level. There would be an outpatient department, a consulting room, and a simple operation theater. The wards and lounge would be on the 3rd level. It was pretty good, for such a small clinic, to be able to provide these services. Lu Jiu intended to recruit a few trainee doctors, and then hand the clinic over to them to manage in the later stages. After locking the doors of the renovated clinic, Lu Jiu was preparing for opening the next day, as well as for the recruitment of assistants and clerks for the pharmacy. After he took care of those details, he would then find apprentice medics. On the way home, the skies were already dark and a heavy snow was falling. It was already late winter now. As the snowflakes danced in the air, they covered the earth in a flurry of pure white. As he passed the stores, many shopkeepers greeted Lu Jiu. They had gotten close over the last few days, and Lu Jiu was happy to feel that he had already begun to integrate into the community. Lu Jiu wore a navy blue leather trench coat, which seemed quite exotic to the locals of Ir City. After a while, many people began to recognize his distinctive presence. Passing through the orc family residential area, all the houses were alight with laughter and activity. The lights emanating from these houses created the most beautiful skyline in contrast with the night. As Lu Jiyu arrived home and opened the door to his house, he suddenly heard a noise outside. He traced the noise to a nearby alley, where he discovered a collapsed figure on the ground. The figure lay dead in a pool of blood, but it was holding an infant. With a deep sadness, Lu Jiyu frowned, turned around, and returned home. He waved his hand, causing the lights and fireplace to immediately light up. Light and warmth filled the entire living room, banishing the chill of the outer world. Lu Jiyu sat for a while and drank a cup of coffee. He looked out of the window again. At last, he stood up and walked out of the yard, back into the dark, bloody alley. The dead body was now covered by a thick layer of frost, and the tracks of blood were freezing into a layer of crimson ice. The dead body was a fawn, a goat-person orc. It was tall and strong, but both of the horns were broken. Also, its body was covered with 7 or 8 gaping wounds, of which included some arrow wounds and sword wounds. He had clearly died after withstanding all of these heavy injuries, revealing that he must have been a true man. Lu Jiyu put the bundle on his chest and opened it, only to discover that it was an infant with golden locks and beast ears. It was extremely cute, and its cheeks were flushed red from the chill. A fever? Lu Jiyu took the swaddled baby and rubbed it in a soothing motion. Meanwhile, he cast a healing spell upon the infant. Instantly, the redness of the skin disappeared, and the baby's cries eased. A pair of large eyes oogled at Lu Jiyu, as it gurgled for a bit, before falling into a delighted fit of laughter. The corners of Lu Jiyu's mouth crinkled as he looked at the little one. "You really are cute, you little troublemaker." Then, around 10 shadows darted down the street. 2 figures suddenly entered the alley and looked at Lu Jiyu. The 2 of them stopped and joined the other 10 shadows, swiftly relaying information as they darted between the alley and the rooftops. From the front, back, and both sides, Lu Jiyu was surrounded. Each of these figures was dressed in loose black cloaks. Underneath the cloaks, they were in leather armor with long swords. Although a hood covered their faces, it was still possible to discern that they belonged to the wolf-orc tribe. A wolf-man with a scarred face walked forward, looking at Lu Jiyu. He spoke in brusque. "A human? Why is a human here?" A flash of confusion darted over his face, as the wolf-man hardened his eyes and stated harshly, "Kill him and take the child." All of the people started moving and drawing their swords. Figures descended from above from multiple angles, locking on all of Lu Jiyu's escape routes. The technique and cooperation of this team were at the pinnacle of training. This was definitely not a normal troop of soldiers. Lu Jiyu lifted his head to look the wolf-man in the eye. The wolf-man immediately tingled, sensing danger and his own impending danger. It was extremely ominous. As he opened his mouth to say something, he heard a wave of light ring out from Lu Jiyu's body, covering all of Ayer's city in an instant. In a single second, more than half of Ayer's city was frozen, as all time had stopped. Even the snowfall from the skies was suspended in mid-air. Wherever the halo of light touched, all of the people halted immediately. Even their consciousnesses were frozen. All of the assassins attacking Lu Jiyu were frozen in midair. Their longswords were only a few centimeters from Lu Jiyu, with the closest ones being only millimeters away. Yet, they were completely frozen. The easy laughter of the other wolfmen was also frozen now, and the surprise on the scar-faced wolfman was only just beginning to show, as he discovered his consciousness drifting from his body, completely out of his control. Within Ayer's city, the families were stopped also in an instant, all while enjoying their dinners, sitting together, smiling. The shopkeepers, who had been closing up, had their hands on the doors. Several guards' glasses were seen in the bars, raised in a toast. The servants stopped in the halls of the city manor, and Mayor Elias's goose was still raised. Dots of the ink swirled in the air. Within the radius of several miles, everything was synchronized and dominated by the dream space that was being controlled by Lu Jiyu. Not even the smallest fly could escape Lu Jiyu's notice and control. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. After every number, Lu Jiyu recited, a figure would be set ablaze by a white light. The process would go from the bottom to the top, like glass shattering under high pressure. The figure would then instantly become glittering powder. By the time he had counted to 12, each scar-faced figure would have been wiped out, without leaving a single trace. Only 12. Lu Ziyu checked and discovered that the group had no real reinforcements in Ayer City, so he retracted his dream space. The glow shrinked back within Lu Ziyu's body. As it did so, the snow continued drifting to the ground, and the people resumed their activities. Busy, bustling, and happy, the city returned to its normal state. Lu Ziyu lifted up the infant. As she was held up, she began laughing continuously, as if she was delighted to see Lu Ziyu. She appeared to be oblivious to the dangers from before. In fact, she seemed to have completely forgotten about the person who had protected her until his death. Look at you, still laughing. What a troublemaker. The infant had no idea what Lu Ziyu was saying, but she felt that being raised in the air was extremely entertaining, so she kept giggling loudly. Though he didn't know why, Lu Ziyu began laughing with her. As he laughed, he held the baby close to his chest. After checking the body of the corpse once more, he discovered a badge and a longsword, but nothing else that was worthy of note. There was an insignia of the lion that was branded on both the longsword and the badge. Lu Ziyu saw them and immediately recalled the origin of the mark. He stood and used disintegration to wipe away the trace of the body, then carried the child home. There was now another person in Lu Ziyu's house. It added a welcome touch of life. Though it was only a child, it gave the house a sense of normalcy and warmth. Daddy. What are you looking at? Daddy, Daddy. It's raining outside. Daddy, I'm hungry. The voice of a child echoed throughout Lu Ziyu's house. Ta-ta-da. Rapid footsteps were heard as the child ran up and down the stairs without the slightest break. The child had short, blonde hair, which was quite messy and shorn to the ears. Because the child was so young, it was impossible to discern its gender with just a quick glance. If judging by the hairstyle alone, one would assume that the child had fairly delicate and feminine-like features. The footsteps pattered to the study. After coming inside the room, the child jumped at Lu Ziyu's legs. Lu Ziyu was sprawled over his desk, looking over complicated diagrams that were filled with maps and strange symbols. Currently, within the entire Alan continent, the counting system went by a base of 20. The three symbols used represented the numbers 0, 1, and 5, which could then be combined to form other larger numbers. Only wizards knew the Arabic numeral counting system that utilized a counting system with a base of 10, which is the one that Lu Ziyu also used. This was still unknown knowledge to the majority of those within Maria's world, so no one would recognize Lu Ziyu's numbers, let alone his writings. Lu Ziyu put down the charcoal pencil in his hand and looked at the little child, Verthandi, who was now clinging to his leg like a baby sloth. She was wearing pants with white deerskin boots. Her top stretched all the way down to her knees, like a dress, and her tiny bum darted in and out of sight, hidden by the flare of the shirt. Lu Ziyu lifted his leg into the air as she dangled from his leg, hugging it tightly as she giggled, swinging her legs back and forth. "What is it, you little troublemaker? Didn't I tell you not to bother me when I'm working?" Verthandi pouted. "But I'm hungry." Lu Jiyu picked up a plate of snacks from the desk and brought it to Verthandi, who he had taken to his chest. Verthandi was 3 years old. When Lu Jiyu was choosing her name, he had taken inspiration from the 3 Norns of fate. Verthandi was the goddess that ruled over the present. Lu Jiyu figured this was the best choice, because the past is gone and unobtainable, and the future is forever changing. Hence, only by controlling the present can one control their own fate. Likewise, Lu Jiyu also hoped that Verthandi would seize her own present and treasure all of the time and experiences that she has. Over the last 2 years, many people came to the Mobis province seeking information. Apparently, some men were sent from the Enjido kingdom, which was near the Ayers Mountains. Lu Jiu rarely let Verthandi go out, and when the two were in public, he officially had a son named Will, not God, called Verthandi. With the help of this ruse, no one suspected that Verthandi was partially mixed blood. "Your Auntie Kassan will be here soon. She'll make me food for you. I'll teach you something right now. If you learn it, then I'll give you these 2 pieces of cake." Lu Ziyu held Verthandi as he picked up a copy of the Epic of Tottle from a bookshelf. It was a selection by Tottle, detailing the most complete history of the human race. The text also held all of the most widespread odes and poems, complete with countless wandering bards who were singing about ancient heroes, thus passing their fame on to future generations. Verse 1 is the verse about the Golden King Anaton. It is the legend about the human Golden King Anaton receiving a divine prophecy. Lu Ziyu, who had been reading aloud to this point, now stopped surprised. In his lap, Verthandi pretended to pay attention, but her eyes were glued to the snack tray on the desk. Her hands crept towards the tray, but Lu Ziyu smacked them away lightly. Verthandi pouted, but stayed sitting on Lu Ziyu's lap, listening to him read a few of the first verses until she happily got the cake as a reward. Right then, the door downstairs opened. Verthandi instantly perked up. "Auntie Casson's here." Lu Ziyu also stood up and put on a large coat, locking up the study before heading downstairs. There, a dogwoman orc stood by the entrance with a basket. She hugged Verthandi and kissed her cheek. "Little Trouble, did you see the goodies I brought you? My name isn't Little Trouble, and I just ate something yummy." Lu Ziyu headed down the steps and spoke to the mason. "Casson, please take care of Little Trouble. I am heading to the clinic. There are a few special patient consultations today. I'm afraid Claire and Paisley don't have enough experience to handle them alone. Take care of the house, please." Casson looked at Lu Ziyu respectfully. "Don't worry, I will take care of Little Trouble in the house. When will you be back?" Lu Ziyu nodded. "I'll be back tonight. Don't wait for me for lunch. You two can go ahead and eat first." Outside, the people on the road hurried along in the drizzling rain. Lu Ziyu headed to the clinic. In the bottom level of the clinic, 2 apprentice medics staffed the pharmacy. Quite a number of people were already there, lined up by the staircase. Some of the merchants from nearby stores chatted under the roof, while some patients with ordinary injuries and simple colds waited inside the pharmacy. Only patients with severe or unknown ailments would be treated upstairs. "Hi, Mr. Rander. We didn't know you'd be dropping by." The owner of the bar greeted Lu Ziyu. It was still morning, meaning the bar hadn't opened yet, so he was completely free to shoot the breeze and socialize. In the last few years, Ayer City had undergone a dramatic transformation. Lu Ziyu introduced a few human merchant teams to stimulate the economic development of the city. The specialties of the Ayers Mountains, medical supplies, pelts, and the tonics from Lu Ziyu's pharmacy all made for wildly popular merchandise. The original clinic was also becoming a bit crowded. Many patients and merchants came from all over to buy the tinctures and tonics from the Rander Clinic, due to its great reputation. All of the apprentices were busy enough to pass out at the end of every day, exhausted. So, the plan was to buy another storefront nearby in order to expand the clinic. The once empty Western shopping district had also become extremely popular, now boasting not one single empty storefront. It had even been expanded by the addition of an entire street. Many ordinary orcs had also moved to Ayr City. In fact, the development of the entire city was improving by leaps and bounds, which brought good reviews for the prefectural capital of Elias. As the person who changed Elias and had saved countless patients, Lu Jiyu was naturally one of the most popular people in all of Ayr City. "Have you heard yet?" murmured a few those gathered around. Lu Jiyu saw a few people whispering secretively and asked them, "I saw that you all are discussing something. What has happened?" The owner of the bar replied with care. "There might be a war." Lu Ziyu stopped abruptly in his tracks. "Why?" A young person chimed in. "There is domestic unrest in the Crete Empire. The Church of Light of the Humans has sent out its strongest fighters from the Knights of Light to investigate something. Apparently, many human nobles from the Crete Empire are heading here. The Church of Light and the Crete Imperial Army are moving by the Red River Plains. I just came back from there, and someone had encountered a scout from the Church of Light." Lu Ziyu pushed for further information. "You are absolutely certain of this? What if it was a knight serving under an ordinary Crete Empire noble?" The young person replied, "Of course not. They were in snowy white armor, and they had swords forged from humanity's most expensive steel. Those, along with the sigils of the sun, were dead giveaways. Within St. Sarl City, at the Temple of Light, the hall had a display showcasing the sword of the king. This was called the Divine Hall, and it was created expressly for displaying the sword by the divine. On both sides of the hall were paintings with the imagery of heaven. In the front was a painting depicting God himself. Specifically, it showed the image of him granting the first king of humanity, Anatin, the legendary sword. Originally, the sword of the king that was depicted within the mural on the wall was only used by the church for large-scale ceremonies and the coronation ceremonies of leaders. Only then would the sword be taken out. By possessing the sword, the Pope had a symbol representing the legitimacy of the Church of Light. Understandably, the protection on the Divine Hall was extremely tight. Every day there would be specialized clergy chosen to guard and polish the sword, checking it to make sure that it was in pristine condition. The identity of each security person was set, and throughout the year, only these individuals were allowed to interact with the blade. No other personnel were allowed to approach the sword. Even these chosen clergy members had to go through rigorous checks every time they entered. At this time, Pope Hodap stood at the center of the Divine Hall, just below the feet of Lord Feroce. His face was so dark, it seemed to drip water. He had no courage to face God directly, apparently. All of the guardian knights and clerical members were kneeling on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. All of them knew that Pope Hodap was already completely enraged. A lot of relevant personnel were trembling, with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The sword of the king that Hodap held looked identical to the real one. However, it had recently been proven that the handle was fake. The real sword of the king had already been switched, having taken for several days before anyone even discovered that something was amiss. The reason for this, that it had been an actual clergy member that had swapped the sword, then promptly disappeared. Hodap gripped the duplicate sword of the king tightly. He squeezed it with his fingers, causing a white light to shoot forth from his palm. The sword shattered into pieces. Hodap then turned around to say, "All of the members who failed their jobs must be dragged out and interrogated. Don't dirty the floor of the divine hall." Immediately, dozens of executioners from the Judges of Light appeared. They then dragged all of the trembling guards and attendants of the divine hall away. Everyone knew that those who were dragged away by the executioners would never be seen again. Even if they had not betrayed the Church of Light, they would have to take responsibility for allowing the theft of the sword of the king. Archbishop Arthur opened his mouth. Although it was the best opportunity to attack Hodap, to lose the sword of the king was a serious offense. It was one of Pope Hodap's main responsibilities to protect the sword of light, which was a symbol that displayed his God-given authority to rule. It was impossible to sum up the significance of the sword with only a word or two, as its standing in the church was only second to the Saintus and the Mask of Pharos. If Hodap was attacked at this time, with the support of the College of Cardinals, or even the Saintus herself, it would be possible to dethrone him from his position as Pope. To the other members of the College of Cardinals, this was an important opportunity. Yet, for now, it was essential to reclaim the sword of the king. No matter who took the Pope, the sword of the king could not be lost. All of the members of the Church of the King knew the extreme importance of this vital fact. Archbishop Arthur hesitated, then completely gave up trying to reprimand Hodap. They could find the sword of the king first. The Judges of Light have already been notified, and they are investigating the matter. Sean will most likely report back soon. Sean, the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light, stepped inside. He was clothed in a severe black priest robe that had an insignia of the Judges of Light on it. That insignia was a symbol out that was synonymous with terror and nightmares of the people of the kingdom of the Church of Light, as well as every surrounding nation. Sean's grave countenance carried the same sinister quality as an eagle out for a hunt. Hodap saw Sean and immediately questioned him anxiously. "How is it? Is there any news?" Sean approached Hodap. "Your Holiness, according to the investigation, Peter Rodman, the thief of the sword, has headed towards the Teuton dynasty. But, according to sources, the day before yesterday, which was the day he swapped the sword, he had a secret meeting with several individuals. We think these people may have been from the Crete Empire. Therefore, the sword of the king may have already fallen into their possession." Sean continued his report. "The escape of Peter Rodman to the Teuton dynasty is a diversion, bait. According to my estimates, this affair may be an action of the Gathering of Darkness, another scheme targeting the Church of Light." Hodap erupted into another bout of rage. "Those dirty rats, heretics, hiding in the alleys, how dare they target the sword of the king? And what shames me the most is that they actually succeeded and attacked the inner circle of our church, the core of the Temple of Light. Does this mean that even the interior of the temple has fallen under their control?" Mad with rage, Hodap scanned the people in front of him. All of them lowered their heads, including the highest-ranked clergy. "Everyone must be searched. I want to weed out all of their pawns within our ranks. The rats of the Gathering of Darkness must be eradicated." Sean nodded. This loss of the sword of the king would lead to a dramatic hit upon the name of the church, especially if the public were to get wind of the affair. All of the coronation ceremonies of kings needed the sword of the king. If the Church of Light tried to conduct a coronation ceremony without the sword of the king, they would definitely be rebuffed and mocked by the kings and nobles. Sean spoke. "According to my investigations, their original targets were the Mask of Pharos and the Saintus. However, due to errors, they abandoned that plan. Our internal affair intel is definitely full of loopholes. Yet, we do believe that the sword of the king has a great chance of being in the Crete Empire. I will go personally to investigate this matter, but I will need the assistance of Excellency Elliot Vitari. Hodap looked at Sean, his gaze changing into one of panic. It took some time for him to regain his calm. Once calmed, he said, "Good, good. These guys are completely audacious. What is even more hateful are the traitors in our midst. I will ask for the saintess herself to step out of her shrine and personally search. Sean, due to the importance of the task at hand, I do need you to go personally. Go to the Crete Empire, which has a core that has already escaped our grasp. During your visit, investigate both the disappearance of the sword and the activities of the rebel schemers. They must all be found and annihilated." Hodap thought that wasn't quite enough, so he then added, "I will also command Charles to bring the Knights of Light to assist you. Remember, you must bring back the sword of the king, and not let a trace of this information escape." Sean frowned. "That may be difficult. The nobles and the kings of the surrounding nations may have already received this information. If so, they will quickly spread the information of the theft." Hodap scrambled to speak. "And we will deny it? So, do you understand the importance of your mission?" Sean gave a heavy nod. "Rest easy, Your Holiness. I will definitely bring the sword of the king back and return it to the glory of God." All of the Knights of Light that were stationed near the Crete Empire were deployed. After the incident of the Wizard Alliance, the church had cancelled the independent stationing of the Knight of Light's squads and redistributed them into 3 armies to deploy in rotation. Yet, the emblematic legendary status of the Knights of Light remained unchanged, as being something that none of the other armies could compare to. It was still the most elite corps of the Church of Light. At the same time, in various countries, the rumor of the theft of the sword of the king was being spread throughout every street and alley. Many people started debating in murmured whispers. The sword of the light was seen symbolizing the God-given right to rule, as well as it being seen as the guarantee of the authenticity of the church. The impact of losing this divine artifact was clearly no small matter. But, since this most chalked this up to being nothing but a rumor, the believers of the murmuring were few. Yet, as the amount of rumors increased, many more people began to adopt a stance of skepticism. Then, after a push was given by malevolent actors from the shadows, it seemed as if everyone knew about the theft of the Sword of Light. Gathering of darkness? It's the gathering of darkness again. Elliot V3 had just sent away Chief Justice Sean from the Judges of Light, before exploding within the main hall in fury. Apparently, the organization that was previously called the Gathering of Nobles had now renamed itself the Gathering of Darkness. No matter how many times Elliot P3 had attempted to wipe them out, he was unable to completely extinguish them. These disgusting rats would always get wind of his actions and escape every time. Just like that, they had grown and regrouped, right under the watch of Elliot V3. What's worse, they had struck at the core of the Church of Light, as even the clergy members of the Church of Light were bought by them. This betrayal had caused Elliot to now look at all of the people around him with suspicion. He was understandably terrified. After all, these bastards didn't only want to overthrow the Church of Light, but they also wanted to take his throne. As Elliot Video grew more agitated, his coughing worsened, racking his entire body with shudders. The severe coughing fit made it seem as if he could keel over and die at any moment. Earl Yai Wensi immediately headed over to support him, gesturing for an aide to come over as well. The aide approached with an ivory cup that was filled with water, while making eye contact with Yi Wensi. With a tacit understanding, he helped Elliot Fiori drink the water and take a pill. Elliot Fiori's symptoms were immediately alleviated. Elliot Vierthari calmed his breathing and sat up, saying, I heard that the court physician is an apprentice of the legendary Bor Killermo. As expected from a direct apprentice of Mr. Killermo, if he wasn't this skilled, I probably would have died a long time ago. It was already year 21 of the San calendar, and Elliot Vierthari was just past the age of 40. Although this was not so very old, his previous ailments could not be cured, so he had aged far beyond his years. Even with the expertise of the pastors from the church and the apprentice of Killermo, it was impossible to find cures. Hence, he could only maintain his current state. Yi Wensi spoke. This time, with the arrival of Chief Justice Shan, the Knights of Light have already entered our borders. If we add the numbers of Cardinal Leon's garrison, there are over 40,000 well-trained soldiers here from the church. Should we really grant them such freedom? Though they are here to investigate the gathering of darkness. Who knows what else they may be planning? Elliot Vierthari's face darkened. His relationship with the Church of Light had always been quite complicated. On one hand, he had secured his position as the Emperor of Crete through the support and the authority of the Church. On the other hand, as the head of the Crete Empire, he could not let the Church interfere with domestic affairs and eclipse his own power. However, this time the Church had stepped way out of line in sending the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light here. The elite squad within the Knights of Light had marched into the borders of Crete without his authorization, completely disregarding his position as the emperor. This was also one of the factors that fueled his earlier tantrum. He just didn't dare say it aloud. Elliot Vierthari could still barely suppress his rage. Ignore them, the church has lost the sword of the king. Pope Hodap is only panicking, as he is becoming reckless with worry over losing an artifact granted by God. Nothing can stop them. After he spoke, Elliot Vierthari barked out a chilly laugh. Now that they have lost the sword of the king, let's see how they conduct the next coronation ceremony. Yi Wensi, put all of your efforts into watching the movements of the church. This time, 3 saints will be gathered in our empire. We must be very careful. As Yi Wensi left the palace, he encountered a carriage and a man dressed like a driver at the entrance. Yi Wensi's face changed color as he quickly boarded this new carriage, being informed that his original carriage had been driven to his estate already. Yi Wensi hurried to the underground meeting room and saw that all the other 3 members within the Crete Empire were already killed. Yi Wensi promptly took his seat. The Church of Light definitely will not give up until they find the sword of the king. What's more, they have a fierce determination to annihilate us. This isn't the same as the scuffles we have had before. What we did this time was too risky. Why did we take the sword? Did we take it simply because it is said to hold supernatural powers in the legends? Even stealing the Mask of Pharos would have been better than taking the sword of the king. Exactly. Why were we not notified about such an important plan? I only found out about it just now. The 3 saints are here, including the most terrifying one, the Chief Justice of the Judges of Light. Even the elite squad from the Knights of Light have entered our borders. Everyone has been thrown into complete chaos. Well, that's not true. The symbolic meaning of the sword of the king is far superior to the Mask of Pharos. It symbolizes the God-given right to rule. Without it, the authority of the church is deeply impacted. The next coronation would definitely go wrong. The man at the head of the table spoke. It was my decision. I have already started the plan. We will definitely succeed this time. There was a sudden silence. The black-hooded man across from Yi Wensi swallowed, obviously excited, then faced the speaker. It has already started? Yi Wensi was also thrilled. We have waited for over 20 years and now we finally have our chance. Elliot Vierthari's health is already failing. I will order them to increase the dosage. He definitely will not last past this spring. The man at the head of the table lifted his head, causing his hood to fall down and display features almost identical to those of Elliot Sei. He was the younger brother of Elliot Sei, Duke Vortigern. The legendary founder and head of the Gathering of Darkness was actually the younger brother, who Elliot Vithrer trusted the most. Upon recognizing him, all of the people there lowered their hoods in respect, one by one. Other than Yi Wensi, who served as the prime minister, all of the other men were Elliot Vithre's most trusted ministers, including Duke Vortigern. All those gathered represented the highest levels of authority within the Crete Empire. Vortigern looked everyone at his eyes finally coming upon Yi Wensi. Yi, this time the Church of Light has moved the three saints and lost the sword of the king. The Crete Empire must answer for this. We need an important figure to stand out and attract their attention, and to make a sacrifice for the gathering. At the same time, this is a very important stage for us. In the future, we will truly take the stage into a new era, and the Gathering of Darkness will follow you name, Earl Yi Wensi, to its death. All eyes were now focused upon Yi Wensi. He paled immediately with unease. It seems that his presence today was a mistake. Yi Wensi had never thought that he, as a person who treated everyone else as sacrificial pawns, would ever end up being the one in such dire straits. No, you're all joking, right? Yi Wensi said, shaking. Yet the looks the others were giving him, as if they were gazing at livestock being prepped for slaughter, were chilling to the bone. Yi Wensi broke into a cold sweat and tried to stand up, yet his entire body had lost its strength. Failing in his attempt, he fell to the ground. No, you can't do this to me. Yi Wensi tried to turn toward the tunnel behind him and escape. He had to leave and expose the plot to the emperor. He had to show these bastards the consequences of betraying him. Yi Wensi had just managed to get up when a thin woman walked out of the tunnel behind him. Two weakly glowing eyes emerged from the darkness and locked onto Yi Wensi, causing him to immediately freeze up. The thin woman grabbed his throat and lifted him up with one hand. Yi Wensi struggled with all his strength but could not escape her grasp. Wizards. You actually sought out the wizards again, you. Yi Wensi's shrill voice flattened out into a whine as he trembled in terror. The woman extended a hand, and a black insect jumped from it and crawled into Yi Wensi's ear. Yi Wensi gave a horrified scream and convulsed, causing him to fall to the ground until his entire consciousness fell into darkness. After a long time, Yi Wensi crawled up from the ground. His eyes were deadened with a hollow gaze. Vortigern clapped as he looked at the female wizard. Please take care of the rest. In the spring of San Calendar year 21, due to the tightening of the noose that was set forth by the church and the king of the Crete Empire, the mastermind behind the Gathering of Darkness was finally revealed. The prime minister of the Crete Empire, Earl Yi Wensi, was exposed under pressure from the church. Backed into a corner, Yi Wensi had started a revolution with the army. Their attacks left the palace with blood, as their rampage killed the two sons and daughter of Elliot Vithri. Even with the protection of 10 imperial guards, Elliot Vithri still took an arrow, which eventually led to his death. During this crisis, Elliot Vithri's younger brother, Duke Vortigern, stormed into the palace with his personal corps, defeating the rebel army and killing Yi Wensi. Just before his death at the hands of Duke Vortigern, Yi Wensi screamed of his loyalty to Elliot Vithri. The capital of the Crete Empire, Virginia, descended into a state of extreme chaos. There were a large numbers of military movements, torches, and armored men constantly strategically moving in the nights. Chief Justice Sean had gone to the palace with Duke Vortigern in order to rescue Elliot Vithri. Immediately, he had attempted to heal Elliot Ithri's injury with his entourage. However, although the injury had healed, Elliot Ithri fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss paired with his original ill health. Duke Vortigern watched Elliot Ithri on his deathbed. He was heartbroken and cursing the gathering of darkness that Ye Wensi had created. I never thought that Ye Wensi could be the head of the gathering of darkness. We must execute the bastards of the gathering of darkness, as well as the accursed wizards. Sean stood behind Vortigern, looking at the bloodless face of Elliot Ithri with an expression of unease. He was an expert on intelligence gathering and punitive measures. He had no experience with politics. He was here to investigate the gathering of darkness and the theft of the sword. Never had he expected this sort of a development to occur. It was wildly out of his area of expertise. With the deaths of all of his children, the only royals left were Elliot Ithri and Duke Vortigern. If anything happened to Elliot Ithri, only Duke Vortigern would be able to step in. Currently, the church was completely unprepared for the succession of the Crete emperor. In fact, Duke Vortigern wasn't even on the shortlist of the church's candidates for the throne. So, for the time being, Sean simply could not yet allow the death of Elliot Ithri. Sean also felt that everything was a bit too coincidental. It was unnatural to him, as if it were a scripted scenario. As soon as Ye Wensi was investigated, he started a revolution and killed all of Elliot Ithri's children. It appeared that Ye Wensi's madness stemmed from his loyalty to Elliot Ithri and his desire for vengeance. But again, it all still seemed very unnatural. The way that Vortigern had killed Ye Wensi also seemed a little too deliberate and rushed. The large number of these coincidences, which were starting to really add up, smelled like a conspiracy to Sean. Someone from the Judges of Light rushed in and whispered into Sean's ear. Sean's expression transformed dramatically. What? Not a single person was there? After Ye Wensi's failed rebellion, Sean had immediately sent people to surround Earl Ye Wensi's estate in order to track down the whereabouts of the Sword of the King. Since Ye Wensi was the head of the Gathering of Darkness, he must have known the location of the sword. He may have even kept the sword for himself. What Sean didn't expect was that, within the Ye Wensi estate, other than a few servants, all of his family had already escaped. Even their documents were all destroyed. The leftover servants were completely clueless as well, saying that their master had given them the day off. Sean couldn't remain seated, but quickly bade Duke Vortigern farewell instead. While doing so, he relegated all of the palace affairs to him, leaving 2 pastors in charge of taking care of Elliot Ithri. He then left and headed immediately to the Ye Wensi estate. As he saw Sean's hastily retreating figure, Duke Vortigern let out a sinister smile. This is how they left the city. As it turns out, this wasn't the estate of Ye Wensi, but rather an old water tower, which was quite far from his estate. An executioner from the Judges of Light had tracked the location down, finding that the kin of Ye Wensi had fled there while they were on the run from the city. Sean took a torch and gestured below. Have you all been down there yet? The executioner replied, We have already sent people down there to investigate. There is a meeting room and a few other tunnels, some of which lead to other parts of the city, as well as to the outside. Sean led a few executioners down into the dark meeting room, which had an ominous sense of mystery. Seam slammed his fists down on the table. So, Ye Wensi was the leader of the Gathering of Darkness. This time, we finally caught him. However, he died before we could ask him any questions. Now we must search, find out where each tunnel leads, and determine the identities of every member of this table. A few people dragged in a middle-aged man in a coarse cotton shirt. Chief Justice, we have a new lead. Sean glanced at the man. Who is this? Ye Wensi's driver. He has said that he often saw Yi Wensi getting in a special carriage, always headed to an unknown destination. And then, a while ago, when he picked up Yi Wensi, he said he saw Yi Wensi bringing back a strange package. Sean looked at the driver. What package? Tell me the details. The man looked terrified. He trembled, not daring to raise his head as he answered Sean. Around 10 days ago, on one late rainy night, the Earl had me wait for him at the second alley by Lur Street. He had arrived there empty-handed, but came back with a strange package. What package? It seemed like a sword. No, it was definitely a sword because I saw its grip. It was a beautiful snowy white, and it had strange symbols on it. Sean and everyone else at the scene now stood a little straighter, glaring at the driver. Sean drew a few symbols. Did they look like this? Yes, I remember. They looked exactly like that. There's no mistake. The driver affirmed, still shaking. The sword of the king. Sean waved his hand and white light flashed, destroying the table. Sean then roared in fury. So it was Yi Wensi. The old fox has been proclaiming his loyalty to our church while being a complete heretic. How long has it been since the escape of the Yi Wensi household? The executioner had already investigated the matter, so was ready to answer the question immediately. Over half a day. They may already be quite a distance away by now. Then chase them, roared Sean. The sword of the king must be in the hands of Yi Wensi's children. We must catch up to them. Send word to Captain Charles and Archbishop Leon. We will use all of our forces to track them down. Don't be afraid. As long as we escape to the land of the orcs, we'll be saved. Mother, what happened? I don't want to live in the filthy country of the orcs. Why are we going there? A carriage that was protected by a few knights was crossing the Red River Plains, headed on its way to the orc lands. A slightly pudgy mother was holding her younger son, while her older son lifted the curtain to peer outside from time to time. During the journey, there had been several close calls, but nothing had gone drastically wrong yet. Although the Church of Light had set up numerous barriers, through some of her husband's connections and friends, the little family had managed to leave the Crete Empire. They were so very close now, for as soon as they crossed the Red River Plains, they would be safe. Once they arrived there, people from the kingdom of Menkor would come to receive them. A squad of knights clad in shining armor crossed through a Crete Empire frontier town, following the carriage tracks. They had already gone for 2 days without rest, each person switching between horses in order to keep heading onward. The horses were understandably exhausted and reaching their limits. Quick! They're not far now. We must capture them before they reach the land of the orcs. The stallions puffed out hot breaths, speeding up after being whipped across the channel by the knights. They sped out past the town on the road, the guards of the local city not daring to stop them after seeing the insignia on the horses and the knights. Instead, all of the guards simply stood stick straight, staring at the knights as they headed off into the distance. Following the Red River across the rolling plains, they finally saw a line of carriages that was fleeing along the horizon. All of the Church of Light scouts, who had been chasing them for 2 days, displayed expressions of frenzied delight. The escaping carriages also saw the pursuers on the horizon, causing them to also begin pushing their steeds in order to gain some distance. The mother in the carriage crawled out with her younger son and screamed for her older son, Pazak. Pazak, remember, run. Cross that line over there into the land of the orcs. Take Alan and run. Yi Wensi's wife quickly thrust a package into the chest of her younger son and passed him to Pazak. Pazak, who was covered in armor, looked at his mother as he caught Alan. What about you? His mother was impatient and wildly pushed at Pazak to go. There is no time. I can't escape, so you two must go on ahead. Use the package as a treasure to exchange for your safety. Remember to give it to the king of Menkor. Do not trust anyone else. Quick, go now. Don't worry about me, and take care of your brother." Pazak saw the pursuer hot on their tails, as they were almost right upon them. He hardened his heart and hugged Alan, who was howling with tears. He then pulled the reins, hurtling towards the border of the kingdom of Menkar. By the time the Knights of Light had arrived, there were only a few servants, who had been left behind to buy time. As the cavalry stormed ahead, they drew their swords to attack the servants. Blood flew through the air as the servants collapsed one by one. Defenseless, they had been completely annihilated. The knights opened the carriage drapes to find the corpse of a woman. "This is the wife of Yewensi. The holy sword is not here. It must have been taken away by the other two. If we go any further, we will be in the borders of the kingdom of Menkar. That would trigger a war between humanity and the orcs. Should we continue?" All of the scouts looked at their leader, waiting for his command. The captain made a gesture. "Continue, no matter what. We must get the holy sword back." Pazak's horse had already crossed into the kingdom of Menkor. A huge stone tablet was erected at the border, marking his entrance into their official lands. At first, he thought he was safe. However, he did not expect that the pursuers would actually ignore the possibility of provoking a war between the orcs and humanity, and cross straight into Menkor in pursuit of him. Shoo! A sharp arrow cut through the wind and crossed over 100 meters at once, goring straight through Pazak's shoulder and hitting his horse. Pazak fell to the ground with his horse due to the momentum from the sudden halt. The pursuers closed the distance swiftly. Pazak struggled to stand up and dragged his brother into a run. Yet, this was futile, as humans could run faster than horses, especially the specially raised warhorses of the Knights of Light. The scout soldiers drew their blades and focused all of their attentions on the escapees. Just like hawks that were circling over rabbits, all of their eyes glittered with a cold killing intent. Yet, at this time on the slope ahead, a commotion erupted. A leopard man soldier had appeared on the slope, followed by the appearance of more and more cavalry. Ahead, they formed a long, dense line, with even more soldiers lined up behind that. The soldiers leading the horses on the mountain shouted, "Stop, human soldiers. This is the territory of the kingdom of Menkor. You humans do not belong here." It was as if Pazak saw his salvation. He sprinted towards the hill and pulled out a badge, shouting, "I am a friend of Menkor, a member of the Yewensi family of the Crete Empire." The leopard man, who was clad in chainmail armor and was leading the soldiers, looked at Pazak and nodded. The cavalry parted the line, allowing the two brothers to head to the back in a gesture of goodwill and acceptance. The faces of the scouts of the Knights of Light were ashen. All of them recognized the identity of these troops as being the Hurricane Knights of the Kingdom of Menkor. As the elites of the entire Kingdom of Menkor, it was definitely no coincidence that they were there. They were here to welcome the escapees. The leader of the scouts stepped forward. He could not speak Sofok, so he spoke to them in the human language of Finks. "Soldiers of Menkor, we are members of the Church of Light's Knights of Light. As you know, the people you are protecting are traitors of the Church of Light. They have stolen a treasure of the Church of Light. Your actions are the same as a declaration of war against the Church of Light." The head of the Hurricane Knights didn't think that, after trespassing into Menkor, the Knights of Light would mock him. It was already a humiliation that he had not ordered his troops to wipe them out. The Knights of Light were completely looking down on him now. The captain raised his head and bared his fangs, then shouted out a thundering angry roar. "Get lost or die here." The leader of the scouts gripped his long sword hard as his veins popped out. All 10 of the proud Knights of Light behind him were also infuriated. Yet, They only had a bit over 10 people, while the opponents had an entire squadron with hundreds of troops. Their side stood no chance of winning. The scout leader swept a cold gaze over the orc cavalry. You will pay for your folly. We're heading back. Compared to the human kingdoms, the architecture of the orc kingdoms was much more simple, with an emphasis on large, open designs with high ceilings and big halls. Pazak brought along his brother Alan. As the two crossed the large simple hall of the palace and knelt before the king of Menkor. Beneath a giant stone pillar, at the top of a row of stairs, there was a huge throne. The king had a pair of eyes that were completely different from those of regular humans. These eyes had an animalistic quality that chilled Pazak to the core. Pazak lowered his head, not daring to look up at the orc king, who was rumored to enjoy feasting on humans. "O great king, we are here to offer you the greatest respect. We come bringing a gift, with the hope that you can accept us." The king of Menkar was a middle-aged leopard man. After receiving the sword of the king, his gaze glittered with enchanted greed. He was so focused on the sword, he did not look at the two humans at all. He only had eyes for the beautiful long sword. He dismissed the two with a hand wave, causing them to retreat at once. "So, this is the legendary sword of the king? Whoever holds it will have mastery over the Alan continent." A cat person official approached. "Exactly. In the legends, whoever could activate the power of the sword of the king would be the king chosen by God. So far, not a single person has been able to activate its power. Even the legendary Pope of the Church of Light has not been able to activate its divine abilities. Even so, the Church of Light has borrowed its authority in order to rule over half of the human nations. And now, it has fallen into your hands." The king of Menkor laughed. He was delighted. He could already feel the extreme power of the sword. "Ah, I feel as if the eyes of God are upon me." A Minotaur general approached. "Your Majesty, it is only a sword. Why would we want it, if it will offend the strongest force in humanity, the Church of Light? Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but this does not seem like a wise decision." The king looked at the general displeased. His green beast eyes glowed with irritation. "Are you calling me a fool?" The general fell to the floor, fearful now. "I would not dare. Only the Church of Light is likely to start a war with us over this sword of the king. We have not fought with humanity for many decades. Why would we start a war now, after enjoying so many years of peace?" The king harumphed. "Be at ease, the Emperor of Crete Elliot III has died, so the succession may occur at any time. Thus, the Church will be unable to move any of the Crete nobility and forces at this time." The king continued his speech. "As for the 4 platoons stationed within the kingdom of the Church, there have been 10,000 cavalry deployed with 1 army. Of the other 3 armies, at least 2 of them would not yet have been deployed. Considering the present unrest in the Crete Empire, there is nothing to fear, as they are unable to start a war with us now. As for the Church, since they would like the sword back, they will be willing to pay any price." "Ha, why wouldn't I take this sort of amazing bargain that has fallen from the skies? I will definitely ask the Church for gold, riches, weapons, and horses. This time we can get everything that we have always sought at once. I know for certain that the Church is completely swimming in wealth." The king of Menkor raised the sword of the king, stepping on the beast skin carpet as he returned to his throne. "With this, we do not have to fear the Church's refusal." A week later, within the kingdom of the Church, at St. Sarl City, a stream of letters arrived from afar. The letters were delivered with haste to the meeting room, and 4 archbishops were seated. Archbishop Arthur was the first to speak. "We cannot agree to the demands of the kingdom of Menkor. This is about the glory of God. What are they thinking? They stole our divine artifact to blackmail us. If we capitulate to their demands, we will lose all of our dignity. Our reputation will be completely destroyed. Another archbishop remarked also. We cannot declare war against the kingdom of Menkor. At most, we can deploy the Knights of Light and the Knights of Holy Glory, which is a total of 30,000 people. Even adding to that Cardinal Leon's forces, that is still only a total of 50,000 men. The kingdom of Menkor definitely has at least 80,000 in their regular army. Even if they are not as skilled as our men, it will be enough to block our advance. The longer this drags on, the more forces they can gather, maybe even up to 100,000 or 200,000 men, especially if reinforcements are sent by the other orc nations or clans. At that moment, a thin archbishop, who was newly anointed, shared his opinion. According to the information sent by Chief Justice Sean, the affair in the Crete Empire, as well as the sudden emergence and destruction of the Gathering of Darkness, seem too sudden and too good to true. He feels that there is a conspiracy. Because it seems too easy. I feel that this is completely different from the careful style of the Gathering of Darkness from before. According to Chief Justice Sean, all of this may be related to Duke Vortigern of the Crete Empire. According to the report, His Majesty Elliot Vietri has reached his limits. His health was already approaching the limit. So, with the recent injury, even with a priest giving him life support, it is likely that Pope Hodap closed his eyes, still listening to their conversation, but also lost in his own thoughts. At this time, a sound entered the meeting room from outside. Saintess Kelly entered, accompanied by a few acolyte maidens. Compared to a few years ago, the Saintess appeared to be more mature, having a pure aura and appearance. She seemed like a living statue of the goddess of light. The sword of the king cannot. I will go personally to ensure this. No matter what conspiracy is in the Crete Empire, and regardless of the orcs of the kingdom of Menkor, we cannot allow the shaming of the Church of Light. Pope Hodap stood up to greet the Saintess. Oh no, you are the nucleus of the Church of Light, the descendant of God, and the symbol of divine authority. As long as you are here, the kingdom of the Church and Saint Sarl City will definitely be safe. If your holiness leaves, even has any accidents, the entire church would be thrown into chaos. It has not yet reached that stage. However, I have already made preparations. Hodap turned around. Issue a church proclamation to Duke Vortigern of the Crete Empire, crowning him as the next emperor of the Crete Empire. Arthur, you will represent me, going personally to Virginia City to host a coronation ceremony for him. You will also carry my message to him. He should use all of his forces to support us in attacking the kingdom of Menkor. I will order the Knight of Holy Glory and the executioners to accompany you, while sending the same order to Charles. This time, we are aiming for a swift victory. Hodap's tone was ice-cold, completely forgetting that the previous emperor of Eliot was still technically alive. No one there treated him as a living being. We are activating the executioners? This eases my mind. This time I will let them know the fear of holy judgment. Arthur stood up to carry out the order. The Saintess looked at Hodap, who immediately replied, I understand the intentions of your holiness. I already messaged Chief Justice Sean to investigate whether Duke Vortigern is connected to the Gathering of Darkness and the theft of the sword. But for now, it is more important to stabilize the situation and retrieve the sword first. This way, we can also preserve the authority of the church. If he really is involved with this incident, he will soon come to know the dark punishments that result from such misdeeds. Hodap thumped his scepter on the ground, his countenance turning incomparably frosty. In the spring of San Calendar year 21, Eliot of the Crete Empire passed away at the age of 42. Since all of his male offspring had died in the rebellion, the first in line to the throne was Duke Vortigern, who succeeded his brother's throne as the Emperor of Crete with the title of Vortigern I. Afterwards, the Church and the Crete Empire formed an allied army with Charles, the head of the Knights of Light, acting as the commander. They declared war against the kingdom of Menkar, over 80,000 knights and around 100,000 recruited soldiers. The army of over 200,000 crossed the Red River plains and attacked the kingdom of Menkar, which had not made any preparations for war. The Crete imperial army was skilled uphill battles, while the Menkar troops were very weak in the area of siege defense. Hence, the human allied forces quickly stormed into Menkar and instantly set the nation aflame. Among the 200,000, other than the ordinary soldiers, there were many soldiers that had been conscripted by the nobles, as well as knights from their retinue. These people participated in the war for one reason, and it was not by the orders of the Church and the Emperor. Instead, it was solely with the aim to pillage. As such, they did not carry much food with them, and earned their livings on the battlefield, sustaining their lives with their lusts for wealth. This ambition boosted both their morale and battle prowess. Wherever the Allied army swept through, the ground would be littered with bodies. The human army had become a group of pillaging thieves who burned all that they saw to the ground. Sometimes, there was no difference between these soldiers and the bandits, especially when facing a different race. They left a steady trail of blood, all the while stuffing their wallets, the entire way to the capital of the kingdom of Menkar. In fact, the entire kingdom was filled with screams and crimson blood. The king and the nobles of Menkar had never thought that the Crete Empire, which was on the verge of chaos itself, would stabilize so quickly, much less complete a transition of power to form an allied army, the Church of Light, and then declare war on them. As the war continued and the army approached, they all fell into complete hysterics. The kingdom of Menkar hastily scrapped together an army of 70,000. They then decided to use the geography of the Kerry Valley in order to stop the advance of the human army, while seeking reinforcements from the other orc kingdoms and large clans. Within the first 3 days, the Menkar army successfully delayed the human allied army. But by the 4th day, the human side sent out their first special abilities team, the Ministers of Execution. Dozens of priests with special abilities led the Knights of Light in destroying the entire orc army. Holy light and longswords swept the battlefield. In their wake, numerous bodies littered the ground. They were unstoppable. The Beastmen army scattered in terror, while the allied army chased them. From the Kerry Valley to the capital of Menkar, the path was paved with discarded armor and dead bodies. A large amount of bodies of the fallen orc soldiers floated down the Kerry River. The fish in the river grew fat, feasting on their bloated corpses. The entire river was dyed blood red. From the beginning of the war to its current progress to the capital, only half a month had passed. The human allied army was already pushing the kingdom of Menkar to the brink of destruction. Before the allied army arrived, news of the defeat of the large orc army had spread to the capital. The capital of Menkar descended into absolute chaos as all the nobles, officials, merchants, and citizens scrambled to pack their belongings and escape. Even the servants and guards of the palace were in a panic, and crowds of people were running around. A lot of servants even started looting the palace as they prepared to flee. The morale of the entire kingdom was completely gone, as the signs of annihilation were imminent. The king of Menkar sat on the throne with soulless eyes, holding the legendary sword of the king in his hands. The throne room was empty, without a single lit lamp. It had lost all feeling of its past glory. Footsteps were heard as the Minotaur general approached. "Your Highness, the preparations are ready." The king of Menkor, now aged beyond his years, lifted his head and asked, "How did this happen? How did it come to this so suddenly?" He stood up, his leopard eyes narrowed. "They deceived us. It was the gathering of darkness? It was those wizards. You have tricked us. It was you, all of you. Otherwise, how would they dare attack us? How would they do this with such speed? It's not my fault, not me." The king fell into a state of near madness. At last, he could only laugh a long, bitter laugh, morose and broken. The royal capital was ruled by frenzied chaos, as the citizens ran and screamed up and down the streets. The allied army wasn't even here yet, but it seemed as if the apocalypse had already descended. The streets were packed. People could be heard screaming at one another, crushing each other in a mad scramble to get out of the city. The king led his son through an underground passage out of the city. Outside the city, there were 100 knights stationed. Since the prince was born late in the king's life, he especially treasured the child. After hugging him, the king handed him to a leopard man knight. The child bursted into tears. "Father, what's happening? I don't want to leave you." The king's heart ached, and he wrung his hands in grief. The knights saluted the king and departed immediately. The king only looked back after the knights had departed. As he did so, he could no longer hold back his weary tears. "The Church of Light would never let me go. I will run them this way to avoid attracting their attention." The king of Menkor, the remaining 10 soldiers, and departed. By dawn, the capital could be seen in the distance, alight in flames and descending into a blazing inferno. The king and his knights were completely shocked. What are they doing? It's a massacre. What do they want? Humanity, the Church of Light, and the Crete Empire. The king of Menkor fell from his horse and struggled to stagger back up. He gnashed his teeth in pure hatred and regret as he repeated these 3 things over and over again. This scene made all of the people present shed unbidden tears. By then, they were upriver by the Kerry River. As soon as they crossed the river, they would be far enough away. Yet, at this moment, fleeing was not on their minds. Many orc soldiers dismounted and knelt down, facing the city. From afar, the sound of hooves and armor gradually drifted closer. These were the pursuers of the allied army. They looked like a black mass, approaching like a shadow of the night. They would not forget the king of Menkor, nor the sword of light he held. The Minotaur general drew his longsword, but he did not look at the enemy. Instead, his steady gaze never left his king. "Your Majesty, do you regret your decision?" The king was silent, and the general did not wait for an answer. He led his 10 knights into battle against the enemy, as the sound of clashing blades and battle cries resounded with the rise of dawn. Surrounded by the human army, no matter how brave these warriors were, they all died, one by one. The Minotaur general was taken down by 3 people, as multiple swords gored through his chest and back. As he fell to the ground, he knelt towards the capital and closed his eyes one final time. Only the king of Menkor left. He stood by the Kerry River with his crown and beast skin robes, looking at the neat squadron approaching him. All of them glared at him with icy killing intent, observing this fallen king. Whoever fetched his head, brought the sword of the king, would receive wealth, glory, land, and everything beyond imagination. The king of Menkor turned around and held the sword of the king tightly as he looked at the army surrounding him. His shocked expression turned unbelievably sinister, the hatred and fury in his eyes radiating out from his entire being. When he spoke, the muscles in his neck were trembling. "Humanity, I curse you. I curse you." His gaze swept past all of the humans at the scene, imprinting their ugly features as it went, including the long swords and armor, that was tainted with the fresh blood of the orcs. Their bodies were drenched in the lifeblood of the orc. As the light of the rising sun fell on them, it felt as if an aura of blood had started rolling outwards. Even their voices had transformed into echoes of despair. "You will pay for your sins. You will never get this sword of the king. One day it will belong to a king of the orcs, who will return this pain to you 1,000-fold." After finishing this sentence, the king of Menkor turned around and threw himself into the torrents of the Kerry River. The sword of the king disappeared within the rolling waves of the river. San calendar year 21, the human allied forces attacked the orc king of Menkor. In the wake of the war, heavy taxes were levied on food and living expenses, causing chaos. All order within the city was lost, as humanity devolved into committing acts of arson and robbery. In the end, the entire capital was annihilated. The hundreds of thousands of orcs that had yet to flee the city were massacred by the allied forces, and the entire bustling capital of Menkor was burned to the ground. The king of Menkor ended his own life, jumping into the Kerry River after being chased by the allied forces. The war had exhausted the resources of the Menkor kingdom. It collapsed shortly thereafter, and was now just another name in the history books. In Ayr City, a team of human cavalry soldiers, dressed in armor and helmets, trekked along a small path. The orc farmers retreated to the sides of the roads, staring down at the ground as they were, afraid to make eye contact. The entire city had been emptied. Some had fled to the mountains, while others had fled back to their former clans. All of the shops in the west side of the city had been closed. Only Luziusk remained open. It was filled with many injured patients who were lying in bed. The expedition force held up its golden red flag, which showed the insignia of the Knights of Light. They entered the city, finding the gates wide open. There were no guards left. In fact, almost all of the people of Ayr City had long since fled. Even the officials who had been running the city had abandoned it. The cavalry was boisterous as it paraded through the streets. All of the building's doors were shut tightly, as those in the few remaining households watched them through their doors and windows in horror. Finally, they stood in front of the doors of Luziu's clinic looking at him. "Hey, Saint Maria. Saint Maria." The knights exchanged greetings with Luziu, as their hands were laid on their chests, according to the common mannerisms of the Church of Light. "Mr. Rander, I have 2 soldiers who have been seriously injured, and I would like to seek your help. I can't believe I have found a human doctor here. As long as there are patients who need us, we will be here. However, we save people while you only kill them. This is just a simple little town. All of the rich people within the city have long since fled. All of the remaining citizens are only some kind, poor folks. So please do no evil here." Lu Jiu stared sternly into the knight's eyes. The knight replied immediately, "We are not the dogs and executioners of the nobles. We are the shepherds of the gods. My name is Brian. I am a knight from St. Sarl City. Rest assured, we are not like those other robbers. We only came here to accomplish a mission." Lu Ziyu took them inside, then moved the 2 wounded men to the second-floor clinic. The other orcs in the hospital watched them with hostility. Lu Ziyu had to treat them personally. Both of them were seriously injured. One had lost a hand and suffered from excessive blood loss, while the other had an arrow that was lodged in his abdomen. Though part of the arrow was cut off, the rest of it was embedded deep within him, making it quite difficult to pull out. After Lu Ziyu had treated them, they were in much better states. After taking their medicine and getting bandaged up, they fell asleep. "I didn't expect to find such a skilled doctor here. You are much better than the court doctors," Brian exclaimed as he thanked Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu sat and chatted with him for a bit. I am quite close to Bor Killermo. Brian sat up immediately, utterly in awe now. You are a friend of Mr. Killermo. I have always admired him. Due to his research, we now have cures for many diseases. As such, a doctor was recently able to save my mother. During the conversation, it was easy to see that Brian was very friendly to doctors. He was also extremely angry and dissatisfied with the actions of the armies, which were led by the nobles among the human coalition forces. He had come here with a mission from the upper reaches along the Kerry River, ordered to look for something. Brian did not elaborate on the exact details of the item. Ayr City was already downstream of the Kerry River. If they went any further south, they would reach the tributaries of the Kerry River, including the Red River. As such, it seemed that they had failed to accomplish their mission. In the evening, Lu Jiyu came to the deserted Kerry River. This was quite a far distance downstream, so the river was relatively slow-moving. From time to time, in the last few days, a large number of bodies would float by from upstream, their blood dyeing the water red. Those incidents cast a sinister feel upon the entire river. Even the fish in the river seemed ghastly. After waiting for a long time, Lu Jiyu saw something that was approaching from the distance. It went against the current, then leapt out of the water to hover in the air. It was a silvery, white holy sword. On top of the long sword, Lu Jiyu's inscribed runes could be seen. The general meaning on the inscriptions were humility, honesty, empathy, courage, fairness, sacrifice, glory, soul. They were the 8 virtues of the knight that Lu Jiyu had chosen. The holy name of Faros decorated the sword's hilt. Lu Jiyu reached out, the sword falling directly into his hand. Lu Jiyu held it flat in his hands as he traced his finger across the blade. He hadn't expected the sword, which he had made as a bit of a joke, to provoke so much conflict within the Alan continent. The originally unremarkable sword really did seem to hold some sort of strange mission, as it was currently shrouded in a sacred light. After decades beside Akhenaten, it had been sealed for more than 1,000 years inside his tomb, before finally falling into the hands of the Church of Light. After all these twists and turns, it continued to cause remarkable turmoil upon the continent. Each appearance and disappearance seemed to influence the lives and deaths of countless people. Now, it was back in the hands of Lu Jiyu. It had been well maintained, and it appeared not to be much different than how it was when he had originally awarded it to Akhenaten. Only now, it somehow felt heavier, as if it had obtained the weight of 1,000 years. Lu Jiyu mused, "Isn't this just an ordinary longsword? Why fight so hard for it?" After the departure of Brian's squad, the last wave of the human armies also withdrew from the kingdom of Menkar. The armies of the other orc kingdoms and the nearby large orc tribes immediately descended on the ravaged land, aiming to gain territory. They were just like wolves that scavenge the body of a buffalo. They only brought more disasters upon the already traumatized people of Menkor. The entire kingdom of Menkor was in a state of complete chaos. Multiple forces rose up as other tribes and kingdoms invaded and divided the land. The kingdom's original peace had completely disappeared. The city of Ayr had also completely fallen. One by one, all of the people in the remaining households departed. Gradually, it became an entirely empty city. Lu Jiyu stood outside his clinic in the sun. He carried a large suitcase. The winds carried sand and dust through the deserted shopping street. The empty shop doors and windows were boarded up, having long since been abandoned. The late spring breeze and the soft sunlight would have normally felt warm and intoxicating, but at the moment, it could only be described as a bleak scene. Lu Jiyu looked at the familiar streets, shops, and the furnishings on his door. All of them held many memories, but now everyone was gone. Lu Jiyu was the last to leave this empty city. Since the kingdom of Menkor was destroyed by the humans, as they had conducted many mass killings, they had also looted, while burning the cities. Even though there had previously been goodwill towards Lu Jiyu, his relations with the orcs more strained with each passing day. Lu Jiyu was gradually isolated as he became more unpopular. In fact, many people in groups had left without Lu Jiyu, much less inviting him to come along. Verthandi clung to his thigh. "Daddy, I don't want to leave our home." She pouted, as tears swirled in her eyes. Why was there a war? Everyone was fine, so why did everything change? Lu Jiyu knelt down. There are many reasons to start a war. Revenge, interests, desires, greed, all of these things have caused wars. But most importantly, remember that the result of a war cannot be controlled. Once a war is initiated, it is like a beast that has been released from its cage. All of the evil hidden within creatures is released, which eventually leads to irreparable results. The people who initiate wars always think that they can control everything. They always hope to gain something through the war, but in most cases, it does not go as planned. Most times, both sides just sustain grievous damages. Verthandi raised a small fist. "I will be a virtuous knight in the future, like a hero from the stories. I will stop the wars. I want to protect everyone, including you, Daddy." Looking at Little Trouble's innocent face, and hearing her childish words, Lu Jiyu could not help but laugh. "Sure, you can protect Daddy in the future." She immediately made a strong, proud pose, but with her tiny and cute face, she looked nothing like a knight. Lu Jiyu lifted the suitcase, then took her hand as they stepped out of the clinic onto the road. "Daddy, where are we going?" Yes. Let's travel around the world." The sun's rays shone on the two of them, one big and one small, as their two long shadows stretched along the empty streets. The laughter of the little girl echoed on the streets. 13 years had since passed. It was now the fall of San Calendar year 34. A large ship approached the city of Danello in the kingdom of Endo. It was a port city that had grown within the recent years. Though sea monsters and children of the sea were still almost impossible to kill, humanity had already devised methods to avoid them, developing safer seafaring routes. This orc city, which had developed due to trade, had incorporated the opposing influences of humanity's elegance and attention to detail with the orcs' tastes for more basic simplicity, creating a surprisingly wonderful combination. From afar, the outline of the city could be seen from the seas, its port lined with several merchant vessels, including an array from both the human and orc kingdoms. A large number of dock workers were constantly bustling around the port, creating a lively scene. The stone buildings within the city were surrounded constantly with the daily crowds of passers-by. A tall clock tower and a beautiful church could be seen clearly, even from the docks. In fact, they could even be seen from the far-off horizon. At that moment, two people approached. They were dressed in identical sky blue pullovers, black pants, and boots. For the shorter figure, the pullover seemed to be quite long, extending past the knees. Both of them had identical short hair and handsome features. The tall figure was a bearded man. He had black hair and black eyes. The shorter individual was a blonde Lyon orc youth. Both of them carried backpacks and long swords. As the pair lifted their suitcases down from the ship, they made their ways into Danello. There were many races on the roads of the trading city, including several types of orcs and human merchants. Within a church in the city, Lu Jiyu met a dog-person orc that was clad in a black priest's habit. This signified that he was a member of the Church of Light within the orc kingdom. However, unlike the human version, they called themselves the Faith of the Sun and believed in the sun goddess Maria. The variation was not only revealed in the name, Even their beliefs and rituals of worship had major differences. The faith of the Sunne, or the Orc adaptation of the Church of Light, stemmed from an attempt that occurred a few decades ago when the Church of Light tried to expand within the Orc kingdoms. Although it was effective to a certain extent, it still wasn't popular. However, after the battle that destroyed the kingdom of Menkor, the Church of Light and the executioners had demonstrated an overwhelming power. Not only did many orcs start hating the Church of Light and humanity, but it was also extremely effective in spreading the faith of the Church of Light in the lands of the orcs. This combination of fear and power had made for an unexpectedly effective conversion tactic. Religions within the orc kingdoms also went through countless changes, fights, and mergers on their way to forming the faith of the Sunne. Though its roots were much weaker as compared to the Church of the Light, its development was still extremely fast. Within a little more than a decade, the Sun faith had spread throughout most of the orc kingdoms. Many tribes had also converted, thus embracing the Sun faith. After walking into the church, Lu Jiu hollered a loud greeting. Immediately, an orc Sun faith priest turned around. "Hello, if it isn't Baron Randir Aranbel and our handsome Will. You're all grown up. The two of you are quite alike, even if Will is just a bit too short, unlike you and most lion people." Verthandi rolled her eyes upon hearing the old orc's teasing. Her height had always been of a sore spot that Lu Jiu teased her about. Now that the old orc had brought it up, she behaved a bit like a cat whose tail was just stepped on. She scowled at the older orc, feeling more than a bit sensitive. Lu Jiu gave the old orc a warm hug. "My old friend Corey, I am glad to see you. It's been 10 years, yet you still have the same energy. I have already grown old, but you haven't changed at all." After a bit of small talk back forth, Corey invited Lu Jiu into a guest room in the back. Two talked as they walked. "I heard you will soon be promoted to become a bishop?" Corey seemed very happy after hearing Lu Jiu's words. He smiled as he replied, "All of the bishops have been transferred to other locations, so I am already the acting bishop. As soon as the higher-ups send the order, I'll be able to wear the white robes." Lu Jiu was also quite happy for Corey. He was a devout believer who had been around since the founding of the faith 10 years ago, back when it was still being suppressed. After being transferred to the city of Danello, he had been promoted. Now, as the acting Bishop of Danello, he wielded considerable influence within the faith of Sunday. "Congratulations, you have finally gained control over the Grand Church of Danello. This is the dream of quite a few faith of Sun clergy." Corey accepted Lu Jiu's well wishes. "If I have the chance, I wish to visit St. Sarl City for a pilgrimage. I'd like to see the legendary kin of God, Her Holiness the Saintess, and the divine artifact, the Mask of Faros, which is a true sign of God. I hope one day we too will receive a divine artifact and divine blessings from the heavens," he continued. But maybe that is me being too greedy. I will honestly be quite satisfied if I can enter the kingdom of God after my passing. Even that is too much to ask for." Lu Jiu knew that the Sun faith has been searching tirelessly for divine artifacts, as they often tried to contact the divine, yet they had not received any response. Besides, they had been searching for the Sword of the King, which had been lost over 10 years, without results. After getting seated and chatting for a while, Lu Jiu jumped into the main topic, his upcoming visit to the kingdom of Engido. "I heard that an evil dragon has appeared within the kingdom of Engido." Corey's expression instantly changed. "Do not speak of the matter. It is rumored that this dragon is likely to appear once it is summoned." Corey then got up and closed the window superstitiously, speaking very carefully. "But that is right. It is an evil white dragon that appeared about a year ago. After its appearance, it has pillaged many villages and robbed merchant vessels. After that, it became even crazier, raiding cities. Last month, it even stole away our princess, escaping with her to the Amos icefield. It has demanded a ransom from the king, who has now set a bounty on the head of the dragon for the rescue of the princess. Of course, Lu Yu knew that he was able to pinpoint the location of the dragon. However, the purpose of this time's journey was to set up a trial for Little Trouble, while raising her abilities to give her a chance to grow. Yet, Lu Yu had never expected this dragon to be so arrogant. Its personality and deeds were identical to the evil dragons of legend. Lu Yu had to wonder if this was all due to the initial designs that he had programmed within their genes. He had given all the dragons a love for gold, but they had also received variations according to their subspecies. If Lu Yu recalled correctly, white dragons seemed to be programmed to be lustful, so why did it capture the princess of the orcs? The size and species were a wrong fit for such a scenario. What did the white dragon want to do? Lu Ziyu's head spun with these questions, while he pressed onwards. He then turned to ask Corey, what is the most convenient route to the Amos icy field? Corey looked at Lu Ziyu. You're not thinking of slaying the dragon to save the princess, right? My God, you're full of surprises, old fella. But I wouldn't recommend leaping towards your own death in such a way. Although Lu Ziyu was miffed by the tone of the old orc, he knew that his friend was only teasing, so he decided to ignore it and continue on. Seeing his reaction, Corey gave a huge laugh, then explained. If you want to get to the Amos ice field, it would be best to follow or hire a merchant team. I do know a caravan that frequents that route. I even believe that you are already quite familiar with its owner. Who? Elias? Up! Lu Ziyu was teaching Verthande swordsmanship. The two raised their swords, posed with the exact same stance. Even their subtle movements were exactly the same. Pay attention to your footwork. Lower your center of gravity. Don't mess up. Look at my eyes while looking straight ahead, he instructed. The two swords were intertwined and clashing intermittently, as the pair practiced in the center of the backyard of the cathedral. Lu Ziyu carefully adjusted Verthande's footwork, wrist, stance, spirit, and gaze. Verthande was very talented. Although she had not awakened her blood talent, she had reached the peak of swordsmanship in regards to pure technique. She had basically reached the highest limit that she could master at present. So all that was left for her train in was skill level. After finishing a complete set, Lu Ziyu put down his sword. Yes, there is nothing to teach you in the future. Your physical condition has almost been raised to your limit. Verthande sat down next to a pillar, exhausted. After hearing Lu Ziyu's words, her two furry ears immediately perked up. Dad, does that mean that I'm almost ready to awaken my bloodline talent? After Verthande had grown up a bit, Lu Ziyu began growing a beard, so he was no longer daddy, just dad. Lu Ziyu nodded. And after awakening your bloodline, you will be a real knight. Although you'll be a tiny knight, you'll be a knight nonetheless. Verthande hissed and pounced at Lu Ziyu, showing her fangs. She pouted and stomped her feet. I'm only 16 years old. I can still grow taller, as Lu Ziyu was considered to be on the tall side. Verthande, by comparison, was relatively petite, which made her particularly frustrated, because she wanted to be a great knight. In order to join the cavalry, there were height requirements, and some of the more exacting squads' criteria were pretty strict. Verthande waved her fist at Lu Ziyu, who reached out and held her head down. Due to his height advantage, she couldn't reach him, no matter how hard she tried. Their hands entangled, but Lu Ziyu kept a hand firmly on her head, laughing teasingly. Lu Ziyu and Verthande, were waiting for the arrival of the Eliasmert's merchant caravan that the Bishop of Cori had mentioned in the Grand Church of Danello. They would travel together through Engito's capital, journeying to the northern lands of the Amos icefield. Over the past 10 years, Lu Jiyu had been traveling with Verdanti to many human and orc kingdoms. Through a coincidence, Lu Jiyu had received an honorary title of Baron from the Kingdom of the Church of Light. Though he had no land attached to it, it had made him an actual noble now. For more than 10 years, the two of them had relied on each other. It had really made Lu Jiyu feel like a father. Compared to his old life, these days made Lu Jiyu much happier. He could even forget his true identity, his powers, and his goals as he wallowed in this newfound happiness. A few days later, Lu Jiyu waited outside the bathroom, standing guard. Autumn in the north was very cold, so the steam from the hot water covered the room. Training to become a knight required extremely specific conditions, including a special exercise method to temper the body to the limit. Afterwards, the brain would sense changes in the body, then unlock the bodily limits to awaken one's bloodline talent. This required both a steady supply and large amount of food, and a supply of various medicinal materials and tempering methods. Otherwise, the body would not be able to receive the energy necessary for such rigorous training, thus making it vulnerable to injury. Lu Jiyu supplied Verthandi with the best of the best. There was never a shortage of supplies. As for the tempering methods, Lu Jiyu felt that they were completely useless. In his mind, anything that he randomly made up would be better than these human methods. As far as tonics and medicinal materials were concerned, Lu Jiyu had a free, unlimited supply of them. However, the awakening of the bloodline only occurred when one's physique was almost stabilized. Recently, Lu Jiyu felt that Verthandi's talent was about to awaken, so he immediately prepared a nutrient solution for her imminent breakthrough. At this time, from behind him, the door clicked open. Verthandi entered the room, squirming in her simple nightgown. It seemed that Lu Jiyu's preparations had paid off, and the awakening had been successful. Verthandi shyly held the robe tightly. Lu Jiyu looked her up and down. "What are you shy about? Either way, you're so thin and bony. What is there to hide? Other people are hiding their goods. You have nothing to hide." Lu Jiyu, a brutal hit to Thandi, who shrieked as her blonde hair swayed. She threw the vase on the table towards Lu Jiyu, cursing him by name. "Randir, you old pervert." Lu Jiyu steadily caught the 7 or 8 things that Verthandi had thrown at him without missing a single one. Just as he was gloating, he saw a bucket of bath water splashing towards him. After playing around for a bit, Lu Jiyu checked Verthandi's awakened bloodline talent. He was astonished at the results. The golden eye. Unexpectedly, you have inherited Anatin's golden eye, so you now carry his bloodline. Verthandi was elated. She knew that she had awakened a visual ability. She had looked into a bronze mirror, seeing some subtle changes in her eyes. They had changed from their original brown shade to a more beautiful gold color. When she looked at things now, she saw that the entire world had undergone tremendous changes. Not only had it become clearer, but her observations had also become sharper. Even the faces of the people, who were ringing the bells on the towers in the distance, could now clearly be seen. Even the vibrating wings of the bees that were flying by the window could all be seen clearly. This would be a powerful ability in the battlefield, and could be used as a weapon of destruction. She felt that she would gain a decent ability, but she did not expect it to be the golden eye of the legends. News regarding this talent had non-existent for a long time. The ability to awaken this rare legendary talent was called the bloodline of the kings. Verthandi was very happy. "Isn't this the bloodline that you passed to me?" "Dad, Don't you know that you are the descendant of Aheniton? Therefore, I am also a descendant of the Golden King. Lu Ziyu had a very awkward expression on his face. It seems like I do have a passing connection to Aheniton. At this time, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Lu Ziyu opened it. It was a young orc cleric. Sir, the bishop wants to see you. Lu Ziyu nodded. What did Bishop Corey say was the matter? It seems that the Elias caravan has arrived. Sir Elias is currently in the front hall, chatting with the bishop. They were passing through a well-trodden path in a dark forest. The path had been packed down hard by a constant barrage of carriages, horse steeds, and footprints. A large caravan was passing through the woods, with many alcoids and guards trailing far behind. The Elias Meshant team was quite famous within the kingdom of Engido. It was quite large and conducted the most business. In fact, its enterprises were known to extend throughout all of the orc nations. Lu Ziyu was riding a horse. He was flanked on both sides by golden alpacas with twinkly eyes. It was an oddly embarrassing experience, as it felt like the alpacoids were somehow laughing at him. Lu Ziyu had never thought that the golden alpacas and alpacoids would become so popular back when he was designing them. Today, they had become so popular, they were common even in the orc nations. The caravan left the shadows of the woods, encountering the sun once again. Just below the slope ahead, in the distance, loomed a huge city. It was the capital of Engido, the city of Primonius. It was a large and exotic ancient capital. Lu Ziyu could see many people gathering to enter the city. The collective line looked like a long river, filled with countless horses and alpcoids. Within the city, there were many structures. These buildings were impressive, boasting circular domes and high towers. Stone castles and structures linked one by one as they got closer and closer. It was an awe-inspiring city indeed. Standing at its foot, it seemed as if the city wall extended even beyond the horizon, where the sky and clouds became one. Wow, I didn't expect such a magnificent city to be found within an orc nation. This was Lu Ziyu's first visit to Primonius, and he had not expected it to be such a majestic metropolis. It definitely would not be outdone, even by Saint Sarl city of the kingdom of the church. Elias' steed trotted behind Lu Ziyu. Of course, the king of Engido is an ambitious ruler with grand ideals. He has developed the kingdom of Engido to its current state over several decades. He brought it to this age of prosperity by building up the strongest army this country has ever known. We had once believed that he would be the next emperor of the orc nations. It's a pity. Lu Ziyu was puzzled. What's a pity? Elias pointed to the sky. He is too old, so he will soon have to return to God's embrace. He is only a mortal after all. No matter how ambitious we are, we cannot defy fate or old age. Ever since the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor, after losing the title of the mayor of Ayers, Elias had become a merchant. By the looks of it, his business was thriving. As he had said, though, he had also aged. In fact, he was probably going to retire soon. In preparation for this, he had brought his second son this time around, who was to succeed his caravan and noble rank. Passing through the steel-spiked arch, sounds of the passing crowds were near deafening. People were bustling everywhere. On both sides of the crown, there were armored guards with spears, attempting to maintain order. Occasionally, patrol teams would flit through the passageways, also making their rounds. Elias spoke to Lu Ziyu. We will rest here and purchase some necessities. We will then depart again in 3 days. You two can wander around in the meantime. Welcome to Primonius, my friend. After thanking Elias, Lu Ziyu led away his horse and began touring the city with Verthandi. Lu Ziyu was enjoying the local culture and architectural style, while Verthandi was more interested in finding souvenirs and good food. Both of them carried long swords and were dressed very smartly. In this era, ordinary people were unable to purchase decent swords. At the very least, such luxuries were beyond the means of ordinary villagers and farmers. Furthermore, only a knight would be able to assemble a full set of armor. Normal folks definitely could never aspire to attain one. Of course, with the traveling pair's attire, it was easy for them to be targeted by thieves. Hence, Lu Jiu remained vigilant. The city was built against a mountain, so the roads were also rolling and uneven. Most of the roads were on curving slopes, causing any attempt to traverse them to be very tiring. As such, the buildings were also scattered in uneven heights, creating a beautiful asymmetrical skyline. Lu Ziyu and Verthandi shopped around before heading to the entrance of the palace. It was a large white palace, which was built with white marble and was guarded with many soldiers. A large number of archers and spearmen were also patrolling above on the palace walls. By the entrance, a poster of the head of the evil dragon was tacked. Many people crowded around it. Most of them were outsiders. Suddenly, a heated discussion arose among them. The bounty has risen again. Now it is officially up to 10,000 gold lichens, with the rank of baron and any land desired to also be awarded to the dragon slayer. It's a single step to glory. So many people have died. Even one-armed Duncan has died, along with all 100 of his mercenaries. After taking this mission, not a single person returned alive. Of course, they were facing the dragon, that evil dragon Frost. According to the rumor, it is tens of meters long, with a wingspan of over 20 meters. Men can only reach its ankles, and it has scales that are impervious to swords. Its breath is the flame of hell, and it can manipulate ice to freeze people into sculptures. No one has been able to defeat it. All of those who have seen it have ended up dead. Over 10 rounds of people have attempted this feat. Not a single one has returned, as they all perished in the Amos ice field, becoming food for the dragon. All of them were famous adventurers and fighters too. Now no one dares go, as it is only seeking death. No matter how high the bounty is, it is meaningless if it is unobtainable. Verthandi spoke from Lu Jiyu's side. Then why isn't the king sending the army to kill it? Why is he offering a bounty reward instead? All of the people turned and saw that the speaker was only a runt. Not giving her a second thought, they all looked back in disdain, muttering, "What does a kid know?" The evil dragon can fly, so even great numbers do not help in defeating it. The king has sent his army and the blood knights to surround the evil dragon many times, but the dragon is quite sly and refuses to engage them in direct combat. Verthandi, seeing how she was being dismissed, became very peeved. Isn't just an evil dragon? What's the big deal? The crowd saw the arrogance of the runt, continuing to ignore her. Lu Jiu crossed his arms and stood behind Verthandi. "Go, take the bounty down for me." Verthandi turned to look at Lu Jiu with starry eyes. "You're going to personally defeat the dragon and save the princess, like the heroes in the storybooks?" Lu Jiu straightened his back and looked into distance, as if he was possessed by a heroic aura. He let out a haughty harumph. Verthandi rushed forth with great enthusiasm, grabbed the bounty, then turned back towards the crowd. She then yelled at them in sheer delight. "Who dares to look down on us? You bunch of cowards are all talk and no action. This time, we'll show you what real chivalry is. Dad, let's go dragon slaying." Dad, where did you go?" Verthandi took down the bounty posting, but saw that the figure that was in the crowd disappeared. The soldiers on the sides were approaching, surrounding Verthandi. "Hello, sir." "Would like to see you," a soldier demanded. Verthandi's face paled. She tried to explain, then began to back away, only to discover that the road before her was blocked. She looked to her left and right in a panic, not knowing what to do next. Whoever takes down the bounty posting automatically makes a contract with the king. Whoever betrays that contract will lose their head, which will then be hung on the city wall. The countenance of the soldier was extremely stern. He pointed to a flagpole on the city wall, where several severed heads were already hanging, each covered with dried blood. Their eyes were like dead fish, staring lifelessly at the ground. Verthande swallowed hard. Now on this side, we have a mysterious wandering knight. This is the genius swordsman, also known as Will. On the other side is our court swordsman, the captain of the king's guard, the great knight of Engido, Glaucus. In the Colosseum of Primonius, 2 concurrent rings formed stadium seats. They were filled with the people of the city, people from all walks of life, including businessmen, knights, and nobles, had come to watch the battles. Though the fight had yet to begin, the scene was already bustling. At the top of the stands, there was a special seating area for the nobles. At the moment, the king and queen were sitting inside it. There were also several counts and princes present. Today was the last and most intense battle, so the king had come in person. Verthande did not see the king after taking down the bounty, but she had interacted with his agent, a court official. Verthande signed a contract that provided her with a luxurious place to stay. Several competitions were arranged for her the next day. As long as she had a winning streak, Verthande would be recognized by the king as a knight. She would receive 1,000 gold lichens before setting off as the dragon slayer. If she could return successfully, she'd become a baron. She would then receive the remaining 9,000 gold lichens. At first, no one thought that this short, young knight could win, but Will defeated several powerful opponents in rapid succession. As such, she became famous throughout Primonius instantly, and like her first 16 predecessors, she became the hottest topic in the city. As long as she defeated the king's guard captain today, she would become a knight. Then journey on to slay the dragon and save the princess. Lu Ziyu stood in the stands, watching Little Trouble struggle in a difficult battle. There was a gambling station by the king at the entrance. Anyone in the audience could participate. Every fight earned a lot of money for the king. Each fight was enough to generate at least a few thousand gold lichens. Several hundred fights had already been held, which made Lu Ziyu deeply suspicious. He wondered whether this guy really wanted to save his daughter, or if he was simply relying on this venture to make money. "Come on, Little Trouble. Dad is proud of you." Lu Ziyu waved a gambling scroll while cheering for Verthande, who was preparing for battle. Suddenly, her footwork fumbled as she looked up at Lu Ziyu with murderous eyes. As the opening bell rang, the two began moving immediately. Their swords clashed, thus beginning the fierce battle. The orc's great knight Glaucus was a wolfman. Though he was not as tall as the lion people, he was still a good half a head taller than Little Trouble. He was using his physique to pressure her, and his sword swung in large arcs. Verthande's swordsmanship had been specially designed for her by Lu Ziyu. At the same time, Lu Ziyu had also taught her how to face enemies with several different body types, as well as how to face different styles. He had even schooled her in capitalizing on some of the weaknesses of the wizards and priests. Her swordsmanship was closer to the human styles, with its emphasis on close-range speed. It utilized the least amount of strength and the greatest speed when facing opponents much greater than her. This helped her to find her opponent's flaws immediately, so that she could deal a fatal blow. At this moment, the two fighters danced in the center of the Colosseum. Their speeds were incredible. Both of them were knights who had been trained to their physical limits with awakened bloodline talents. Their speed and strength far exceeded any ordinary people. To normal folks, this seemed like a fight between gods. Even the after images of the swift clashing swords appeared blurry. The two continued to attack and avoid each other. They tried to pressure each other through various methods in order to seize the advantage. Yet, under Glaucus's wide-swung assault, Verthandi continued to retreat. Verthandi was completely suppressed by his brute strength. He was not only powerful, but also quite fast. It seemed that he had awakened a bloodline talent that boosted his speed, which nullified Verthandi's previous advantage. Furthermore, she had just awakened her bloodline talent, while her opponent was an experienced blood knight. The longsword swept past her blade, edging alarmingly close to Verthandi's face repeatedly. Verthandi seemed to be in jeopardy, as if she was about to break from the pressure. And yet, Verthandi was always able to somehow avoid the fatal blows at the most crucial moments. Her longsword would always appear at the exact right moment. Also, her defense was remarkably impenetrable. The longer the battle went on, the more the battle swayed in Verthandi's favor. The golden eye gave her too much of an advantage by his seeking weak points. She gradually became familiar with his power. Then finally her eyes burst into light. Suddenly, she saw a gap in her opponent's movements. She had found a flaw, and the world seemed to slow. This was due to the partial activation of the potential of her golden eye. Verthandi knocked away Glaucus's longsword and cut his chainmail, exposing his neck. A faint trail of blood appeared on Glaucus' neck. Verthandi had initially held back during this attack. Otherwise, Glaucus would have already been dead. Glaucus looked at Verthandi in disbelief as he touched his neck. Then, he stopped moving. "I have lost." "Congratulations." As Verthandi gave a knight's bow, the crowd went wild. The people, who had bet on Verthandi, roared in excitement, while the losers cursed in anger. The others would relay the news of this amazing battle, spreading the name of a mysterious young knight named Will. As the winner received her honor and glory, the losers exited in frustration. Verthandi was knighted by the king as he placed a longsword on her shoulder before the crowds, giving her the official title of a knight of the kingdom of Engedo. She also received a knight's ring, as well as a set of armor that was made by steel, along with a large bag of gold coins. Verthandi walked out in a gorgeous skirted armor, a longsword at her waist, a helmet in her left hand, and a bag full of gold coins in her right. She left the Colosseum, feeling like a true hero and looking like an epic knight, straight out of a painting. Lu Jiu, Elias, and many acquaintances from the caravan were waiting outside the Colosseum. When Verthandi came out, they cheered in unison as Lu Jiu laughed at the front. "Great job, little trouble. Dad is proud of you." Verthandi slammed her helmet to the ground, then drew her sword, slashing it towards Lu Jiu and gnashing her teeth. "Randir, you jerk." Lu Jiu blocked the sword from behind. No matter where Verthandi attacked him, all of her attempts were easily deflected by one simple flick of Lu Jiu's wrist. Even Verthandi's golden eye had absolutely no effect on him. However, Verthandi's sword was very fast, and Lu Jiu's sword seemed extremely slow. It didn't seem to move with a purpose, but only slowly moved to block the attacks. Yet, regardless of how fast Verthandi moved, she would always be bested by that slow sword. It was as if Lu Jiu could guess all of her attacks, thus blocking her every attempt in advance. Lu Jiu stepped forward into the clashing swords, then tapped Verthandi's back with the back of his sword. He swept Verthandi to the ground with a kick, then broke out into raucous laughter. "You want to win against your old Mao? After defeating 2 mooks, you need to train for another 800 years. Verthandi was really angry this time, and she refused to get up. Lu Jiu was stumped. "Get up, we're departing tomorrow for the Amos ice field. It's time to prepare to kill the dragon. Don't you want to be a real knight? Dragon Slayer, epic knight hero. Don't you want those fancy titles? Verthande turned her head, exclaiming in indignation, I know how powerful I am. I can't beat the dragon. I will die and become dragon dung, like the 16 idiots before me. Lu Ziyu patted his chest. Don't you trust me? This old man still some treasures at the bottom of the suitcase to pass on to you. Silicon is directly below carbon on the periodic table. As such, the two elements share many properties, such as their abilities to form long chains and polymers. Thus, silicon is seen as being a very promising alternate element as the basis for life forms. Besides carbon-based life forms, silicon-based forms are seen as being the most likely to occur naturally. Silicon can form metallic cells with iron and other metallic elements that possess stable cell structures and excretion systems. Those cells can then obtain energy from the outside world in order to maintain life. Lu Ziyu had previously observed silicon-based life, but this case already seemed very different from what Lu Ziyu had previously discovered. Similar to the way that Lu Ziyu had investigated evolution from carbon-based life forms, then modified his own genes to become more adaptable and powerful, this life form was also searching for a way to evolve. In fact, it had already begun its own journey. It had even reached a status of mechanical life, with all of the individual cells being on par with, or beyond, the nanorobots that humanity was researching. This type of life form had an even greater range of habitats, which enabled it to survive in vacuums. Also, it only needed energy, but not food. Moreover, it could easily achieve what humanity could not: a status of immortality. Even if the structure was compromised, as long as the broken parts were replaced, then it would be able to regain function. These factors alone truly reveal it to be a higher life form, with technology far beyond Earth's imagination. From early on, Lu Ziyu had begun researching the conditions necessary for forming metallic cells. The first test subject was the Sword of the King, which Lu Ziyu integrated metallic cells upon via alchemy, so that it would later on be able to serve as a base for true metal alchemy life forms. Compared to carbon-based life forms, metallic cells were much closer to Lu Ziyu's initial goal, which was to change the fundamental nature of cells. Carbon-based cells were weaker and required more pristine conditions in order to survive. Hence, they're completely unsustainable in harsher conditions, such as vacuums and extremely low or high temperatures. Deified cells were developed from carbon-based life forms, so although Lu Ziyu could modify them in order to repair cells with their special properties, their development was still limited by the weaknesses present in the carbon-based cells. As such, Lu Ziyu's powers were restricted. Therefore, even enhanced divine creatures were unable to survive in extreme conditions. As soon as they expended all of their energy, they would die. If the base was switched to metallic cells, with their properties, it would be possible to store more information and have more potential for development for a new generation of mythical creature. Lu Ziyu would then be able to become even more powerful. He could even become an 8th-ranking legendary wizard after creating a mid-ranked enhanced divine creature. Compared to the low-ranked enhanced creatures, these divine creatures would have more comprehensive abilities and a stronger life force when compared to carbon-based life forms. Also, their information retention capacity was higher, so even if they were to be trapped in outer space for an endless amount of years, they would not die easily. In fact, they now possessed the remarkable ability to survive all sorts of extreme conditions. However, Lu Ziyu was still developing this subject, so it had only been tested on the Sword of the King, which was enhanced based on inspirations that Lu Ziyu had gained from silicon life forms that had evolved to a higher state of life. So far, Lu Jiyu could not completely understand them, but he was able to grasp some of their characteristics by understanding their structures. Thus, he could use the information to conduct enhancement on metallic cells, which would then allow him to create true mythical alchemy items. The collected group was about to set off for the Amos icefield. Stopping at the tavern in Primonius, Lu Jiyu went to his room and opened his suitcase. The room was dimly lit by an oil lamp. Lu Jiyu took out something from the very bottom of the suitcase. It was a long sword that was wrapped up in layers of white cloth. This was the sword of the king that Lu Jiyu had reforged with metallic cells. If it was magnified, the sword's interior structure could be seen to far surpass any ordinary weapon. The remarkable characteristic that these metallic cells held was, in fact, Lu Jiyu's dream controller life template. The template of the enhanced cells remained unchanged, so it was only the vessel, the sword of the king, that had been upgraded. This had been Lu Jiyu's initial attempt, which was also meant to test the specs and stability of deified metallic cells. After making sure that there were no issues with it, Lu Jiyu was planning on developing higher state versions of metallic cells, then exploring the mysteries of silicon shell life form remains from Earth. He would then attempt to break through to the 8th level of wizardry, enter and close the door. A knock had sounded on the door. Lu Jiyu slowly unraveled the white cloth that was surrounding the sword of the king, revealing the silver longsword. The magnificent sword had an ethereal snow-white grip. On both sides of the blade, there were mysterious markings. The name Feroz was also engraved on the handle. The entire sword was emanating a clear, soft glow. As Lu Jiyu traced along the blade with his finger, he reminisced about the journey through the history of the entire Alan continent. Within Lu Jiyu's hands, this sword had a different significance and held endless memories. This holy sword, after having existed throughout centuries, had been upgraded once more by Lu Jiyu's hands. Lu Jiyu, on giving it to his next chosen king, he had already decided that its new master would be the one who succeeded Anaton. Currently, she may be a bit too young and immature though, and may not be quite ready for the responsibility. Verthandi peeped her head inside at that very moment. She seemed to have completely forgotten how Lu Jiyu had just been teasing her. "Dad, what are you being mysterious about?" Lu Jiyu turned around, still holding the sword of the king in his hand. He looked at Verthandi, his face not wearing its usual easy-going manner, but rather a solemn expression. Verthandi's expression also changed. She had never seen her father like this before. "What is that?" Verthandi could now see that Lu Jiyu was holding a glowing silvery white sword. She could even see the sigils on it, which were pulsing with a strong and pure power. The mysterious sword's pulsating power engulfed the entire room in a dreamlike glow. Anyone would be able to clearly see that this was no ordinary sword. Then, the lamplight flickered. In the background, there was a picture of an angel that was descending from above. After being stunned for a bit, Verthandi finally recognized the sword that Lu Jiyu held. After all, the sword was too famous an artifact, with so many legends and heavy symbolic meanings, to not recognize it. With the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor and the curse of the last king, it was a story that anyone could retell continuously, no matter whether it be among humans or orcs. The sword carried a holy element and had a sacred place in the hearts of all. In fact, all faiths, as well as the kings of various nations, were looking for it, desiring to possess it. Of course, once Verthandi recognized it, her mouth immediately fell open. Shocked, speechless, Lu Jiyu looked at Verthandi's amazement, revealed in eyes and her face, then said with a sense of approval, "Kneel." Verthandi knelt before him, a little confused and hesitant. Then, Lu Yu held out the sword of the king and recited lightly. Humility, honesty, empathy, courage, fairness, sacrifice, glory, soul. Be fearless before the strong, resolute and faithful before the divine. Be loyal and upstanding, and go to your death before yielding. Pick the weak, and follow the laws of heaven. He then turned to look Verthandi in the eyes, asking, "Verthandi, can you do it?" Verthandi could not believe that Lu Ziyu was literally standing before her eyes, with the legendary sword within his hand no less. After all, this was the most legendary divine artifact. Her eyes glowed with enthusiasm as she straightened her back. Even her lowered hands started trembling. "I will engrave this into my heart and never forget it." Lu Ziyu then passed the sword to Verthandi, who was still kneeling. She received it with both hands, calmly and evenly. As soon as Verthandi took the divine sword, Lu Ziyu slapped her cheek with the back of his hand. It was very loud and quite painful strike. "Memorize this pledge," he ordered. This marked the completion of the ceremony of knighting and coronation, and although there were no witnesses to be found within this remote hotel, and the conditions were very shabby, this was still proper and traditional representation of the expectations that Lu Ziyu had for her. After the ceremony, the power of the sword of the king enveloped her body, releasing a brilliant light throughout the room. The light was so bright and powerful, it could not even be contained by the room. It burst forth from the door cracks, spreading to the outside. The sword of the king then became scattered into countless specks of light, which poured into Verthandi's body. Verthandi instantly merged with the longsword, transforming into a half-mythical life form. She then floated up into the air, covered in a silvery white glow. After a long while, she fell back to the ground, now holding the sword of the king. She was a bit disoriented as she drifted out of a daze. She had officially become the complete owner of the sword, the right to rule and to heal the nation of God. Verthandi was quite groggy. She felt as if she was in a dream. "Dad, why was it in your hands? This is the legendary..." The commotion from before had now attracted attention from outside. Lu Ziyu immediately remarked, "People are coming. Quick, hide it." Lu Ziyu walked towards the door, then turned back to gaze at Verthandi, nodding. "No matter how you choose to use it, I hope you make the choices that you believe are right." The closer they got to the Amos ice field, the colder it became. The snow and ice were permanent fixtures in this northernmost tip of the Alan continent. Beyond this point, there was only ocean. In the depths of winter, even the sea would freeze completely. On the edge of the ice field, there lived some orc tribes. They subsisted by gathering the specialties of the region, including the antlers of Amos white deer and the fur of the ice bears. There were fish and shrimp under the ice layer, which were unique to Amos, as well as musk leopards. These were some of the most sought-after goods in all of the orc and human kingdoms. Ilya's caravan would visit the ice field several times per year in order to trade with the clans. He would bring them food, weapons, clothes, and other daily necessities in exchange for their local products. It was an extremely lucrative trade. It was now late fall, and the Amos ice field had already descended into wintry weather. Even the borderlands were covered in a thick layer of snow. The frosty winds sliced the faces of the travelers. Regardless, the caravan proceeded forward, braving the wild. The tracks of the carriages and the horses revealed the mud under the thin veil of snow. Lu Ziyu and Verthandi were wrapped tightly in thick fur cloaks. Finally, they saw buildings in the distance. As they approached closer, they saw that they were round buildings, stacked from stone. In fact, it was a little village of a clan. The round forts were built at the base of a mountain. They rose and fell along its gentle slope, covering the entire valley. The snowy mountain was also dotted with black trees. But right now, the whole scene was dyed in a snowy white. This was the home of the local orc clan. Elias waved for them to stop, as he saw two young men approaching from the front entrance tower. Soon after, a dozen hunters also approached, gathering together before Elias. "Hey Elias, I knew it was about time for you to come. What took you so long?" A tall lion man with golden locks approached and hugged Elias. He thumped his back twice hard. The power of his thumps was enough to knock the breath out of a normal person. But Elias was a knight. So he simply returned the favor to the lion man. As he did so, it sounded as if he was pounding steel with a hammer. "Hey Abu! I haven't seen you in months. You seem to have gotten weaker. This time I have brought you a lot of good things. Haha, then I will have a good look at them later. Our young hunters also got us a great harvest, but it pales in comparison to last year's, due to the other tribes and that evil dragon within the ice field. We're lucky to have you, or else our tribe would find this winter unbearable." The lion man Ibu sighed and waved his hand. "Never mind with these troubles of mine. Let's head inside and welcome our friends." This was a large orc tribe with tens of thousands of members. The caravan moved into this tribe, which was based at the foot of the mountain. Many orc children were watching them, as mothers and the elderly also came to spectate the arrival of these visitors and their goods that they brought. All of the villagers' eyes were glittering with hope. It could be clearly seen that a lot of the youth were wounded. It seemed as if this clan had recently been involved in an intense battle, which had caused all of the young people to walk away with injuries. Also, all of the children seemed sickly and weak, as if they had not eaten in a long time. Unlike the orc tribes that Lu Ziyu had seen before, this one was made up of completely different orc races. Specifically, the tribe was composed of lion people, minotaurs, fawn, and even some boar people. This kind of harmony between different races in a single clan was very rare. This was not a major cultural center of a major kingdom. Here, the competition between each tribe was generally very intense, which meant that they were usually prone to war. As such, some of them relied on race and blood ties to hold their clans together. Verthandi seemed to like it here quite a bit. She dismounted, then quickly passed 2 pastries to a gaunt little lion boy. After the child took it, she lifted him up in a great big hug. It seemed that the little boy really liked her, perhaps because they were of the same race. "Where are your parents?" she asked. The little hand holding the cake stopped in mid-air. The little boy's eyes then became teary and red. Verthandi immediately knew the answer. The caravan started settling down, as Lu Jiu, Verthandi, and Elias entered the largest building. Each of the buildings looked like a mini fortress, resulting in the entire villages looking like the staggered mesh of a beast's fangs. If an enemy tried to invade them, it would be easy to surround them and retaliate from within the safety of these forts, the logistics of which made killing the enemies from the roofs or the windows effortless. This was a common structural setup for orc clans. Inside, the food was already prepared. Elias and Chief Ibu chatted for a while, then Lu Ziyu was introduced to Chief Ibu by Elias. "This is Baron Render Aranbel and his son Will. They are my old friends. Guess what they are here for?" Lu Ziyu and Verthandi nodded lightly to Ibu, who scrunched up his face while looking at Elias. "They can't have sent more people to come deal with the dragon, right?" Elias shrugged his shoulders, then nodded. Ibibu stood to his full height, showing a physique that could kill a cow with a single punch. "You want to defeat the dragon with just the 2 of you? Have you ever seen a dragon before? Do you know how terribly powerful it is?" Lu Ziyu smiled, then said, We are very eager to see it. Ibu slammed the table in anger. I'm afraid that you won't be able to. You'll perish on the ice field. You have no idea how harsh of an environment it is. The evil dragon is also extremely sly. It is quite smart, maybe even smarter than most of us. We have tried countless times to find its lair, yet we have only returned in defeat. Several times, we even designed traps to kill it, but all of them failed, leaving us with a high price to pay. It will seek revenge. I've seen many idiots, like you two, who rush blindly into the ice field. Not a single one has returned alive. At last, Ibu looked Lu Jiyu dead in the eyes. I'm telling you, go back right now with your son. Don't be stupid. The inside of the chief's fort was lit by bonfires, and a feast of food was arranged on every table. All of the important individuals of the clan were there, along with Elias, his son, and the higher-ups of the caravan. All of them were enjoying the feast, but at that moment, their eyes were at the center of the ringed fort. There, a fierce battle was taking place. Standing on each side were dozens of defeated youth from the tribe. Peng! Verthandi used the sheathed sword of the king to knock the tall Chief Ibu, sending him flying with a single sweep. All of the people within the fortress looked at the tiny knight in shock and awe. No one thought that this tiny knight, who looked so thin and weak, could easily defeat the strongest warrior of their tribe without even unsheathing a sword. Ibu rushed at Verthandi in a rage. He lifted his huge warhammer. Verthandi easily deflected his attacks, striking the warhammer and sending it flying. Lu Ziyu walked up, effortlessly catching the handle of the gigantic warhammer. It was so huge, it could smash the skulls of elephants. The hammer had been flying with a great force, yet Lu Ziyu caught it effortlessly. He then gave it a twirl, while taking a bite from the leg of lamb that he held in his other hand. He joked with a laugh, "Chief, your hammer." Ibu was both embarrassed and enraged. He did not think he would be defeated so easily. The other side didn't even send out their strongest fighters. He could not defeat this son, even with all of his strength, and even after shamefully sending out many warriors against a single person in the rounds. Verthandi took back her sword, looking at Ibu proudly. I have won. I hope you will do as you promised, allowing us to stay here temporarily and assisting our efforts to slay the dragon. Ibu flushed as he stood. After grabbing the hammer back, he looked at Verthandi. After looking her up and down, his eyes glittered with respect and approval. I recognize that you are very strong. That is useless. You do not understand what you are up against. This is a huge dragon that is dozens of meters long. Standing before him, you are only a weak little mouse. It can easily tear through your guard, while the attacks you are so proud of will be completely useless against it, Ibu warned. Verthandi lifted her head, unfazed. Evil must be punished, Ibu responded seriously. Do you think that we don't also want to get rid of the evil dragon? No one can do it, at least no mortal. You don't know, but many of our youth already become its food. It has even demanded that I provide it with treasures and sacrifices every month. Otherwise, it will flatten our tribe and kill us all. After Chief Ibu's words, the rowdy feast was instantly silenced. All of the people's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. They had already lost too many people, yet they could not do anything about the evil dragon. They feared the godly power that it possessed. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? Verthandi looked around, confused. She saw the women and children sobbing silently. Then, suddenly realizing the significance of it all, she looked Ibu dead in the eye with disbelief and rage. You're actually providing it with sacrifices. You're sacrificing your own tribe to the evil dragon? Chief Ibu howled in rage. You think I want to? But what choice do I have? We have to survive. Tribe has to continue. I am responsible for all the lives inside this tribe. Unlike you, with all of your pretty words, to us, this is survival, and this is fate. Elias approached from the side. Ibu has not offered his own people to the dragon. Instead, he has offered the orcs of other tribes. Verthandi finally understood why so many tribesmen were injured, and why there was so much sadness in the village. Even the children were going hungry. Verthandi looked at Elias, then turned her head to look back at Ibu. So, by sacrificing the lives of orcs from other tribes, your heart can be at ease? Verthandi kicked out the bonfire at the center of the fort, scattering the sparks far and wide. I cannot accept this. Verthandi stormed out of the fort. The wind was mostly blocked from reaching the valley, but it was still quite a chilly night, especially since a blanket of white snow was floating through the skies. Lu Ziyu walked out of the fort and spotted Verthandi by the water tower just above it. What is it? Are you angry? He asked her. From here, they could see the entire tribe, as well as the whole valley. It was a very primitive clan, and without the bustling scene of a large city, this place in which they lived was quite simple and pure. Every single ring fort, every single lit place, represented a family. Verthandi lowered her head. I'm not angry. What Chief Ibu did was correct. He was very responsible and protected his tribe. He is a true hero. I am, as he said, just a person full of pretty words. Lu Iyo looked at Verthandi. So? Verthandi looked at the entire clan, remembering the faces that she encountered. Visions of all of the cute children, the diligent women, the youths returning from their hunts. All the children who had lost their parents, all the wives who had lost their husbands, as well as all the elderly who were alone. Snowy winter filled her mind. Verthandi then stood up. I have decided I must slay this wicked dragon. Verthandi looked into Lu Ziyu's eyes. Beneath the short golden fringe of hair was a delicate face with sharp brows and a stubborn expression. I must do this not for glory, nor to be a hero, but to protect others and to listen to my own heart. Lu Ziyu felt that a dramatic transformation had occurred within Verthandi. Never again would she be the clumsy little trouble that he once knew, who would yell about becoming a knight. Now, she would embrace the hero she knew that she would be since she was a child. The Verthandi that wanted bards to sing of her legends. Lu Ziyu smiled and started reciting. Be fearless before the strong, resolute and faithful before the divine. Be loyal and upstanding, and go to death before yielding. Protect the weak, and follow the laws of heaven. Halfway through the verse, Verthandi joined in. After finishing the pledge, Liu nodded. You will become a true knight, or maybe even a true king. A shadow emerged from behind them. Lu Ziyu saw a human youth, who he identified as one of Elias's guards. Hello, I am Alan. Can I join you? I also wish to join the dragon-slaying team. The two turned around to see a solemn youth with brown hair. Verthandi stood excited. Of course. We welcome you. What are your skills? Alan replied hastily. I can set traps, and my swordsmanship isn't bad. I'm also good at tracking and hiding my presence. Trust me, I will definitely be a helpful companion. Lu Ziyu looked at Alan curiously. Why did you choose us? As you know, most people believe that we are foolishly courting death. Alan looked at them. Risk and opportunity always coexist. To me, this is a very important chance. I have something that I must accomplish, so I welcome this risk. I also have a feeling that you two will succeed. Lu Ziyu stood up and patted Alan on the back. Welcome then. But I must tell you that this time, the only one heading there to slay the dragon is the wee knight. Alan was dumbfounded as he looked between Verthandi and Lu Ziyu. Verthandi also could not believe her father. Dad, aren't you going with me? Lu Ziyu shrugged. Of course not, why would I? I wasn't the one who took down the king's bounty posting. A few days later, at dawn, the entire dragon-slaying team was packed, ready to depart with Verthandi and Alan. And although Ibu said that Verthandai was being reckless, he also joined the team. Other than that, there was also a minotaur named Tiridan. The four of them formed a squad, then embarked on the dragon-slaying expedition. The cerulean sky of the Amos ice field was like a mirror. Its light wispy clouds extended to the horizon. The further they ventured into the Amos ice field, the more it seemed as if the entire world was covered in frost. There was not a single plant. All that was left was the endless white of a world of snow. At this moment, a few black dots appeared on this blank white canvas. The dragon-slaying squad was quite eye-catching. They had been on the ice field for half a month already, tracing the clues that Ibu had left, then following his lead. They had finally caught traces of evil Dragon Frost's tracks. There are signs of activity here. Look at this footprint. I heard that the evil dragon lived deep within the ice field in a hidden underground palace of ice. He enslaved some dragonrahas. There were a lot of knights who were sent here by the king of Engedo. They had wounded the dragon. That all died in the end. Apparently, many of their bodies came back to life after being bathed in the dragon's blood. They are now servants of the dragon. Ibu illustrated the tale with a face of horror. This was only a rumor, but looking at the huge footprint now, it seemed quite believable. This sort of evil dragon was completely unimaginable to the ordinary person. Verthandi carried her longsword. She was wrapped so tightly in cloaks and hoods. Even her face was hidden. "He doesn't even let their souls pass on?" she asked. Alan pointed to the north. "Let's head over there." According to the footprints, the lair of the dragon should be in the valley behind that mountain. The Minotaur Tiridan carried the heavy luggage. As the four of them crossed the peaks and headed towards the large chasm, they moved forward gingerly, as this ice field was a quiet world, and they did not want to disturb the stillness. They knew that it was likely that they would soon meet the evil dragon of legend. At the entrance of the valley, they saw a huge ice cave, just within the belly of the mountain ahead of them. As the light shone upon it, it refracted into beautiful orbs, like a crystal. They could almost make out the trappings of a grand palace within the mountain, appearing as if it had been sculpted from ice. The evil dragon Frost had actually hollowed out an entire mountain to make its lair. Around the valley, there were many wooden houses, which were built by the mountainside. Those were residences of the dragon Rajas. In the distance, dozens of dragon Rajas could be seen patrolling the area. There were also 2 watchtowers by the entrance of the valley. On top of those towers, there were only 2 dragon Raja on duty. They seemed to be in deep sleep, as no one actually believed that an enemy would appear this deep within the ice field. These dragon Rajas had completely abandoned their original appearances and abilities. As such, there was not a strand of hair left on them. Scales covered their bodies in a sinister fashion as minuscule amounts of deified cells ate away at their bodies. While it saved their lives, it also enslaved them to the white dragon. It even wiped away their memories and made them into the impure existences of dragon Rajas. Dragons naturally had their own inheritance, with their own intelligence and language. They were not dumb beasts, nor were they ordinary magical beasts. They were at the apex of the food chain. All of these things were exactly what defined White Dragon Frost. He loved collecting treasure, while residing in his clean and magnificent lair. He enjoyed eating good food, especially humans. Compared to other creatures, humans were much more to his liking. Frost believed himself to be the greatest and most powerful existence in the world. No one was stronger than him, with his powerful body and his dragoncraft, which could control snow and ice. He was free to do as he pleased in the orc kingdoms, including robbing caravans and swallowing people alive. He had started off carefully, but went completely wild once he saw how powerless all beings were before him. Now, he would fly directly into cities to plunder treasuries. All of the people would cower in fear before Frost's power. Finally, one day, he sized up the richest person within the Orc Kingdom, the King of Engedo. He knew that, within the city of Primonius, there was one wizard that could use the same witchcraft as him. There were also blood knights with sharp crossbows, which also posed a strong threat to Frost. The sly Frost did not dare face them directly. After raising a ruckus in Primonius, he snatched away the princess of Engedo Kingdom so that the king would deliver the coins that Frost wanted to fill his treasury. But it seemed that the king wasn't too obedient, because he would often send people to harass Frost. As the king was unwilling to part with all the treasures and gold, Frost grew a bit impatient and decided to eat the princess. Afterwards, the king made a large ruckus, telling the foolish orcs to start properly offering up tributes and sacrifices to Frost. Deep within the Palace of Ice, where only weak rays of the sun could reach, Frost laid upon a small mountain of gold coins. There were also large amounts of gold silverware and shiny jewels. Every time that Frost would move, huge rivers of coins would cascade down, the sound of which would echo around the chamber. Within the valley, a huge fire blazed. All of the residences of the Dragon Raja had been burnt. Dozens of them were suddenly ambushed. Either Verthandi's sword had pierced their swords, or Ibu's hammer had bashed their heads in. 2 of the lookouts had been taken care of without a sound. The rest had been attacked within the sudden fire, 7 or 8 of whom died immediately. The remaining were swiftly disposed of by Verthandi and the rest. This excited them greatly. The plan was successful, which made them feel more confident about this entire operation. After entering the palace, they saw the high ceilings. It was like entering a giant's castle. Above and below them, they saw a world made entirely of crystalline ice. This unmelting ice shone crystal clear, with a faint blue tinge like the color of the sky. 2 more dragon rajas approached to face them. They appeared to have been some of the strongest elite warriors before. After transforming into dragon rajas, their bodies had become stronger, yet they had lost all of their experience and techniques, so they actually had become weaker. As such, the former elite of the Engedo Kingdom were easily defeated by even the amateur dragon-slaying squad. Great, so far so good. Perhaps evil Dragon Frost is out right now. Let's hurry and release the imprisoned citizens and the princess. Our mission will be complete then. Alan was very excited. Perhaps they did not need to face the dragon, since they were only here to rescue the princess and get the reward from the king. Ibu nodded. I figured that Frost may not be within the lair. He could return at any time. Let's hurry. As long as we find the princess, our clan can leave this god-forsaken wilderness. The Minotaur Tiridan said nothing, but only followed Ibu's commands. Verthandi looked blankly at her team, then said, None of you are here to try to slay the dragon? Ibu patted Verthandi's shoulder. Sorry, the dragon isn't here. Rather than dragon slaying, I think it's more important to save the lives of the people and the princess. Isn't that right, Will? Ibu shouted. Hurry! Let's quickly search his lair. We must do it before the evil dragon comes back. Before Ibu could complete his sentence, a voice reverberated within the halls. Oh? What were you planning to do before I returned? What do you want to do to my precious treasures? All of them turned back to see the gigantic head emerge in the palace. It had snow-white scales and fangs, and glared at them with cruel sapphire eyes. The head alone was almost 2 meters in length, appearing as if it could swallow them easily, like mere snacks. All of them got chills after being glared at by the apex predator. They didn't even have the strength to move a single toe. They now finally understood what they were facing. White dragon Frost emerged from the depths of the cave, exposing its enormous body entirely before them. The body, which was over 10 meters tall, looked like a looming castle before them. Standing at Frost's feet, it was difficult to even see his head. The fluid lines of his body conveyed not only his size, but also his tremendous speed and power. It was evident that his silvery scales could defend against any ordinary sword attack. Before such a fearsome creature, even Verthandi's confidence waned, as she felt helpless before the monster. As for Alan, Ibu, and Tiridan, the three of them couldn't even muster the courage to run away. All of their pipe dreams had scattered upon their seeing Frost. As I thought, it's just more fools sent by the orcs. I will eat every single one of you. Roaring its taunt, the white dragon then lifted its head and pointed its snout at the four of them. Ibu, who had witnessed the fury of Frost before, yelled out immediately, "Run, dragon breath!" With a deafening roar, rolling hot flames shot out of the white dragon's mouth, lighting up the entire ice palace. The temperature of the entire scene shot up instantly. The dragon then spread its wings to launch out into the air. Soaring within the huge palace, the dragon chased down the four people, who were scurrying for their lives. The dragon then moved to block the exit, trapping them. Verthande looked at a crevice that was located deeper in the ice cave. "We're heading there," Ibu howled. "Where? That place is so tiny. Is that just another way to seek death?" Verthande had already headed towards the crevice, which went straight down for tens of meters and leapt in. The four of them followed. Once they leapt, they fell straight into a little mountain of treasure. The entire floor of this new space was covered by gold and silver, dazzling the eyes. From above, Frost peeped his head in. "You dare to enter there? You must want to die. There is nowhere for you to run." Roaring its threat, the dragon stepped down. Then, just like casing mice, it steadily approached, flapping its wings. In the air, water and ice were gathering, forming lances of ice, which began shooting towards them. However, they were no match for the dragon. No matter what they did, they were doomed to struggle against the more powerful dragon's attacks. The Minotaur Tiridan found a chance to leap onto the dragon as he tried to look for its weakness. Yet, he was knocked off by its wings after receiving a heavy blow that swept him into the mountain of treasure and out of sight. Tiridan. The rest of the team yelled out after him, but the dragon continued its steady approach. They sensed that they were doomed. At this time, from an icy cell on the right side, a voice echoed out. "Did Father send you all to save me? It's useless." This is a dragon, so mortals are helpless before him. They turned and saw a young girl in dirty clothes, who was trapped within the icy jail cell, which was sealed behind a thick pillar of ice. The cell seemed to be a natural cave. Verthande dove over and hacked at the cell with the sword of the king, then started to crawl inside it. The cave looked rather deep, so the group of four crawled over immediately as the white dragon's attacks continued to land from outside. The sinister head of the dragon peeped in, glaring at them and laughing cruelly. "Die together." The four of them were running as fast as they could toward the cave, hoping to escape the onslaught, when the dragon let out another fiery breath. Fireballs were whistling through the air towards their backs, drowning them in their fierce heat. Alan let out a terrified scream. "We're dead." Ibu dropped his sword, an odd sense of relief and peaceful surrender filling his heart. "Maybe it's time for me to pay for my sins." The crimson flames carried searing heat, and though they were still somewhat far away, they gave a feeling like they would burn everything in their path into ashes and cause the whole crevice to melt into steam. Sheen. Verthande raised the sword of the king. Instantly, a silvery white light shone, as the light from the inscribed sigils gleamed throughout the cave. The unseen force from the sword completely blocked the evil dragon's breath. Verthandi gripped the sword with both hands and gritted her teeth. Her golden blonde hair flew up as she let out a roar. A ray of white light radiated from the sword, reflecting the dragon's breath. As Verthandi rushed forward, she slashed the dragon's eyes with the holy light. Everyone was completely shocked, both by the entire scene and by the silvery white, holy sword in Verthandi's hands. The sword shone radiantly, lighting up the entire cave. This was Verthandi's first time using the sword, and she could have never imagined that it held such power. She felt as if it was a part of her, like she was born to wield its power. What's that? Huh? Roar! As the dragon had taken a lot of hits, it let out an agonized howl of fury. Its giant body staggered backwards, hitting a wall as icicles, causing them to fall from the ceiling. It then let out heavy breaths, as its roars resounded throughout its lair. My eye, my eye. Verthandi wielded the sword of light as she stepped out of the jail cell, her eyes glued on the evil dragon. Frost had slowly begun to recover. Now single-eyed, it glowered at Verthandi with anger and utter loathing, as its entire body trembled. Even its scales were rippling like the surface of water. Frost let out a bitter laugh. As he extended his neck, his eyes locked onto Verthandi. Ha 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 ha, it actually blinded me. I will swallow you alive. Verthandi looked at the dragon evenly with narrowed eyes, positioned for battle. Due to the sword of light, she was enveloped in a light glow, as if she was embodied by a divine power. Try and see if you can. The howl of the furious dragon had made the entire cave tremble, as countless gold coins on the ground started shaking. The dragon leaped towards Verthandi. Unlike before, the injured Frost had begun to be wary of Verthandi. Now, he was pulling out all of the stops in order to kill her in his rage. The dragon raised its 4 rough claws into the air, readying to stomp her to death. The face-off between a monster that is tens of meters in height against a tiny knight that is barely 160 centimeters tall seemed almost laughable, like a rabbit charging a lion. Yet, Verthandi had merged completely with the sword of the king, and thus transformed into the state of a half-mythical being. So, in a sense, she was the lion of this scenario. The sword of the king danced in the air as a huge white light emerged at Verthandi's will. The light headed towards the claw of the dragon. In a flash, the white light entirely severed the front claw of the dragon with ease, as if cutting through soft tofu. The two figures clashed, yet the tiny figure ultimately walked away victorious, as a huge claw fell to the ground like a stone pillar, shaking the ground with a deafening thud. Dragon blood pooled all over the ground. How is this possible? What is that power? What is that sword? The evil dragon wailed in agony as it backed up continuously. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I am the white dragon Frost. I will eat you alive. The evil dragon continued its mad howling, yet its eyes let out immense terror and fear, as it saw Verthandi had lifted the sword again. Dashing over with incredible speed and power, she leapt over 30 meters into the air towards the dragon. The dragon was casting dragon witchcraft to create ice lances to hurtle at Verthandi. As it prepared to do so, it released its breath. The two clashed again and again as light fought with ice and fire. The pair's special abilities lit up the entire ice cave. The others were dumbfounded, as they had never expected such explosive power to come from the tiny knight that traveled with them. It was already beyond that of the mortal realm. They were witnessing the knight fighting toe-to-toe with a gigantic dragon, and even pressuring the beast. At this time, the imprisoned young girl recognized the holy sword that Verthandi was wielding. She lifted her head and let out a gasp of awe, as her wine-red hair and wolf ears fell out of her hood. The sword of the king. The intense battle was causing the entire space to begin breaking up. The walls started cracking, revealing a space behind them. There, Verthandi discovered another level that held an even deeper cave. Within the cave, a pile of human bones towered up to the ceiling. The evil dragon had devoured all of the offered sacrifices. Seeing the bones, Verthandi froze for a second, her attack speed and movements halting. Seeing this chance, the dragon swung its huge tail at her, sweeping her into the wall. The dragon's body was currently littered with wounds. He had also been blinded in one eye. Many of the wounds had pierced through his entire body. A few of them were almost lethal. The dragon breathed heavily as it stood within the ice palace. Dead yet? Within the mist, a figure approached at a leisurely pace, while holding a longsword. The aura surrounding the figure glittered, like a silvery white halo. It was as if the air currents were wrapping around Verthande's body to protect her. There was blood at the corner of Verthande's mouth. Her head was also bleeding. Then, as the sword of the king emitted a glow, the blood began to wind its way back into the wound, healing automatically. Her golden gaze had turned chilly as her footsteps clinked over the gold coins. The dragon sensed danger, so it attempted to escape outside. It was afraid. The dragon did not think that it was this person's equal opponent. As such, the dragon figured that it could truly die here at the hand of one of the orcs, which he had thought were so weak. By God's name, I will pass judgment upon your sins. Verthandi raised her head, looking at the evil dragon that was fleeing the scene. She emphatically stabbed the sword of the king into the ground. Instantly, a bright light spread from the sword, covering the entire cave. Immediately, a dream space was opened, and all of the people at the scene were transferred inside it. The evil dragon had lost its escape route. It saw itself in the sky. All of them were now within the clouds in the sky. Also within the clouds, a large heavenly kingdom could vaguely be seen. Its huge shadow covered the entire sky. A holy light shone from the city, lighting up the entire world. During her rage, Verthandi had linked up to Lu Ziyu's divine kingdom through the Sword of the Light, which inserted a projection of the kingdom within her dream space. The subbrain that Lu Ziyu had left within the divine kingdom could also sense this connection. All of them felt the presence of the kingdom, which came in and out of view. As they looked at it, they felt as if all of their secrets had been exposed before the city. After all, there was nothing that they could hide from the greatness of God. Moreover, just holding his attention was already an honor for a mere mortal. White dragon frost had shriveled into a pile. It groveled, as its very soul was being pressed upon by a powerful pressure. It could not muster any of its strength. All of its cells had seemed to freeze up. He had never imagined that such a powerful existence could exist. Even just seeing this little bit, all of them were awed by the scene. None of the world seemed to operate in this same scope of intense pressure. The holy light and music penetrated their souls, carrying away all of their fears and worries. All of them knelt to ground as they stared longingly at this divine kingdom in the clouds. This was their holy land, the dream of all believers, the kingdom of God. Ibu knelt on the ground, looking at the divine kingdom and praying in wonder. My God, what am I seeing? Alan felt as if he was in a dream, as he muttered, So, this is the kingdom of God? The young wolf girl looked at the sword wielder in shock. Who are you? But, soon after a little corner of the kingdom popped into view, it disappeared. The clouds also began disappearing into nothingness. Even the mysterious observing gaze had disappeared. Before Verthandi, there was only the dragon. The appearance of the dream space suppressed all of the dragon's special abilities. Even its soul was locked down, so it could only look in horror as Verthandi got closer and closer. This slash is for all of the children that lost their parents. Verthandi cut off Frost's front leg. This slash is for the wives that lost their husbands. Verthandi lifted the sword with both hands as a white blur passed the dragon. A large number of its scales flaked off. Frost was in severe pain, yet it could not utter a sound. This slash is for the elderly, who lost their children. Verthandi looked at Frost with contempt, again raising her sword. At this time, the evil dragon managed to free itself from part of its restraints. As it did so, it wailed a terrible scream. No! The sword fell, and the huge head of the dragon was chopped off. Frost lost consciousness and descended into the darkness. Verthandi closed her eyes and put down the sword of the king. The dream space dissipated, then turned back into the original dark underground ice cave. Even the shining holy sword seemed to take its light back in. In fact, it seemed to turn into a normal sword, yet one carved with strange markings. But no one there would think of it as a regular item. Even a fool would be able to see what it truly was. The existence of the sword of the king was something everyone knew about, regardless of how isolated or uneducated they may be. Ibu Allen and the young wolf girl looked at Verthandi, who was standing in the center of the cave. Who was this man who could manipulate the sword of the king, even summon the kingdom of God? The three of them couldn't help but recall the legends regarding the sword of the king and the curse of the kingdom of Menkor. All of them saw Verthandi with new eyes. This unremarkable tiny knight seemed to be completely covered by a blinding holy light. At that moment, Verthandi seemed to lose her strength as she fell to the floor. She couldn't even hold the sword up anymore. Ibu rushed over to support her. Verthandi scanned the area, then asked, "Where's Tiraden? Find him and see if he's alive." They began searching on the mountain of treasure, where they found Tiraden dragging him out. The powerful Minotaur had broken countless bones as blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes fading. Verthandi held up the sword of the king, then placed it on Tiraden's body. The mysterious symbols on the sword shimmered and carried a healing effect. Instantly, Tiraden's injuries improved. His color also improved. It seems that he was in the safe zone again. Verthandi looked at the wolf girl. "So, can you introduce yourself? Who are you?" The wolf girl nodded lightly. "I am April, princess of the Engido kingdom and the daughter of the Narando king. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" Verthandi frowned. "I am Will Arenbell of the kingdom of the Church of the Light, son of Baron Arenbell." The team finally left the lair of the dragon. They found the Amos white deer that they had left outside, and began dragging the huge white dragon head along with them on their journey back. Not much time had passed, but to the team felt like it had been eons. After their near glances with death, everything that happened inside felt like a dream now. All of them were injured. April had also been trapped for several months. Although the Dragon Rasha servants had provided her with food, her state was still fairly weak from being trapped in the ice cave for so long. It was winter, so the Amos icefield would be engulfed in snowstorms from time to time. They journeyed for almost 20 days to get to the edge of it. As the ice began to give way to more familiar woods, they knew that they were close to home. At this time, Ibu called out to Verthandi. "Will." Verthandi's condition was also less than ideal. But as she held the sword of the king, it would provide her with spurts of warmth from time to time, so she didn't look any worse for the wear. By contrast, Alan and April both had frostbite. April also was running a high fever. "What?" Ibu hesitated for a second before speaking. "We cannot let April leave the Amos icefield alive." Verthandi looked at Ibu with rage. "Why?" "She is our companion," Ibu replied. "I know, but she is also the princess of the kingdom of Engido. Now that she knows that you have the sword of the king, if she were to live, you will be embroiled in all sorts of trouble." Ibu continued. "If you so wish it, Tiraden Allen, and I can become your loyal sworn men. Then, after you get the rank of baron, we could become your knights. And, with your word, I would move immediately." Before Ibu could finish his sentence, Verthandi gave him an instant rejection. "She is our companion. I am a knight who is under the orders of the king to slay the dragon and rescue the princess. I refuse to let this act of justice be tainted with evil." Ibu sighed as they reformed the team and headed out of the Emos ice field. Verthande was still worried, so she approached April, who was being carried on a sled. April was running a high fever, so Verthande used the sword of the king to heal her every day. Even though this healing was extremely effective for wounds, its effects for injuries was much weaker, especially since April's condition was so vulnerable due to this frigid climate, where adequate nutrition was lacking. The sleeping April awoke, then looked at Verthande, coughing. "They told you to kill me, right?" Verthande gave a start, then spoke carefully. "Your Highness, don't worry. We will bring you safely before His Majesty." April was wrapped up tightly. She laughed with flushed cheeks. "You really are a true knight. Come over here, I have something to say to you." When Verthande got close, April kissed her lips. "Thank you, pretty lady knight." Verthande's face turned a bright red as she had become suddenly embarrassed. She then stood in a hurry. She had no idea how April had discovered her. Verthande had followed her father's warning, hiding the fact that she was a female via special information waves and redirections, thus making others ignore her identity. When Verthande was younger, she used this method for hiding from possible enemies. Yet, while touring the Alan continent, it was utilized because a male identity was more convenient. Hence, Verthande was extremely puzzled as to how April was able to tell. They were approaching the valley and even met some of the hunters that were heading back, as well as nearby tribesmen. All of them saw the carcass of the dragon's head, gasping at it as they swarmed by. Even though they weren't at the village yet, there was still a considerable gathering. "It's them. They really came back alive. They actually did it." All of the people had thought they would die in the Amos icefield or by the hand of the dragon. None of them thought that they would return alive, much less accompanied with the frost's head. Within the village, Lu Jiyu stood by the water tower. From there, he could spot the team from afar. He could even see Verthande at the very front. Lu Jiyu stood on the wooden handlebar of the water tower, as the harsh wind blew through his hunting hood. The Lu Jiyu at this moment looked completely different from the man he had been before. "It's almost time to go." Lu Jiyu removed his hood. His beard had been completely shaved off. He looked almost 10 years younger now. He sighed, then turned to leave the water tower. "Dragon! It's a real dragon. They killed the evil dragon. The evil dragon Frost has died. It's finally dead. They did it." The village was swarmed with people, each of them exclaiming over the dragon-slaying squad, which was now dragging the dragon's head into the valley. Ibu stood up, announcing with pride, "Will did it. He slayed the dragon. He is the true dragon slayer, the strongest knight. Will. Dragon slayer." All of them cheered as the entire tribe looked at Verthande. Immediately swarmed her and raised her into the air, carrying her back to the village. The children of the village even gave her a crown of flowers. Everyone cheered as they brought their hero into the valley of the village. Verthande finally spotted Lu Jiyu. She immediately leapt into his embrace, like an excited child showing off her treasure. "Dad, I did it! I killed the evil dragon!" "Huh, why did you shave off your beard? Didn't you treasure your beard the most? Your beard was your pride as a man." Lu Jiyu burst into laughter. "It's nothing, Dad's proud of you." That night, the tribe threw a wild celebration with bonfires everywhere. All of the people danced around the bonfires and the dragon's head, feasting and drinking. Verthandi was overjoyed, but she couldn't hold her liquor. After a single toast, she was pretty drunk and woozy. That night, Lu Jiyu had a long talk with Chief Ibu about how he had found Verthandi and obtained the badge. At the sight of the badge, Ibu let out emotional tears. I knew it was him, with that golden blonde hair and those gold eyes. The people of the Seville Empire have been awaiting his appearance. God is all merciful, and you have finally delivered him before us. The tribe consisted of the remnants of some of the most loyal retainers of the Seville Empire. In other words, the 10 or so tribes that lived on the Amos icy field, and the hundreds of thousands of orcs, were once the loyal retainers of the Seville Empire, before its dissolution. The ruling family of the Seville Empire had been betrayed and slaughtered, and the remaining forces were all driven to the farthest lands in the north. Years ago, when he took Verthandi in, Lu Jiyu had figured out her true identity from the badge. It had revealed that she was a surviving royal from the ruling house of the Seville Empire, and as all of the orcs on the ice field were the loyal retainers of the former Seville Empire, that meant that they were also Verthandi's people. Ibu looked at Lu Jiyu. I express my utmost gratitude towards you. Verthandi is truly a ruler chosen by God. I, Ibu, pledge to serve Verthandi for life. Lu Jiyu nodded and removed the ring that granted him the Baron Arunbel title as he took out another letter. I prepared this to bid Verthandi farewell. I know Verthandi belongs here. Please hand these 2 things to her for me. Returning to his room, he saw Verthandi sleeping noisily as she mumbled something about Dad this, Dad that. Lu Jiyu found it very endearing as he sat on her bedside and gently smoothed her messy blonde hair. Over the last 10 or so years, he had seen her grow from a child. Lu Jiyu had really forgotten that she was a child that he had taken in. He had almost really become a native of the Alan continent, known there as Randir Arunbel, not Lu Jiyu, the creator of this world and a human from Earth. Lu Jiyu's gaze was complicated as he looked at Verthandi's face. Looking at her, he reminisced about their life together. He thought of her cute side, her mischief, all the times when she got mad, of all the times when she was embarrassed. He knew everything about her, yet she knew nothing about him. Children will always grow up, and he always knew that he would have to leave her one day. Yet, now that the day had come, Lu Jiyu couldn't bear to do it. He stood by her side until the horizon glittered with the first traces of light. Lu Jiyu let out a long sigh. Then his entire figure transformed into a shroud of light. He whirled around Verthandu before the glittering lights changed into a hologram of a head. He then kissed Verthandi's forehead and disappeared. Good luck, my daughter, Verthandi. 2 lines of ceremonial soldiers saluted in rows before the palace. Verthandi, wearing a skirted armor and a shiny silk helmet, kneeled before King Narando. Instantly, all of the citizens in front of the palace began cheering. The dragon slayer Verthandi became the hero of the kingdom. The fame of dragon slayer Will had spread across the entire kingdom. As they had made their way to the capital, wherever they passed, Verthandi and her team were treated like heroes. They received applause, flowers. Admiration accompanied them everywhere. By now, everyone in the kingdom knew of Dragon Slayer Will. I, King Narando of the Engido Kingdom, declare Will Arunbel as a baron of the Engido Kingdom. He is now in charge of the dominion of Valtu. After a series of ceremonies, Verthandi received a ring and an award certificate from the king. From then on, she became the master of Valtu, which was the largest northern territory of the Engido Kingdom. The region was permanently chilly, yet it had many forests with mining resources. It was also one of the most unruly places within the Engido Kingdom. Many of the exiled convicts of the kingdom were dumped there. Due to its proximity to the Amos icefield, there were also hundreds of thousands of orc clans nearby. As such, no one was willing to take over the role of lord of the territory, since most people who ventured there never returned alive. Despite all of this, Verthandi was adamant in choosing this area during her commendation ceremony. April stood behind the king in an elegant dress. Instantly, she had transformed herself into an elegant, pure princess. Verthandi put on the ring, which represented her status, before standing up. All of the people were chanting one name, Dragon Slayer Will. She had leapt from her original status as an average person into the role of knight. Then, she had transformed again into a baron. After killing the evil dragon and saving the princess, she had earned her own noble title. This sounded like a fantasy tale, but it had truly happened, right in front of this crowd's eyes. They had seen a poor boy with nothing approaching the peak of his life, step by step. The inspiration that had been provided to them by this experience was enormous. Everyone was talking about Dragon Slayer Will. They all wished to become the next hero, just like him. It was almost as if they believed his experience could be replicated, as long as the cheering people could be brave and have a bit of luck on their sides. Now, they could also be the next protagonists. Anyone could now think that they were the special ones, too. No one thought that their luck was terrible anymore, thanks to Dragon Slayer Will. After a few days of enjoying their reception as heroes in Primonius and reveling in their newfound fame, the dragon-slaying squad prepared to depart north to their territory. Verthandi rode a handsome horse and carried her longsword. Behind her were Ebu, Alan, and Tiraden, who were her personal knights. The four of them lined up to prepare for departure. Ahead of them were a few cloaked figures, who were leading a white horse up the mountain slope. Ibu and Alan immediately pulled back on their reins, as their horses whinnied in protest, then halted. They looked at Verthandi and whistled. Verthandi's face burned red. She was embarrassed at the sight of April, who had ridden out to meet them. Verthandi was puzzled and flustered as she looked at April and asked, "Why are you here?" April smiled craftily. She looked more like a fox than a wolf girl. "To send you off." April then asked, "What's your real name?" Verthandi hesitated before replying. "Verthandi." April nodded, satisfied. "Verthandi, we will meet again." At this moment, Alan looked over to Lu Ziyu, then turned to face the east. There, the lands of the orcs extended quite far into the distance. After that, the human world was vaguely visible. Suddenly, Verthandi's usually carefree face became strangely solemn and cold. "The Crete Empire and the Church of the Light. I will return what you've done to us 1,000 times better." Verthandi then led her knights to begin her new adventure. It was year 35 of the San calendar. According to the records of a human scholar from the Tottle family, Nimson Tottle, this was the most important year for the rise of the orcs. In the northern Amos icefield, Will Arambel, who grew to have countless titles, began his saga. As the Baron of Valtu, the Lion King Will had unified all of the hundreds of thousands of orc clans within the Amos icefield. She then cleaned up the disorder around the northern border and became a wise lord. In San calendar year 37, the Lion King wed the princess of the Engido kingdom, April Narando, and became the Earl. Her title then became the Lord of the Northern Territories, and she became one of the leading figures of the kingdom. In the same year, the last king of Engido died. April's brother Lamejton received the old king's crown and scepter as the new king. The new king was a tremendously arrogant guy who was extremely jealous of Will's fame and influence throughout Engido and within the other orc countries. Will even had many soldiers under his command. As a relative who was married into the Engido royal line, he also possessed the ability to inherit the throne. This made the new King Lemegton despise and fear his brother-in-law greatly. From the day he took the throne, he started trying to pressure Will Arundel. The friction between the two continued to escalate during many political spats and debates. Lemegton finally began to lose in each. This dealt Lemegton's authority a great blow. Many of the lords and aristocrats, who had originally supported the new king, gradually lost confidence in him. In San Calendar year 38, Lemegton declared Will Arundel as a traitor, then took away her position as the Lord of the Northern Territories, thus declaring war against Will. Almost a year of war followed that moment. Lemegton was finally defeated, forcing him to abdicate from his position as king. He was sent to a convent of the faith of the Sunday, so that he would face the cold statues of God, reflecting upon his arrogance and sins for the rest of his life. From that moment on, Lemegton had become known as Mad King Lemegton. The horse's hooves thudded and kicked up huge storms of dust as the majestic northern army, carrying the Red Lion flag, entered Primonius. Strong knights filed by on handsome horses. They followed behind Verthandi, appearing like an endless stream as they settled into the capital city of Engido. All of the citizens lowered their heads in respect. They secretly stared at Verthandi. This was the new master of the capital. They knelt to the ground, chanting her name. April Narendo took over the throne that Lemegton had lost, becoming the first female ruler of the Engido kingdom and the third king of the Engido kingdom. Primonius, the most prosperous current city of the Orc nations, was said to take up a sixth of the land of Engido. Thus, its completely having changed hands was indeed a momentous occasion. In the royal palace of the kingdom of Engido, there were crowds of royals and nobles. Outside, the cheers of the people could be heard. All around the palace, murals detailed the achievements and battles of the founders of the Engido kingdom. Within the huge palace, past the gates and numerous structures, stood swarms of flag-raising northern knights, waiting to crown their master as king. Within the crowd, other than nobility from various nations, there were also clergy from the faith of the Sunday, including Bishop Corey, although he had already been promoted to archbishop status. Verthandi was a devoted believer of the Sun faith, so they were likewise invited. They all were gathered here to attend the coronation of April and Verthandi. Since April was the queen, Verthandi also shared her glory and the crown. All of the lavishly dressed nobles watched her, dressed in her skirted armor and purple cloak, as she approached the top of the platform. Over the last couple of years, Verthandi had matured. She wore her golden hair tied behind her head, and was much stronger and sharper than before. As she made her way to the top of the platform, all of the audience lowered their heads in deference. April, who was the queen now, was waiting at the summit, a crown on her head. The queen crowned Verthandi, announcing, "I, April Narendo, appoint my husband, Will Arundel, as king and the successor of the kingdom of Engido. May God bless him," shouted the onlookers. Verthandi kneeled to receive the crown, then sat on the throne. The young king then glanced at the crowd. Archbishop Corey erupted into a cheer. "Long life King Will." Instantly, the palace resounded with cheers, like a tsunami. "Long live King Will." Outside, the entire army knelt down at once. They knew that a new king had descended, one who would bring them into a new era. "Long live the king." The cheer echoed throughout Primonius. Verthandi sat on the throne, holding the sword of the king and looking far away into the horizon. Her eyes grew even more distant, as if she was seeing a scene from many years ago. Back when her father had first brought her to this city, Verthandi reminisced for a while longer, before standing up to complete the last step of her coronation as the king of Engido. which was the knighting of her most accomplished and loyal warriors. 6 warriors stepped up to the front. Not only were they from different races, but there was even a human among them. These were the comrades that had accompanied Verthandi through all her battles to unite the northern lands. Among them were Ibu, Tiridan, and Alan, who had known her and followed her from the very start. At last, Verthandi unsheathed the sword of the king before the masses. As a symbol of the divine right to rule, the sword let out a dazzling light that lit up the entire palace. All of the people there were awestruck by the scene. As for the bishops from the Faith of the Sun, they were completed dumbfounded by the glowing holy light of the longsword. Archbishop Corey was the first to recognize it. It's the sword of the king, the lost sword. It is a true divine artifact that human King Aniton had gotten from God. Archbishop Corey was trembling with overwhelming emotion. For the Faith of the Sun, compared to the Church of the Light, they had no way to prove their ties to God. They did not have the same deep roots as the Church. Hence, they thirsted more for recognition from God. Thus, any object that could be related at all was enough to be considered as a sacred object. This sword of the king was what they had sought for a long time. Indeed, it was considered to be the divine artifact that was beyond their reach. Now that it was before them, they were all beside themselves with overwhelming emotion. Many of the clergy from the Faith of the Sunday were even prostrating themselves on the ground, bestowing endless kisses upon the stone floor. Under the rays of the holy light, they felt as if they were in the sacred embrace of God. After Archbishop Corey's words, the entire audience stared up at the king of Engido. Many of the believers of the Faith of the Sun knelt to the ground. A true king chosen by God. A king chosen by a higher power. A proxy chosen by God. There's no doubt, this king is God's messenger on earth. No one has been able to awaken the sword of the king. Only those with the blood of God and his approval are able to use it. All of them looked at Verthandi, holding the belief that she was the legendary king, destined to bring the orcs to an era of glory, and the true king that would unite the land. Kneel. The 6 warriors knelt on one knee before their master and king. Verthandi put the sword on Ibu's shoulder. Immediately, the holy ray of the sword enveloped Ibu's body. From the skies, a shroud of light descended upon Ibu. Humility, honesty, empathy, courage, fairness, sacrifice, glory, soul. Be fearless before the strong, resolute and faithful before the divine. Be loyal and upstanding, and go to death before yielding. Protect the weak and follow the laws of heaven. Ibu, can you pledge thus? Ibu's breathing hastened with emotion. I promise thus, unto eternity. By the name of God, I grant you the position of holy knight to protect the glory of God. As soon as the sentence was finished, a huge amount of power surged into Ibu's body. This was identical to the power that was granted through the saint baptism ritual of the Church of Light. Immediately, Ibu appeared much younger, as the white streaks in his golden hair instantly receded. All of the clergy of the faith, including Archbishop Corey and all of the nobles there, had craved this scene for ages. This was the most coveted holy ritual that belonged to the Church of Light. Alan, by the name of God, I grant you, Tyrion. This was year 38 of the San calendar, when Lion King Will proved his divine authority to rule. The Faith of the Sun also began moving towards the kingdom of Engido, acting as its center. Within Promonius, the holy temple of the sun was built, as Lion King Will was recognized as a messenger of God. From then on, Verthandi became the icon of royal and divine authority. Within all the orc nations, a storm began brewing. Everyone believed that Verthandi would be the first king to unite all of the orc races together, ending over 1,000 years of rife. She would then become the beacon of hope would bring peace to the orcs, who could no longer bear their disastrous fortunes. The bell at the top, the wizard tower tolled. By now, the new fourth generation of wizard apprentices didn't yet know what the sound of the bell meant, but they knew it was something important, as the faces of their instructors immediately changed. Many of them were elated as they quickly headed towards the top of the tower, apprentices in tow. Boar was wearing glasses. His features had not changed too much over the years, although he did seem a bit more mature and age-worn, perhaps even a bit wiser and more rational. At a glance, he seemed quite similar to his mentor, Anthony. The wizarding culture had undergone a significant transformation ever since Boar had created blood witchcraft. The news of its creation had quickly spread throughout the wizard community, causing the culture to flourish. The development of blood witchcraft had expanded from the basic body transformation technique, which was every wizard's first learned technique. Many wizards began devoting their time to body transformation and magical beast bloodline research. All of the wizards were researching how to safely and successfully transplant the spellcasting organs of the magical beasts in order to gain their powers. However, the number of successful experiments and the number of transplantable abilities were still few and far between. This could be seen via their success rate, which was only around 50% or less. When a transplant failed, it would cause the subject's genetic structure to collapse. Some of the severe failures would even cause immediate death. So far, only a few bloodline transfusion techniques existed, and the techniques needed to extract stabilized samples were only available within the tower library for a large number of points. The requester must also be an official of an instructor. The wizard tower also began researching the taming and raising processes for magical beasts. By specially breeding magical beasts with excellent mature bloodlines, they sought to develop better blood witchcraft techniques in order to transfer those abilities. Boar and the others even wanted to target the dragons, but they could not even defeat the ordinary young dragons. Each time they had tried, they had returned grievously injured after being chased several thousand miles by the enraged dragons. As for the red dragon that guarded the wizard tower, it was too proud to even acknowledge them. Other than the tower master Anthony, all of these wizards were meaningless to the creature. After so many years of growth and 4 generations of students, the wizarding culture was gradually growing stronger. Other than the official apprentices of the tower, there were also a large number of graduate wizards who passed on their skills to unofficial apprentices on the outside. But the number of official wizards was still quite small, numbering less than 50 people, most of whom remained within the wizard tower. Comparatively, there were a growing number of priests of the Church of Light, wielding the divine seeds as they gained power. Their presence, along with the unfathomable influence of the saints and the saintess, still suppressed wizard activity within the human kingdoms. Lu Ziyu put on a silvery white wizard's robe to transform into the wise wizard Anthony as he stood at the pinnacle of the wizard tower. All of the managers and students of the tower were lined up before him. Other than Wufter, who had not yet returned from the Elven continent, and Wendy, who was out collecting research materials, all were present. Lu Ziyu eyed all of the students present. Most of them had reached level 3. Only some of the ones with meager potential had stagnated at level 2. But what surprised Lu Ziyu was that Boar was still at level 3. Lu Ziyu's scan showed that Boar's mind power scale was already past 300 scales, yet he still hadn't broke through to level 4. What's wrong, Boar? Why are you stuck? All of them were extremely excited to meet instructor Anthony. They each had endless questions for him. To them, This mysterious mentor was invincible and all-knowing. All of the students surrounded Lu Ziyu, who plopped down at a table. "So, tell me about it, Boer." Boer nodded. "Instructor, you once said that, in order to reach level 4 wizardry, one must use mind power to deify one's own brain cells, so that one can separate out one's brain, consciousness, and memories. This, you said, would then allow one to become an extraordinary existence. At that time, the level 4 wizard would be able to form his own wizarding space." Lu Ziyu nodded. "That's right, your memory serves you well," Boer replied instantly. "Yet, we discovered that we are unable to deify our brains. The mind power and our brain cells seem to exist in two different worlds, which are completely incompatible. At first, we thought this was because our mind power wasn't strong enough, but even after reaching the threshold for advancement, Santonin scales, we still couldn't do it." Lu Ziyu closed his eyes, thinking back to his own breakthrough. Lu Ziyu remembered his own mind power structure, recalling how it completely immersed in the zeroth dimension and pulled it in a large amount of source form to induce a transformation. That's right, transformation. Lu Ziyu suddenly recalled that it was precisely because of this transformation that he was able to incorporate mind power into his cells, thus making it interact with reality. He had made the imaginary force affect actual existences. Lu Ziyu had initially stumbled past this dangerous phase accidentally via trial and error. By doing so, he could have easily caused his consciousness and mind power structure to collapse and disappear completely from the world. The activation of mind power. Lu Ziyu then focused on this one important detail. This was the crucial criteria for advancing to level 4 and the true first step for embarking on the path to mythical wizardry. Without this step, mind power remained in the imaginary plane, without any power over reality. Once the mind power and consciousness merged, the strength of the mind power could hold the consciousness. Every bit of mind power was branded with the individual's consciousness. This was what allowed Lu Ziyu to awaken deified cells, while Boer's mind power and consciousness had failed to do so. A high density of source form was necessary to stimulate the merging of the mind power and the consciousness. Lu Ziyu immediately found the root problem of the issue. Within the magical network, the source form was too thin. Therefore, the magical density of the wizards was very low. Due to this, which caused minimal access, it was not enough to induce the transformation of the quality of their mind power. This was why Boer and the others had been unable to advance to level 4. Lu Ziyu opened his eyes and looked at Boer and his other expectant students. Although only Akkad had reached the bar for advancement, all of the rest were still hopeful about reaching this point one day as well. As such, all of them were very concerned about this issue. Lu Ziyu stood up to announce his findings. "I know what the issue is." Lu Ziyu stood up and waved his hands in the air. Though there was no change to the naked eye, to the wizards at the scene, there was an immediate change in the mind power within Lu Ziyu's hands. The amount of mind power continued to soar as it formed a complex web of mind power force field. Force fields were used for meditation as a way to stabilize mind power structures. Level 3 wizards also used them to build their own force field blocks. As for the force field within Lu Ziyu's hands, it was complex enough to make one dizzy, as strands of mind power weaved together to form an intricate geometric pattern. This structure whirled continuously in Lu Ziyu's hands. The whole crowd felt it palpably when Lu Ziyu linked onto the magical network and pulled out source form. However, he did not integrate it, his own mind power. Immediately, a silver droplet appeared out of thin air. It was tied securely with Lu Ziyu's mind power lattice and spun rapidly in the center of the structure. At last, It condensed into a silvery white crystal, the size of a grain of rice. Boar's mouth fell open as he looked at Lu Ziyu. Mana can be materialized. Lu Ziyu gazed down. It was a single scale of source form. Although it was only a crystal that was the size of a grain of rice, it would take Boar around a month of meditation to create. As for the other wizards, it would be hard to imagine how long it would take for them to attempt such a feat. Lu Ziyu passed it to Boar. Put some mind power into this. Boar did so without hesitation. The condensed source form crystal gave Boar's mind power an instant boost, like a crashing wave. Immediately, some of his mind power began transforming its very nature. However, since the crystal was too small, it wasn't adequate to awaken all of his mind power, or to induce the combination of his mind power and consciousness. Lu Ziyu nodded. So this was the issue. A transformation of mind power requires an environmental stimulus. Boar had felt a part of his mind power change. If there were enough of these source form crystals, he would be able to meld his mind power and his consciousness together to complete the transformation. Yet, since each person had access only to a limited amount of source form every day, Boar felt that it would be difficult to create a crystal that was large enough for his purposes. So, in order to complete our mind power transformation, we need a large mana crystal. Is that right, instructor? Lu Ziyu nodded. They did not have to absorb the mana crystal itself, but rather use the crystal to assist them as they created an environment conducive to transforming their mind power. In other words, the mana crystal could be used repeatedly, because although its power would diminish after each use, the change was still insignificant. Lu Ziyu spoke. I will give you all the methods for condensing this crystal. You can then combine or create it. However, this stone is no normal mana. It is mana actualized into a stone. Hence, calling it a mana crystal wouldn't be correct. Lu Ziyu thought for a second. This stone could allow mind power, a theoretical existence, to change its nature into something that can interact with reality. It was very similar to something that Lu Ziyu had heard of before. Lu Ziyu chuckled. Let's name it the Philosopher's Stone. Witnessing Lu Ziyu holding the rice-sized crystal, the wizards felt as if they were seeing a truly wise man, passing on his wisdom to them. Lu Ziyu held the Philosopher's Stone with both hands, the mind power continuing to condense, as he explained the steps for creating the stone. To Lu Ziyu, this wasn't anything too special or complicated. Bluntly speaking, it was even somewhat worthless to him. But to the others, this Philosopher's Stone was the gateway to a whole new world. To them, this simple stone could transform their mind power and allow their brains to actually begin the deification process, which would then allow them to step into the realm of level 4 wizardry. That would be their first true step towards achieving mythical status, as they ventured on their journeys to level 7 status as mythical beings. Thus, the appearance of the Philosopher's Stone had solved a large obstacle. For Boar especially, this was an immense relief. In the time remaining, Boar and the other wizards began researching the Philosopher's Stone. The strength and control of their mind power were far below Lu Ziyu's, so it was impossible for them to easily create such a complex force field. As such, they came up with another method. Within the wizard tower, they created a designated area where they drew a formation to assist their casting. Like Lu Ziyu's first attempt at creating the dimensional door, the pattern was made to be extremely complicated in order to better guide the mind power structure into a set location. Lu Ziyu stood by the side, providing instructions as he observed the large formation construction. It covered the entirety of a hall. When dissected, the formation, which was the size of Lu Ziyu's palm, actually covered a space of many dozens of meters. The ground was completely covered with intricate formations. This area belonged to Lu Jiyu, as it was considered to a part of the penthouse. From now on, it would be used for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, designated as a forbidden area within the Wizard Tower. Without Lu Jiyu or the Deputy Tower Manager's permission, no one was allowed to trespass. The Sphinx Pyros that was responsible for guarding the penthouse was relocated to the library. The library was one of the core areas of the tower and was one of the locations that Lu Jiyu valued highly. As such, Lu Jiyu remade the Sphinx into one of his own kin species. It could now memorize all of the knowledge within the library, saving and updating all its new discoveries. It was responsible for all of the knowledge within the tower, and as such, all point redemptions must go through him. At the same time, any wizards from the tower who had already graduated would use their badges to communicate with him in order to exchange knowledge or materials, which would then be delivered to by a raven. As such, its existence itself represented the library. When it died and left behind the next Sphinx, it would ascend to the next dimension, continuing to transmit the information that Lu Jiyu desperately desired back. This lineage would be an important source of information for Lu Jiyu. To the wizards, they only saw an extraordinarily intelligent beast, which seemed to be like a living prophet of the library, knowing all of the information that they sought. For the next few days, Lu Jiyu was sensing the knowledge within the Sphinx with his own sub-brain. Over the last few decades, the techniques of witchcraft had undergone tremendous revolutions, especially in regards to blood witchcraft. Although most of it was useless to Lu Jiyu, the creativity and innovation of these wizards and apprentices was still an inspiration to him. Finally, Lu Jiyu was reaping the benefits of creating the Wizard Tower. Lu Jiyu believed that, with the continuous progress of wizards, this beneficial return would continue to increase exponentially. And begin. Lu Jiyu watched carefully, while his students gingerly began to create a Philosopher's Stone. 7 wizards stood on the formation and began combining their mind power into a force field. They started by drawing mana from the magical network. Then, immediately at the very center of the force field, a silvery white rice-sized object appeared and glittered. It grew gradually, at a pace that would not be discernible to the naked eye. Even when the group had exhausted their mind power, it had still not grown much. Boar grasped the crystal with exhaustion. It seems that this would require a few years to complete. But it's fine, as we have enough time to spare. Boar, almost 50 already. But he had integrated the spellcasting organ of the double-headed magic eagle with his elf. So he had active cells that gave him a lifespan of around 200 years. As such, there was truly no hurry. Lu Jiyu walked over and clapped. Not bad, you all have taken another step on the road of wizardry. Boar, your work over the last few years has been brilliant. Your progress on developing blood witchcraft has impressed me. Hopefully by the next time I return, you will be a level 4 wizard who will bring the development of wizardry to new heights. Boar and the other students looked at Lu Jiyu. Instructor Anthony, are you leaving already? Lu Jiyu shook his head. I will leave in a couple of days, but time flies. If you all have any other questions or thoughts, consult me while I'm here. It will probably be a long time before I return. Over the last few decades, the Wizard Tower had changed quite a bit. Beginning from its original foundations, it had expanded greatly. Originally, there had only been the tower itself, as well as the castle that was halfway up the hill. Afterwards, many other smaller towers were constructed to provide the instructors with experiment facilities and locations to mentor their proteges. Only official proteges were counted as being bonded to their instructors, and chosen to carry on their inheritances. Just as it had been when Lu Ziyu had chosen a few apprentices, these chosen few had received an elite education, while the other apprentices only underwent basic training. However, they were not raised in the carefree manner that Lu Ziyu had adopted. Lu Ziyu was only interested in accumulating knowledge, and thus had no interest in building or managing a large-scale organization like Bohr and the other wizards. The entire tower looked more like a small city, which covered the entire mountain, with all of its new buildings and the countless number of wizards and apprentices bustling around. Its atmosphere was much livelier than it had been with the first graduating class. Lu Ziyu's magical beast smokescreen was later strengthened by Bohr and the others, allowing it to now incorporate illusions. Not only normal people, but even wizards would now be hard-pressed to deal with the miasma, as such illusions could kill formlessly. The only entrance was at the bottom of the mountain, at a cave that was magnificently decorated. It was connected directly with the underground tunnel. Not only was the entrance above ground, but due to the underground connection, all sounds would alert the red dragon, which was guarding the cave. Lu Ziyu found Sargon's grave in the cemetery behind the mountain. Lu Ziyu had seen his son the day before. Sargon's son wasn't very talented. In 20 years, he had barely achieved the status of an official wizard, and Lu Ziyu doubted that he would progress much past that in the future. 30 years had passed since Lu Ziyu had originally brought in the slaves. Most of them had died by now, and the second-generation ant people that he had brought in were beginning to die off too, their work being replaced by the wizards and apprentices. Standing before Sargon's grave, Lu Ziyu recognized some of the names, but all of them, at least somewhat familiar. What Lu Ziyu had not expected was that he would see the names of Li Weisi and Henry, as well as some of the other first-generation wizards. Bohr had constructed these graves for them, using their items, to reaffirm that they were members of the Wizard Tower. Within the cemetery, Lu Ziyu glanced at the rows of graves. He suddenly had an epiphany. The scene before him would repeat again and again in his future. As time passed, all the people that he knew would die, and an enormous mountain of graves would rise up beneath his feet. He would stand atop this mountain of endless gravestones, which were filled with familiar names. Lu Ziyu suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. Lu Ziyu had only just started down this road of evolution. He had already felt the frigid loneliness of this path. Would he rather be like Sargon, who was busy his entire life, only to die the death of an ant after a calm life? Or would he fight for eternal life through evolution, thus progressing alone? Is it worth it? Lu Ziyu wondered aloud as he smoothed Sargon's, Li Weisi's, and Henry's graves one by one. He did not know whether he was asking them or himself. He stood in the cemetery for a long time, remaining there until it turned dark. He then left with a long sigh and headed out into the night. A few days later, Lu Ziyu left the Wizard Tower with the SS Eternity. Currently, the wizards had mastered several special abilities through blood witchcraft by transplanting spellcasting organs. As such, they had gained the ability to traverse the sea. So leaving the SS Eternity behind would be a waste, especially since Lu Ziyu had a specific use for it in mind. In the future, when the Wizard Tower would recruit apprentices, they would go pick them up themselves. The apprentices would also be handpicked. Over the past few decades, some of Lu Ziyu's plans had begun to flourish. Special abilities really began to appear everywhere, as the world began to transform from being merely ordinary to being a world filled with extraordinary power. Lu Ziyu sailed the SS Eternity over the surface of the sea and began revamping its functions. The White Life alchemy ship hadn't changed much since Lu Ziyu had first made it 30 years ago. The external details, the internal structure, and the decorations within it were practically the same. However, compared to its initial time of creation, its current mind power scale was much higher, having reached a level of 500. Although it was far from being a mythical life alchemy ship, it was stronger than ever. When he was first began building the ship, Lu Jiyu had hoped one day the alchemy ship would not only be able to sail above the sea, but would even fly in the sky as an airship. In the end, he intended for the boat to even serve as a starship and sail in the universe. He would ride it between the stars and the sea, or between the astroplanes. But this was not an easy goal to fulfill. To build a starship, the technical difficulty was enormous. The aerospace science and technology of various countries were needed to develop this project. As such, its production could drive the development of a large number of industries and even promote the growth of their economies. If Lu Ziyu tried to design it himself, building an airship would be possible. However, in regards to starships, Lu Ziyu doubted that he could design something that would reach the second cosmic velocity rate needed to escape the gravitational constraints of the Earth. So, anything regarding reaching the third cosmic velocity and heading out of the solar system was beyond his realm of expertise and capability. Moreover, this wasn't something that you could simply make with a blueprint, as the details of its execution required all sorts of professionals to ensure that no problems arose. After all, such scientific epiphanies, which were made from eureka moments, belonged only to the legends. In order to realize the first step of his dream, he had to transform the ship into a complete alchemy life form. After all, one wouldn't expect a normal wooden ship to sail in the universe. So, Lu Ziyu spent 10 years upgrading the Sword of the King, while he charted the structures of the metallic cells to complete their template. Now, it was time to apply the metallic cells onto the SS Eternity to refine it into a real alchemy life form. At the same time, Lu Ziyu also made a new life template for the SS Eternity. The original SS Eternity was just a ship that sailed on top of and under the water. It had two special abilities: the power to control currents and the power to control sonic waves. However, this skill set was about to be completely revamped. Lu Ziyu was not planning to add more complex supernatural designs onto the redesign of the SS Eternity, but rather to increase the capabilities it already had. For a metallic alchemy ship, as long as it had the prerequisite technologies and knowledge, it would have limitless possibilities. The deeper Lu Ziyu got into his research on the usage of deified cells, the more he felt that the secrets surrounding deified cells and mind power were beyond his imagination. The first issue that Lu Ziyu faced was discerning how deified cells passed information between each other. Even if Lu Ziyu was outside of the bit wall, as long as he willed it, he would be able to feel his deified cells and receive information from them. Even if this effect was temporary, wherever Lu Ziyu was in the Kryn space world, he would still be able to connect with the kingdom that he had left on the moon. But as soon as he left the Kryn space world and returned to Earth, the connection would be broken. From this information, Lu Ziyu deduced that the connection of deified cells stretched across space, but not across dimensions. As such, Lu Ziyu wanted to imitate some of the traits of dream control in order to release the inhibitors on the forms of deified metallic cells. In other words, metallic alchemy life forms would become extremely adaptable. Lu Ziyu would be able to control each metallic cell, almost like a super mini robot. He would be able to combine them in endless combos to create a desired form. The cells seemed to possess a connection between them, so far, to be immune to disturbances and virtually indestructible. This made the cell's potentials and applicabilities seem terrifying to Lu Ziyu. He decided that he would name these metallic life templates as metal controllers. Subbrain 2, enter silent mode, shut off the consciousness and the system. Lu Ziyu, the SS Eternity by an island, then brought it into the dimensional castle in order to begin upgrading it into the SS Eternity 2.0. He turned off the Subbrain 2 within it, which consisted of a basketball-sized cluster of deified cells. He then removed the entire deified brain from the SS Eternity. As he did this, the ship lost all of its consciousness and abilities. It changed completely, becoming a normal wooden ship. Within the laboratory of the dimensional castle, Lu Ziyu began the metallification of the sub-brain. Lu Ziyu provided elements like silicon, iron, and tungsten, which were then infused with mind power to form metallic cells. These new metallic cells, which had just been created, then merged with the sub-brain 2. After this entire process, the entire sub-brain 2 had transformed into a silvery white metallic brain, which looked like a strange metal pimple. Lu Ziyu then began to fix its life template. Some time ago, Lu Ziyu had already prepared a metal controller template to insert into the sub-brain. Once he did this, the sub-brain 2 instantly went through a violent change. The entire metallic ball began squirming, before completely melting. Lu Ziyu watched as the sub-brain 2 moved like mercury, spreading all over the ground within the great hall of the dimensional castle. It kept spreading as the basketball-sized ball of metal writhed around, exploring its surroundings. Sub-brain 2 activate. Lu Ziyu saw as the sub-brain 2 awakened and replaced the instincts of its body. The entire mercury-like lump of metallic cells up like a water vapor. It then covered the entire great hall, transforming it into a dreamy silvery world. As light hit the dispersed metallic cells, it created a pretty halo of glittering colors. Lu Ziyu controlled the sub-brain 2 and input a form into its consciousness. Immediately, the metallic cells rearranged themselves, as countless silver specks condensed into a complete metallic bone structure of a tiny ant person. All of this happened right before Lu Ziyu's very eyes. Lu Ziyu extended his hand as saw it approach him from mid-air. He then began changing his commands. As he did so, he watched as the sub-brain 2 continuously transformed its state to follow his wishes, changing from an ant person to a mini-car, then to a house, then a Rubik's Cube. Now, the sub-brain 2 was considered to be a mythical creature too, though its current abilities were admittedly rather pitiful for a mythical creature. In fact, it was even weaker than Lu Ziyu's first-generation mythical creature, Sakan. Yet, its potential for development was far beyond the likes of Sakan. Lu Ziyu let it go, then watched as it returned into a dispersed state, swirling around the entire dimensional castle. Then, there was a sudden change on the walls of the castle. A painting had appeared. Lu Ziyu, bringing the painting with him, then returned to the uninhabited island. Once he arrived, he was able to provide the island with lots of metallic materials. Thus began the duplication of the metallic cells continuously. Though there wasn't enough mind power to deify all of the cells, this basketball-sized metal controller mythical life form was still voraciously devouring the metallic cells. It continuously devoured these metal materials, swallowing, merging, and constructing in accordance to the program that Lu Ziyu had designed. Each individual cell was an independent constructor, operating at a speed that amazed Lu Ziyu. On the tiny pier of the uninhabited island, the furious construction continued, getting increasingly faster by the moment. From the initial barebones of an alchemy ship to the completion of the project, the metallic cells worked endlessly to form a complete metallic alchemical ship. Lu Ziyu watched as the SS Eternity 2.0 which he had imagined for so long, materialized before him. It wasn't too different from the original version, except that its color had changed to silvery white. After boarding it, it was easy to see that the structure hadn't changed much either. The biggest change was that the original plant cells had been replaced with the much stronger and capable metallic cells. Lu Ziyu stood aboard the SS Eternity 2.0, controlling the new metallic life alchemy ship. Its silver exterior and complete metal structure looked magnificent and extremely sturdy. After switching to metallic structure, Lu Ziyu could sense that the speed of the subbrain too was much faster. He also sensed that its calculation abilities had also improved greatly. Its control over the alchemy ship was also more precise, as the deified cells had disseminated throughout the entire ship. Each of the cells were under the control of the subbrain too, which could be adjusted according to Lu Ziyu's will at any moment. After cruising for a while, Lu Ziyu sailed the ship through a murky dimensional door, leaving Maria's world and returning to Earth once more. After Lu Ziyu left Maria's world during the San calendar year 38, the wizards began to influence the whole world. Beyond the Alan continent, even the elven Yala continent showed traces of their activities. The Church of Light was also making impressive progress. The pastors with saint capabilities also prospered on the mainland, serving there as representatives of the gods. They wore their holy sun-patterned robes as they preached across the entire realm. Various magical beast races also began to emerge, as the dragons grew up and awakened, having been born with new and extraordinary talents. Giant beasts roamed the earth, as dragons soared through in the sky. It was the true beginning of an extraordinary world. Extraordinary power blossomed everywhere, as the faith of the sun also started training their own holy knights. The one who unified both divine and royal power, Lion King Verthandi, had begun her reign during this time. Holding the sword of the king that Lu Ziyu had given her, she began to unify the orcs as the messenger of God. Verthandi suppressed the prejudices between the races as she created new laws and rules. She also began to vigorously promote many human governance programs and business development plans, while maintaining the traditional orc clan model. Over the years, the tribes began to form cities and promote racial integration. After following Lu Ziyu across the continent and witnessing the systems within various human kingdoms, Verthandi had a far broader worldview than anyone else in her era. Perhaps most impressive, she could think ahead, allowing her to be well prepared to deal with the problems between orcs that arose. However, a large number of orcs tribes were against Verthandi's laws. The tribes had ruled for more than 1,000 years, and the reforms that Verthandi wanted to instill would strip power away rights from many among the ruling class of the tribes. This was unacceptable in their eyes. At the same time, a large number of nobles and northern military personnel, who were loyal to Verthandi, benefited from these laws and reforms. Thus, Verthandi made sure to suppress the powers of the old tribes in order to pass her own policies. At first, the implementation of Verthandi's Tribal Reform Act caused the Engido kingdom to erupt in a violent unrest. All of the old tribes and nobles felt that they were losing their rights, their lands, and even their own subjects to this new upstart monarch. Many chiefs, preachers, and local aristocrats all united to fight Verthandi's Tribal Reform Act, and the newly peaceful kingdom of Engido began to descend back into the old flames of war. In the San calendar year 40, in the Engido kingdom, within the city of Primonius, Verthandi wore a black robe, which was embroidered with the pattern of the sun. The gold silk was extremely conspicuous as it glittered in the daylight. The robe represented the approval she had from the faith of the Son. It granted her the status of being the spokesperson of God. While the crown on her head symbolized her identity as king of the Engido kingdom, her bright blonde hair, distinct from an ordinary lion person, was tied in a ponytail behind her head. She would look quite intimidating were there not two playful lion ears on her head. At the moment, Verthande was frowning as she looked over various letters with a quill in her hand. Most of them were from the nobles, who were complaining about trivial things. Some were greetings from the kings of other orc kingdoms. Of course, the majority were complaints about the Tribal Reform Act. Suddenly, quick footsteps were heard, headed straight towards her door. A tall armored wolfman knight entered the room. The two guards at the door did not stop him. Verthande looked up and recognized the knight to be Lanto, who was one of her 6 holy knights. Lanto, weren't you out promoting the Tribal Reform Act? Why did you return? Verthande saw that Lanto was extremely agitated. His body armor was stained with blood. It wasn't his own, but it was apparent that he had rushed back in a great hurry, since he had come to see her in this state. Something big must have happened. Lanto fell to the ground, his armor making a soft thud. Your Majesty, Earl Umos has rebelled. He has been secretly contacting the other major tribes to form an alliance. While he promised us that he would promote the Tribal Reform Act, the knight continued his report. When I went to see Earl Umos, they designed a trap to murder me. From the moment I got there, it didn't feel right. I wanted to capture Earl Umos and calm the rebellion, but he was extremely sly. Thus I failed. I could only escape with some of the cavalry. Right now, all of the tribes in the south have begun to mobilize their troops. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that we have a complete rebellion on our hands. Another messenger came to announce the arrival of the faith of the Sun's Patriarch Cori. Verthande had Lanto step aside as Patriarch Cori entered. Cori breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lanto. Lord Lanto has returned. Verthande looked at Cori, who was Lanto's elder and an important assistant to her. Uncle Cori, do you already know? Cori nodded. The Boer people in the south are leading a 50,000-strong army over. They have already started ransacking the land. They have killed a large number of nobles who were loyal to you. They also attacked some of the generals of the Knights of the Thorns who were stationed in the south. Currently, there has been no news of any movements from the Knights of the Thorns. It is very likely that they joined the rebels. The army has already started marching towards Blanc from West. Cori glanced at Verthande, finding that Verthande's expression remained calm and serene. I also heard that Mad King Lamejta Narando has disappeared. Lanto on the side voiced his shock. What? Cori spoke gravely. Your Majesty, they are not only trying to force you to amend and abolish the Tribal Reform Act. They want to usurp your throne. Due to the Tribal Reform Act, many tribes are livid, and the Western Beira Kingdom has suddenly mobilized their army. We have dispatched several holy knights to stave them off, as well as all of their men. Currently, we are in Primonius. There are only 3,000 knights left. Including the garrison, we have less than 8,000 men. Blanc is the last line of defense before Primonius. After that, they would be able to head directly to the capital. If they capture Blanc, Earl Umos, the Earl of Boer people, would be able to get reinforcements from the other tribes in the kingdom. The situation would then quickly collapse out of control. Cori was very anxious. In his opinion, the reason that the situation was so bad was because Verthande had an impinged when transitioning into power over the Engido kingdom. Verthande stood up and looked at Lanto. Lanto, I will give you 3,000 troops. Can you hold Blanc off for me for 10 days? Lanto knelt before her. Of course, Your Majesty. As long as I remain alive, Blanc will belong to Arendelle. Boom! A gigantic fireball was descending onto the city of Blanc. As the giant flaming rocks descended, and waves of dust rolled into the city, the fire spread out. Instantly, some of the orcs that did not have the chance to dodge the rocks were crushed into mincemeat. These rocks, which were coated in flaming oil, caused numerous roaring fires, which set surrounding structures as aflame. Many people, who were dosed directly by the flaming oil, were lit on fire. These people struggled in agony before burning to death. Meanwhile, people on both sides rushed about frantically, attempting to put out the fires. As the flaming rocks continued to descend, trails of fire rained down ceaselessly from above, landing within the city. Following the trails of fire outside the city, there were a row of catapults, which were barraging the city wall continuously. Also outside the city, a huge orc army stood. Beneath the sun, the layers of their armor flashed blindingly. They seemed to be an endless sea of warriors when seen in a single glance. With over tens of thousands of soldiers, their ranks seemed to limitless, especially since another large army of 50,000 stood off in the distance as well. In fact, the armies now surrounding Blanc extended all the way beyond the hills. With their numerous spears and shields shining, dense like a forest, all of the soldiers looked at Blanc with a ravenous hunger in their eyes. As the catapults kept striking the city, all of them could feel the pressure of the black smoke pluming from the attack. This sort of warfare had first originated from the human kingdoms. It seemed that the origin was based off of the weapons of human wizards. The first time such methods entered a large-scale battle was during the destruction of the kingdom of Menkar. The tactics were seen for a second time during Verthandi's succession battle against Mad King Lemegtan Narando. With the support of the Faith of the Sunday, Verthandi had taken the designs of the catapults and commissioned large numbers of craftsmen to create them. Only then did she achieve overwhelming victory in all of the siege battles, forcing Lemegtan's surrender of the throne of the kingdom of Engido. After witnessing that battle, everyone recognized the power of these catapults. As a result, many nearby kingdoms began purchasing catapults from the human kingdoms. These orcs from the south of Engido had actually procured a large number of catapults, which they were using to bombard Blanc. Luckily, Blanc was a defensive fortress with over 100 years of history. As such, its wall was tall, sturdy, and definitely difficult to breach. The shape of the city wall was also different from the traditional squares and circles, taking the shape of a polygram instead. As such, no matter which direction the city was attacked from, its inhabitants could return fire. This way, the structure was also sturdier, a true fortress. That was why Lanto could attempt to hold the city with only 3,000 knights, along with those scattered soldiers and fresh recruits from within the city. Sir! Lanto was pacing within a channel inside the city wall. Under his chainmail, he was clad in a purple robe with the sigil of the sun embroidered on it, representing his status as a holy knight. Wherever he passed by, the surrounding soldiers and archers would stand in attention and salute Lanto. He nodded lightly as the endless barrage of the catapults continued in the background. A few of his attendants could no longer hold back from addressing this situation. Sir, should we arm our own catapults and return the attacks? This way, we can disrupt their rhythm. Perhaps we can even destroy some of their catapults too. A young dogman general in chainmail, spoke impatiently while standing before Lanto. Lanto did not answer him, but mounted the city wall to look at the opposing army. The mere sight of the majesty of the large, dense mass was enough to scare a person until they were weak-kneed, not to mention the specks of fireballs that were whizzing overhead. Even some of the soldiers were shaking. At that moment, a stone landed on the city wall, not far from the group. Immediately, the entire section of the wall began shaking violently, as the group felt their footholds becoming unsteady. Finally, Lanto grabbed the dogman general and patted his shoulder. Only then did he answer his question. "It's not time yet. Right now they are only testing us. Their catapults are the large models, with a range of 400 meters. We only have mid-ranged catapults, with a maximum reach of 260 meters. What's more, based on the current direction and speed of the wind, they have the advantage since we'd be shooting against the headwind." Lanto continued his explanation. "If we shoot now, we will fall right in their trap. They would find the locations of our catapults, then destroy them immediately. Then, we would truly be in an hopeless situation." Lanto had fought during the succession battle for Verthandi, so he was very familiar with the usage of catapults on the battlefield. This experience allowed him to speak now with such authority and confidence. The continuous barrage of the catapults was disastrous for the morale of the soldiers within the city. As such, Lanto and the generals continuously paced around the city, boosting their morale and encouraging them to hold down the fort. As expected, the opponents tested them via a round of pressuring shots, before moving into siege warfare. The masses of soldiers rushed at the city wall with all sorts of weapons. The human tactics of siege warfare had slowly disseminated through the Orc nations, following the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor. These insights had also revolutionized warfare and strategy within the Orc nations. At this time, the catapults within the city immediately began their counterattacks. The 3,000 knights that Lanto brought were all elites who had been through the succession war. Luckily, there were soldiers who were capable of assembling and controlling catapults. Among them, the accuracy of the catapults left much to be desired, but their timing control and their distance from the enemies was excellent. Compared to their opponents, their control over distance is much more precise. After a few rounds, the battlefield outside the city was in a scene of complete chaos. After a few rounds of test shots, the opponents had initially thought that there were no catapults within the city. As such, the opponents were completely defenseless to the sudden activation of the city's catapults. Large sections of the opponent army were pulverized by huge stones as their blood dyed the battlefield a crimson red. Many of the siege machines and ladders were also completely destroyed, one after another. However, since the other side had a force of 50,000 strong, they continued pushing forward by brute force. As more ladders were wheeled towards the wall, the battle stagnated, reaching somewhat of a temporary stalemate. Still, objects rained down continuously upon the enemies, including stones, wood, oil, and boiling water. Orc soldiers screamed piteously as they fell from the ladders. The archers in the city pelted an endless torrent of arrows downwards, yet the other side kept rushing at the city wall. They rushed forward with no regard for life or death, like a stormy wave. Beneath the city walls, the bodies of the dead were already piling up thickly. A few of the invaders had made it onto the city wall, and as the skirmishes moved onto the city wall, the defenders of the city attempted to keep knocking the intruders off. So it continued, wave after wave. Lanto led his troops with his own Sword of the Holy Knight, which glowed white. Brandishing it proudly, he weaved through the soldiers on the wall, knocking the invaders down. The Holy Knights had received the same divine seed inheritance as the saints. However, the Holy Knights did not strengthen their bodies, but rather strengthened their weapons, which were transformed into deified metallic cells. As such, they wielded a power called Ki. It was essentially the same as the judgment ray of the saints, with only a few differences in scale. Battles erupted all over the wall, as the enemy soldiers continuously struggled onto the wall. The sound of slaughter rang throughout the entire around. Every moment, someone died. The resulting smell of blood was enough to make people vomit. Lanto was bathed in blood as he pushed a hammer-wielding bear-orc down the wall after stabbing him to death. Finally, the enemies began retreating. However, Lanto knew that this was only the first wave of a battle of attrition. The invaders would continue to storm the city walls, and he had promised his king to protect Blanc for 10 whole days. He knew that this would be a tremendously difficult siege battle. Yet, he was not going to give his enemies a single inch. A bloody sun hung in the sky. The city of Blanc was completely scarred. A blazing flame had been extinguished between the inner and outer walls of the city, and black smoke drifted in the air. The city interior and exterior were pockmarked by destruction. The city walls were dyed a dark brown by the dried blood of the orcs from the siege. After 9 days, every corner of the city had been stained with blood. Many city walls had been severely damaged. Several sieged cars were burning in raging fires outside the city, and the walls were littered with dead bodies. The stench was unbearable, and a large number of crows and vultures hovered in the sky, waiting. Every soldier on the wall had blood on their face. They didn't even have the strength left to wipe it off, as their mental states had reached the brink of collapse. Almost all of them were wounded. They held their longswords and shields with dead eyes as they watched the sun set. Its last bright red rays shone on their bodies, like a ray of doom. Lanto walked along the wall. All of the soldiers were on the verge of collapsing in numbness, having suffered through 9 days of intense fighting, watching bodies fall all around them. They had only barely been able to hold on through sheer will. If the king's reinforcements had not arrived the very next day, they would have quite possibly suffered defeat. What needed to be said had already been said. The morale boosting had also been done. By this point, any more attempts at easing their pain would be pointless. As the defenders, Lanto's men had sustained severe casualties and injuries. Yet the number of deaths on the rebel side was even worse. They were even more distressed than Lanto and his men. After Lanto patrolled the wall, he went down the stairs and returned to the inner city. Within the fortress, the people of Blanc trembled in fear. Many of them were crying. Some children were curled up in the arms of their mothers. Under the faint lights, cries of grief echoed throughout the city's streets and halls. The bodies that had burned in the city over the past few days were sons, husbands, and fathers. War was always a tragedy to the people. There would never be a so-called righteous party in war. Lanto could only harden his heart and armor up the farmers, blacksmiths, craftsmen, and slaves, encouraging them to take up their swords and shields as he sent them to replace their loved ones at the wall. By now, the rebels outside the city had been attacking for 9 days straight. Each day was more vicious than the last, as they became more and more agitated. Once the city was taken, these soldiers were sure to vent their mounting frustrations by burning and pillaging the city. Inevitably, their actions would escalate into a massacre, and even the commander of the rebels wouldn't be able to stop them. This fatal progression was something that an experienced commander like Lanto knew very well. As such, he couldn't let them enter the city. But, even in this situation with the rebels, where he and his men were surrounded, cut off from the outside world, Lanto knew that King Will had reversed many previous crises. He had the assurance that the king was rushing over. So, as long as Lanto could hold the city, the rebel forces outside the city could only await their deaths. Lanto walked along, suddenly seeing a few generals gathered around. "Lord Commander, will the reinforcements really come tomorrow?" one general asked him. Lanto turned to look at them. All of them had bloodshot eyes, which were tinged with fear and expectation. He nodded seriously. The Lion King would never abandon his subjects. Tomorrow, the reinforcements will come. Lanto took a deep breath, then continued his assurances. Early tomorrow morning, the rebels will form their strongest attack. They don't have much time, since they must take Blank. Only then would they have the ability to fight against the king. Thus, tomorrow will be the fiercest battle yet. Inside the tents, which were set up outside the city, several orc generals were arguing endlessly. A young wolfman stood in front of a middle-aged boar man and shouted, "I said, we shouldn't care about Blanc. If we had given up on Blanc and gone directly to Primonius, we would have captured the capital already." The leader of the boar people, Earl Umos, was sick of placating the brainless former king, Mad King Lemegeton Narando. He spoke bluntly. Then, we would have left a strong thorn in our rear, and once we showed any openings, it would have cut off our retreat, thus allowing the enemy to thwart our escape and take our lives. Blanc is more important than Primonius. As long as we occupy this place, we have access to all the roads in the country. The supplies around us can then be transported continuously, and our contact to the other tribes will open up. With that, we would at least be able to divide the country with King Will. Lemegeton screamed in agitation. But I don't want to have only half of the land. The Engido kingdom is mine. I am of the Engido kingdom, and as your king, I want Will Arenbell's head. I will make him suffer the shame that he has thrust upon me. Earl Umos patted Lemegeton's shoulder, cooing, "Your Majesty, it will definitely happen. Don't rush into anything. The victory will belong to us." After Lemegeton's departure, Earl Umos' eyes immediately revealed a sinister look. "What idiot." An emergency report rushed in. "Earl, the kingdom of Bera has been lost on the western border. Its army has been defeated. The Prince of Bera and tens of thousands of his remaining troops are trapped inside Landon Castle. They have surrendered to Lion King Will. The king of the Bera Kingdom and Lion King Will have signed a treaty, with Bera ceding Lion King Will their eastern Redstone province." Earl Umos' expression changed greatly upon hearing this news. His alliance with the Bera Kingdom was one of his trump cards. The Bera Kingdom had also begun to invade the western part of the Engido Kingdom. While he was rebelling from the south, they had developed this strategy, since even King Will, who was a famed warrior, would not be able to fight them on both sides. When did this happen? Days ago. Earl Umos' face suddenly paled. If the report was 3 days old, then the Lion King must be heading over with a large army right now. Before, some reports from the west had said that the Lion King had led 50,000 knights with 5 of his holy knights against the 100,000-strong army of the Bera Kingdom. The fact that he had actually defeated the other army was enough to make Umos worried. But to think that the other party had lost so badly, and within such a short period of time, was completely terrifying. That was why Earl Umos was so eager to take Blank. As long as he took Blank, the situation could still be reversed. Right now, Blank was his only chance. By taking Blank, he would secure his last chance to compete against Lion King Will. Earl Umos stood up and looked at the other aristocrats and tribal leaders. They were a coalition army, so the forces were formed by various parties. There were various squabbles and conflicts between them, and occasionally they would drag their feet. Earl Umos had had enough of such bickering and pettiness over the last few days. As you all have heard, 3 days ago, the Lion King defeated the Kingdom of Bera, then forced the King of Bera a humiliating treaty. Thus, his actions show that he will never let us go. We have nowhere to retreat to. He will not sign any treaty with us. All of us will most likely be hung on the city wall. Earl Umos pointed to the great blank to emphasize his words, then continued. At the crack of dawn, we will either take the city or face our deaths. All of their eyes changed, igniting with inner fire, as they roared alongside Earl Umos. Blount. Boom, boom, boom. The sun had yet to rise, but all of the people on the wall were awakened by the alarm. The soldiers prepared their weapons and ran to the wall, getting into position. This time was different from the previous battles. Although the opposition had yet to take action, all of the soldiers could sense that the enemy's aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Illuminated by the weak light of dawn, the enemy army stood in perfect formation, without making a sound. This unnatural silence was terrifying. This silent determination to take the city exerted a strong pressure on all the soldiers in the city, who swallowed collectively with anxiety. It felt like a decisive battle. Everyone knew that this was likely to be the last battle. After this battle, either the nation would be wiped from the map after the city was taken, or they would successfully be able to stall until reinforcements arrived and the enemy army was defeated. The battle had yet to begin. All of the readied longswords were shaking. As the soldiers flushed red, filled with adrenaline, Lanto rushed to the city wall. He hacked off his holy knight robe, which was dyed beyond recognition with blood, as he changed into new chainmail. Energized, he appeared once more before his soldiers. Over the last few days, Lanto had been at the forefront of the battle on the front lines, leading every charge, and turning the tide in many seemingly hopeless situations. This earned the respect and admiration of all his men, especially when he let out the flashing holy light of his Kai, slaughtering the enemy in a breathtaking show of power. All of his men felt that this holy knight embodied the glory of God. As long as they followed him, their faith and dedication would be conveyed to the kingdom of God. The enemy camp watched the city walls with bloodthirsty gazes. The final battle was about to begin. Dun dun dun. Thud! As the sound of the catapults creaking into action descended, a large wave of flaming rocks immediately stretched across the horizon, descending on the city wall. Meanwhile, the enemy began a new round of barrages. All of the defenders had already become extremely skilled at dodging the projectiles and finding cover. Compared to the initial panic, many of the young recruits had become hardened veterans, masterfully adept at maneuvering with efficient calmness. Boom. Thud. Whistling sounds of the flying projectiles intertwined with the thuds of their impacts. Any ordinary castle would have long since fallen under such a mad assault. But Blank was a bastion, a fortress designed 100 years ago by some unknown genius. Its strengths were fully utilized during this battle. In this pre-modern era, without firearms, no matter how the other side barraged them, the city stood as firm as a mountain. The rebel army continued to utilize rocks from the surrounding mountains. The daily bombardment of Blant did not have the effect that they had desired. Instead, Lanto's own catapults from within Blank had caused them to suffer many heavy losses. Sure enough, as soon as the bombardment of the catapults began, the sun peeked out from the horizon, just as the rebel army began moving. This time, they moved without reserve. All of them pressed forward towards Blanc, like a dense wave of ants covering the entire plain outside of Blanc. Arrows, fire. The archers on the wall immediately began shooting arrows as the enemies approached, raining them down in endless waves. The arrows continued to descend as multitudes of enemy soldiers fell under their onslaught. Yet, even more enemy soldiers hunkered down under their shields, reaching the city walls despite the assault. The enemy archers began firing back with their longbows, lining up in formation behind a line of shields. The arrows from both sides interlaced in the sky to form the illusion of a dense grid, which then covered the entire sky. The sound of whistling arrows was deafening. One by one, soldiers with shields pushed forward as stones, wood, and boiling water were thrown down from above. The soldiers forced their ways up the ladder onto the wall. Many of them lost their grips and fell directly into the city. The sounds of death rang out loud as orc soldiers roared furiously, their eyes locked on the city wall as they rushed desperately up it. A Boarman warrior was gored through with several swords by the defenders on the wall. He gritted his teeth, spat out blood, then managed to throw them onto the ground, holding them down, so that his fellow rebel soldiers could climb the wall. All of the soldiers were invigorated. It was as if they had no consciences anymore, after creating so many scenes of carnage. All that was left within them was the desire to massacre their enemies. The sounds of clashing swords echoed, accompanied with the occasional squelch of a successful blow. Flag-bearing rebel soldiers boarded the wall, one after another. Their presence greatly invigorated the morale of the rebels. It looked as if they had already taken the city. Lanto stood in the middle of the throng in heat of the battlefield, quickly disposing of the endless stream of invaders. He became the target of many of the rebel soldiers, who gathered before rushing towards him. His loyal knights fell, one by one, beside him, but even more of his men continued to gather around him, protecting their master unto death. A small mountain of bodies formed on this section of the wall. Lanto was soaked with blood. His face was streaked red. Even his eyes were covered with specks of blood. He continued fighting, like demons straight from hell, as the sword in his right hand let out a bust of Shining Key, taking down a Wolfman Blood Knight. Meanwhile, his other hand waved a black lion's flagpole, spearing through a boar man with a huge axe. The muscular boar warrior fell down, representing the triumph of the banner of the Lion King Will, which flew gallantly above the city, swishing in the wind. Ow! Whoa! Lanto stood atop the pile of bodies and gave a rallying howl. All of his muscles shook as the veins on his face and neck bulged. The wolf's howl carried throughout the battlefield, awing all the soldiers on the wall. The soldiers began moving with renewed vigor. As their morales rose, they pushed the enemy back, turning the situation once again in their favor. The fortress defense began succeeding. The rebel army began to despair. This scraggy fortress, which was shaped like the jaws of a beast, seemed like it was a door straight to hell, intent upon devouring their lives. Their attacks had failed again and again. It looked as if they would never be able to take this city. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred at a city gate. Smoke obscured the sky. Lanto had sealed all of the city gates with stone, in preparation for the battle, in order to prevent any entry. However, Lanto hadn't known that Earl Umos had obtained alchemy explosives from human wizards through special channels. They didn't have much of a supply of them, however, since Umos had only purchased some as insurance. It had seemed fairly ordinary to do so he wasn't sure if it would be useful. Luckily, the power of the alchemy explosives far exceeded the imagination of Earl Umos. They had not only blasted through the sealed gates, but had also destroyed part of the city wall, which filled Earl Umos with wild glee. When the smoke dissipated, the opening in Blank's defense was in full view. There was a sudden silence. For the rebels, it was an unexpected surprise after a bout of utter despair. For the royal army, which was defending the city, this was a scene from hell. The rebels rushed towards the city gate with shouts of glee. Of course, Lanto had already set up countermeasures for such a situation. Immediately, squads of soldiers blocked the entrance with shields and spears. Even more soldiers headed towards the destroyed city gate under Lanto's roaring command, aimed at blocking the invasion. Alas, the gate had already been lost, so the invasion was imminent. Lanto was also beginning to fall into deep despair. At the small opening of the city gate, a large number of soldiers collided in a frenzy of spears and shields. Soldiers fell left and right, as each incoming wave stepped forward on their dead bodies. The entire scene had become a meat grinder, a collision of mad carnage. All of them knew that the final moment of this battle was nigh. Shields collided with one another viciously, as spears were jammed at enemies. An enemy's sword would sever a comrade's throat, while the enemy would then be smashed in turn by his own axe. Everyone was consumed by the insanity of it all, as they rushed towards the slaughterhouse to die, one after the other. At that moment, it seemed as if their lives were worthless, like mere straw, which was blown away in the wind. No one cared about their own lives, as their eyes were all locked on this gate's opening. Stop them! Do not falter, as behind you lay your families. You are the only thing between these intruders and your wives and children. If you falter, all of your loved ones will be slaughtered. Lanto blocked the gate in an insane frenzy. He slammed the two rushing dogmen into the ground with his shield, before killing them with a swing of his sword. Lanto had lost track of how many orcs had died at his hands in the last few days. Was it a couple hundred? A few thousand, perhaps? Lanto was also covered in wounds. Several injury scars were littered across his body. His old wounds had burst open after the explosion. Ordinary people would have succumbed to these wounds many times over. Yet Lanto pushed onward with his power as a blood knight, as well as with the vitality that he possessed as a holy knight. Yet, by now, even Lanto could sense his own imminent demise. Perhaps this shall be my final resting place. Lanto seemed to sense something foreboding. God, I have killed so many. Am I still allowed into your kingdom? Am I fighting for you, God? Am I fighting for justice? The killing continued, but the defenders were beginning to struggle. They began falling to the relentless rush of the invaders. Soon, the rebels would enter the city and release their anger and desires upon its citizens. The symphony of death echoed of battle. But Lanto was deaf to it all. He felt as if time had slowed down, like the entire world had become a cruel painting of a frozen battle. Ooh-oh! Ooh-oh! The sound of a low and somber horn sounded in the distance. Everyone looked up, spotting an army on the hillside a dozen of miles away. They carried a strangely familiar flag, which was black with a gold lion. A large cavalry was approaching from the distant hills, marching in a uniform line. The cavalry formed an army that spread to the ends of the sky, covering the rolling hills in the distance. A path was opened within the army, as a blonde knight in skirted armor appeared at the forefront of the army, riding on a white warhorse. She was guarded by several holy knights, clad in armor and cloaks with the sigil of the sun. The army trailed behind their king, watching the fierce battle before them. Verthande drew the sword of the king, then pointed to the center of the battlefield. She then shouted out, to certain victory. Hearing the command, the army to life. The movement of the cavalry kicked up a dust storm as they rushed toward the battlefield. The thunderous sound of their horses' hooves was sharpened with a wave of killing intent as it headed towards the city and swallowed the rebel army. The invaders completely lost their morale and wills to fight. This was a real army of battle-hardened elites. The inexperienced rebel army of locals collapsed easily. Earl Umos, who was within the battlefield, paled at the sight, his complexion taking the quality of leathery paper. Looking at the king's army, which was approaching from the distance, their blonde sovereign at the lead, Earl of Umos's lips began spasming in terror. He managed to utter a few words. "It's over. It's all over." The remnants of the defending forces were almost crying in relief. Lanto leaned against a wall for support as he looked into the distance. He felt so weak, a single gust of wind may have taken him down. But his previously tense posture suddenly relaxed. Lanto looked at the rushing figure of Verthandi, smiled, then raised his longsword high into the air. "Victory to his Majesty." Everyone joined Lanto's cheer as they rallied together. "Victory to his Majesty." All of the soldiers now raised their weapons. "Victory to his Majesty." The soldiers on the city wall lifted the fallen flag from the ground. The black and gold lion soared majestically. The tide of the battle had changed, but Lanto was past his limits. He fell to the ground amid the sound of the approaching reinforcements. All across the city, swarms of soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, rounding prisoners up on the sidelines. Specifically, the soldiers were searching among the captives for aristocrats and the leaders of the rebellion. Within the temporary church in the city, Verthandi and 5 holy knights stood around Lanto's body with their men. Outside the tent, a large group of knights, dressed in white robes, lowered their heads in silence. Verthandi shut Lanto's eyes as everyone finished saying their prayers for him. It was a solemn and dignified farewell. Afterwards, several priests immediately covered the body with a sun-patterned cloth, as Lanto was a holy knight. According to the law, he was a knight of the faith of the sun, so after his death, he was to be buried in the cemetery that was dedicated to the faith of the sun. Ibu looked at Verthandi, whom he had followed since she was young. In some ways, Ibu, who was her senior, could feel Verthandi's anger and grief. Lanto is just returning to the arms of God. Remember, everyone will die. This is our fate from the moment we are born. Thus, this is God's will, announced the elder in charge of the ceremony. Ibu looked into Verthandi's eyes. Lanto completed his mission and has gone ahead to the kingdom of God. Remember what you said when we sent troops from Valto. Did you forget your ideals and vows already? We all believe that you are the champion who was sent by God to end the millennium of war. You will bring unprecedented glory to all of the orcs. Isn't it precisely because of this belief that we could reach where we are now? Verthandi blinked her red-rimmed eyes and bit her lips, agitated. What I see now is only war and slaughter. It is just death after death. You can even say that, as the leader of the war, all of the wars started because of me. I never brought light to anyone, only death and disaster. Ibu spoke sternly. Isn't that the responsibility and weight that a king should bear? So many have died already. Lanto has always chosen to believe in you. All of us, hundreds of thousands of warriors from the north, have laid down our lives for you, precisely because we believe that you can unify the orcs and end the wars. Only then will the warring tribes merge together, forming one race. He continued, now questioning. Now what? You're talking about giving up. Is this the extent of your resolve? From the moment you picked up the sword of the king and began fighting the king for the throne, you forfeited the option of giving up. Verthandi looked at Lanto's body within the sacred casket again. She turned her head and closed her eyes, then took a deep breath. She then looked back at Ibu with determined eyes, then walked out. Outside, the rebel leaders were brought before Verthandi, who stood on the steps and looked at the familiar figures below her. There was Earl Umos, the former King Lemegton, and the southern lords, all of whom were tied up like lambs to be slaughtered, shivering before her. Verthandi looked at Lemegton, who looked back at the little blonde knight, suddenly recalling some terrible memories. You can't send me back to that Dened monastery. I am the king. I am the true king of the Engido kingdom. Verthandi looked at Lemegton. No, I won't send you back to the monastery this time. Lemegton gave a sigh of relief. Anywhere else would be fine, as long as he was not locked into that maddening monastery again. Verthandi looked at Alan, then commanded, Take the king away and give him a decent ending. Alan made a respectful salute, then looked at Lamegton with interest. Lamegton did not think Verthandi would actually kill him. He was about to yell, but Alan kicked him in the gut, after which he could only vomit as he lay twitching on the ground. Lamegton was then gagged and dragged away, terror filling his eyes. Verthandi then looked at Earl Umos, giving her command regarding his punishment. Hang him over the city. Let everyone see what end awaits such treasonous bastards. Earl Umos went to his death with dignity. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a single word, only showed his honor as a noble. Thus, a king and the head of a province were killed on that day. The rest of the southern lords shivered. No one dared to look up and meet Verthandi's stone-like gaze. Verthandi played the role she had chosen for herself. She didn't want to kill all of the people there, although it was natural to kill all of them, based on their actions. Doing so would not be conducive to the reunification of the South, as they were all tribe leaders and chiefs. So, if they were all killed, reorganizing the tribes in the South and implementing the Tribal Reform Act would be nearly impossible. In fact, some of the other regions had already accepted the reform bill when they saw how the situation was going. Verthandi hated these liars and traitors, but she could only choose to wisely let them go. However, she also knew that she couldn't just let them go back to their territories. So, she decided to bring them all back to Primonius as captives. In year 40 of the San calendar, Verthandi implemented the tribal reform program in the Engido kingdom after breaking up all of the tribes. A series of decrees then set forth major migration policies, moving a large number of landless serfs, thieves and criminals from the south and north towards the western plains and the province that Beira kingdom had ceded in the west. These areas were sparsely populated, and the migrants had established a new city and town among them. The original tribal and ethnic lifestyles were gradually changing within the Engido kingdom. The different races began to intermarry and procreate. At the same time, the power within the Engido kingdom began to gather as the fame of the Lion King increased. In year 42 of the San calendar, the princess of the Duchy of Shinlas was kidnapped by the prince of the Mysia kingdom and died after being humiliated. This raised the wrath of the Grand Duke, who rallied the most powerful tribes in the vicinity to attack the Mysia kingdom. Then, powerful and strong army of the Mysia kingdom, which numbered over 100,000, lost the army of 50,000 that was led by Grand Duke Shinlas. They were so badly beaten and defeated, even the capital was battered. The king of Mysia kingdom fled to the Engido kingdom with the king of the Engido kingdom, Will Arunbel, who promised that he would send troops to aid him in retaking the throne. Verthandi immediately dispatched the Holy Knight Ibu and 100,000 men to help Mysia to force back the coalition that was led by Grand Duke Shinlas. In the end, they were able to retake the capital of Mysia, yet they did not return afterwards. Instead, they turned on the king of Mysia and took over the kingdom, which they then incorporated into the Engido kingdom. In year 45 of the San calendar, the kingdoms of Engido and Mysia sent troops to invade the Duchy of Shinlas. In the crisis, the duchy joined forces with the various large clans that were scattered on the eastern lands of the Orcs, raising an army of 120,000 to face the Engido and Mysia allied army. Nearly 300,000 troops from both sides met and fought in Ramun. The Mysia army, which had arrived first, began attacking the city immediately. The hasty Mysia army was dealt a severe blow by the Grand Duke of Shinlas when it was driven out to the valley of Ramun in tatters. The Shinlas coalition was chasing them down. At that time, Engido's King Verthandi divided her forces into two sections. She led one section to rescue the besieged army of Mysia in the valley of Ramun. while Alan lead the other section, detouring to the rear of the Shinla's forces to cut off their escape route and supply chain. The Shinla's coalition, which had surrounded the Mysia army, immediately reversed its course. It fell into a heavy encirclement itself, trapped within the valley of Ramun. The army of 100,000 was trapped for an entire month before their supplies ran out. The Grand Duke committed suicide, and the army surrendered to Enkidu. After that defeat of the 5 orc nations of Menkor, Enkidu, Beta, Mysia and Shinlas, only the kingdom of Enkidu and Beta remained. The kingdom of Enkidu occupied most of the orc lands. Other than the lands belonging to the kingdom of Bera, there were only some scattered lands that were unclaimed by the nations, which were inhabited by a few isolated orc clans. They lived alone, removed from the world, and rarely communicated with outsiders. In the same year, the king of Bera died from an illness. A month after the prince succeeded him, Beta surrendered to the kingdom of Enkidu. From then on, all of the orc lands were unified by the kingdom of Enkidu. This was an unprecedented affair. Many empires had occupied up to half of the orc lands before halting. The halting was due to the age of the founding monarchs, the internal rebellions, and the increasing pressures from within. As such, they lost the chance to unify the land. Verthandi relied on the combination of her divine authority and leadership as a ruler to take advantage of the orcs' strong desires for peace after so many wars. All of the orc lands finally fell under her control as one unified empire. Sarga City, the 1,000-year holy land of the orcs and the birthplace of the first king, had lain abandoned since the 12th orc king, Wolf King Costa, had perished in battle against the human, Golden King Aininitan. It had been rebuilt as a teeming metropolis. The magnificent city now stood as a strong fortress. According to Verthande's old strategy, the tribal reform program was implemented in the orc lands. A large number of landless poor were relocated to the south, with the goal of having them inhabit the lands that used to form the kingdom of Menkor, while forming new cities and villages. More than 100,000 people were relocated to the city of Sarga, set to begin rebuilding the new royal capital. Perhaps it should not be called a royal capital, but rather an imperial capital, which eventually became a huge metropolis. Many people wished to live here, but even more people gathered to seek the lucrative potential that was available within the capital. Gradually, merchants arrived as markets and shops began popping up. People from all walks of life began to settle there. Throughout its construction, little by little, it really became a large city with a diverse population. Verthandi had led a large army through the Ayers Mountains, arriving at the sacred city of the orcs, which had slept for a millennium, as its next master. The city's towering walls, its hefty majesty, and its gate that could allow carriages to enter at once, was now all hers. All of the people in the city came out to look at the legendary orc king, the master of the sword of the king, and God's chosen messenger. A large number of soldiers kneeled by the city gate, waiting for Verthandi to enter her new capital. But Verthandi was looking elsewhere. Her gaze rested at the foot of the Ayers Mountains. There once was a small town called Ayer there, which was a sparsely populated town, filled with simple and kind people. There had been many cat people and dog people living there at one time. In fact, it had been her childhood home. She closed her eyes, as many wonderful memories appeared vividly in her mind. Daddy! Daddy! What are you looking at? Daddy! Daddy! It's raining outside. Daddy! I'm hungry. Daddy! Where are we going? Verthandi could almost see the tall, handsome man before her, with his usual calm and gentle smile, only for her. Little trouble. You again. Dad. Verdantee discovered that she hadn't really understood the man called Randir Arambel. He was full of mysteries. What's his real identity? Was that his real name? He had profound knowledge that was far beyond anyone else's on the continent. He would smile that faint smile of his, while effortlessly completing tasks far beyond what others could ever hope to accomplish. Over the years, no matter how hard Verthandi had tried to track him down, he had left absolutely no traces. It was as if he had completely vanished. At this time, Queen April broke into her reverie, giving her a push on her shoulders, gesturing that she should enter the city. Unlike before, there was a motherly glow on April's face. A few months ago, she had secretly sought out a Boarman wizard named Uruk, agreeing to some of his conditions. In exchange, the wizard agreed to let her birth a child for Verthandi. To Verthandi, wizards were extraordinarily evil. Their sort of witchcraft, which went against the natural laws of life, felt extremely sinister to her, yet April was her queen and her greatest pillar of support. This fact alone resulted in Verthandi's having extremely complicated feelings about the child in April's belly. However, in the eyes of the people, now that their king finally had his own child, it seemed as if the empire, which they had fought so hard for, was truly stabilizing. The birth of an heir to her legacy was indeed something to celebrate. Verthandi's thoughts had traveled 1,000 miles within a split second. Now back in reality and fully alert, she immediately led her knights toward the capital. A large number of soldiers stood at attention, while the streets overflowed with people, cheering and welcoming their king. Welcome, our beloved emperor. Long live his majesty. Praise be. Flower girls sprinkled their petals over the crowd. Verthandi straightened her back and walked forward in a pure white-skirted armor with a gorgeous cloak. She waved at the crowds, who received her with adoration all the way to the palace. Within the palace, a large number of Faith of the Sun clergy members awaited. Dressed in their white robes, they formed 2 rows on both sides. Patriarch Kori stood at the top of the steps, while a large audience watched within the plaza. Above them, many nobles and aristocrats, who were knighted for their loyalty to Verthandi throughout her conquest, were seated. Verthandi finally dismounted. She then approached the summit, moving towards Patriarch Kori. A sudden silence descended upon the scene, as all the cheers died down at once. Everyone held their breaths, waiting to witness this sacred moment. In the name of God, I crown Will Arambel as the Emperor of the Holy Civil Empire. The Patriarch of the Faith of the Sun personally crowned Verthandi. Verthandi turned to face her people, showing them her visage. Instantly, all of the knights and nobles fell to the ground. All of the civilians cheered in unison. Long live the Holy Civil Emperor. Long live Your Majesty. The cheers grew louder and louder. The entire city was cheering, their hands waving in the air. Wave after wave of people surged forward. All of the orcs were excited to welcome the first common king, the first emperor to end 1,000 years of conflict. Was the ruler that would be the light to all of the orcs. Verthandi had unified all of the orc lands at the age of 27. She had established the Holy Civil Empire as its first emperor. From then on, the orcs began to walk towards true unification under a centralized power. Next up on the news in England, the Debai Abe Biotechnology Company announced last week that they made a major breakthrough in gene editing technology. They have developed a blood plasma for human genes that can induce evolution. Currently, they are experimenting with clinical trials, which is causing an uproar around the world. 2 volunteers already tested out the first live injections yesterday. The pair remain in good condition and have not experienced any side effects, the news anchor reported. This morning, Following the AB Biotechnology Company's successful experiment, they have announced that the time has come for human beings to enter a new era. This major breakthrough in gene technology has made most human diseases theoretically treatable. But, while some are cheering for this new and promised longevity, many more scientists worry that this technology will bring calamity to humanity, along with its benefits. Lu Ziyu was lying on the sofa next to the window with a cup of coffee. He looked at the beach outside. In the distance, he could see the endless ocean. He was at Burn Island in the South Pacific. From time to time, the sound of planes would buzz overhead as they landed at the airport in the middle of the island. An unbelievable amount of materials and personnel were being transported to the islands. There was also an incredible number of robots were working on the islands, constantly transporting the new materials, as well as ferrying about people underground. Currently, people could only enter the island, but couldn't leave. This was in order to maintain top-level secrecy, as no one else knew about the events that were happening on these islands, hidden in the South Pacific. Lu Ziyu was drinking coffee while he looked at the newspaper. The newspaper had an exaggerated headline: "In this new era of longevity, our expected lifespan will reach 200 years. He picked up another newspaper. It featured a picture of the spokesperson of the Debai AB group, who was quoted as saying, "We are not only breaking through the secrets of life, but we are also investing in space exploration and space technology. In the future, AB Technology Ltd. Will be at the forefront of human progress as we lead the world into a new interstellar era." Lu Ziyu put the newspaper down. How Nicholas Debai was using publicity to increase his power and expand his influence was of no interest to him. The blood plasma solution that Nicholas had named Embrace could only be tailored to specific people right now anyway. Only Lu Ziyu could manufacture it. So far, Nicholas Debai had only injected it. Even the prototype 01 solution that could give subjects a 200-year lifespan was still not ready for mass production. The prototype 01 evolution blood plasma was a product that was prepared exclusively for the rich and famous. Ordinary people could not afford that sort of luxury. To Lu Ziyu, this product was not just some so-called herald of a new golden era. On the contrary, he believed that this product would only solidify the existing human hierarchies and form a wider gap between ordinary people and those in power. The Vatican clan and Nicholas Debai were using the technology that they had acquired to rapidly expand their power base. They had even gotten the support of the reigning political parties of several countries. After all, the promise of longevity and healthy bodies was irresistible for powerful men who were facing death and disease. Thus, they did not hesitate to meet Nicholas Debai's conditions and requirements just to get a place on the list of recipients. Under Nicholas Debai's ambitious direction, the Vatican clan continued to expand. They began to construct a technological empire of legends. From bioengineering and blood plasma research to other fields, they began to dominate the market by creating monopolies. They were even stepping into the fields of human space exploration and aviation technology. Lu Ziyu's AB Technology Co., Ltd., was funded by these donors. The Vatican clan provided whatever Lu Ziyu wanted, as well as supplied an unimaginable selection of talent and resources. They also had partial ownership of the AB Technology Co., Ltd. via stock shares, as well as access to the company's technology, which, in Nicholas Debai's view, was a great bargain. But no one knew that Lu Ziyu basically had no technology to speak of. More and more, Lu Ziyu began to feel that the Earth wasn't an attractive place for him anymore. The vast infinities of the universe were the real future. Lu Ziyu was itching to build a starship that would, at the very least, be able to travel within the solar system. That exploration would fulfill some of his initial goals, but so far, it seemed that Lu Ziyu's plan had been far too optimistic. After all, space technology was a complex and multidisciplinary endeavor. It involved basic science, applied science, and engineering. It was not a unilateral technical field. As such, in order to create a starship that could be used for travel through interstellar dimensions, calculations in computer technology, thermodynamics, mechanics and materials science, as well as a series of other technologies, were essential. Due to this, some smaller countries did not even have the qualifications to dream of such research, as this sort of research required both money and a large pool of scientific talents, as well as knowledgeable experts and a powerful industrial base. The manufacture of an engine alone involved scientific theory was complicated enough to make people dizzy. So far, even with the most advanced engine and taking the best route, it would still take more than 6 months to reach Mars from Earth. Traveling out of the solar system was still impossible. Lu Ziyu wanted to complete his own plan to build a starship. In order to do so, he needed a large number of talented researchers to help him. These talents were each unique leaders within their fields. Many of them were regarded as national treasures, with their movements being closely monitored. As such, Lu Ziyu had to get the Vatican clan to locate them and snatch them away discreetly. Lu Ziyu stood up and pressed a glass door open to reveal an elevator. Lu Ziyu entered through the door, then dozens of meters underground before swerving to the left. Finally, after descending a few hundred meters more, the elevator stopped. He was in what appeared to be a huge underground cavity. It seemed like it was a location that was straight out of a science fiction novel. A large number of robots and automatic vehicles were moving back and forth inside it, and fluorescent panels, which were placed overhead, gave the entire underground space a white tint. Within the underground base were various buildings, spacious roads, and several specialized structures. The entire underground base was built according to the specifications of the professionals. As such, it had countless experimental spaces, all of which only had one purpose: to design and manufacture a spacecraft that could travel throughout the universe. "David, take me to Fabio." Lu Ziyu pressed the headset on his ear, immediately connecting to the central supercomputer. The entire base was controlled by this supercomputer. Its origin was the sub-brain of the SS Eternity. Currently, took the form of this supercomputer. Thus, all of the robots and equipment were under its control. The restructuring of the base and the island were all completed through its power via his commands. Received. Lu Ziyu saw a rail car arrive instantly to pick him up. He took off towards one of the laboratories within the base. This particular lab specialized in robot manufacturing research and testing. It also housed the first group of researchers that was recruited by Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu walked in and saw several people observing the trial stage of their newly manufactured second model construction robots. Compared with the first model robots, these were much more flexible, having capabilities to engage in more responsibilities and more important engineering tasks. They also had a longer operation limit. Currently, they were planning on replacing all of the first model construction robots. Fabio Rossi was the director of the Robot Manufacturing Research Laboratory. He was the former head of the gear planning research team at the Italian National Bionic Research Institute. He had later entered the laboratory of Nicola Zebai for research on silicon-based life palms. In other words, he was specially recruited by Lu Ziyu for his outstanding research skills. Lu Ziyu was very curious about the origin of silicon-based life forms. According to the available information, the remains of silicon-based life were unearthed from an ancient temple in the Americas. As such, the remains of this silicon-based life form should have crashed onto Earth thousands of years ago, which led Lu Ziyu to wonder many things. How did it reach Earth? Were there more of its kind? Where was it from? To Lu Ziyu, there were many puzzles to solve which he wanted answered. But so far, there hadn't been much progress towards that end. Fabio Rossi was staring at a magnified image on his computer. His black eyes focused on the metallic cells in front of him. He watched as the nanobots constantly formed designs according to his demands. An Asian man was also observing by the side, and the two stood up when they saw Lu Ziyu approaching. "Boss, you're here." Lu Ziyu nodded, then looked at the Asian man on the side. "Dr. Gu Chaoren, you're here too?" Gu Chaoren was a male who was around 40 years old. He had been the head of several important projects at NASA, making him one of the top experts in his field. His expertise in aerospace technology almost unsurpassed any others in the world. He was well known as being among the elite. But Nicolas Debye had used a few tricks in order to drive him out of NASA. It hadn't been difficult, since Asians were often excluded and treated with suspicion within NASA. Thus, he had disappeared without a trace. No one knew that he had been recruited by a mysterious organization that was hidden on a secret island in the South Pacific. Gu Chaoren nodded. "We have a few ideas right now." The two of them looked at Lu Ziyu. This mysterious man was the owner of the entire island. He seemed to know a little bit about everything, though he wasn't an expert on much of anything. But in regards to raising funding and creating the research environment that had been provided, he was unsurpassed. In particular, the supercomputers, metallic cells, and the nuclear fusion technology obtained from the bionuclear energy machine from the insects of the First World were beyond their wildest imaginations. In addition, the laboratory provided them with a research environment and conveniences that were far beyond their expectations. They had construction robots, which were assembled through metallic cells at their hands, as well as access to any research that they wanted from all over the world. Even Gu Chaoren was here. Everything was now in place. This lab had miraculously transformed from an empty shell into a super base that could even construct and research spacecrafts. According to your feedback, our current robot technology has been completed. I think we should now start building a space station in space. We can then assemble our spaceship around this space station. As long as we can launch the components of the spacecraft into space and assemble it there, the difficulty of my mission will be greatly reduced. Lu Ziyu nodded. Have you finished the preparations for these plans? Dr. Gu Chaoren shook his head. Not yet. It will take some time, but it shouldn't be too difficult. The most difficult thing is the nuclear power engine problem. Although you provided some of the related technologies, there are quite a few processes to go through before we can move them onto a spacecraft. Gu Chaoren wanted to say that the difficulty was insanely high. But in the face of the futuristic robotics and the almost magical metallic cells, the difficulties of making a spacecraft was simplified by less steps. When they had first talked to Lu Ziyu, they had felt like they were listening to fabricated myths. It didn't sound like the design for a spaceship, but rather the blueprint for a transformer, a living metal ship with evolutionary capabilities and self-awareness. To Gu Chaoren, supercomputers like David had already broken through the toughest obstacles in manufacturing a spaceship. The rest of the tasks did not require any technological innovation. As long as he applied his experience from NASA, it would be simple. This made Gu Chaoran very excited. It was a lifelong dream of his to make a large manned spaceship. He had once thought that he could not complete this dream within his lifetime. He had never thought that it was about to be fulfilled. To Lu Ziyu's support. Lu Ziyu was also very happy. Apparently, it had gone even more successfully than he had expected. So, do you need anything else? Gu Chaoran immediately replied, We still need a rocket launching platform. I came to visit Fabio to discuss this with him. As for the manufacturing of the rocket, it will be conducted by Fabio's robotic production line. Molly is in charge of the rocket design, as she is our best rocket system control expert. She is also leading the design team. Everything is in the design phase, which will take some time. But as long as there are no errors in the details, we should be able to launch the first rocket test soon. Afterwards, we will proceed with the design of the space station and the overarching design of the entire spacecraft. Lu Ziyu patted Gu Chaoran's shoulder. You can request whatever you need from David. He will relay it to me so that I can satisfy your requirements. I will be gone for a while. In the meantime, Dr. Gu Chaoran, you will be in charge of the base. I hope to see our own spacecraft as soon as possible. Gu Chaoran nodded seriously. You are my boss, and I will report directly to you. Lu Ziyu nodded. The real manager of the base was David. If anything happened, David would immediately lock down the entire base and capture the target. All contact with the outside world was carried out by robots. These people could not leave the base. Their families had been placed there by Nicholas de Bai from the Vatican Church. Hence, there was nothing for Lu Ziyu to worry about. After surveying the progress throughout the entire base, Lu Ziyu returned to the ground again. Immediately upon his arrival, he saw a message from Nicholas de Bai. There is news on the ruins of the silicon-based life form. I have already sent people to investigate. There should be results soon. Lu Ziyu's face lit up with a slight hint of joy. He put down his phone. A small, almost invisible dimensional gate opened in the living room, which emitted a faint glow. With a flash, Lu Ziyu once again disappeared from the face of the earth. In Sarga City, the orcs rebuilt their capital within their holy land. The magnificence of the Holy Civil Empire's capital was displayed in front of Lu Ziyu. It was at least 10 times bigger than it had been 1,000 years ago. The wall and buildings were large and majestic, and the people in the city wore northern orc-style robes, which hid their beast ears. First-time human visitors would be dazzled by such an exotic atmosphere. Not only were the orcs present, but human beings were there also. Ever since the kingdom of Menkar was destroyed by the human Crete Empire and the Church of Light a few decades ago, human beings had been despised within the orc lands. But the two sides had finally begun to cooperate via large-scale trade again recently. When Lu Ziyu had left, it was the end of San Calendar Year 34. Now it was already San Calendar Year 59. When he arrived in the Earth universe, Lu Ziyu had checked the time and found that, because the supernatural systems of Maria's world had stabilized, after the emergence of the Divine Kingdom, acceleration of time had slowed down even further to a speed that was now only 300 times faster than the Earth. Thus, a day in the Earth universe was a year in Maria's world. This meant that Lu Ziyu had stayed outside for more than 20 days, so 2 decades had passed in Maria's world. However, by now, the time flow rate had completely stabilized and no longer fluctuated. As long as Lu Ziyu did not make any major changes to the internal rules of the world, there should be no more major fluctuations. 20 years was both too long and not much time at all. It was enough time for a newborn child to become a father, Yet to Lu Ziyu, one generation was just a blink of an eye. The crowds filled the city with traffic, as Lu Ziyu saw blue linen cloth draped all over the city. Walking down the street, the whole city was very bright and lively. From time to time, nobles from all over would enter the city, followed by hordes of knights. This was because today was the birthday of Her Royal Highness the Princess Delmidi. She was turning 12 years old this year, and so the emperor was holding a grand banquet to celebrate. The entire capital was also celebrating with the carnival. Lu Yu wandered the streets and looked at Verthandi's subjects. He could sense a thriving populace, full of vitality. Verthandi had governed her country quite well. From this aspect, she had proven herself a qualified king. As night fell, Lu Jiyu entered the palace, following a gorgeous carriage past the palace's gates and the layers of guards. No one stopped Lu Jiyu. In fact, no one even seemed to have seen him. The palace was built in stacked layers, all of which were covered in beautiful slate roofing. After passing through the outer defensive area, one could see the gardens, fountains, rockeries, and forests. The gardens on both sides were filled with flowers, which were currently in midsummer bloom and had intoxicatingly delicate fragrances. Behind the gardens, the main castle was filled with guests. Candlelight flickered on the walls and overhead, illuminating the entire hall with shining yellow light. The clinking cups and echoing laughter in the banquet hall gave the scene a dreamlike feel. The table was covered in delicious food, and most of the guests were high-ranking nobles of the Holy Civil Empire. At the very least, they were provincial leaders and big wigs within their regions. Yet, none of them had interest in eating and drinking, as they were either here to network socially or to handle various political initiatives. Some were also extremely loyal to the emperor, so this was an opportunity for them to meet him. Lu Ziyu sat alone in the corner, tasting the wine and food. From time to time, he would tease the maids, who stood by the side of the room, as he looked very dashing. Lu Ziyu seemed very relaxed, but he was actually a little nervous and overwhelmed, as he didn't yet know how to face Verthandi. Verthandi was doing quite well right now. She already had her own life, and Lu Ziyu was not her real father anyway. Lu Ziyu, that he had spent the happiest days of his life with her, and that he had left at the perfect time. If he had stayed any longer, he would only have been a hindrance to her path, thus destroying the life she wanted. The letter that Lu Ziyu left also told Verthandi about her background. As such, Lu Ziyu didn't know how to face her now. He just wanted to see if she was doing well, and to tell her that he was very well, and that she should not worry. Lu Ziyu also wanted to see her daughter, who was his granddaughter. Lu Ziyu already knew that his disciple, the boar-person wizard Uruk, had made a deal with the Empress of the Holy Civil Empire to lessen the persecution against wizards within the Holy Civil Empire. This had created a much better environment than the lands ruled by the Church of Light. In exchange, the heir was born through blood witchcraft. When Lu Ziyu first got the scroll, before he created witchcraft, he could already use mice cells to breed embryos to create the mouse people. To Uruk, who had mastered the most sophisticated blood witchcraft techniques, this was mere child's play. Although he did not have Lu Ziyu's information-type mental talent, it hardly required gene manipulation to create special bloodlines. It was just a simple cloning technology. For a mind power-using wizard, as long as he had the relevant biological knowledge, anyone could do it. Yet, to ordinary people, this witchcraft was extremely evil and strange. To Lu Ziyu, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, didn't all the life in this world come from this process? Lu Ziyu wandered the castle, going all the way up the stairs. The two guards did not stop him, as he went straight to the windowsill on the second floor. where he could see the entire city, which was illuminated by the silver light of the full moon. "It's beautiful," Lu Jiyu sighed as he sipped from a glass of wine. "Hey, you stole my spot," a young girl grumbled from behind Lu Jiyu. Lu Ziyu turned around and saw a young girl with a head of fluffy blonde hair and 2 red wolf ears. She was wearing a complex pleated skirt and looked like a little princess. But, at the moment, she was flashing 2 small fangs as she glared at him. Lu Ziyu turned around and looked at the little girl with interest. She was around 10 years old and was about 140 centimeters tall. She was almost identical to Verthandi at this age. She looked at him impatiently, with her hands tightly wringing her skirt. Lu Jiyu was hit with a pang of nostalgia. He had already guessed the real identity of the little girl. After looking her over, the corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Delmidi was very grumpy. She had planned on sneaking out to go hunting with a few knights, but her mother was watching her very closely. Not only was she not allowed out, but she also had to wear this annoyingly heavy skirt. Her hair was pulled up primly, as she had been dolled up to greet all of the guests. She had just escaped from her room, having thrown a tantrum, and was readying to hide away on her favorite balcony. Yet, here was some random man, having the nerve to take over her favorite hiding spot. He was also looking at her with a gross look. The results are never pretty when this princess was angry. "A human? How did you get in here? This is a restricted area." "Who are you?" "I'll call the guards." Delmidi put her hands on her waist. Her image, which was previously a cute little princess, was instantly destroyed as her arrogance now shone through. "Guards." Lu Ziyu put his hands on his chest, then shrugged his shoulders. "Call them all you want. You can scream till your throat bleeds, but no one will come, ha 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 ha." Delmidi kept yelling, but no one could hear her voice. Delmidi sensed that something was wrong, as she looked at Lu Ziyu with a sudden hint of fear. Her arrogance shrunk rapidly, as she immediately began backing up, trying to escape. No matter how far she tried to retreat, it felt as if she was frozen in place. Delmidi was so scared, she huddled into a ball. She finally realized that the handsome man before her was not an ordinary person. He had to have a special ability. The only people who could use special abilities were priests, holy knights, kins of God, and the mysterious wizards. No matter which one of these existences this man was, he was most certainly a dangerous person. Delmidi had witnessed the power of these beings before, and right now she was only a little girl who had yet to awaken her blood strength. Although she was of noble birth, she was alone right now. "What do you want to do?" "I'm the princess of the Holy Civil Empire." Delmidi revealed her identity in a panic. She thought that this revelation would scare the strange man into showing her proper respect. Yet, he did not show an ounce of respect, as he lifted her up by the scruff of her neck. Lu Jiyu held the small girl in front of him, looking her up and down. They're really quite alike. It's just like her when she was a kid. Even the wicked temper is exactly the same. It's time for some education. After careful observation, Lu Jiyu could feel that she was indeed of Verthandi's blood. Uruk's blood witchcraft was second only to Boar. There were no side effects. Lu Ziyu had conducted a simple mind power scan, which saw things from a different perspective than the human eye. Mind power observed things purely based on data and lines. Therefore, mind power only showed detailed blueprints of the lines that made up a figure. This perspective had nothing to do with beauty, nor could it see anything at all. In other words, all it could see was the data of the human body. But, to Delmidi, the front her was eyeing her strangely, as if he could see through her entire being. She felt chills run down her spine. She had been caught, lifted into the air, and stared at creepily. Delmidi was frightened into tears. She clawed around in a panic. Let go. Ah, help! How dare you treat me like this? My father will definitely kill you. He is the strongest knight ever, a spokesperson of the gods, and the owner of the sword of the king. Delmidi kept sobbing, her 2 wolves' ears drooping down. It seemed that she really had been terribly frightened by Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu hadn't expected this, and immediately put her down. Don't run away. I will lift you up again if you try to run away. Rest assured, I won't hurt you. As soon as Lu Zhiyu finished speaking, Delmidi, who had just been prepared to make a run for it, immediately relaxed. She felt that the person in front of her had no ill will towards her. Lu Zhiyu looked at her and said, I was the one who gave your father the sword of the king. When she was your age, she was even naughtier than you are right now. Every time she made me angry, I would give her a good beating, and she'd immediately behave. Delmidi looked at Lu Zhiyu in disbelief. In her eyes, this guy was simply bragging now. She would not allow Lu Zhiyu to debase her father. You're a liar. My father is very majestic, and he is the strongest person in the world. 1,000 men, just like you, wouldn't be a match for him. But he doesn't seem to like me very much. Lu Zhiyu looked strangely at Delmidi, as he pondered whether he should tell her some of Verthande's embarrassing childhood stories. Lu Zhiyu sat on the balcony and chatted with the kid. The little girl was quite arrogant. In fact, she would talk back every time Lu Zhiyu said something. Lu Zhiyu patted her head and played with her ears. She immediately began clawing at him, and even trying to bite him. The time passed quickly as they chatted. Lu Zhiyu noticed that someone had already started looking for Delmidi. He stood up and grabbed the dragonglass pendant that Delmidi wore. It was a 3-centimeter-long, diamond-shaped dragonglass. Depicted on it was the young white dragon that Verthande had slain. Generally, the average white dragon would approach maturity at around 80 years of age as an adolescent dragon. After that, it would stop growing, then gradually increase the amount and power of its deified cells. However, due to their body structures, reaching the level of mythological creatures was more difficult for them, compared to other ordinary life forms. Thus, it would take an endless dedication to carefully cultivate this potential. The dragonglass was the core of the dragon species' inheritance, as it was the crystallization of their deified cells. Delmidi immediately panicked when she saw Lu Zhiyu taking her pendant. It was her treasure. This is a present from my father. Give it back. Lu Zhiyu looked at Delmidi. Immediately, a powerful force field was formed. The whole world transformed. Delmidi found herself standing on the surface of a body of water, which showed her own reflection. Yet, it also reflected a larger shadow. What's this? Delmidi immediately looked above her, where she saw a huge door that was hidden in the depths of the clouds. Before her eyes, hidden behind the clouds, a vast heavenly kingdom stretched to the end of space and time. Delmidi had no idea what she was seeing, nor could she understand what had just happened, but she felt very relaxed. She also felt very happy and at peace. The two stood together on the water as Lu Zhiyu stood before her. They were surrounded by endless blue sky, white clouds, and the ocean. Lu Zhiyu picked up the dragon crystal, saying, I will also give you a present. The dragonglass glittered in Lu Zhiyu's hands, as it blurred and blended in between Delmidi's brows, before gradually merging with her body as one. The dragonglass would integrate in her body as she grows, allowing her to gain the inheritance of the white dragon. Although she wouldn't enjoy the longevity of a dragon, with the powerful dragon witchcraft of white dragon alone, she would be far more powerful than an average level 3 wizard. At that moment, an intense light shrouded in Delmidi's body for a long time, before dispersing. My name is Ranir Arambel. Delmidi stood on the balcony in shock. Not long after this, a few maids came over to find her. She kept muttering something on the balcony, until finally Verthandi rushed over in a blue robe and a crown. Her appearance hadn't changed much over the decades. Verthandi shouted Lu Ziyu's name anxiously on the balcony. Lu Ziyu also gazed at her. The little trouble, with her familiar golden locks and appearance, had really become an orc king. She was no longer the same old Verthandi, who followed her dad around mischievously. Now she was as a true emperor of Holy Seville. Lu Ziyu felt satisfied after seeing her. He then turned away, disappearing into the night. Verthandi was crestfallen, as her crystal-clear golden pupils showed her despondence. Yet, the sword of the king began glowing with power. Verthandi drew the sword of the king. The divine artifact seemed to have felt its former master nearby, as it now took a long time for her to calm it down. In addition to the scene that Delmidi had just described, Verthandi had vaguely guessed the true identity of Lu Ziyu. She was agitated as she recalled her memories, bit by bit. She straightened the sword of the king, letting the faint glow wash over her. Verthandi suddenly felt a warm and familiar sensation. So, always by my side, beneath the wizard tower, many apprentices were walking back and forth. Countless young wizards had walked into this tower, filled with admiration and dreams. Some would become formal wizards within 5 years, while others would leave without even graduating. The structures of the school sprawled over the dark mountain ranges, surrounding the central tower. The wind ravens hovered in the skies. Occasionally, a dragon's roar would resound throughout the area, shocking all of the apprentices and forcing them to cover their ears. When this happened, everyone knew that the violent red dragon, which had been raised by the owner of the tower, was angry again. Meanwhile, within the alchemy laboratory of the wizard tower, Lu Ziyu was conducting a crucial experiment. All of the tower instructors were present to observe. Bor was almost 80 years old now. He had become a level 4 wizard after enhancing his brain and assimilating the life template of the double-headed magic eagle. In doing so, he had gained the lifespan of the double-headed magic eagle, which was close to 800 years. If he had not completed this step, he might have already died a natural death by now. Without breaking through as a level 4 wizard, a wizard's lifespan could only be partially extended by refinement, using the deified cells of the double-headed magic eagle. Even then, it would only grant a lifespan of around 200 years at most. So far, only Bor had broken through to the 4th level. The others had integrated some deified cells, but by now, their bodies had already begun to show signs of aging. Their consciousnesses were also becoming more rigid and sluggish. If they didn't hurry, it would be unlikely that they would be able to break through. Lu Ziyu stood on top of the experiment platform, manipulating an alchemical doll. After spending the past 20 days in the real world, Lu Ziyu's harvest was significant. In particular, Fabrossi, who was the foremost expert in robotics manufacturing from the Italian National Bionic Research Institute, had taught him many significant things. But what the prototype that they had built on the base of Burn Island was still only a robot. What Lu Ziyu wanted to be able to create was alchemical life. His aim was to create a true alchemical life form, an existence on the same class as silicon-based life, although it wouldn't be on the level of the silicon-based life age that he had encountered before. Lu Ziyu knew that it was still an important step to take for making forward progress on the research on alchemical life forms. The most important element would be the construction of the brain from metallic cells, which would then allow him to develop sentience. However, this was still not artificial intelligence, as Lu Ziyu still had no idea how to create artificial intelligence. The subbrain system that Lu Jiyu had first developed was just a simple imitation, which was based on the operating system and processing model of computers. It was also different from the SS Eternity's subbrain. David was created with the soul of Scone. Alchemy lifeform had to naturally develop wisdom and awareness. The alchemy doll was lying on Lu Jiyu's experiment table. Its shape had been fashioned after humans' forms. It had a silver face with a streamlined body. It was clear that, when it ran, it would definitely exhibit similar beauty as that of a professional athlete. The entire body was made from a titanium skeleton. Lu Jiyu had put a bionic skin on the outside, so it was similar to a normal human epidermis. Lu Jiyu was only using metallic cells for its brain. Nerve fibers were implanted into its ears, and the signal was transmitted to the brain through sound waves. The arms and feet could rotate freely. The heart was a supercapacitor battery. The eyes were hyperspectral cameras, and the throat was an amplifier. There was a solar panel in its back. Needless to say, this was indeed a high-tech product. In Maria's world, it could even be called a miracle, as no one else could create such a thing. In the eyes of all of the students, who were seated behind Lu Jiyu, this kind of thing was simply a miracle of the gods. All of them stared at the experiment with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Akkad, who specialized in mechanical alchemy, was looking around like a madman. For him, the figure on the table was simply the most beautiful thing in the world. At that moment, a large number of scattered parts flew through the air. Lu Jiyu used his mind power to control these small parts to, bit by bit, assemble the alchemy doll. After checking every detail, he let out a deep breath. Now it was time for the most important step, the activation process. This process involved the activation of the brain, not the body, and took place in order to actualize the birth of the alchemy doll. Lu Jiyu wanted a doll that possessed both emotions and awareness. It would be the first alchemy life form born in Maria's world, and would thus be a major breakthrough in the mechanical alchemy field. Lu Jiyu cautiously pressed the activation switch on the alchemy doll and began to stimulate the brain. This brain was composed of a pure, unrefined metallic cells, instead of enhanced metallic cells, which have a higher plasticity. As such, Lu Jiyu was careful to follow David's calculations, ensuring that he built a life template that was able to seamlessly aid human neurons and glial cells. According to the derived template, this project was feasible, but Lu Jiyu was still not sure whether it would succeed. The doll lying on the alchemy platform suddenly moved. Lu Jiyu could see that, deep within its brain, a weak mental energy current had begun to flow. The signal was obviously being transmitted. Finally, the brain's awareness began to form. Lu Jiyu could feel the power flowing from an unfathomable place, then gathering to form an awareness within the alchemy doll. Lu Jiyu had guessed a long time ago that the birth of a lifeform's awareness was intrinsically connected with the highest law of the world. As such, every time a life was born, it would extract some source form from which to derive its awareness. Such was the scene that was occurring before Lu Jiyu's very eyes. The alchemy doll stood up slowly and looked at Lu Jiyu. It was like a child just born, observing the whole world. It looked at Lu Jiyu with its hyperspectral camera eyes, then glanced around the entire alchemy laboratory. It then peered curiously through the window at the world outside. As they watched it move, the noisy laboratory suddenly grew silent. Akkad's whole body shivered in excitement, then he shouted, "It's beautiful! This is a true work of art! This is the miracle of life, the highest realm of alchemy, the realm of God." Akkad was deliriously happy. He's eager to learn this alchemy technique that he now saw in front of him. This was the true future of alchemy. His teacher Anthony had shown him a door to the supreme path. Before, he had been ridiculed by the others for being a heretic and following an unusual path. But now, his teacher had just proved to him that this was alchemy, was truly of great worth. Lu Ziyu was also smiling as the silvery doll stood in front of him. The two looked at one another, the doll's gem-like eyes continuously zooming in and out. Lu Ziyu then nodded. From now on, I shall call you Eva. You are the first alchemy life form in the world. In the main hall of the Master of the Tower, a smiling beauty was preparing refreshments. She had a slightly stiff expression and silver white hair, and was wearing the black and white long gown of a maid. As she placed the drinks on a table in the middle of the hall, she spoke with a slight mechanical delay. Your black tea. Lu Ziyu took the tea from Eva. Thank you. Boer sat on the side, nodding at Eva. His appearance hadn't changed much. He was still wearing the same black framed glasses and long blue robes. His gaze had sharpened, however, perhaps revealing him to be a bit more world-weary these days. So, it's already possible to engage in regular conversation and identify mannerisms? Boer asked Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu nodded. Since Eva had been made, Lu Ziyu had dressed her in bionic skin and had customized her outer appearance into her current form. Lu Ziyu sipped the hot black tea. As soon as some common sense and basic knowledge has been entered into Eva's memory, she'll become truly alive. She has a well-developed brain that can process information and independent thinking capabilities. But she isn't without her flaws. No, it shouldn't be called a flaw per se, but she is still a little different from human beings. As a life form, she is far closer to perfection than humans. But this sort of perfection can actually be a flaw. The emotions of alchemical life are far colder and reduced compared to humans. Perhaps the structure of metallic cells weakens the desires of its life form. Because they don't need to eat, they receive no pleasure from eating, and therefore they possess no desire to do so. Also, without possessing the normal vulnerabilities to disease and death, they have no will to pursue longevity and strength. Likewise, without pain and pleasure, it is impossible to have joys and sorrows, or feelings such as love, affection, and friendship. Hence, without ambition, there is no motivation to move forward in life. Boer nodded. Instructor is quite right. Weak beings often drive the advancement of life. Overly perfect creatures can often stagnate on the path of evolution due to their perfection. The two-sided blessings and curses of every trait are worthy of our careful considerations indeed. Lu Ziyu looked at Boer. There's no comprehension in your words. Parroting me. Don't flatter me with small talk. You didn't come to me about this matter. After all, you're not Akkad. That rascal. He keeps heading over to see me, while his eyes are really only glued on Eva. Boer laughed. When you gave that lecture on the basics of mechanical alchemy a few days ago, Akkad was completely enthralled. But, compared to your achievement with the life alchemy dolls, that information was nothing. He is also making his own mechanical dolls. But it seems that he is still far from making them move. So alchemy life is out of question at the moment. Ha ha ha, no wonder he's always heading over here. To him, Eva is the most beautiful woman in the world. It seems that Eva simply ignores him. Boer, upon remembering Akkad's antics over the past few days, was unable to hold back his laughter. Lu Ziyu also laughed. He can't even walk yet, and he wants to learn to run. First, he should understand the basics before delving deeper. Well, even if I explained Eva's creation process to him right now, he wouldn't understand any of it. So tell me about your matters. What you want. Boer was silent for a bit before speaking. Uruk wants to establish a wizard school for the orcs. while Wafter and Wendy want to return to the elf continent to establish a wizard tower for the elves. Lu Ziyu nodded, looking at Boar without any change in his expression. So, what are your thoughts? Boar immediately responded, I think this is a very meaningful moment for all wizards. I believe that they can guide their students down the road of wizardry. So I think this is wonderful, Lu Ziyu quipped back. But if this occurs, Uruk, Wafter, and Wendy will no longer be mentors in the wizard tower. And they will definitely bring a large number of their wizard followers with them when they leave. Such a mass exit might drastically weaken the power of the wizard tower. The wizard tower would then be divided into 3 factions. Your power as the deputy master would also be reduced. Are you willing to follow through with all of this, now that you have considered all of that? Boar nodded seriously. As long as it will benefit the development of our civilization as wizards, I am completely willing. Lu was relieved. It seems like you all had this idea even before I came back. Why wasn't it implemented before now? Boar stood up and gave Lu Ziyu a salute. Our knowledge was given to us by you, instructor. You also established the tower. So we felt that your opinion and approval on this matter was essential before we proceeded. Lu Ziyu was very pleased at this answer. He gestured for Boar to sit. My thoughts are the same as yours, Boar. I don't have the time to manage the affairs within the wizard tower, but I still hope to see advancements to culture. You are better at those matters than I am. I also know how much time and effort you have spent in managing the wizard tower these past years. Many wizards oppose your rule, as they feel your policies are too weak and peaceful. They want to influence the world, acting as more forceful masters. He continued. They are moving in secret, with many schemes, manipulating the situations in the human world. But Li Weixi's folly, as well as the power of the Church of Light, cow them into inaction. Since you have also been mediating these tensions, there thankfully hasn't been anything too horrendous happening. Right now, wizard culture needs to develop slowly, rather than jumping out recklessly, competing for dominance of the world. Boar heard Lu Ziyu's words and felt extremely moved. Many of his ideas were opposed by everyone, including his classmates. Yet Instructor Anthony understood and supported him. Boar was silent for a long time. Then he spoke again. Li Weixi has been dead for decades. The new generation of wizards has long since forgotten the things of the past. The emergence of blood wizards has enabled the wizards to become far more powerful. This power is a great temptation, and I can no longer suppress the ambitious ones. Recently, many strange events have occurred within the kingdom of Mara. I suspect that the wizards who are scattered outside are involved. So, I have sent people to investigate. Lu Ziyu patted Boar's shoulders. The power of wizards can promote the progress of civilization if it is used for good. It can also destroy the sources of civilization if it is used for evil. There is no evil in the power itself, or in its development. But I hope that civilization will continue to advance, instead of devolving. I even hope to see the civilization of wizard culture appear in Maria's world one day. Boar's eyes also lit up with desperate ambition. A civilization that belongs to us wizards? I vaguely remember Li Weixi mentioning this in the past. Will I really be able to witness it? In Maria's world, among the layered dimensional folds, Lu Ziyu's figure appeared above the silver moon. It was not Lu Ziyu's first time being here. At the moment, Gaia's silver egg was attached to the moon. And while there were no changes to its size on the surface, Lu Ziyu could sense that the divine kingdom had expanded within it. Originally, Gaia had a mind power that rated around 300. Over the last few decades, after absorbing the consciousness of dozens of priests and holy knights, its rating had now nearly 3,000. Thus, the original divine kingdom had expanded tenfold. Within it were a large number of believers, each of whom were Lu Ziyu's devoted disciples, and who had built the prototype of the divine kingdom. Standing under a huge silver egg, Lu Ziyu looked up at the divine kingdom. A faint glow shone throughout the silver dome. Suddenly, the huge divine kingdom resonated and pulsed with a strange energy. This signaled that the kingdom, which was originally a large information body, had expanded again. In the pure blue world, the clouds within the heavens slowly rotated. All of the devotees raised their heads at the same time. When they did so, they saw a light shroud the central temple. At that same moment, the divine kingdom also exuded a dazzling light, as if welcoming its owner. Gleaming white buildings surrounded the entire divine kingdom. Other than the outermost gates, the rest of the layers of the structures were stacked towards the center, as if they were paving the way up a tall mountain. The higher and bigger a building was, the closer it was to the center. Following this proverbial ladder all the way to the central sanctuary, which was the highest point of the divine kingdom, one came to the white throne of God. This was where, at the moment, Lu Ziyu had just appeared as a huge shroud of light. His brilliance covered the entire. From his lofty location, all of the devotees could see him as the majestic figure of God that he was. The throne was even above the clouds. In addition to Lu Ziyu's main seat, there were more than a dozen empty thrones. These unoccupied thrones formed a circle, floating above the center of the divine kingdom. Each one was gigantic and was shrouded in huge rays of light. Each seat also represented a god. These gods were part of Lu Ziyu's main subbrain. With this main subbrain, some of the settings of the scroll could be adjusted, and the source form could be consumed, both of which helped to enable the changing of some of the rules inside Maria's world. Lu Ziyu gave the right to control Maria's worlds to this divine kingdom. As long as someone was willing to integrate themselves into Lu Ziyu's divine kingdom, Lu Ziyu could share the authority over Maria's worlds with them. This would mean sharing the throne, or more specifically, the unoccupied thrones. Once someone was integrated into the divine kingdom, it was the same as being a part of Lu Ziyu. As such, they could then no longer be separated from Lu Ziyu and would serve always as Lu Ziyu's assistant in managing Maria's world. However, no such person was there to share his throne at the moment. And even if someone had been there to help, in order to have the power to change and manipulate the rules in Maria's worlds, they would have to at least be a level 7 mythical wizard. Luckily, the timing wasn't too crucial, as Lu Ziyu was still developing the concept. Lu Ziyu had transferred some of Maria's world's authority to the divine kingdom through his main subbrain, but the specific roles of the thrones were yet to be divided. The divine kingdom had been consolidating for decades. Now there were over 10 devotees within it. Before, there had been nothing inside, making it like an empty shell, prone to collapse in the slightest wind. Lu Ziyu hadn't thought much about the division of the thrones. He simply assumed that, as the extraordinary powers emerged, they would show up to claim the thrones. They would then become the maintenance staff of Maria's world and help to uphold Maria's world's laws as it continued to evolve. They would also have the ability to preach and gather their own disciples. The faiths of these powers would spread throughout Maria's world, and their disciples would also merge into Lu Ziyu's divine kingdom. Through this process, a true realm of God would be established, while the power of Lu Ziyu would continue to strengthen with the growth of the world. The entirety of Maria's world would be driven by these powers to develop into a world dominated by the gods. As for the wizards, who also originated from this world, they would develop an original wizard civilization. Lu Ziyu also envisioned a specific future for them. With all of this in mind, Lu Jiyu had come this time not only to observe his divine kingdom, but also to prepare for his breakthrough to level 8 mythical wizard. In order to accomplish this, Lu Jiyu had to develop a mythical life template for level 8 mythical wizards. In regards to the divine kingdom, Lu Jiyu was ready to transform all of Gaia via metallification, thus creating a stronger, adaptable metallic life form. As he knew that it would take quite a while for all of Gaia to metallize, Lu Jiyu decided that he would develop the level 8 mythical wizard template in the meantime. Lu Jiyu knew that the level 7 mythical wizard corresponded to low-level mythical creatures, while the level 8 mythical wizard corresponded to mid-level mythical creatures. So far, they hadn't found any real mid-level mythical creatures in Maria's world, but the most crucial step was the existence of metallic cells, which he had already accomplished. So, the emergence of the level 8 mythical life template was still a feasibility on the near horizon. Lu Jiyu sat on top of the throne, his mind's eye moving to observe the outside of the Gaia's silver exterior. Immediately, the subbrain at the core of the silver egg began to extract large amounts of metallic materials to replace its deified cell structure. Silver spots covered the enhanced subbrain slowly at the beginning. As the enhanced metallic cells continued to grow, the process became faster and faster. Finally, the organic cell material of the enhanced subbrain was entirely replaced. The metallic cells were continuously manufactured, with the metallic cells being found at the enhanced subbrain in the center. It then spread to cover all 4 sides, as the silver metallic cells replaced the main substance of the entire structure of Gaia. Constant movement rippled throughout the silver egg's surface, like waves flowing from the top to the bottom. A large number of metallic cells were being made as Gaia metallized. Lu Jiyu's closed eyes finally opened, and the huge shroud of light let out a gleaming ray. The divine kingdom became more stable and compact, as the deified cells were replaced with metallic cells. The metallic cells could then control a large amount of information, which could be used to bring the entire divine kingdom closer to reality. I have finally completed the second step of the divine kingdom. All that's left now is to become a level 8 mythical wizard. What should I call the mid-level mythical creature template? The Lord of Dreams? Lu Jiyu marveled aloud. From that moment on, the giant silvery egg would continue to extract and engulf the silver moon. With the speed of metallic cells, it would then gradually replace the moon before completely metallizing the entire moon. Lu Jiyu's next task was to build upon the low-level mythical creature template, Dream Control, to create the mid-level mythical creature template, which would be a true metallic life form. By that time, Gaia would have become Lu's main body. Gaia would also have become a huge mythical metallic life form, carrying the divine kingdom within the skyline of Maria's world. That would officially mark the beginning of the country of God. The wizard tower suddenly became rather deserted. The Borman Uruk had taken some of his students to the deepest part of the Amos icy field to establish a wizarding school for the orcs. Though it was a difficult task, Uruk felt that, if he couldn't pass this trial, he didn't deserve to be a wizard. Thus, he insisted on establishing the wizard school in the most remote region within the Amos icy field, crossing the ocean with his protege in order to do so. In the meantime, Wafter and Wendy returned to the Elven Kingdom on Yala. They had lived on the human continent, Alan, for decades, but had never really gotten used to their new environment. So, they were more than willing to return to the Elven Kingdom to live their preferred lifestyle. Wafter and Wendy brought the Elven wizards on their return to the Yala continent. Wendy told Lu Jiyu that she wanted to build a beautiful wizard tower in the land of the elves. then work to incorporate witchcraft into the daily lives and arts of the elves. She explained to Lu Ziyu that she envisioned it to be a tower of elegance and beauty as well. Lu Ziyu pretended to be dissatisfied with her plan and remarked, "Are you calling the wizard tower that I built ugly and unartistic?" Wendy didn't say anything in reply, but batted her eyes playfully and stuck out her tongue. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but smile. "Okay, fine. I really don't have any artistic talent. I hope I can one day visit your beautiful, natural, and artistic wizard tower in the forest of life." Wendy replied with hesitation, "Definitely. I will welcome you always, Anthony." In the early hours of the morning, he watched Wendy and Wafter depart, both wearing gorgeous elven robes. He stood on the pier and waved at them. Wendy and Wafter stood on the side of the ship, waving back and shouting Lu Ziyu's name. For some reason, this filled Lu Ziyu with an inexplicable sense of sadness. When he returned to his room, Lu Ziyu sorted his things and packed a suitcase. Eva, behind him, wearing a black cloak with a light flower pattern and a maid's outfit. She also had on a hat and was carrying a suitcase. Lu Ziyu checked that nothing was missing, then prepared to depart. Suddenly, he saw a man hurry up the stairs and open the two metal gates. Lu Ziyu looked up to see that it was Boar, who was heading toward him at a great speed. Even his glasses were askew, as the glossy black feathers' arms were still shrinking back inside his frame. It was clear that he was dissolving a half-eagle transformation. Boar had been patrolling the magical beast menagerie outside, when he had suddenly heard news that Lu Ziyu was about to leave. This explained why he was in such a hurry. Since the emergence of blood witchcraft, wizards began to focus on researching the various bloodlines of magical beasts. Recently, this had begun to involve the hybridization and synthesis of magical beast bloodlines, as well as the breeding of new magical beast variants. Once bred, these magical beasts would mutate and develop new abilities. Most of these new abilities were quite useless. There was small chance that a very powerful ability might still emerge. In order to pursue this research, the tower opened up a large area in the Black Forest for breeding magical beasts. The Black Forest stretched over several mountains and connected them to the sea. In terms of size, it was on par with a small duchy. Boar immediately looked at Lu Ziyu upon arriving within speaking distance. "Instructor, are you leaving again? Where you are going?" Lu Ziyu looked at Boar. "You seem too unstable when you rush around like this. You are not young anymore, so how come you are behaving in the same way as you did when you first entered the tower?" Boar's current rank and title was the Deputy Master of the Tower. As the pioneer of blood witchcraft, he was one of the most prominent figures within the wizarding community. Yet, at the moment, Lu Ziyu was scolding him like a child. After a few awkward chuckles, he said, "Instructor, why are you leaving when you have just come back?" Lu Ziyu looked at Boar. "I didn't want to say goodbye. I always feel that every goodbye is sad. You have enough here for you at the Wizard Tower. You are doing very well. I'm very pleased. The Wizard Tower is developing very well. I don't need to be here, as you are the current master of the Wizard Tower." Boar looked at Lu Ziyu hotly. "No tower needs you. Even if you don't do anything, your presence settles us. With you here, no one would dare." Looking into Lu Ziyu's eyes, Boar suddenly couldn't speak anymore. Finally, he sighed. "I am no longer a child, but every one of your students will always want you to stay near." Lu Ziyu patted Boar's shoulder. This student was very similar to him in many ways, so he was the one that Lu Ziyu liked the most. "I will not leave Maria's world this time, as I am going to walk around and observe it. Perhaps I will stay in Maria's world for a long time. I am going to journey through the kingdom of Mara, from Bubus of Mara, along the Nami River and through the kingdom of the Church of Light to Crete. Then, I will journey through Crete to the Batco Empire to experience the culture within the deserts. If you want to find me, you can go to Alan's largest desert and find me in the Sea of Death, the Great Khafra Desert. Lu Ziyu did not want to travel directly there with the dimensional door, but desired instead to walk the whole way. Especially since there weren't any pressing matters to deal with, he did not want to rush. As he lifted his suitcase and prepared to go, Boar spoke up behind him. "Oh, right, instructor. I meant tell you that there have some strange things happening in the kingdom of Mara. I sent my youngest student, Edward, to investigate. Since you are passing through there, I hope you can take a look." Lu Ziyu didn't even turn around as he waved his hand toward Boar. The wave was his way of acknowledging Boar's words, then he promptly left. Eva lifted her suitcase in front of her knees, then bid farewell to Boar, before following behind Lu Ziyu. She would accompany Lu Ziyu to take care of Lu Ziyu's daily life and schedule. Boar raised his hand and waved it at Lu Ziyu, watching him disappear down the stairway. Below, several instructors of the Wizard Tower were waiting. According to their abilities, it's improbable that they would be able to break through as level 4 wizards. After a few decades or 100 years, they would simply die, one after another. Thus, it was possible that this might be the last time that Lu Ziyu ever saw them. Lu Ziyu had wanted to leave quietly. But now, as he was standing there and looking at each of their Cs, he couldn't help but grow a bit sentimental. When they had first arrived here, over 50 years ago, they were still young. Now, they were growing old, and the wear of age had already begun to show on their faces, as the natural law of age was something that even ordinary wizards could not resist. Lu Ziyu shouted out each of their names. As he spoke to each and patted their shoulders, it was just like when they had first arrived at the Wizard Tower, when Lu Ziyu had stood on the high platform and solemnly shared his knowledge with them. Everyone looked at Lu Ziyu, who looked unchanged, even after all these years. They couldn't help but reminisce about the old times. Some even shed tears, while others thanked Lu Ziyu for what he had done for them. All sorts of emotions were being shared as Lu Ziyu bade farewell to each of them individually, then left. As he rode on the rail car in the underground passage, Lu Ziyu could see the red dragon on the outside. It also recognized Lu Ziyu. Its eyes were full of fear as it shrunk its head back in silence. It had been stationed in the dragon cave to guard both the upper and lower tunnels. The Black Forest was located in the Rosa d'Oro Empire. The northern part of the Rosa d'Oro Empire is where the Duchy of Creer and the Duchy of Gracchus were located. Even further north were the Crete Empire and the Kingdom of the Church of Light, and to their west was the Kingdom of Mara. At this time, he was heading to the western Kingdom of Mara. The Mara Kingdom was full of swamps, numerous forests, and rugged mountains. It had no plains, so Lu Ziyu would first travel to the capital city of Babus in the Mara Kingdom, where he would then take a boat along the Nami River, crossing through several countries before finally entering the Crete Empire. His ultimate destination was the Batco Desert Empire. Lu Ziyu got on the railcar, Eva following. Lu Ziyu pulled a lever, sending the railcar speeding along the underground tunnel towards the west. Destination, the Kingdom of Mara, he announced loudly. The region of the northern wilderness that was made up the Duchy of Creer had remained desolate for the last few decades. It had been the base of the ill-fated Wizard Alliance, which Li Weizi had led decades ago, utilizing the complex mountainous terrain and underground caves. He had created an underground city in the northern desert. Today, there were still monsters left over from the experiments of the Wizard Alliance. Also, the entire northern wilderness was covered with thorns and weeds. Yet, there were barely any trees, with only 2 or 3 arbors scattered along the horizon. In the autumn of San calendar year 14, Li Weizi had led the entire Wizard Alliance 3,000 owl knights from the Duchy of Krier, slaughtering his way through the Moor province of the Kingdom of the Church of Light to Saint Sarl City. In the end, they were wiped out by the hand of Saintess Kelly, and the Duchy of Krier was cleansed by the Church. Now, the Grand Duke of Krier was ruled by the grandson of Pope Hodap. In the northern wilderness, Li Weizi and the horrible legend of his dungeon still lived on, making it a forbidden land. As such, no one dared step inside it. Due to the lingering effects of the experiments, experimental monsters and chimeras roamed free in the region. From time to time, they would devour passing merchant caravans and eat villagers from isolated villages. Even now, in year 60 of the San calendar, the tales of Li Weizi and the monsters of the northern lands were enough to terrify people and silence the cries of children. There was a small team at the moment, which was moving inside this forbidden area. The composition of the team was quite complicated. There were ordinary people, some blood knights, some scholars and hunters, and of course, some mysterious wizards. After passing a mountain of thorns, they came to a rock wall. They then parted a thicket of dense and dry vines to reveal a cave. There were many such caves within the northern plains. In fact, their number was such an inestimably large one. People unfamiliar with the road conditions would often fall into the complex underground cave system. This would result in many of them falling to their deaths or wandering around, injured and lost. Without guidance or a decipherable navigation route, ordinary people would often die inside, unable to find their ways out. At the front of the group walked a handsome young man with a book. His skin was very pale, causing him to look as if he was completely bloodless. His eyes were dark green. At first glance, he looked like a corpse. If Boer had been there, he would have recognized the individual right away. It was his former student, Adonis Monar. Adonis had a great talent for blood witchcraft. He and Boer shared an interest in physical transformation and exploration. This had made Boer think that Adonis would be his protege. But during an experiment, Boer had discovered that Adonis had tried to use a live human being as a test subject, which made Boer livid. Thus, Adonis was expelled from the Wizard Tower, never graduating. But before his departure, Adonis snuck into Boer's laboratory, stealing some of the inheritances of the Wizard Tower. He then disappeared without a trace. Boer was very angry about all of this, of course, but he still had a tender affection for his former apprentice. Since Adonis hadn't stolen anything really important, Boer did not pursue the matter further. At the moment, Adonis stood in front of the cave, looking into its dark depths. He took out a map, which had been drawn on roll of worn sheepskin. After looking through it, he verified the landmarks nearby and nodded. Yes, it's here. Light the torches. Everyone be careful. There are many dangerous modified beasts here, as well as leftover witchcraft traps, Adonis warned them. He then walked to the forefront of the cave with a torch, constantly checking for traps. He was careful to remain vigilant. The scholar among the group explained some of the secret notations on the map. As he did so, Adonis distributed his mind power, create a simple witchcraft technique called the mental probe to scan his surroundings. The information about the terrain was constantly streaming into his mind as he pushed downwards into the darkness, guided by the torchlight. The group members' shadows stretched out behind them while they continued to move down the cave corridors. Water dripped down from the cave's ceiling. The further down they went, the darker and more humid it became. Other than having to avoid the troublesome traps, their journey was relatively uneventful. Adonis' ears immediately perked to attention as he heard a strange noise. He then raised his hand, signaling to the group to stop. All of them immediately sensed something afoot, so they grabbed their weapons. The two Blood Knights immediately moved closer to guard Adonis. Siss. The people at the front of the group could feel a slight vibration at their feet. Everyone stared at the front of the cave and lifted their torches. All of them could feel the tension in the air. The reputation of Li Weizi was very fearsome, and this was his base camp. Even though decades had passed, and most of the monsters that he left behind should have long since died, they still had a strong fear in their hearts. After all, the things that he had left behind terrified even the most battle-hardened warrior. Adonis also looked towards the front of the group, seeing that the unknown thing was approaching them at an incredible speed. It had definitely sensed their existence somehow, even without seeing them. He wondered how this was possible, guessing maybe it was due to its keen sense of smell. All of them looked deeper into the cave. Adonis suddenly shook as he lifted his head. Above him, staring down into his own eyes, he'd see a pair of chilly eyes. Adonis immediately shouted, "It's above us." Sess. It was already too late. The monster jumped down, its long legs slicing through the scholar's chest. The monster had picked the weakest one to kill first. It was obviously very sly and sinister. They could finally see that the monster was a giant spider, which had the head of a woman and the face of a gorgeous beauty. The creature clung tightly to the rock wall, hissing at them. It was completely horrifying. Adonis showed a surprised expression as he said, "It's a chimera." As expected, Li Weizi has reached the pinnacle of this field. I definitely want to obtain the things that he left behind here. Fire, fire. The guards behind him immediately pointed their crossbows at the spider, then let their arrows fly. However, the human-faced spider moved swiftly and had extraordinary sensory abilities. As such, it seemed to detect the movements from the air currents instead of through its vision. So, as soon as any arrows were shot, the creature could sense the objects and evade them. At the moment, it was as if the arrows were following behind it. Every time an arrow would land just after the creature had moved to avoid it, and the thuds of the arrows hitting the empty wall reverberated throughout the air. Seeing that their arrows were having no effect, the entire squad retreating backwards, while the human-faced spider circled around them. Every time it attacked, at least one of the squad members would be injured. They were like prey, trapped within its web, each of the creature's steps bringing the squad closer and closer to death. All of them knew that they had to take the initiative. One of the Blood Knights, who was guarding Adonis Monar, chose to rout and stab at the abdomen of the spider. As he did so, the spider smiled in a chilling way, as if it had long predicted this very action. It immediately sprayed acid at the incoming guard. "Arga! My face. My eyes, I can't see. It hurts." The guard reeled back in pain, screaming. All of them watched, horrified, as his body began to melt into a puddle. Two more knights tried to charge in, but were blocked by the two front limbs of the spider, which were as sturdy as steel. The friction of the collision caused sparks to fly up in the air. The spider pushed through with brute force, cornering the two. It then extended two more of its limbs, as it prepared to choke them to death. All of the group stared at the scene in fear, terrified of this monster that made even their knees tremble. Clap, clap, clap. Adonis Monar couldn't help but applaud as he saw this giant spider monster. He then sighed. "Perfect! This creation is perfection." To think that could create a perfect experiment like this, along with the Owl Knights. As one of the current generation, I feel humbled by his achievements, exclaimed Adonis Monar. He had been analyzing the chimera that his forebears had created. Li Wisey could be counted as a senior mentor of sorts to him. After all, it seemed that his talents were only slightly below his master, Boer. He had also been a strong contender to succeed rulership over the tower. The spider stared at him as it let out a terrifying howl. Its creepy gaze was locked onto Adonis Monar, who simply grinned back. He then tilted his head to the side and returned an equally disturbing expression to the spider. His dark green eyes began glowing in the dark, as if a green blaze were setting them on fire. The rest of the people felt even more terrified now. To them, both of these figured before their eyes seemed like monsters. As the two faced off, it was as if two demons were communicating through some demented exchange. A strange power surged in the air. Even the simple act of breathing became significantly more difficult. For a split second, the spider had a chill run down its spine. It quickly let the two knights go and backed away. The smile on Adonis Monar's face widened as a ray shot out from his eyes and hit the spider. Curse of death. Instantly, the head of the spider exploded, causing it to lose all of its power. Its heavy carcass fell to the ground, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. Adonis Monar turned around and looked at the rest of the group. The green light in his eyes had yet to dissipate. It was enough to send shivers down all of their spines. To them, this strange power was even more sinister than the devils of legends. Adonis Monar elected to ignore them at the moment. This strange power was from the bloodline of the ghoul that he had transplanted onto himself. Compared to other legendary creatures, it was stranger and had a more fantastic and sinister power. Compared to other magical beasts, which had special abilities that were focused on object manipulation, ghouls had the power to cast curses. The curse of death was put on the recipient's spirit. As soon as the recipient became aware of the curse, it would take effect. Those who could not withstand the curse would die immediately, as their vitals would have been irrevocably damaged. This was also a witchcraft that Lu Ziyu had originally created. After creating the ordinary magical beasts, Lu Ziyu began to develop his own dream controller template. At the same time, he had developed the dream witchcraft system. In addition to the hand of the wizard, charm, and illusionary control, he had created curse witchcraft. This kind of witchcraft was an important manifestation of the mind power, which allowed it to interfere with reality. When the curse succeeded, the mind power would interfere with reality and directly cause damage. Thus, the ability of the ghoul was directly derived from Lu Ziyu's original dreamcraft research. Compared to the other beasts, which derived their abilities from their spell-casting organs, ghouls would cast spells from their blood. Adonis Monar had inherited his teacher's blood transplantation theory, and after several human experiments, he finally succeeded in transplanting the blood of the ghoul. After a large surgery, Adonis Monar replaced all of his blood with the blood of a ghoul. That was why he had appeared in this state. Cold to the touch, with no body heat whatsoever, just like a corpse. In addition to curses, ghouls possessed a special form of immortality. As such, ghouls' bodies could not be damaged, as their extraordinary powers stemmed from the blood. None of ghouls' body parts, including the brain, were vital body parts. So as long as the brain wasn't completely decimated, a ghoul would not die. Similarly, because ghouls' powers were derived from their blood, Adonis Monar also discovered their abilities to control corpses. Ghouls could use their blood to resurrect a body. However, it could only be the corpse of a lesser existence, since things with a consciousness would collapse under their strong power. As such, things on the same level of existence as Adonis Monar were beyond ghouls' control. After having such success with the ghoul experimentation, Adonis Monar gave birth to a series of ideas via experimentation on dead bodies. The first thing he thought of were the Owl Knights, led by Li Wisey, who had mastered the body modification technique and chimera technology. The manufacturing and transformation of the Owl Knight group not only sensationalized the entire continent, it also caused many great repercussions within the shaman group. The largest impact was the legendary technique that Li Wisey and the Wizard Alliance had crafted, Mind of the Undead. It was for this reason that Adonis Monar had come here to the base of Li Wisey and the Wizard Alliance. He was determined to acquire their experimental records and notes. As long as he could see them, he would be able to complete the witchcraft system that he had been longing to finish. Adonis Monar deactivated his cursed eyes, then peered at the group, all of whom were still looking at him with horror, expressionlessly. He wasted no more time before shouting, "Let's move on." After seeing Li Wisey's chimera, Adonis Monar knew that he couldn't waste any time messing around. He couldn't wait to find Li Wisey and the Wizard Alliance's old laboratory so that he could make use of their experimental records and notes. The group started pushing forward aggressively. This cave truly was exactly like what the rumors had said. It could be called an underground city in the northern wasteland. The deeper they went, the more they found glowing moss on the sides of the walls. Soon, they did not even need torches, as the moss completely lit the way. The fluorescent moss looked like twinkling stars in the dim cave. As they peered down the path, it was as if they were looking deep into a star-studded galaxy. The group continued on and various landmarks began to appear. Some were normal buildings, while others were passages marked with wooden stakes and numbered entrances. Many of these places showed traces of previous occupation, such as several kerosene lamps that were found in some of the houses. They also began to encounter more bodies of the monsters. These monsters could not reproduce. Hence, after so many years, most of them had died. Although there weren't too many left, those which remained were the most powerful of them all. The team also encountered several crises, but under the leadership of Adonis Monar, there were no casualties. They soon arrived at a fork in the road. The map pointed to the left, but Adonis Monar continued straight ahead. He then took some spellcasting aids from his bag and gathered them towards the wall, which was straight ahead of him. Immediately, a dark whirling fireball appeared in his palm, then headed straight for the wall. The wall was quite thin, so it exploded on impact. It scattered outwards, the dust blowing towards them like a strong, gritty breeze. As the dust cleared, a passage was revealed. Cough, cough, give the lamp. After taking the lamp, Adonis Monar tossed it inside the passage. The path had opened into what seemed like a huge and bottomless abyss. The lamp lit the surroundings as it fell, allowing Adonis Monar to briefly observe the interior from the entrance. The space inside was indeed quite large. There were many buildings that had been built along the rock wall. There were also many entrances and exits, which connected the entire cave, forming a transit point for the huge underground city. Adonis Monar imagined that, at the height of its heyday, tens of thousands of people had once lived here. Li Wisey had controlled all of them as they were facilitating his experiments. Countless people had lived here, without ever seeing the light of day. It was here that Li Wisey had first embarked on his descent into the madness that ended up shaking the entire continent. The oil lamp fell to the ground and cracked open. The scattered oil then quickly ignited into a flame. All of them could clearly see that a dark castle had been constructed at the bottom of the abyss. Adonis Monar was delighted and exclaimed, "Found it! This is it!" Adonis Monar ignored the people behind him, immediately jumping off the cliff. He was already a level 2 wizard, so he had the power to fly. He hovered in the air like a giant bird. The distance from the bottom of the cave was not too far away, less than 100 meters. Adonis Monar landed at the bottom shortly. The others took out some ropes that they had prepared and followed him down, while Adonis Monar went straight into the castle. The gates of the castle had already been destroyed. There were the bodies of a few apprentice wizards strewn about. It seemed that there had been a riot here. The others came in with torches and looked around the castle. There were terrifying traces of battle everywhere, including bloody marks on the walls, marks from unknown weapons, monster bodies, human corpses, and numerous strange devices. The entire place was horribly eerie. After heading upstairs, they found the laboratory of the wizards of the Wizard Alliance. The laboratory was like a slaughterhouse. They found various crystals, glass, precious stones, and gold, which had been used as currency and precious treasures in the human world. Here, they seemed to have been used to make a variety of experimental equipment to enclose what looked like animal entrails. Many of the large vessels were broken. Adonis Monar, who was standing in front of a vessel. This was used to create chimeras, but after Wisey's death, chaos ensued. The beasts escaped and killed the rest of the people here. The apprentice wizards here were poorly trained and recruited by the Wizard Alliance to guard the base. Thus, they never had any formal wizard training. So, they definitely couldn't defeat these monsters, which explains why all of them died here. As he continued upstairs, Adonis Monar saw traces of human experimentation. This made many of the others in disgust. But Adonis Monar was thrilled as he started checking everything out. So, they used this tool and modified this one here. And this was where they conducted the modification of the Owl Knights, he exclaimed in delight. Where are the experimental records? There should be detailed documents. Adonis Monar looked around the huge laboratory, finally finding a large number of parchment papers and books in a bookcase that was covered with dust. It's here. He carefully wiped away the dust, not at all concerned with the filth that got onto his luxurious silk robes. In his eyes, these experimental records and notes were far more valuable. Within the book, Adonis Monar found several dissection diagrams and various notes on experimental data, including specific records and summaries of the causes of failed tests. The meticulously kept records and processes detailed entire experiments. Adonis Monar skimmed the book all the way to the end, as if he was looking at the world's most precious treasures. After Adonis Monar put the book down, he continued to rummage around on the shelf. He seemed to be looking for something in particular. Found it. So it really does exist. These are Lee Wisey's handwritten notes. So Mind of the Undead really exists. They actually developed it. The legendary Owl Knight group was based on this experiment. Adonis Monar held the notebook and shuddered. At last, he burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, it's wonderful, beautiful. Lee Wisey, you really are a genius. With these notes, Adonis Monar could build the wizarding path that he had wanted for so long. He packed the notes into his bag and looked at his followers. Take all of the things on this shelf. Don't miss a single sheet of paper. We're returning to Bebas. As you wish. All of them saluted him, as they were his vassals, sworn to protect him unto death. A wide river ran through the valley, then merged to a lake. A city was built beside the lake, its boundaries arranged in the shape of a crown. A giant bridge cut across the lake, with many boats bustling along under it. Emerald-hued mountains and meadows could be seen all around the city. The rolling mountains showcased layer upon layer of vast forest. It was a green land, and this city by the lake was like the glimmering pearl in the heart of the forest. Eva carried the luggage behind Lu Jiyu as they stood on a hillside. A breeze rustled the green hillside, lifting the edge of Eva's cloak. Even her hat was blown off by a strong gust. Lu Ziyu reached out quickly to grab the hat. Then, Lu Ziyu gently adjusted Eva's silver hair while setting her hat back on her head. As he did so, he chided her. "How do you always lose everything? This is not a good habit." Eva put her hands on her knees and bowed. "Sorry, master." Lu Ziyu looked at Eva in surprise. "Master? Where did you learn such a strange term?" Eva immediately replied, "I now assume that I am your possession. Therefore, you are my master." Lu Ziyu frowned, uneasy with this term. "Just call me Anthony." Eva gave Lu Ziyu a serious look. "That would defy the definition, master." Lu Ziyu put a hand to his forehead, feeling a headache developing. "Why are you always so earnest about such a strange things?" Eva put her hands on her knees and bowed again. "Sorry, master." Lu Ziyu didn't want to speak to Eva anymore. He turned around and looked at the city below. Wow, it's beautiful. No wonder everyone else calls Babus the gem of the forest. It does seem like a fitting name. They were descending along the grassy hillside now. The view was unexpectedly wondrous. Walking across the bridge, the wide river could be seen underneath it. The boats were constantly sailing past them and entering the city through the various tributaries. Many of these small tributaries flowed straight through the city itself. The rows of ships that were cruising along the river formed the distinctive cityscape of Baubus. Shouts would ring out from time to time as large ships from afar arrived to the port. The unloading process of each was always intense and lively. The Babus Bridge had been built 100 years ago, but a large renovation was conducted on it about 30 years ago. Currently, there were an endless number of carts being used to unload the ships. They then were driven towards the city by alpacoids. Among those transporting goods were businessmen and farmers from surrounding villages, as well as dock workers and local craftsmen. Lu Ziyu followed the waves of people into the city. The kingdom of Mara was located in the forest and had many swampy areas. Although it had a lot of land, its population was comparatively low. Most of its territories were ruled by autonomous lords. The status of the king of Mara Kingdom was basically equivalent to that of a lord of a large territory. Other than Babus, the other territories were only nominally allegiant to the king. As such, the strength of the kingdom of Mara was on a completely different scale versus countries like the Crete Empire and the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. Even if they fought with a small duchy, like the Duchy of Gracchus Principality, it was likely that they would be defeated in a war. But once the kingdom reached a state of crisis, the nobles would unite together to fight the foreign threat. As such, even the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro would not dare to fight the entire kingdom of Mara. Babus was the largest city in the kingdom of Mara, and was also its trading capital and commercial port. As such, a large amount of wealth flowed into the city of Babus, making its ruling family, the Monar family, the richest within the kingdom. Thus, they also became the royal family of the kingdom of Mara, as their ties to trade supported and maintained their rule over the country. Move aside, don't block the path. Step aside. A group of knights, who were guarding a carriage, were passing through the Babus Bridge. These knights were fully armored and wore silver helmets. They were the elite force, and as they passed by, a path was immediately cleared for them. Then, the luxurious carriage entered the city under their watch. Who is it? Didn't you see the insignia? It's the royal family, the Monar family. It was probably a prince or princess. Which royal highness has returned this time? The king is still quite healthy. Why did they come back? Isn't that the equivalent to giving up their inheritances? Shish, gossip lightly about the royal family. Ever since the previous generation came to rule, the Monar royal family would send all of its heirs away to govern their own areas. regardless of his or her gender. Only the most capable heir would gain the throne. Rumors said that the Monarch family had created the system, while it was faltering. At that time, King Carisse hoped to stabilize the situation by encouraging his descendants to continue to expand the influence of the royal family, so that, eventually, all of the kingdom would truly be under the rule of the monarchs. The current king was quite old. Although he was still in excellent health, the battle for the succession of the throne had already begun. Lu Ziyu looked at the carriage and felt an unusual shift within the atmosphere. A ghoul. How interesting. Lu Ziyu could sense that the carriage was holding a woman in her 20s. Her outer appearance was normal, and she was clearly breathing, which showed proof of life. Yet, Lu Ziyu could not feel her consciousness. Others may be confused over such an odd occurrence, yet the ghoul was originally created by Lu Ziyu. As such, Lu Ziyu immediately discerned what had happened to the woman. She was obviously a ghoul. He hadn't expected anyone to transplant the bloodline of the ghoul, as this bloodline had a higher rejection rate when compared to ordinary magical beast bloodlines. Moreover, even if the transplant succeeded, it had huge side effects. First of all, the transplant recipient would slowly be corpse, as gradually lost all kinds of sensations that a normal human should have. These losses ranged from the senses of taste and touch to the ability to procreate. Even various desires were gradually lost. As such, Lu Ziyu had not expected that any wizard would actually attempt it. Yet, he thought that this kind of decision was also somewhat reasonable. For wizards, the exploit of strength and knowledge was the most important thing. Everything else was secondary for them. He took a boat through the city. After docking, Lu Ziyu entered a hotel. After booking a room, he asked the boss, "When is the next ship sailing to the Crete Empire?" The chubby innkeeper, who was also responsible for the shipping business, hurried to look at the schedule. "Well, there will be a boat leaving for the Crete Empire in 2 weeks, but it may be 2 days late. Do you want to book a ticket? In the meantime, you can enjoy your time in Babus. It is truly a paradise, as there are all kinds of blur. Splat. The splattered blood felt warm. A beautiful woman, a child in her arms, was fleeing from a magnificent palace, which was framed with marble columns. Her chest had just been pierced by 2 knights. The child was then taken away from her. The woman fell into a puddle of blood as she struggled, reaching towards the child, her eyes filled with despair and pain. Blood gurgled out of her mouth as she clung onto the leg of one of the knights. "Give my child back to me. My child, my Adonis. Give him back to me." Splat. The soldier raised his sword and stabbed it down on her again. "Ah!" Adonis Monar jolted awake from his dream. Even though the ghoul's bloodline had ensured that his body no longer could produce sweat, he still trembled in agitation and cradled his head. Adonis had no idea how many times he had seen this horrifying scene in the depths of the night. His mother had been killed by his father because of a power struggle. The simple woman was naive, so she had remained unknowing about the darkness of the world, at least until her tragic death. She had never seen through the guise of Adonis' cold-blooded father. As such, the Monarch line had never really been a true family. Adonis had never been able to properly fall asleep ever since that day. Everyone, including his father, had thought that he had been too young to remember what had happened, but Adonis had never forgotten it, not for a single moment. Although he didn't forget it, with his limited power, he also knew that he couldn't do anything about it. Yet one day, he discovered the existence of wizards. Adonis applied to the king for a trial in an outer province, then tried everything he could to get into the wizard tower and gain the power of the wizards. "It's almost here. It's almost time," I want to clear away all of the sins of this world. I also want every single one of you to pay for your sins." Adonis muttered, as if he was comforting himself, almost like a madman. He was crying and laughing at the same time, as if he had gone completely insane. It took a long time before he calmed down. It was dawn, the sky just brightening. A boy of around 18 or 19 years followed the footsteps of the city guards, then quickly headed towards an alley in the eastern district. By now, there were already many onlookers gathered, all of whom were gossiping. Another one dead, bitten to death. How terrifying! An entire chunk of the head is completely gone. What sort of monster did it? One that actually eats people? Did wild beasts sneak into the city? The city guards are useless. They haven't found anything, even after all this time. This is the 15th body. A new one pops up every 2 or 3 days, it seems. This is far too terrifying. Maybe it isn't a beast. What it is then? Who knows? But I have heard others say that all of them were watching in fascination and horror. Many of the well-dressed women had covered their eyes, not daring to look directly at the corpse in the dark alley. The face and neck of the corpse had been completely mauled. A large piece of flesh was torn back to reveal the muscle tissue and the white bone inside. It was ghastly. If one looked close enough, teeth marks could even be seen. Passing through. "You can't gather here, so hurry on home," the captain of the city guard said while he pushed through the crowd. He was wearing a sleeveless tunic with a rhombus babus badge and chainmail. His lower body was clad in a pair of black pants and boots, and he had a long sword at his waist. He looked pretty heroic. Yet, the other guards were not nearly as impressive. The city of Babus had not been involved in any wars for many years. Hence, most of the people of the city were businessmen and nobles. The usual tasks for the city guard involved some routine inspections, maybe catching a thief or two, and a murderer if they were lucky. Very few people actually trained regularly. What's the point of looking at it? They haven't found anything yet. They are just a group of locusts. Yes, they act so tough, at least when they're collecting taxes. Now that we actually need them, even a piglet is more useful than them. I think we need a new city guard captain. Yes, get rid of him and hire a capable one. The grand entrance of the city guards did not serve to disperse the crowd in the slightest. Instead, the guards were completely disregarded and insulted. Most of the crowd were wealthy businessmen who lived nearby. There were also some fallen nobles among the spectators. Although they weren't important figures within the metropolis of the Mara kingdom, a mere captain of the city guard was still nothing in their eyes. Since more than a month ago, people in the city had been disappearing and dying. In the beginning, no one cared or noticed much. After all, Babus was not a paradise on earth, and these things happened. The people also were well aware that there were also a lot of dark transactions and dirty dealings with all kinds of people among the city's underside. Hence, a few missing and dying people was not such an abnormal thing. However, when a human body that had been half-eaten appeared, it immediately leaked a sensation in the whole city. A man-eater was definitely bad news. The thought that such a cannibalistic monster could travel through the city without a trace struck fear within the hearts of everyone. As time went on, the number of dead people continued to increase, and the sense of panic and depression began to spread like a contagion. The city guard still had not anything, even after all of these deaths. Due to this recent threat, the usually bustling nightlife of Babus had basically gone, as most people didn't dare to come out after nightfall. The captain of the city guards was sweating buckets. "I promise to give you all an explanation within 10 days, he said. After much cajoling, the crowds finally dispersed. However, Captain Tucker knew that, if he took too long to catch the murderer, his position would be in jeopardy. What's more, many of the men in power, including the king, had heard about this incident. Because of this incident, many gambling houses, brothels, and other places of business in the city had been greatly affected, all of which were the sources of income for the most important nobles. Naturally, his boss had ordered him to solve this matter immediately, giving him also the directive to restore order within 10 days. Otherwise, he would be fired. Tucker looked anxiously at the youth next to him. "Mr. Edward, you promised me that within 10 days, you will definitely figure out the truth." Edward nodded. "I promise, but you have to help me. Of course, the credit will be yours. I only seek the truth." Edward was the boy who had come with the city guard. He was the youngest student of Boer. He had set off a month ago, but was delayed on his way. So, he had just arrived. The first person he had sought out was Tucker, who was currently overwhelmed. Edward assured him that he could help him crack this case. Tucker certainly wouldn't believe him at first, but after he illustrated a series of clues and results from his search, Tucker reluctantly invited Edward to investigate the scene. Arriving there, Edward checked the body, then reported his findings. The cause of death is the severing of the trachea. The teeth marks are similar to human teeth marks. Edward smelled the wound and frowned. "Everyone, be careful. This body is poisonous. I don't know what the poison is, or in what way the body was poisoned yet, so be careful." Tucker and the soldiers who were standing to the side immediately paled. "What? Poison?" They had been cleaning up the bodies just before, none of them paying much attention. Tucker immediately replied, "What is this poison? Have we also been poisoned?" Edward glanced at them, sweeping over them with his mind power. "No, it shouldn't be the type that spreads through skin contact. It might be spread through blood and bodily fluids." Tucker quipped back, "Didn't you say that those are human teeth marks? A human being killed these people?" Edward nodded. "I didn't say human, but that it's similar to a human's. This is not an ordinary event. We must be very careful." Edward checked the ground and immediately frowned. Many places on the scene were destroyed. There were footprints everywhere. There was nothing left to analyze. He'd only sigh and stand up. "Where is the first witness?" The one who found the body was the owner of the nearby flower shop. She was still quite unsettled about the whole affair. She had found the body in the alley as she was setting up her shop. It had been around 5 in the morning. The streets were empty. Edward pressed on, yet he didn't discover anything else. The woman had been too terrified to pay proper attention to the surroundings at the time, so had proven not useful for garnering more information. By the end of the investigation, it was already noon. Edward stood up and prepared to leave. Tucker was moved by Edward's methodology and thought that Edward really could help him crack the case. If he could really crack the case this time, then Tucker would become famous throughout the city of Babus. He would then not lose his position of captain of the city guard, and may even be promoted. This thought made Tucker warm up to Edward, saying, "What should I do with this body?" Edward asked, "Where are the bodies from before? I need to look at them too." Tucker immediately said, "In the cemetery outside the city, being guarded by old Chuck, the old gravekeeper." After answering Edward, he immediately gave an order to the other soldiers. "All of you, carry the body to old Chuck." Edward put away his equipment, then walked with Tucker out of the city. After he turned the corner, he suddenly found something. He stopped, then immediately knelt down on the ground. Tucker stopped too, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Edward pointed to the tiles on the ground and knocked at them a few times. The sound produced was hollow. "The tiles here have been turned over before. What's hidden below them?" Tucker immediately looked at one of the slates, which was relatively large and not quite the same as the one next to it. "Oh, this is the entrance to the sewer." Edward's finger knocked on the slate thoughtfully. All right, I've got it. Let's go to the cemetery. Edward and Tucker were hurriedly walking down the street when they passed by a man and a woman. The woman had silver hair and held a variety of large and small purchases in her arms, while a raven-haired man ate an apple. He leisurely strolled in front of her, the woman following closely behind. Edward's gaze stopped on the couple, as he sensed the trace of wizardry from the pair's aura. Edward was a wizard who grew up in the wizard tower. Hence, after living around wizards for so long, he was very sensitive to their presences. Although the two individuals seemed to display no abnormalities, their unique presences were enough for Edward to take notice of them. Edward immediately tried to launch the mental probe device to find out more. The figures were already gone by that time. Edward turned around, puzzled. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find them again. This placed a great pressure upon Edward, who felt that the task that his teacher Guillermo had given him was probably much more difficult than he had first imagined it would be. Although the unknown cannibal monster had not been thoroughly investigated yet, it was clear that the matter was related to wizards, and Cardinal Peter from the Church of Light, who just happened to be stationed nearby, had also sent people to check it out. These recruited forces were expected to arrive in a few days. At the present time, all of Baba's city was shrouded in a wave of darkness. The king's health had been subpar recently. At this time, it was very likely that the throne would be transferred to a new ruler. As such, all of the aristocrats and the successors of the throne had been rushing back to the city, while the entire Mara kingdom had been watching. At this critical time, Edward encountered an unknown wizard. He felt that the city of Babas had become a muddy swamp that could engulf him at any time. Yet, Edward had no intention to giving up. On the second-floor balcony of a bakery nearby, Luz Eu looked down at the frowning teen among the crowd. Look at those eyes narrowed. They are so focused, just like Boar's. He might as well be Boar's Bassard son. Perhaps Boar was too embarrassed to tell me about him, so he gave me the pretext that this is his youngest student. The apple in Luziu's hand had been replaced with bread. Eva, who was holding a lot of items in her arms, then commented, based on the color of his hair and the color of his eyes, as well as his facial contouring, which are all very different from Boar, the probability of his being a descendant of Boar is less than 10%. Luziu looked at the alchemical maid, who spoke quite stiffly, then said, I was only kidding. You have no sense of humor. Eva went on to say, I don't understand. But I do know that it is immoral to say bad things about others behind their backs, master. Luziu was speechless for a moment, then said, You go back first. I need to go through some things, then I will return later. Eva nodded politely. Okay, master. The ship that is heading for the Crete Empire will leave in the early morning, so please come back soon. Luziu waved his hand and walked downstairs. Got it. Luziu had waited for Edward for 10 days. He thought that Edward would have already arrived long before him, but had discovered that Edward still wasn't there yet. Upon his arrival, Luziu had basically already figured out what was happening in the city. This was a tale with no hero or villain, and with no clear right or wrong. As such, Luziu had no interest in interfering with the current affairs. However, if things kept developing like this, the city would descend into chaos. After all, a genius wizard who seemed to have no moral compass was moving all of his powers. The damage that he could cause was astronomical. Luziu did not normally like to interfere with normal historical advancements and wars, but the things that were being developed were just too terrible right now. Luziu didn't want to see the development happen yet, because it was too soon within the timeline he had originally planned. Plus, Luziu had been expecting Edward the student of his own student, to have arrived by now to deal with this matter. Gone? How is that possible? Tucker grabbed old Chuck's collar and his sword. Old Chuck was a wizened old bachelor in his 50s. The man was mostly bald, and he cowered as he replied, "Really, I don't know what happened. The bodies just ran off by themselves." Tucker felt that old Chuck trying to humiliate him. How could the bodies run away? By Maria's name, the dead could now come back to life. He had never heard such a ludicrous tall tale before. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Tucker slashed the table, then slammed old Chuck onto the ground, demanding, "Tell me the truth. Where did the bodies go? Who is the culprit? What are you hiding? I knew there was something fishy about you, you old bastard." Edward held the raging Tucker back, then asked old Chuck, "You mean the bodies moved themselves after they were shipped here?" Old Chuck nodded his head insistently, recalling his memories. "Yes, I have been watching over the cemetery for many years, and I have never seen such a thing before. It is the power of the devil, and those bodies have climbed back from hell." Edward frowned. "You mean they came back to life again?" Old Chuck's hands trembled as he pointed outside. "No, they are not human. They are monsters. I heard something move outside one night. I thought it was another one of those damned grave robbers, so I lit a lamp and headed over to check it out. And then, old Chuck stuttered before bowing his head and stopping for a long time. Tucker lowered his body and asked impatiently, "What happened then?" "And then..." Old Chuck trembled as his body swayed grotesquely. Even his voice had become low and hoarse. "Hurry up and spit it out. What happened?" Tucker grabbed old Chuck's hair and tried to lift his head up. Old Chuck's head righted itself, his blue veins popping out on his face. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skin took on the pallor of a dead man's pale hue. Then he snapped his jaw open and bit Tucker's hand. Roar. Tucker screamed, and Edward immediately knew that something was wrong. He slammed old Chuck into the wall of the wooden house. A large chunk of Tucker's hand was missing, and the blood was spewing everywhere. A few members of the city guards heard the commotion and immediately surrounded the men. Several people came to hold down old Chuck down. Apparently, the originally weak and thin old Chuck had gained an explosive power that required several strong young men to hold down. Everyone had to use all of their strength to tie him down with a rope. No one had ever seen old Chuck like this before. A living person had become a monster right before their very eyes. Old Chuck kept chewing on Tucker's flesh and blood, gargling in an eerie voice that struck terror in their hearts. Old Chuck was tied tightly to the chair. He was struggling violently against the bonds. Even though his hands and feet were chafed and bleeding, he continued to writhe. His eyes had turned even a darker crimson color as fresh blood ran from his eyes. He was also gnashing his teeth noisily. "Why, you have everything. Women. Children. I don't have anything, nothing. I don't want to be a gravekeeper. I am so hungry, eat. I want to eat." Old Chuck's eyes were out of focus, and he seemed to be talking nonsense. The moment his consciousness was already gone. All that was left were his memories and instincts. Tucker bandaged his wounds, then pointed at old Chuck in horror and panic. "What happened to him? Is he crazy? What is going on?" Edward checked old Chuck's body while rolling up old Chuck's pant leg. He immediately found a bite mark on his calf. The bite had clear teeth marks and the wound was black and disgusting. Edward did not bother turning his head as he answered Tucker's question. "He died." Tucker stared at old Chuck, who was still slobbering at everyone, and retorted, "How is that possible? You mean isn't he still alive?" Edward shook his head. "That is just an illusion. He is already dead. Although there is a problem on the surface, his body is stuck in a strange state between death and life. His breathing and heartbeat can be maintained, but he cannot be officially called alive. I can feel it. He is dead. What the heck is this? Witchcraft? I have never seen or heard of anything like it. Is it a new witchcraft technique? Edward was skeptical. After all, he was a student of the second-generation master of the tower, a direct disciple of the founder of blood witchcraft, Bor Killermo. As such, he had access to the largest library and center of knowledge within Maria's world. So, he knew of the most comprehensive witchcraft inheritance within the Allen continent. Yet even he could not see the origins and lineage of this particular witchcraft. So, it was likely that very few people in the world would be able to trace it. Edward grabbed Tucker's palm, declaring, "The bandage is useless, as the toxin has already spread through the wound inside your body." Tucker jumped up at once. "What?" He looked at Edward with wild eyes. You mean, I have been poisoned?" Edward nodded and moved his hands. "Isn't that obvious?" Tucker swallowed and looked at Edward, then asked, "What will happen to me?" Edward gestured at old Chuck, causing everyone else to look at the old Chuck, who had turned into a ghoul. Tucker's throat trembled, and he swallowed loudly. Tucker knelt in front of Edward. "No, Mr. Edward, I don't want to turn into a monster. Please save me. I'll do anything you want." Edward frowned and looked at old Chuck. "Although I still haven't figured out what kind of monster it is, judging from the wound and what for. Old Chuck was bitten about 6 or 7 days ago. This means that we still have less than a week. This toxin is mainly used to target living people. As you can see, the toxin became more active, spreading more quickly through the whole body after old Chuck died. Before that, nothing abnormal occurred." Tucker immediately said, "Then how did old Chuck die?" "Well, as it is poisonous, ordinary people have no defense against it. I need to take the blood of old Chuck. You also need to help me investigate some things, including the identities of the bodies, their locations of death, and others things like how many bodies have gone missing in total." Edward took advantage of this opportunity to seize control of the city guards and mobilize all of their power according to his own arrangements. After all, he had come to Bobus without support. Moreover, the wizard tower had no influence here, and the nearest gathering place for the wizards of Mara was also quite far away. Hence, he had so far only been able to rely on himself. Edward used the experimental equipment of the wizards to analyze old Chuck's blood. As viruses and cells are very different for wizards, this was also a very new research topic that they had only recently discovered. Viruses were in species that were both living and non-living, both organic and inorganic. During an infection, these simple organisms could self-replicate using the host's cellular system, but they could not grow and replicate independently. As such, a virus could infect almost any living organisms with cellular structures. Edward could see that old Chuck's blood was infected with a certain virus. The virus infection mechanism only targeted the deceased, but it spread very quickly. If the host did not die, it would not initiate the infection mechanism. But even if it did not activate the infection mechanism automatically, it was fairly easy for the host to still die from the poison of the bite shortly thereafter. Moreover, the shape of this virus cell was quite similar to the shape of deified cells, which allowed Edward to conclude that the source of this virus must be a wizard. There weren't too many wizards on the Allen continent could transplant such special bloodlines, and most of them were registered in the tower ledgers. Was it the 2 that I met earlier? Edward immediately remembered the 2 mysterious people whom he suspected of being wizards earlier that day. Edward had no way to kill the virus, but figured that there could still be a way for him to remove the virus from a living body before it proliferated. Edward knew that Babus already had more than a few victims who were already infected with this virus. If he didn't work fast enough, he was afraid that the occupants of the entire city of Babus would all become monsters like old Chuck. Edward anxiously carried out various experiments on the ghoul virus overnight. Finally, he found some targeted methods and developed a drug to cleanse the virus from infected people whose conditions had yet to metastasize. After working tirelessly the whole night, Edward felt a little lightheaded. Yet, he had a test tube of the antivenom that he had just prepared, ready to go. In fact, a slender hand reached out at that very moment to pick it up. "It's very good. You're a talented wizard. It didn't take you too long to make an anti-venom. Although it's on the rough side, it will do." Edward stood, staring in shock. This man had actually snuck in. He didn't know how long the intruder had been there, since Edward hadn't detected the slightest trace of him. It seemed that this man had been watching him for a long time. If the man had attacked him, Edward wouldn't have even known what hit him. Edward broke into a cold sweat as he thought of this. As soon as Edward registered the presence of the intruder, he fell to the ground, hitting the stone bricks on the floor. All of them immediately disintegrated, sand, then immediately reconfigured themselves into stone spears, which then flew straight at the intruder. Edward did not bother to see the results of their flight, as he leapt straight for the exit. Lu Ziyu swiped the air, immediately causing the spears to disintegrate. All of the stones from the surrounding walls of the house quickly transformed into huge stone palms, which gathered to slam Edward against the wall. "I admit defeat. I surrender," Edward yelled in terror. Lu Ziyu, who had been preparing to dole out some punishment on him, immediately stayed his hand. "Not bad. You attack like lightning and run like a rabbit. You're also pretty good at begging forgiveness." Edward, who was still being pressed tightly against the wall by the palms, grinned. "I didn't recognize your esteemed presence. You appeared so suddenly, I was terribly shocked." Lu Ziyu teased Edward. "Do you know who I am?" Edward immediately said, "I transplanted the bloodline of the Earth Bear, which controls the transformations between mud, rock, and dust. This particular bloodline transplant has just been developed. So far, I'm the only one who possesses it. Not even my master, Instructor Borcalermo, can use it yet. The only person who can use such extraordinary witchcraft at will would be the founder of the Wizard Tower, the Sage Anthony. My Master Bor is your student. I have heard him describe your appearance, but I didn't recognize you before." Edward never expected to meet this legend, especially here. This was the mysterious wandering sage, the originator of the wizards, a legend whose power rivaled the power of the gods. Although he looked calm, Edward was sweating bullets. Lu Ziyu took a chair and sat in front of Edward, who was still stuck on the wall. Edward couldn't move, so he just looked at Lu Ziyu awkwardly. He did not dare to ask Lu Ziyu to let him down. "I was passing through the kingdom of Mara when your teacher Bor told me to look after you. But I didn't expect you to be so late in arriving, after accepting your instructor's mission a month ago." Edward hastily replied, "That is because, while I was on the road, I caught wind of Adonis' whereabouts, so I went to investigate and lost a lot of time." Lu Ziyu blinked. "Adonis? The student Bor expelled from the tower? Are you familiar with him?" Edward nodded. "I heard that he appeared inside the Duchy of Creer, but still wasn't able to locate him. Although he was expelled from the tower by Master Bor, who was very angry about his behavior, Master Bor is still very concerned about him. Thus, I wanted to persuade him to return to the tower." Lu Ziyu laughed. "Ah, the forbidden lands of the Duchy of Creer. In the undergrounds of the northern wilderness lies the old base of Li Wizi. The Owl Knights were born there. In a sense, The owl knights and the ghouls that you saw are very similar. Edward frowned. Ghouls? Is that the official name of the monster that I saw before? That's quite fitting. Mr. Anthony, what is happening in Babus? What is going on? Do you know? As Edward said this, he hesitated to look at Lu Ziyu. He was worried that Lu Ziyu may be responsible for the affair. Lu Ziyu looked at Edward. I know quite a bit, but this is a task that your instructor gave you. It's also a trial, so I don't want to help you. Therefore, I will leave the kingdom of Mara soon just after dawn. Edward immediately sulked. Lu Ziyu, with a twinkle in his eyes, went on to say, I can still give you some essential information. Lu Ziyu began to explain to Edward, it was a ghoul. The monster you saw before is not a complete creature. They can only be regarded as low-level monsters with infections. After losing their will, they retain their memories and instincts. Only the high-ranking ghouls that are equipped with the mind of the undead can be truly called real ghouls. They have a powerful remodeled body that can control ordinary ghouls. With their powerful bloodline powers and adept combat ability that is immune to fear and fatigue, they form the formidable undead army. He continued. Compared with the Owl Knights, which were an isolated platoon, the ghouls have become a race. They are a more terrible and powerful incarnation of the Owl Knights. Individually, they aren't all that impressive, but they can proliferate endlessly if they are not restricted or contained. After Lu Ziyu finished, he saw Edward thinking hard with his head down. This student of Boar's looked quite smart, although he didn't seem to have as much innate potential as Boar. As he was a mere ordinary wizard right now, Lu Ziyu still felt that he may go even further on the road of wizardry than. This was because he was more open-minded, and his thought process was much more far-reaching. After thinking for a long time, Edward looked up. So, how should I contain it? Lu Ziyu said, the source of the special abilities of wizards can be traced back to various magical beasts. For ghouls, which are created by wizards, we can trace the witchcraft techniques to a species called the superior ghoul, known as the Mortus Magna. The power of this mythical creature stems from its blood. Within this blood, there is the power to cast curses. Curse witchcraft is a derivation of illusion witchcraft, and is also an important intersection point between mind power and reality. Someone has taken the bloodline of the Mortus Magna to create the ghouls. Lu Ziyu paused for a moment, then added, ghouls have no wisdom or consciousness. They just act on instinct alone. If no one coordinates or directs them, even an ordinary army could easily destroy them. Edward jumped in at that moment, saying, so, as long as I find the person behind the ghouls, I can resolve the crisis that is plaguing Babus. Lu Ziyu snapped his fingers. Yes, the wizard who has the bloodline of the superior ghoul is relying on the power of its deified cells and cursed blood to maintain control over the ghouls. As long as you incapacitate him, the blood curse will be destroyed, along with its host. Then, those ghouls would revert back to their dead bodies. In fact, their very existence depends on the blood of the superior ghoul, and when the curse wielder dies, they will disappear together. Edward nodded. I understand now, so rest assured, I will complete that task. Lu Ziyu sat up straight and looked into Edward's eyes seriously. Are you sure you are ready? I am afraid that the scene you will face is far beyond your imagination. Edward replied, no matter what kind of scene I see, no matter what decision I need to make, I will tell myself that the lives of Babasu 100,000 civilians are innocent. No one has the right to deprive them of their right to live. Edward truly was proving himself worthy of being a student of Boar's. Although there were some differences in their personalities, his basic worldview and ideas were exactly the same as Boar's. Yet, Lu Jiyu didn't know if he would make the same decisions according to the ideals he had just espoused. Lu Ziyu stood up and patted him on the shoulder. He didn't say anything more, just looked at him with a complicated expression on his face. When Baba's city is completely transformed into a city of the dead, in order to not let the situation get any worse, I will personally obliterate Babas. I hope you will not force me to make such a cruel decision. Edward remembered the thousands of faces he had seen in the city, from the old people to the women and the children, loggers, sailors, and businessmen. Babas was no paradise. From the outside, it was seen as the gem city of Mara. But, after getting a deeper look, you could see the sins and blood that stained the city's dark underbelly. Yet for thousands of ordinary people, this was their hometown, the place that they depended on for their livelihoods. Edward looked at Lu Jiyu. Why don't you solve this problem yourself? With your strength, no matter who the opponent, no one could resist you. Lu Jiyu looked at Edward, then said, Actually, I think that you are more suitable than me to handle this. When you find the culprit, I believe that you will agree with me. Besides, I have other things to take care of. Mr. Anthony, can you enlighten me as to what those matters are? Edward wondered what could be more important than the imminent destruction of Babas. Lu Ziyu turned and headed outside. He pushed the door open, and the cold wind gushed at Edward's face. Edward could only hear a light voice. I am going to save the world, so saving Babas must be done by a young man like you. Edward had once thought about the nature of the great sage Anthony. What kind of existence was the strongest wizard? Solemn? Wise? Rational? All sorts of images akin to the gods appeared in Edward's mind. But he had never thought that, when they finally met, the sage would actually be so strange. But the aura around the sage had been very comfortable and soothing. Edward was clever enough to connect the dots of who the culprit from what Lu Ziyu had told him. From the ghouls and the mind of the undead to the owl knights and the duchy of Creer in the northern wilderness, where Edward had discovered traces of Adonis, combined with Adonis' modus operandi. Although Lu Ziyu did not say who the culprit was, Edward was pretty sure that it was his own fellow apprentice, Adonis. Adonis was Boar's first student. The two of them had the same master, so when Edward was a child, he had lived with Adonis for several years. They were very close and shared one of the closest relationships within the tower. Adonis was a few years older than Edward, so he took care of both Edward's daily life and his education from an early age. Edward still remembers the days when he wore a huge wizard's robe that drooped all the way to floor. While he locked arms with Adonis, just like brothers, they would explore the castle, the classrooms, the caves, the forest, and through every corner of the wizard tower together. Therefore, Adonis' betrayal and subsequent escape from the tower had always been a matter close to Edward's heart. Edward hoped to find Adonis so that he could question him directly about it. But he also wanted to persuade him to return to the tower to beg forgiveness from their master, Boar. A young Edward had long ago sat on the window of the castle, one foot dangling outside of it. Adonis, I want to be a wizard, just like Boar. I want all of the wizards to know my name. What? You? Adonis was indifferent, which was clearly evident as he looked at the sky with Edward. I want to figure out the meaning of life. I also want to create a world without death. Edward laughed. Isn't that basically like the divine kingdom that those scammers talk about? Adonis, why would you yearn for this kind of thing? Do you want to become a god? Adonis had smiled and didn't speak, but that the corners of his mouth had clearly lifted a tad. Edward didn't know why he had suddenly remembered this scene from the past. He sat down slowly on the chair. By now, everything in the room was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Is it really you, Adonis? Edward gave a soft sigh, then sat with his head in his hands. He did not believe that he could do what he had promised to Lu Ziyu, but he was grateful that Lu Ziyu given him this opportunity. If the culprit really was Adonis, then he hoped to handle this matter by himself. Edward felt something on the table, and immediately looked over and saw a notebook there. The leather cover was embellished with gold lettering, which spelled out the words in Fink's Dream Witchcraft. Huh? What is this? Edward was stunned for a second. Then he got extremely excited. The only person who could have left these witchcraft notes was the person who had just left. It was the master of his own teacher, the founder of witchcraft, the most powerful wizard in the world. This precious tome that he had left behind would be invaluable to any wizard. It was something that people could only dream of possessing. Edward's hands shook as he carefully picked up the notebook, his exhaustion completely disappearing in an instant. Dream witchcraft? This is a branch of witchcraft that I have never heard of before. What is this power? The royal palace of Mara was built in the south of Babus on the shore of a lake. It was not as majestic as the palace of the Crete Empire, nor was it a holy sanctuary like the Temple of Light in St. Sarl City. It did not carry the bearing of a millennium of history, like the Orklands in the St. Civil Empire. Though it wasn't a large palace, its luxury was unrivaled. The entire kingdom of Mara was built in layers, with many cascading gardens, which were filled with exotic flowers and grasses and rare animals. Waterways were built in between the gardens, and an artificial lake had also been created. The decorative stones within the rock garden had all been painstakingly hauled in by hand. The intricate design made the entire palace seem like a water garden. The stones, flowers, and gardens were like lovely paintings among the waterfalls and fountains. Small and exquisite buildings were interspersed in the greenery. Inside the palace, the artwork that the Monar family had collected over many generations were displayed. Each of the murals and paintings had an illustrious history. Adonis was the third prince of Mara. Currently, there were 6 people with inheritance rights to the throne. He ranked 6th, making him the last in the line of succession. From the very day Adonis was born, his father had no intention of giving him the throne. Currently, the luxurious palace was completely silent. The armored guards had their heads bowed as they watched over the palace. All of them were deathly silent, without a whisper of movement. They were scarcely even breathing. An old man with graying hair was lying on a large bed. His mouth trembled as he looked at Adonis, who was sitting beside him. Fear filled his eyes. Adonis stared straight into the old king's eyes. He had watched the man for 2 days already, observing as his eyes went from initial disbelief to anger, then finally to fear and panic. Adonis looked at the hourglass on the wall. "It's almost time," he said. The old king trembled and mumbled incoherently. He then managed to whimper, "Why are you doing this?" Adonis poured a glass of wine and sat down with a faint smile. "I want you to feel the fear and despair my mother felt when she died." The old king struggled to support himself, his face twisted in pain. He screamed at Adonis in a hoarse voice. But what does that have to do with your older sister and brother, your 2 younger brothers and Aisha? They are all your siblings. Don't you feel the slightest bit of remorse? How could you bear to do this? Do you hate me that much? No matter what, I am your father." Adonis looked into the eyes of the old king and scoffed. "It is exactly me. The Monars do not feel familial affection." "Yes?" At first I thought this was only hatred talking. Hatred was the cornerstone of my world, my cage. Hatred was my food and sleep. Adonis continued. "People often hide their devilish hearts under a sincere and devout facade. I am different. I never hide or pretend. like hypocrite. By now it has become more than just hatred. A part of my heart is missing, and I want to get it back. Maniac! You're mad. You are crazy and insane. This is madness. The old king was horrified. Finally, he laid down and surrendered to helpless laughter. 2 lines of tears leaked from his eyes. There was no more panic, fear, or anger. There was only a mocking sneer, directed not at Adonis, but at himself. This really is, ha 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 ha, retribution. Cough! Cough! The old king coughed fiercely. He spat blood from his mouth, then stiffened on the bed and died. Soon after that, the old king's body slowly crawled out of the bed. He had become much paler, and the luster from his eyes was gone. Yet, his body had become visibly stronger, as the blood under his skin squirmed. The originally thin body had become well-muscled, as it had awoken the ability of a blood knight. After returning from his trip, Adonis immediately began to combine Li Wisey's notes with the Mortus Magna bloodline and his own research in order to create ghouls. Through the deified cells and curses of the ghouls, he was able to control the ghouls that he created. Adonis then combined Li Wisey's research on the plague with the powers of the ghoul to develop the zombie virus. Once a target was infected with this virus, it would slowly morph into a ghoul. Ordinary ghouls were easy to make. That process didn't even require deified cells. But in turn, they would have no intelligence nor bloodline powers. Although they would retain their memories, their combat abilities would be extremely low. Thus, they could only really be useful as cannon fodder. The higher-classed ghouls that Adonis had personally crafted were equipped with the mind of the undead. These ghouls had a strengthened body and the ability of blood knights. The mind of the undead ensured that, even after their awarenesses were gone, they retained highly efficient mechanical minds and learning abilities, as well as all of their combat potential and experiences from their lifetimes. As such, these soldiers were the optimal warriors. Above that, there were also king-class ghouls, which Adonis had crafted with a significant amount of his own deified cells, which were combined with the mind of the undead. Each of these ghouls had inherited some of Adonisy, and also possessed their own special abilities. However, such a transformation required an extremely high compatibility rate with his blood. Adonis discovered that his immediate kin were the most suitable candidates to retrieve this from. After their original awareness dissipated, the ghouls became mere tools. Surprisingly, the ghouls that only had instincts gradually developed a new sort of awareness, due to a combination of their deified cells and the mind of the undead. It was precisely this trait that made Lu Jiu identify Adonis ghouls as a new race, since he was able to create a life form with its own awareness, which qualified it as a brand new species. By now, all 1,000 of the king's guards of the kingdom of Mara had been turned into high-class ghouls. The kingdom of Mara had a smaller army than most of the other kingdoms. Its unity was loose, as the king was actually the most influential noble. As such, having an army of 1,000 people was already considered to be the greatest strength of the king. Adonis knew that governance required wisdom and order. Yet, he was only interested in ruling, not governing. For that, he would only need raw strength. In light of this fact, from the moment that he gained control over the army and created his high-class ghoul troops, he had seized most of the power within the kingdom of Mara. Wretch. This smell is revolting. Within the dark waterway, the sound of boots stepping through the stinky sewage echoed in the tunnels. After Edward discovered the truth about the threat of the ghouls, he immediately contacted Tucker from the city guards and met with his superior. After presenting convincing evidence, Edward got their assistance to begin looking for places in the city that the ghouls may be lurking. They also agreed to help him find those people who had already been infected, so that they could be immediately isolated and treated. Edward then had all of the details and intelligence from the previous attacks forwarded to him. The identities of the bodies, their places of death, and all other information was sent to Edward, who began diligently analyzing it. The deceased represented all classes of society, from the nobles to the slaves and officials to boatmen. There was no pattern or obvious connection based on their revealed identities. The only similarity was that all of them were young men with good physiques. Perhaps that was why they were chosen. The culprit was selectively creating en masse, then filtering out the stronger ones to upgrade into high-class ghouls. Edward had no idea how many ghouls were already in the city. So far, there had been more than a dozen recorded deaths. When the investigation was widened to include disappearances, the number rose into the hundreds. Tallying the unreported deaths within the underbelly of society was difficult. There were too many undocumented people in the city with complicated backgrounds. As such, investigating those matters was almost impossible. Edward immediately remembered the slate tile that he had discovered before, which led to the sewer. The city of Babas was a mid-career designed by Farragut, the famous architect who later went on to design St. Charles City. Edward navigated the semicircular tunnels of the sewers with the aid of an oil lamp. The tunnels had a sloping curve in the center with high sides. Their width was close to 4 meters. The whole structure was made of stone. Like a developed irrigation system, it connected the entire city. Even if a downpour hit Babas, this canal system could easily purge torrents from the city. I didn't expect that there would be such a large space underground. Master Farragut truly considered all of the practical aspects of urban planning as he designed such a developed underground drainage system. This is truly the work of a master. From this stunning underground drainage system, one could sense how ahead of his time Farragut was. The same underground drainage system was later used in the sophisticated designs of St. Charles City. Although Edward was neither an architect nor an artist, as a learned wizard, he was well versed in many types of knowledge. Hence, Edward had a great admiration for these true masters of their crafts. Edward began exploring from the suspicious location he had found before. He closed his eyes and used his mind power to navigate the underwater channel, while comparing the scene with the map of Babas in his head. Blood stains? There are also some blood stains here. It's headed over here. Edward's keen eye instantly tracked the clues he sought as he found the recent traces of a large number of people. There were muddied footprints and traces of armor having rubbed against the stone walls. Edward followed the tracks and gradually approached the core of the sewers. The passages here had become more and more complicated. The connecting passageways were much wider as he headed deeper and deeper within. Normal people would have lost their way in such a complicated network of tunnels. Yet Edward could easily navigate the routes. He found more and more traces of people, and was sure that he had found the hideout of the ghouls. Whoosh! The sound of rapid footsteps treading water approached from all directions, coming straight toward Edward. Edward immediately frowned. How is it possible they found me? As the steps approached and surrounded Edward, he became sure that his location had already been given away. Edward also surmised that he was quite close to their nest. Edward recalled the previous few moments. So, it was a witchcraft alarm. Edward saw that the horde was bearing down on him quickly. Within the blink of an eye, several red-eyed ghouls with ragged clothes appeared and rushed towards him. Roar! Edward was standing in the corner of a passage, as more than a dozen ghouls, suddenly attacked him from 3 different directions. Edward immediately pressed his palms on the wall, and the entire underground waterway transformed into interlinked stone spears, which gouged through all of the ghouls and nailed them to the walls. Yet, they still did not die but continued to struggle. Edward turned and ran. He sensed countless ghouls chasing him. He chose to escape. As he turned the corner, he ran into another horde of them. After running through a few more passages, Edward discovered that he was surrounded. Edward knew that the number of ghouls probably far exceeded his imagination, as the great ghoul army filled every corner of the sewers. Edward immediately used his special ability and blood witchcraft to wipe out an oncoming ghoul horde with a large number of stone spears. As he did so, a road of blood opened before him. Edward reached out and his hands were covered with a layer of stone. His arms turned limestone white and hard like marble. Edward rushed through the path, his heavy stone fists smashing the remaining ghouls into pieces and knocking them away. Though they continued to rush him, Edward did not care, as he dealt with them easily, his hands covered in that thick layer of stone. At this time, a figure in a black cloak rushed towards Edward. He immediately drew a sword, slashing at him. Edward immediately used his armored hands to catch the sword. The exchange, a loud clatter. However, Edward immediately discovered that his opponent's sword was actually oozing a strange mind power fluctuation. His own stone armor was being disarmed. Realizing this, his complexion changed. A special ability. By the time he moved to react, it was already late. His opponent grabbed the sword from Edward's hands, nicking his hand and slicing up from below. Edward quickly dodged to the left, but he was still grazed and fell to the ground. Edward had received a long wound, which ran along his chest. Fortunately, he had taken quick measures to avoid the brunt of the blow. Otherwise, he would have been gutted. While he was incapacitated with this serious injury, Edward slammed the stone wall and immediately, the ceiling of the entire passage collapsed. A large number of ghouls were crushed to death, and their path was closed off. He opened a slate tile that led out to Pebubus. Edward climbed out, soaked in blood, and collapsed on the ground. He was rattled, and although he applied some emergency treatments with witchcraft and dressed his wound, his face was still ashen. His fatigue was not due to the injury alone. He could also sense a strange force, which was constantly eroding his body and suppressing his mind power. When his mind power could no longer resist it, this strange force would interfere directly with reality and transform his body. Edward immediately remembered the curse witchcraft that the great sage Anthony had told him about. It probably referred to this exact strange power. Edward supported himself with the wall as he slowly limped out of a dark alley and back onto a main street. He was preparing to go home to deal with the injury and research a method to counteract this sinister curse witchcraft when an alarm suddenly sounded throughout Babas. Edward didn't know the bell's meaning, but the crowds on the street panicked as the answer became devastatingly clear. "The king has died. Mr. Edward? Mr. Edward, what happened? Please wake up. Oh my God. What should I do?" A worried voice awakened Edward from his dreams. Edward was staying in the house that he had rented. The one who woke him up was his temporary maid, Hathaway, who came every day to cook for him and to clean the room. After entering the yard, she had seen the door ajar, with Edward laying on the ground in a pool of blood. She was scared witless. Edward's room was a ransacked mess. The bookshelves and desks had been knocked over, their contents scattered all over the place. The witchcraft tome that Lu Ziyu had gifted him had fallen as well, and was currently flipped open. Before he lost consciousness, Edward had been using his knowledge from the dream witchcraft techniques that were written within Lu Ziyu's notes to conduct a targeted lifting of the curse witchcraft, which had been leeching on his awareness. It was trying to consume his mind power and constantly attacking him. The sinister power was difficult to dispel, even for a trained wizard. Edward had been attempting to use a crude understanding of dream witchcraft to enter his own dream space and cleanse the curse witchcraft. Now that he had been awoken, Edward sat up immediately, scaring the little maid. She was a girl with freckles on her nose who greatly admired the tall and handsome Edward. As she was at an age that was quite susceptible to lovesickness, the mysterious and confident Edward, who exuded a scholarly charm and possessed an elegance far beyond ordinary people, was naturally someone that Hathaway could only fantasize about. Now that Edward was suddenly this close to her, her face flushed crimson red. "Mr. Edward." She was so flustered that her voice trembled. "It's okay, I'm fine. Don't say anything about this matter." Ed was still dazed and his awareness hadn't fully returned yet. This was the initial cultivation method for dream witchcraft, or dreamcraft. He was trying to create his own dream space. It was said that this space was a simplified version of the mind dimensions that level 4 wizards used. According to Lu Ziyu, constructing a dream space was basically the same thing as building an information space. As such, as long as one's mind power, will, and computing ability was sufficient, anyone could construct a complete dream space. Other than the fact that it was immaterial, it'd be exactly the same as reality. After building the dream space, he would then gain the ability to directly interfere with reality via his mind power. Of course, for wizards below level 4, their mind powers were too weak, as their unactivated mind power couldn't change the rules of physics and matter. Yet, it was enough to use dream witchcraft as a conduit to develop curses that could be carried out through the dream space in order to attack a target's awareness and mind power. As long as the target's awareness was not strong enough to withstand the initial wave, the curse power would immediately use the strength of target to interfere with reality. For example, if the curse was made to hex someone to death by freezing them, a special type of mind power would invade their awareness and hypnotize them, causing them to believe that their own imminent death was approaching. The curse would then actualize that belief and actually be able to freeze the individual solid, as if the corpse had died from extreme cold in the depths of winter, even if it was in the middle of the summer. Although it wasn't superior to a special ability, it was far more sinister and difficult to defend against. In fact, if Edward had not received the notes from Lu Ziyu, he probably would have succumbed to its power already. At this thought, Edward felt a shudder run through his whole body. When he was constructing his dream space, he constantly recalled his past memories. As such, the dream castle he had built was based on the tower, but it was completely empty. Its architecture felt as if it would collapse from the slightest breeze. Even so, it was at least a very good first attempt, especially based on the current extent of his mind power. The memories he shared with Adonis were the highest in number. Yet, he also remembered the ghouls that were hidden underground. Each ghoul had once been a living person. How many families were destroyed by the tragedies caused by Adonis' actions? Edward wasn't sure, but the number was considerable. For example, his current maid, Hathaway, was only 14 years old. Because her father went missing, she had been forced to come to work for Edward to earn money. It was likely that her father was one of the ghouls. Now that the ghoul army was this large, and even had ghouls that were armed with special abilities, if Edward did not take action, he was afraid that even more tragedies would strike the land. No matter what, I have to find this culprit right away and stop him, Edward stood and declared. However, He had stood up too quickly and pulled open the wound on his chest. His face turned ashen white as he spasmed in pain. Although some healing had already taken effect, he had lost too much blood from the gaping wound. A complete recovery wouldn't be so simple, the little maid Hathaway said in distress. Mr. Edward, you have lost so much blood. You can't go out right now. You need to rest. I will go find you a doctor. No, it's all right, I am the best doctor here, he said, declining her offer. Edward took off his outer jacket and began to clean the wound. He redressed the bandage and put on another coat, then walked towards the exit by sheer force of will. He was almost at the door when he suddenly thought of something and turned back towards Hathaway, saying, "Oh, right, Hathaway, if possible, it is best not to go out right now. If you want, you can stay and live here with me." Hathaway was stunned, then suddenly thought of something. Her face flushed crimson and she wanted to reply, but Edward had already disappeared. "You're saying that there are a lot of monsters lurking in the city, and that there are even stronger ones out there. Also, that there is a mysterious culprit behind these monsters, who controls them, and they are preparing to attack Babas and turn it into a city of the dead." The head of the city defense force, Hans, stared at Edward with skepticism. In his opinion, Edward, who was to him an unknown, mysterious and strange nobody, was not worthy of his trust. Yet his words concerned the safety of Babas, so Hans could not afford to dismiss them entirely. Hans was a bald man with a built physique. He was a powerful blood knight who had started his career in the king's guards. After he had aged out of the guards, he took over as the head of the city defense force. He was an important figure who had won the trust of the king. Though he was not of high status, he had immense power. Hence, Edward believed that it was very important to get Hans to stand on his side. Edward nodded. "The sewers of the city have been completely occupied by these monsters. They are waiting for an opportunity to rush out and infect all of Babas. If that should happen, all of Babas' people will become part of their forces, as ghouls. Babas will then become a true purgatory." Hans looked at the wound on Edward's body, as well as the evidence he had brought from the underground site. He analyzed the strange event that had been happening in the city and the odd atmosphere inside the palace. Even the sudden death of the old king. As he had been suspecting, some sort of conspiracy was behind all of this. He was now convinced by Edward's sincerity. Wait for an opportunity? Since the old king has died and several of the other heirs have given up their inheritance rights, the throne will be succeeded by the third prince, Adonis. A grand coronation ceremony will be held by the Church of Light's Cardinal Peter to crown the new king. All the lords of the kingdom will come to pay their respects. Is this the aim of the culprit, to seize control over all the nobles of the kingdom of Mara at once? Hans asked. After he laid out his hypothesis, he suddenly felt faint and broke into a cold sweat. But Edward was not paying attention to this, as he was focusing on the strange name that he has just heard. "What did you just say? What is the name of the next king of the Mara kingdom?" he asked, refusing to believe his ears. "Prince Adonis, Adonis Monar." Edward knew Adonis' first name, but he had never heard him mention his last name. No one at the tower knew of Adonis' true identity as the Prince of Mara and a true royal. By the time he left the headquarters of the city defense force, Edward already reached a cooperation agreement with Hans. They both believed that the goal behind the conspiracy should be the coronation ceremony that was taking place in 7 days. Through Edward's encouragement and his own suspicions, Hans had developed a deep belief that Adonis was involved with the incidents. According to Hans, the entire palace had been tightly sealed by the king's guards. Furthermore, when the king's will and successor had been announced the previous day, neither Hans nor any of the other nobles and royals had been permitted into the palace. Moreover, Hans felt that the changes in the kingdom were too unnatural. First, there was the sudden death of the king. All the other heirs then gave up their succession rights. As such, the third prince, Adonis, who had originally been sixth in line of succession, suddenly became the new king. This also caused an uproar among all the nobles. Then, the entire king guard swore allegiance to Adonis, so Adonis instantly grasped the most powerful military force within Babus. Hans, who had a background in the king's guards, knew this very well. He knew something had gone terribly wrong when he, as a veteran of the king's guards, who had close ties with the troops, completely lost contact with them. He knew that this was a clear indicator that their allegiances had dramatically shifted. This series of abnormal events were linked together to form a bone-chilling conspiracy. The entire city of Babus was caught in a shocking crisis. If they did not act and allowed the coronation to go forward as planned, the entire ruling class of the kingdom of Mara would taken in one fell swoop, and the country would be completely finished. This made Hans' hair stand on end. Who could do something so devilish? The purpose of the culprit, obviously not to rule, nor was it a desire for power or revenge. Instead, it was a pure intent to slaughter and kill, to drag the entire kingdom into hell. Why does he want to do this? Hans' face was red and his breathing was choppy. No clear reason. Perhaps it is based on some strange ideal, or maybe this is just an experiment to explore the meaning of life. There are many possible reasons. Only the mastermind knows the real reason behind his actions. What we need to know is what he has done, and also what we need to do to stop him, Edward replied. Edward and Hans came up with a strategy at once. Edward would seek out the mastermind behind the conspiracy and verify how his plan. Edward could then mobilize the power of the city defense force. Meanwhile, Hans would spend the next few days checking out the city defense force to find out whether there were high-class ghouls already mixed within their ranks. Hans was sure that some moles were already planted inside his forces and wanted to deal with them as soon as possible. He would use his men to investigate and block the sewers, according to the original construction plans of the city. The monsters underground must be completely sealed within the underground passages. They not be allowed out. In addition, Hans had to contact some trustworthy aristocrats to confront this disaster. If, as Edward said, the other party had taken over all 1,000 knights from the king guards and transformed them into a strengthened undead army, it would be naive to believe that they would be able to face them with only 2,000 or 3,000 men from the city guards, most of whom had never experienced wars and usually slacked off in training. More importantly, they had to notify Cardinal Peter from the Church of Light. Out of all of the local lords, who had long been attached to the Monarch family, Hans trusted Cardinal Peter the most. In order to face the power of the devil, depending on the power of the priests of the church, the most reliable course of action. Although Edward did not like the church, right now, he was willing to accept any support that he could get. 8. The city of Babus was stained with a blood-red sunset. The wide Nami River was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The returning ships carried goods to the melodious chimes of the night bells. A young sailor above the bow waved at his wife, who was holding their child on the pier. He jumped down, and they leapt into her arms. Also on the pier, an old fisherman and his young son lugged a box of fresh fish home in the shadow of the setting sun. Ships came and went from under the bridge, creating an extremely lively scene. Edward observed the lives of these people until the darkness finally arrived. As he walked home, his expression became more and more somber. 7 days later, the coronation ceremony would take place. Although the people in Babas were still living peaceful lives, Edward had an unusual sense of foreboding. As the feeling of an imminent war persisted, Edward felt weighed down by its pressure. As he got closer to his home, Edward found a crowd standing in front of the small building. They pointed incontinently, as if debating something. Members of the city guard also stood in the yard. The small courtyard seemed lively, but the atmosphere was very strange. The entrance had been destroyed. When he saw this scene, suddenly realized what had happened, so he hurriedly ran inside. "What are you doing? No one is allowed to enter." "Stop," one of the city guards shouted. They wanted to block Edward, but then recognized him at once. They knew that this person was an acquaintance of their boss, Tucker, so they parted ways and allowed Edward to rush into the small building. Edward burst in and suddenly stopped. His footsteps slowed, as if his body had gone completely numb. He seemed to be afraid to go forward and face his fear. Edward stalled for a long time in the short corridor. Before he finally entered the living room, he turned his head slightly and immediately saw a girl lying on the ground, a familiar shy smile on her face. She looked like a delicate flower, lying there in a pool of blood. Bright red streaks stained her gray skirt. Her death had been painless. The curse witchcraft had killed her instantly. When she had died, she was still looking forward to Edward's return, immersed in her shy little crush. The smile on her face had not changed. A silver dinner plate had clearly been knocked over to the side, with the dinner that she had been preparing for him still on it, long having grown ice-cold. This was the first time Edward had left the tower as a young wizard. He grew up in the tower, so this was the first he had ever seen someone that he cared deeply about die in front of him. Looking at Hathaway's brilliant smile, he felt like he was seeing a delicate flower suddenly wither before its time. Edward suddenly felt a pang of nausea. He was completely overwhelmed. Edward wanted to approach her, yet he was unsteady and instead fell to the ground, losing his footing. He then struggled to stand up again, like a man who had lost his soul. He stumbled to Hathaway's body and knelt before it. For more than half a month, Hathaway had been taking care of him. This girl was of low birth, but she was hardworking and kind. After her father's disappearance, she had supported her two younger brothers. Edward was very fond of her. Like Hathaway, Edward was also an inexperienced teenager. After all, he was presently chasing Adonis for a friendship and brotherhood that he couldn't bear to forfeit. Edward held Hathaway's face and finally broke down, crying like a child. At this time, Tucker, who had arrived before Edward, patted his shoulder and could only sigh. "My condolences." Edward looked down, noticing a line that seemed to have been burnt on the table, then commanded, "Leave now." That act was Adonis' final warning to Edward. He had even killed Hathaway to show his utter determination to force Edward leave immediately. He would not even be moved by their old times together. Edward clung to Hathaway's body. He didn't care about the blood. He gently shut Hathaway's eyes as he tilted her limp body into his arms. Edward's head bowed deeply. His whole body was stiff with tension and the muscles in his jaw trembled. He managed to spit out a single word, "Adonis." The gates of Baba's city was wide open, as all of the nobles streamed in from every corner of the Mara kingdom. They had come to witness the coronation of the new monarch king. The entire city was decorated with many lights. As this was an important time for the monarchy, all of the forces in the city were on maximum guard. Cardinal Peter from the Maramdam had already arrived last night with a squad of knights and priests. Many other lords had already gathered in the city. War horses and soldiers also numbered in the thousands. It was almost dawn. An urgent meeting was taking place within the city defense meeting hall. The attendees of the meeting included both members of the defense force and various nobles from the Mara kingdom, as well as an aged priest from the Church of Light. The other side has a large army of high-class ghouls, as well as an unknown number of ordinary ghouls. At the very least, they are 2,000 strong. I surmise the head count from the number of missing persons. It is alarming that we didn't notice such a large number of disappearances. The enemy is very cautious, as they had chose targets that few people would pay attention to. We never expected them to target populations that came from outside of the city. Are our people already in place? They are already in place at several locations. I can guarantee that the ghouls in the sewers will not be able to crawl out. So, what about the King's Guard, since they are above the high-class ghouls? All of the meeting participants began expressing their opinions. However, when the topic of the King's Guard came up, a representative of Cardinal Peter spoke up. The Third Army of the Church has already deployed 3,000 knights. They are currently stationed in the forest nearby. We also have 30 members of the priest corps within the city of Babas. They can coordinate with your actions at any time. Cardinal Peter has stated that our priority is to keep civilian casualties to a minimum. The priest said firmly as the crowd began to settle. The city defense chief Hans rubbed his bald head with relief. That means that victory is already within our grasp. So, we must focus on minimizing civilian casualties. With the slightest error on our part, tens of thousands of civilians may perish. I don't want to end this operation like that. The sky was getting brighter, but there was no time for rest. All of them were a bit fatigued, but they dared not relax. Instead, they looked at the setup of all of their troops from all angles, searching for the best way to deal Adonis a fatal blow during the coronation ceremony. Edward suddenly spoke up, assuming the role as Hans' consultant. The plan is well thought out, but there is one issue. By now, Edward looked as if he was beyond his breaking point. He had not slept in a long time. Perhaps Hathaway's death had affected him more than he had realized. Edward knew that his sole purpose in life was to find Adonis and question him as to why he was committing such heinous acts. At the same time, he also knew that, in terms of wizardry and power, he was not Adonis' match. After all, Adonis was a level 2 wizard, while he was only at level 1. Furthermore, Edward was far from leveling up. Although the mind-power gap between them wasn't too big, the level gap that existed between the two men had a tremendous impact on their combat abilities, especially since Adonis specialized in lethal witchcraft and had developed his own path, Mortus Mag bloodline, and the strength of the ghouls. As such, the likelihood of Edward's defeating Adonis was extremely low. However, armed with Lu Ziyu's dream witchcraft notes, Edward just might be able to accomplish the impossible. Edward had been poring through Ziyu's notes day and night. Although the booklet was fairly thin, it was crammed full of complex witchcraft concepts and equations that detailed the uses and taboos of dream witchcraft. Thus, dreamcraft and curse witchcraft would be Edward's secret weapons in his confrontation with Adonis. He was even creating his own trump card according to Lu Ziyu's dreamcraft. Although it was incomplete and he had no idea about its power and side effects, he knew that it should be quite effective. This would be Edward's last option, and he was hoping he would not have to use it. Edward's interjection had caused all eyes to fall on him. Before, he had provided a large amount of intelligence about ghouls, which had allowed them to take the initiative. It was also Edward's antidote that had saved countless infected civilians and controlled this terrifying epidemic. As such, people began to respect his views, especially because he had been a disciple of the progenitor of medicine, Bor Killermo. Hans asked, "What's wrong?" Edward immediately replied, "Although the enemy does not know our specific plans, They definitely know that we're onto something. As such, they will not wait around like sitting ducks as we coordinate our plans. That would be illogical. I am afraid that they will have already formed numerous countermeasures against us. The crowd murmured. At last, Hans replied, "So far, we haven't detected any enemy countermeasures. Our men are also surveilling their actions day and night, taking note of the changes happening within the city. It would be difficult for the enemy to act without alerting us. So, our current plan should be the safest one." By the time everyone left after the meeting's conclusion, it was already bright outside. A large number of men were discreetly deployed within the city. The ordinary people of Babus continued on with their lives, utterly oblivious to the forces moving in the shadows. Hidden in a valley deep in the woods, there was a temporary military camp with countless armored knights. Many of them had brought their steeds to the creek for water at the break of dawn. Several of them had taken off their helmets. The creek was close to a swamp, and they had chosen this site precisely because of its easy access to drinking water. After all, with thousands of troops and their steeds, clean water was a must. Jaya. An oddly deep voice echoed from the rocks beside the swamp. The soldiers went to check the situation, finding that it was only a red-eyed crow. Yet, since the crow was a symbol of death, they still felt a sense of unease. "Go away!" The soldiers hit the water to scare it away before returning. They did not notice was the specks of crimson in the water that gradually faded away. Flower petals adorned the ground as sunlight shone upon the temple. The elegantly dressed nobles and armored warriors stood by the sides as a young choir sang on the stage. Adonis was lavishly dressed, entering through the room with the most important leaders of the country, with an air of confidence. On the other end of the room, dressed in a large red robe with the pattern of the sun on it, Cardinal Peter awaited him, holding the crown. Rays of light were shining on Adonis's feet and covering his visage with gold. As he made his way, his feet tread upon beautiful blooming petals. His aura exuded a solemn religious authority, yet the corner of Adonis' mouth was slightly curled in derision. Raucous cheers and claps filled the space as the crowd went wild. After all, Adonis was their promised king. As he boarded the platform and lowered his head, he kissed Cardinal Peter's hand. Peter looked at Adonis with a complicated gaze, while he delivered his prayers before crowning him. "As the Cardinal of the Church of Light, by God's name, I crown Adonis Mara, the king of Mara Kingdom." Adonis sat down on the throne, watching the sea of people cheering his good name. As he sat, illuminated by the bright sunlight, he laughed hollowly to himself. Adonis felt as if his own life was but a dream, as if he was playing a role within a fairy tale movie. Suddenly, outside the city, a large number of people started rushing towards Babus. The merchant caravans and ships outside the city gate were terrified, as the bridge leading into the city was being swamped. Many people fell into the water below, hurrying to escape on their alpacoids. Even their merchandise had been discarded and trampled. In the distance, a large number of knights appeared. It was obvious that they were not normal soldiers, as their silver armor glistened in the sun. No one knew who these soldiers pledged their allegiance to or their purpose. But it was clear that they were not just out for a leisurely stroll. Thus, all the people panicked and they tried to escape into the city. "The knights are coming." What happened? Why is the army invading Babus? If it is an enemy army, then why weren't the alarms sounded? Where did they come from? Why didn't anyone sense their approach? Scram! I have to get into the city. Get out of the way, you peasants. I am a baron. Let me through. The crowd rioted, screaming and yelling angrily as the gates were closed and the drawbridge was raised. With its high walls and the river surrounding it, the city of Babus had been outfitted for siege warfare during its construction. So, even if there were only a few thousand men from the defense force, with 1,000 from the king's guard, they would be able to fend off hundreds of thousands of enemies for at least a few months. In the meantime, reinforcements from all over the Mara kingdom would rush to their aid. Of course, if there were no reinforcements, any attempt to hold out would be meaningless. Therefore, the Mara family had forged strong alliances with the regional nobles. As such, the decentralized Mara kingdom was more like a tight chain of alliances. An enemy army is attacking the city. With such a large army, this probably means war. Yet, as the army approached the city, not a single alarm went off. Although the soldiers at the city wall still stood guard, there was no sign of panic. This confused the civilians that were rushing home. All of the street vendors celebrating in the city cleared the streets as everyone evacuated. Many people were pushed to the ground, with many women screaming, their lovely skirts torn by the stampeding crowd. The streets were cleared in record time, now completely bare, from the palace to the plaza, to the main avenues to the alleys. Emergency warning. No one is allowed on the streets. Hurry home. Do not step outside until further notice, otherwise you will be jailed. Everyone go home. This is an emergency notice. All of the city guards headed out immediately. They cleared the crowd swiftly while announcing the emergency protocol throughout all of the streets and alleys. The fear of war was imprinted within the hearts of all the people. Eyes darted out through the cracks of doors as the civilians stared fearfully at the patrolling soldiers. All of the troops were guarding the entrances to the sewers. Several of the entrances had already been sealed during the last few days. The ones that they had left open were either essential to the citizens' daily lives or were impossible to secure discreetly. As they were sealing the entrances, many personnel had become infected, then had to be quarantined and treated. During this period of time, the number of disappearances within the city continuously decreased, and no more strange deaths occurred. Meanwhile, the city's defense force was monitoring an entrance near the city center. This was an important channel to the main waterway of Babus. According to Edward's estimation, it was the largest ghoul lair. Based on the blueprints of Babus's sewage, the entire sewage system was as a maze. Beneath their feet, under the central plaza, there was a large cavern space that was split into many levels. It was large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. It was via this complicated network of channels that the ghouls were able to find their victims. It took dozens of men and horses to remove the seal stone of this entrance. After they did so, a gigantic space was revealed far below the entrance. A ring of patterns could be seen circling the stones of the entrance. This entrance had clearly not been opened since the inception of Babus. As the sunlight hit the opening, monsters emerged, howling. Scurrying footsteps were heard as they crawled towards the surface. Eerie beast-like screams from countless bodies also filled the air. The sounds got closer and closer as the monsters gathered. Everyone get ready to pour the oil. Don't let a single one escape, the defense force commander ordered. The city defense force was ready. None of them had the intent to descend into or peep inside the hole. They had prepared the oil beforehand, which they swiftly poured into the darkness. This caused many of the ghouls to slip. Countless carts of the oil were poured, without regards to cost. A soldier stood by the entrance, holding a torching as he looked down. He could already see the sinister scowls of many ghouls below. They scaled the walls like four-legged beasts, each with glowing red eyes and an intent to consume the living. Their numbers extended far into the darkness. When the first merged into the sun, The men threw down their torches all at once. "Light it up," the commander shouted. The flames quickly expanded, then extended downwards and turned the cavern into a sea of flames. The ghouls, now drenched in oil, turned into undead torches, screaming piteously as they fell further down. The tunnel became a cremation site, the cavern having filled flames. The figures writhed in pain, screaming before perishing. These humanoid monsters made bone-chilling sounds of despair. Even within the heat of the summer, all of the soldiers within the city felt as if they had been drenched in ice water. They shivered from head to toe. Along with the roars and howls, an alluring scent of roasted meat filled the air. Although it smelled delicious, all of the people felt disgusted, even as their stomachs rumbled. Boom. The men were confused. After the silence returned, they continued to issue orders, determined to corner any remaining ghouls that may be crawling around the surroundings. Then, the sound of war horses, carrying fully armored troops, was heard. Within the Mara kingdom, with the exception of the king's guard, only the Church of Light had the finances to equip their troops with armor. The troops were lined in a neat formation, and no sound could be heard, except for the occasional shuffling of their feet. They moved uniformly, without orders, and their silence was terrifying. Not only did the city guards not sound the alarm, but a captain gave the order to open the gates and welcome the army inside. The deputy commander, who was representing Hans, and another general were waiting by the entrance. Both sides followed the predetermined signals to allow the Third Army of the Church inside. Together, they were to forge a temporary alliance, tasked with defeating the Gullified King's Guard. The middle-aged commander swallowed hard as he looked at the approaching figures, who looked oddly oppressed. He then asked, "This is the army of the Church, right?" As the cavalry crossed the Babas Bridge, the commander immediately bowed towards the approaching figures, saying, "Hello, I am the representative of the defense force." The middle-aged commander suddenly heard strange noises. When he lifted his head, he discovered many traces of blood on the knight's longswords and armor. The crimson drops of blood fell onto the ground. As he looked into the knight's eyes, the gazes that met him were the familiar scarlet eyes of beasts. All of the knights lifted their heads at once. Countless scarlet eyes landed in him. The commander trembled, then immediately turned around to warn the others. However, it was already too late. A spear extended out like a silver dragon, piercing his chest with the power of a blood knight. As coldness spread throughout his body, he fell. The leader of the Blood Knights lifted the corpse into the air, then bathed himself in the gushing blood in pure delight. Every cell in his body was craving the blood, which caused him to laugh maniacally. He appeared to be a complete monster. Yet, this monster was also an armored Blood Knight, who could kill a commander before he even had the chance to scream. To make matters worse, he was accompanied by thousands with the same capabilities. All of the guards were completely shocked when a shrill voice sounded from above the city walls. "Close the gates! Hurry up!" They are no longer human, but it was too late, as the horde of Death Knights had already stormed into the city. At this time, the city guard finally sounded the alarm across the city. Within the palace, Adonis was still basking in the adoring cheers of the citizens. An attendant was solemnly presenting him with the king's scepter, which was the last part of the ceremony. As soon as Adonis took the scepter, he would rise to the throne as the new ruler, thus being officially accepted by the Church of Light and the nobles of the Mara kingdom. However, just as the exchange happened, an unexpected incident occurred. The young attendant pulled out a dagger and stabbed Adonis in the heart. Most of the guests gasped in shock. while a small portion of the nobles looked on with a twinkle in their eyes. Adonis clutched his chest and stumbled back in shock. He then collapsed on the throne and took his last breath. An outraged man drew his longsword, screamed, "Everyone, join me in killing this assassin." All eyes fell on the assassin in fury. At this moment, Peter stepped out to test whether Adonis was also a monster. Even if he was not, Adonis had a dubious relationship with the wizards and the monsters inside the city. To the forces behind Peter and the nobles, it would be unacceptable for this disfavored prince to ascend the throne. Enough, Adonis Monar, stop pretending. You have forsaken your humanity and chosen eternal damnation in hell as a demon, Peter shouted. Through his own divine seed, Peter could accurately sense that Adonis was still alive. Although he showed all the signs of being dead, his mind power remained detectable. As no living person would be able to survive a stab to the heart, Peter knew that Adonis was beyond a mere human. The only ones able to utilize such a mind power were wizards. The crowd froze. Most of them were confused. Adonis Monar, who had just been lying dead on the throne, appeared to have come back to life. My God! What is happening? He came back to life. What? What in the world? Adonis' blood immediately flowed back into his open wound, which then closed up completely, revealing pristine skin. If there wasn't for the evident tear in his clothes, the previous events would seem like a complete illusion. Adonis stood up and looked at Peter in disapproval, then said, "You killjoy, I wanted to enjoy the show a bit longer." Peter squared off against Adonis, Peter being on the ground and the latter on the throne. Their eyes met in a fierce standoff, then Peter said, "Wicked wizard, your end is near. You've been exposed as the demon you are. It is time for you to go back to the depths of hell where you belong." Adonis sat of the throne and began laughing maniacally with abandon, his eyes glittering green and his skin taking on the pallor of a dead man. "Monster! Monster! My God, what is this? The king is a monster. We chose a monster to be king." The crowd descended into a panic as many people retreated into a corner. Adonis' transformation had made him appear like an undead monster. Adonis gazed down onto the crowd imperiously from the throne, cackling like a crazed lunatic. "Ha ha! That's right, I am a monster, and now all of you will die." Outside, a huge explosion sounded and the ground trembled. Immediately after this, an alarm from the city wall sounded. It was the bell reserved for only the most dire of emergencies. What happened? Someone from the crowd gasped in terror. All of the people were disturbed by the sudden shockwave and alarms. Many of them had no idea that the king was a monster, so they were caught even more off guard. They tried to escape outside, as the palace was in complete chaos. A large number of troops from the king's guard surrounded the palace. Then, 30 robed priests jumped out of the shadows to intercept them. The hold of the king's guard was located in the north of the city. Peter and Hans had planned to use these 30 priests and 3,000 assorted knights to secure the base of the king's guard there and destroy the 1,000 high-class ghouls. According to the plan, the city defense force would be in charge of maintaining order and eliminating low-class ghouls, while the priests and the knights would be responsible for the king's guard. Peter would personally face off against Adonis. Nothing went as planned. The 3,000 knights did not arrive on time, as the king's guard had made a sudden attack to disturb the palace, which forced the priests out of hiding. High-class ghouls, armed with bloodline powers, recklessly rushed forward. The priests faced them with their steel longswords. A blade gouged one of the ghoul's chest, yet the ghoul continued to bite down. The priest used his other hand to press down the ghoul's head. Just then, A white light flashed, and the ghoul's head splintered into pieces. As all the other priests attacked at once, the strong holy light swept across the scene and numerous ghouls were torn into pieces. An ordinary army would have lost their morale, yet the ghouls charged forward. These high-class ghouls had powers beyond imagination. Each of them had multiple bloodline talents and moved in formation at lightning speed. If any of the old veterans, who witnessed Li Weizi's insurrection, had been there, they would instantly have recognized this tremendous power, eerily neat formation characteristic that the owl knights displaying. But the church of today was different from the church of the past. The 30 priests within Mara Kingdom all had divine seeds and were equivalent to level 1 wizards. All of the official wizards of the tower numbered 100. But in terms of combat ability, wizards had more techniques than priests, even without considering the geniuses like Adonis and Edward. Yet, in terms of cultivation speed and numbers, the wizards could never compare. As the ghoul army continued upward, the priests were pushed back. The ghouls ignored the white light, armored bodies constantly, but they continued charging, like moths drawn to a flame. After being hit, they would crawl back up immediately, especially since they would only die if their brains were destroyed. They were also relentless in their attacks, moving at speeds that the priests were not prepared to counter. These low-level priests could only use Judgment Ray. But after repeatedly using the skill over a large area of space, fatigue began to show, and they retreated into the castle. After many high-class ghouls were killed, a few death knights, dressed in pitch-black armor, appeared. These knights were even stronger and had augmented speed and power. Their movements left afterimages, as they were specialized ghouls that Adonis had modified to incorporate the cells of Mortus Magna. This made them superior to the rest of their kind. The priests did not even have a chance to use Judgment Ray. The enemies were upon them, dragging along black shadows as their swords pierced through the chest of one of the priests. This is witchcraft. Quick! Dodge. The priests immediately took countermeasures as they protected their cursed brethren and defended against the enemy's barrage. But it was useless. The dark spot on the chest of cursed priest expanded, his entire body blackening like charcoal. The Death Knight had cast Burning Hex. From the mind power level, it could be sensed that the Death Knights were continuously emitting a black mist, casting curse witchcraft on their surroundings. The 6 Death Knights, leading thousands of high-class ghouls, surrounded them. The original situation had transformed dramatically. Although the other side did not have many special class ghouls, their power was unparalleled and difficult to defend against. They also had a wealth of combat experience and an augmented physique. These factors, combined with the thousands of ghouls streaming in from behind them, caused the priests great difficulty in holding their position. After all, the other side could suppress them with numbers alone, so it was like a cat playing with a mouse. My God, what is happening? Why are the King's Guard and priests killing each other? Those are not the King's Guard. They are monsters, all of them. The nobles within the palace had escaped outside to witness this scene. All of the entrances and exits to the castle were blocked by the Death Knights. Over a dozen nobles were killed on the spot, the gory scene shocking everyone. After the citizens fled outside, they turned around and ran right back inside, as a large number of Death Knights had followed them. These armored monsters all revealed themselves as they took over the palace. The remaining nobles were trapped inside like caged birds. Within the city, the 3,000 ghouls of the former army of the church had begun a full-on massacre. The hastily deployed city guard troops were meeting them in battle. Meanwhile, the ghouls within the sewers took this chance to emerge and attack the civilians. The sound of slaughter, screaming, and fear permeated all of Babus. Blazing infernos raged, and many people died at the hands of the Death Knights and the swarms of low-class ghouls. The stampede of the escaping crowd's darkness and smoke enveloped Babus. Then, death descended. The ordinary knights within the palace and the priests continued their battle. Several nobles also picked up swords. As Hans was attempting to hold off the ghouls, he wondered to himself where the plan went wrong. The enemy was supposed to be cornered by my own men. How did all of this happen? But Peter understood what had happened immediately. The crux of the issue lay in the 3,000 knights. Why were they late? Where were they? Why did the alarm sound? What have you done, Adonis? Peter's white hair stood up tall, wild like a lion's mane, and his gaze blazed in fury. Behind them, several of Adonis' attendants and a few enraged generals were entangled in battle. Adonis and Peter had a lot of space since the rest avoided them because of their duel. Adonis extended his arms and could not help but roar with laughter. Still haven't thought it through yet. Your army is mine. Ha! Peter finally understood as he clutched his great red robe and threw it on the floor. He stomped on the stone steps and looked towards Adonis. Although he did not say a single word, his aura of fury heated the air around him. Adonis also abandoned his playful attitude and took a more serious demeanor. While standing on his throne, Adonis' crimson eyes glittered green as he prepared to fight against Peter, who was enshrouded in holy light. As Adonis powered up, the red strands of his aura started. The white light and the red strands clashed, creating a huge explosion. The white light obliterated the stairs above the hall, as well as the throne and a section of the back wall. However, Adonis somehow managed to dodge the attack. The slithering red strands covered the ground in front of Adonis' throne, cutting through large stones. The strands were moving like highly pressurized water and stemmed from Adonis' own blood. The judgment ray instantly disintegrated everything before it, as it wiped away Adonis' offense and pressured him backwards. The red and the white engaged one another over and over again, devastating the entire great hall. The two of them were moving at incredible speeds and had physiques far beyond that of an average blood knight. Peter was an old man with white hair, yet he was also a muscled warrior that stood among the elite of the blood knights. The two continued to battle, skirting around the hall at lightning speed and testing each other's limits. Adonis was dispersing red string from his body, which covered the entire space and even encroached upon Peter. All those who made contact with the red string would be sliced into bits. Although this technique was not quite as wide in its range as traditional witchcraft, it was remarkably precise and hard to block. As such, it was a truly lethal type of witchcraft. Wherever Peter's hand went, a white light would tear the area into shreds. Adonis kept dodging Peter's judgment rays, while Peter danced within Adonis' blood wires. As the two battled, the entire hall was destroyed. The sturdy marble became like fragile tofu before them. Several knights that planned to ambush Adonis were instantly sliced by the red wires, their bodies divided into dozens of pieces. Their blood splattered all over the hall, while Peter cleared an entire passageway full of ghoul knights easily, using a single thrust of his judgment ray. Wherever they passed, no bystander came out alive. By now, they were fighting for their lives, so of course they were going all out. Is there really a difference between the power of the devil and that of God? Are they still human? Don't get close to them. Out! If we stay here, we will all perish. Oh no, this place is about to collapse. We have to go. All of the remaining people were crying out to one another as they tried to flee outside. Even though there were also scuffles happening outside, where the Death Knights roamed in the chaotic battle with the priests and blood knights, it was still better than staying within the hall. After all, the two inhuman creatures were far more terrifying. A strong light swept across the hall and destroyed several humongous pillars. Then, a large section of the wall fell and the entire hall finally collapsed. This collapse caused a huge wave of dust to rise up, and many humans and ghouls were buried underneath the rubble. The luxurious palace had been turned into a pile of ruins. Cough, cough. Are dead yet? They shouldn't be able to survive that, right? Drats, how many did those monsters kill? What happened? What's the situation like outside? The people weren't even able to finish their questions when two blurry shadows darted it out once more, and the flash of clashing abilities reappeared. All of the commenters were silenced once again. Peter had tried to finish Adonis off with the Judgment Ray multiple times, but Adonis had either adroitly maneuvered away or had depowered the attack with his wires. This was a unique defensive technique that Adonis had created by imitating the mind power force field barriers of higher-level wizards. This was Peter's first time facing such wizard techniques, which were powerful enough to block his holy light. The coverage of the barrier's range shrank as the wires continued to be depowered. As the area of blood decreased, the range of the wires also lessened. Peter exclaimed, "Wizard, you are done for." The two of them stood above a large field of rubble, while the outside light began to stream in. The amount of the living kept on decreasing, as many ghouls invaded the abandoned palace. The remaining 100 or so survivors huddled in a garden behind Peter. They were on the brink of death and total despair. Only Peter, who was locked in mortal combat with Adonis, could provide them with a last strand of hope. Adonis stepped on a broken pillar that was lying on its side. Not far from him were the black-armored Death Knights that he controlled, who were surrounding the palace. In terms of the bigger picture, Adonis seemed to have the advantage, since he was surrounding his foe. Yet, the true finale could only be settled between Peter and Adonis. Adonis smirked. The blood of many Death Knights began seeping out, taking the form of a bloody mist, which then merged with the blood on the floor and snaked into his body. Adonis then straightened his body, smiling as if he was in great ecstasy. He opened his eyes and looked at Peter, then asked, "What about now?" "You!" "No, my body, my divine power." What happened? Peter suddenly discovered that his body was rapidly aging, as a sinister power had invaded his body. Peter immediately recalled kissing Adonis' hand during the coronation ceremony. Darn it! That was the opening. Peter discovered that, as he rapidly aged, the extent of his divine powers were also being restricted. His strong, invincible body was instantly being corroded by the power of the curse. As he got closer and closer to death, his skin shriveled up and liver spots popped up all over his face. Peter wanted to deal Adonis one last blow before his power completely disappeared, but by now, even his steps were wobbly. Peter hobbled over the broken stones, using all of his strength to get closer to Adonis. "By God's name, I will grant you." Peter rushed up a mound of rubble, as if revitalized, then attacked Adonis with a weak holy ray. Adonis easily deflected it and grabbed Peter's head. "It's the end," Adonis announced, while he stood amidst the ruins and held Peter's severed head. Peter's blood poured over the rubble, while his headless body fell to the ground.